Summer of 1977, in the cafeteria of the capital's first steel factory. It was the end of the workday, and the workers were lining up with their meal bowls. Among the long lines stood a tall woman worker. Her uniform, unlike others, somehow made her figure look graceful and well-shaped. Because of that, a few of the men serving food couldn't help but glance at her from time to time. Jiang Shutong could feel their looks, but she had no time to care. The month wasn't even over yet, and her money and ration tickets were almost gone. There were 3 mouths waiting to be fed at home, and just thinking about it gave her a headache. When will the factory finally fire that woman? She's such a shame to us. Having children before marriage is bad enough, but now she's raising 3 sons and still walks around acting proud. Did you hear? Last week, Xiao Wang gave her 3 pounds of grain tickets. Don't remind me. Xiao Zheng even gave her a pound of meat tickets. These men are hopeless. We'd better keep an eye on our own husbands and make sure they don't help that woman. Look at her uniform. It must have been altered. Ours looks so plain, but hers fits perfectly. Her figure is so noticeable. Who is she trying to attract? Exactly. And her eyes are blue. Her nose is high. No wonder her family doesn't like her. She doesn't even look like one of us. A few women whispered together, and of course, the one they were talking about was Jiang Shutong, the most eye-catching person in the line. If Jiang Shutong had heard them, she would have felt wronged. She hadn't changed her uniform at all. Was it her fault that her figure looked different? She couldn't exactly change her body shape. And yes, they weren't entirely wrong. She had borrowed ration tickets from some men who admired her looks. But what else could she do? It wasn't like she didn't plan to pay them back. 6 years ago, Jiang Shutong had somehow found herself in this time and place. On the very first night, she had accidentally spent the night with a stranger, not by choice, but because they had both been drunk and unaware of what happened. When she woke up, the man was gone. A month later, she discovered she was pregnant. She wanted to end the pregnancy, but without a marriage certificate or a proper reason, the clinic refused to perform the procedure. Her belly grew bigger day by day, and soon Jiang Shutong was labeled as a disgrace. In those days, being pregnant before marriage was like giving herself a death sentence. Not only did her family feel ashamed, but she also couldn't hold her head up in public. However, since everyone knew she had been forced, people looked down on her, but didn't dare to make things worse. Later, Jiang's mother, heartbroken for her daughter and afraid she might not survive childbirth, secretly gave her own job at the machinery factory to Jiang Shutong. When Jiang's father found out, he forced her to cut ties with the family. 10 months later, Jiang Shutong gave birth to triplets, all boys. At that moment, she felt completely hopeless. She had once lived comfortably in the 21st century, in a big house, eating well, driving luxury cars. But after one night's sleep, she woke up in the poor 1970s and with 3 babies to raise. At that time, doing business was forbidden and called profiteering. Over the years, Jiang Shutong tried every possible way to feed her children. Her monthly factory salary was tiny and never enough. The 3 boys were growing fast and ate more than she did. Later, Jiang Shutong stopped caring about gossip and used her charm and beauty to get help from some of the men in the factory who would give her food coupons and supplies. She carefully recorded every favor in a notebook and tried to repay them whenever she earned extra money, but even so, her debts kept piling up. Still, Jiang Shutong had her principles. She only accepted help from unmarried men and never from those who had families. After a few years, her reputation in the steel factory was ruined. People whispered behind her back, calling her names. During a short break, Jiang Shutong had already gotten her meal. She planned to eat first, then pack some food to take home for her 3 sons. Just then, Xiao Wang, one of the men who had given her food coupons before, came over. Shutong, did you use up the food coupons I gave you last time? Do the kids still have enough to eat? Jiang Shutong, who had looked tired a moment ago, straightened up when she saw him. Her expression softened, and she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes lowered slightly. For a moment, Xiao Wang was completely distracted by her gentle look. Don't even mention it, she said with a sigh. I'm really worried. The food coupons are almost gone, and I don't know how we'll get through this month. She looked up with a bitter smile and said, Brother Wang, I'm already very grateful that you lent me 3 pounds of food coupons last time. I haven't even paid you back yet, so I really can't trouble you again. Jiang Shudong spoke with a mix of hesitation and charm, leaving Xiao Wang completely dazed. Times were hard for everyone and people were barely getting by. But when a beautiful woman spoke to him with such worry, how could he just stand by? Gritting his teeth, he said firmly, Don't worry. I'll think of something and get you a few more pounds of food coupons so you and your child can make it through the month. Jiang Shutong's eyes sparkled as she looked at him with admiration. Brother Wang, you're so kind. The chairman said comrades should help each other. You're truly a good person. Thank you so much. Xiao Wang was so flattered that he forgot about his meal and hurried off to find more food coupons. As soon as he left, Jiang Shutong's smile faded. A wave of guilt washed over her. She didn't know when she would ever be able to repay his kindness. She absent-mindedly poked at her food with her chopsticks, feeling that her life was even harder than the plain cabbage in her bowl. With a sigh, she thought about how unbelievable it was that someone once full of ambition had ended up like this. She believed that, sitting quietly in the corner, no one had noticed what had just happened. But she didn't realize that a man not far away had seen everything. The man wore a neatly pressed Zhongshan suit. His features were striking, and he carried an air of calm authority that made people hesitate to approach him. Even while seated, it was clear he was tall, at least 6'1". Gu Zhengnan frowned slightly. He had only been abroad for a few years, yet it seemed the atmosphere back home had changed so much. Even the foreign women he'd met overseas weren't as bold as the female worker across from him. He had overheard the other women's gossip earlier and thought they were exaggerating out of jealousy. But after witnessing Jiang Shutong's behavior, he realized he had underestimated the situation. By now, Jiang Shudong had finished her meal and stood up to get food for her 3 sons. As she rose, her eyes happened to glance forward. And there, not far away, she saw Gu Zhengnan. The moment she recognized his face, she froze as if struck by lightning. If she remembered correctly, the man who had treated her so badly at the guest house 6 years ago was this very man. That face, she would never forget it, even if it turned to dust. This shameless man had disappeared after that night. She had searched for him everywhere, even asking around despite her embarrassment. She never expected to run into him again at the machinery factory. Thinking of all the suffering she had endured over the years, Jiang Shutong felt a surge of anger and wanted to confront him. Just as she stood up to demand an explanation, 3 middle-aged women suddenly rushed into the cafeteria. When they saw Jiang Shutong, their eyes lit up like hungry wolves spotting prey, and they charged toward her. Before she could react, someone grabbed her hair.
Jiang.
You shameless woman. Hand over the food coupons my husband gave you. The one who attacked her was Aunt Wang, a co-worker from the same workshop. Her husband, Zhou Fuchuan, was the workshop director and had a bit of authority. But Jiang Shudong had never accepted anything from him. Even when he tried to give her things, she always refused to avoid gossip. Later, when Zhou Fuchuan realized she wasn't interested, he turned his attention elsewhere. Now that their family had lost some food coupons, they came to accuse her. Anger flared in Jiang Shutong's chest. Life had already been hard enough, and now she was being wronged. I took your husband's coupons? Do you have proof? Don't you dare accuse me without evidence. Whoever really took them will get what they deserve. As she spoke, she lifted her knee and struck Aunt Wang. Jiang was tall and strong, and Aunt Wang quickly let go in pain. Jiang Shutong gritted her teeth. If she backed down now, more people would bully her later. Determined, she grabbed Aunt Wang's hair tightly. If you can't control your husband and lose your coupons, don't blame others. Are you picking on me just because I don't have a man at home? Aunt Wang hadn't expected Jiang Shudong to fight back so fiercely and was caught off guard. The pain on her scalp made her scream. What are you two waiting for? Help me. The other 2 women finally reacted and rushed forward. Outnumbered, Jiang Shutong knew she couldn't win, but she also knew one thing. If she focused on one person and fought hard enough, the others would back off. Ignoring the punches aimed at her, she reached out and scratched her aunt's face again. In an instant, the cafeteria was in chaos. No one cared about eating anymore. Everyone crowded around to watch the commotion. Gu Zhengnan hadn't expected such a scene. He thought to himself that pitiful people often have their own troubles. If she hadn't tried to use her looks to cheat for ration tickets, she wouldn't have been beaten. Just as he looked away and prepared to continue eating, Jiang Shadong and the others stumbled toward his table. Jiang Shutong's face was scratched, and her neck had been clawed. With so many people watching but no one helping, she felt both sad and helpless. Seeing the man who caused all this still sitting there calmly eating, she couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Shadong glared at Gu Zhengnan and knocked his tray to the floor. Gu Zhengnan could no longer stay calm. He stood up, wiped the soup stains from his clothes with a handkerchief, and after a moment said, "Comrades, please talk things out. Violence won't solve anything." Hearing his calm tone, Jiang Shutong grew even angrier. "You heartless man. You left me and the child, ignored us for 6 years, and now you won't even help when I'm being bullied. Do you still have a conscience?" At her words, the room fell silent. Everyone looked from Gu Zhengnan to Jiang Shutong, their eyes full of curiosity and gossip. "How's that possible? That's engineer Gu Zhengnan. I heard he just came back from abroad and is the youngest associate researcher at the institute. How could he be involved with her?" "Exactly. She probably just wants attention and is making things up." Hearing the whispers around her, Jiang Shutong finally learned the man's name. It was almost funny. She had given birth to 3 sons for him, yet only now did she know who he really was. Gu Zhengnan hadn't planned to interfere, but seeing a woman beaten like that, he had wanted to say a few kind words. He hadn't expected her to turn around and accuse him instead. When had he ever been a heartless man? He had never even been close to a woman, so how could he possibly have children? His face darkened, but his upbringing kept him from speaking harshly. "Comrade, please don't make false accusations. I was only trying to help. Don't drag others into your troubles." Jiang Shutong looked disheveled, her collar pulled open. Gu Zhengnan's expression was serious and upright, as if he truly believed he had been wrongly accused. For a moment, Jiang Shutong hesitated, but she quickly reminded herself she couldn't be mistaken. It was this man that night. Now he was pretending nothing had happened, refusing to take responsibility. "You started this, and now you want to walk away. Even if you don't like me, you can't ignore the 3 children. You should at least pay child support, right?" Jiang Shutong no longer cared about her reputation. Everyone already knew she had children before marriage, and she had been judged harshly for it. Since that was the case, she saw no reason to hide or protect this man's image. Gu Zhengnan's eyes showed clear disgust. He had always despised people with questionable morals, no matter if they were men or women, and preferred to stay far away from them. Seeing that talking to Jiang Shutong was pointless and not wanting to become a laughingstock, he gave her one last look and turned to leave. Aunt Wang saw Gu Zhengnan walk away and couldn't help mocking Jiang Shutong. "You shameless woman, do you really think someone like him would ever be with you?" Now that the two were apart, Aunt Wang felt a bit uneasy. Jiang Shutong was fierce, and even though there were more of them, they might still end up at a disadvantage. Jiang Shutong hadn't expected Gu Zhengnan to be so heartless, walking away without a word. Years of frustration welled up inside her, and her eyes turned red. Just then, Zhou Fuchuan arrived. Seeing that his wife had beaten Jiang Shutong so badly, he felt guilty. He knew very well that he had given the food coupons to someone else, yet his wife had wrongly accused Jiang Shutong. "Enough. Stop embarrassing yourself. Let's go home," Zhou Fuchuan said, pulling at his wife's arm and giving her a warning look. But Aunt Wang wasn't afraid. "How am I embarrassing myself? She's the one always trying to get favors from others." Seeing how unreasonable they were being, Zhang Xiaomai, who had been watching nearby, couldn't stay silent any longer. "That's enough, Aunt Wang. You keep saying Shutong took your family's food coupons, then show some proof. You can't just blame her because something went missing at your house." Zhang Xiaomai worked in the same workshop as Jiang Shudong, and the two got along well. Zhou Fuchuan quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, it's just a few food coupons. Xiao Zhang's family is struggling. What's wrong with me helping her out a little? Jiang Shudong clenched her teeth, so hard it felt like they might break. Even this man was accusing her unfairly. If things kept going this way, how could she possibly survive? If it weren't for her 3 children who had no one else to care for them, she might have given up long ago. Rumors were the most frightening thing. No matter what she did, she couldn't clear her name. People's prejudice was like a mountain. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move it. Even though she kept saying she hadn't taken anything from the Zhou family, everyone still thought she was lying. When Zhou Fuchuan left, he looked relieved. With Jiang Shudong taking the blame, his real lover could stay hidden. Once the excitement was over, the crowd quickly dispersed. Zhang Xiaomai looked at Jiang Shutong's pale face and felt sorry for her. She helped her back to the dormitory. Shutong, what was going on with that man just now? Is he really the children's father? Jiang Shutong nodded. Yes, it's him. Zhang Xiaomai frowned. Then why won't he admit it? You've raised 3 children all by yourself for years. That's not easy. He's really heartless. As they neared the door, Jiang Shutong gestured for her to stop talking about it. When they entered, they saw her 3 sons quietly writing at the table. The boys were 5 years old, not yet old enough for school. Jiang Shutong had to work and couldn't always watch them. Usually they played downstairs or stayed home helping with chores and learning to read. They knew how hard their mother worked, so they were always well-behaved and thoughtful. When they saw her come in, the 3 little ones ran over. Soon, they noticed the bruise on her face.
Mom, what happened to you?
Jiang Shutong couldn't tell them the truth. Mom just fell down by accident. It's nothing. The eldest, Jiang Zichen, stood on tiptoe and gently blew on her cheek. Mom, I'll on it so it won't hurt. Zhang Xiaomai's heart ached at the sight. No mother could watch this without feeling sad. She took 2 eggs from her pocket and pressed them into Jiang Shutong's hand. I took these from home secretly. Give them to the kids. Jiang Shutong froze, unwilling to accept them. She knew Zhang Xiaomai's mother-in-law was strict, and life wasn't easy for her either. Xiaomai, I can't take these. But Zhang Xiaomai had already left. While Jiang Shutong was still in a daze, the second child had already found the first aid kit from the room and was ready to clean her wound. Mom, we picked these up at the market entrance today. We can cook them for dinner, said the eldest, showing a basket filled with some vegetable leaves. They weren't very fresh, but still edible. Seeing this, Jiang Shutong swallowed her sadness. No matter what, these 3 children were truly thoughtful. All her hard work felt worth it. You're still young. Don't run around all the time. What if someone takes you away? How could I live if I lost you? At that time, child kidnappings were common, so Jiang Shutong usually didn't let them leave the compound.
Don't worry, Mom.
We went with the aunties from the neighborhood. No one would take us. Jiang Shutong took out some steamed buns from her pocket and stir-fried the vegetable leaves in a pan. You must be hungry. Eat up. The 3 little ones looked at the big white buns in their hands, swallowing hard but reluctant to eat. Each broke off half and handed the rest to Jiang Shutong. Mom, you eat too. If you don't eat, we won't either. Tears filled Jiang Shutong's eyes. As she ate her bun, her mind was elsewhere. She thought about her bad luck, how she ended up with such a man. Weren't people in this era supposed to be honest and kind? How could a man care only about himself and ignore others? And he was even a deputy researcher at the institute. Did someone like that deserve such a title? No matter what, she had to go and demand an explanation. The money for raising the children. He couldn't avoid that responsibility. Before her afternoon shift, Jiang Shutong settled the children and went to work in the factory. All afternoon, people whispered and pointed at her, but she was used to it and ignored them. After work, she went home, cooked porridge for the children, and planned to go out. But after thinking it over, she realized she couldn't hide the truth forever. The children would find out sooner or later. So she sat down after dinner and explained things simply. Now, Mom is going to the research institute to find your father. Do you want to come with me? The second child's face filled with anger.
We don't want a bad father like that.
The little boy stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking. Mom works so hard to raise us. If Dad were here, she wouldn't have to be so tired. We're just going to ask for money, not to recognize that bad father. The youngest sniffled softly and replied in a small, sweet voice, ask for money. Jiang Shutong helped tidy the children's clothes before they set out. But no matter how much she fixed them, the patches on their clothes couldn't be hidden. They could barely afford food, let alone new clothes. The machinery factory wasn't far from the research institute. Gu Jingnan had been going there for meals because the factory was developing a new machine, and the leaders had assigned him to help, a way to test his skills after returning home. At that moment, Gu Jingnan had just finished a meeting and ran into his friend, He Jingting. Jingnan, come on, the guys are waiting downstairs. We're not leaving until we've had a good time. Everyone's missed you these years you've been abroad. Gu Jingnan nodded, and the two went downstairs together. 4 or 5 young men were waiting below. When they saw him, they greeted him warmly. Let's go, we've already booked a table at the state-run restaurant. As they walked toward the door, a beautiful woman appeared, holding the hands of 3 children. She was so striking that the men couldn't help glancing at her. Gu Jingnan had sharp eyesight and recognized Jiang Shutong immediately. What had happened at noon had already annoyed him enough, and now she had followed him to the institute. What was she trying to do? When Jiang Shutong saw him, she didn't hesitate and quickened her pace.
Gu Jingnan, right?
Could we talk for a moment? I have something very important to tell you. Gu Jingnan glanced at the 3 little ones beside her, his expression stiffening. Not only him. Even He Jingting was stunned. The 3 children looked like smaller versions of Gu Jingnan himself. They had grown up together, and Gu had looked just like that as a child. I have nothing to say to you, Gu Jingnan said coldly. I know you're desperate to find someone to take responsibility, but sorry, that person won't be me. The men nearby exchanged surprised looks. Their friend had just returned, and already there was such shocking news. You are the children's father, Jiang Shutong said firmly. You don't have to take care of me, but you must take responsibility for your children. As soon as Jiang Shutong finished speaking, Luo Dajiang and the others were so shocked that their mouths could have swallowed an egg. Boss, since when you have kids? And 3 of them? Everyone was stunned, except for He Jingting, who looked at Jiang Shutong with a strange expression, his eyes quietly studying her. Even Gu Jingnan, who was usually calm, began to lose his patience. Comrade, what's wrong with you? You were attacked at noon, and I kindly spoke up for you, yet now you're trying to blame me. As a young woman, you should behave properly. You can't just say you have children and randomly claim someone as their father. Luo Dajiang and the others couldn't help laughing. Boss, it's your fault for being too outstanding. You just got back to the country, and someone's already after you. Then he looked at Jiang Shutong with disdain. Comrade, our boss is indeed excellent, but that doesn't mean he's interested in everyone. You may look decent, but you already have 3 kids. Don't go chasing after our boss, he can't handle that. A moment ago, they had thought this woman was quite pretty and had even looked at her a few more times. They hadn't expected her character to be so questionable. Jiang Shutong's eyes turned red with anger. She was a decent woman. If she hadn't truly been wronged by this man, would she ever have come to him like this? Gu Jingnan, 6 years ago, in the summer at the guest house in the south of the city, you were drunk and something happened between us. When I woke up, you were gone. I could never mistake your face, even if it changed completely. You're a grown man. If you don't want to take responsibility, fine, but now you won't even acknowledge the children? Do you have any idea what my life has been like these past 6 years? Back then, Jiang Shutong had been only 18. Now she was 24. If she hadn't been strong enough to endure, she might not have survived those years. Gu Jingnan hadn't expected her to speak with such certainty. 6 years ago, at a guest house drunk? 6 years ago, he had been in a car accident. When he woke up, part of his memory was gone. Fortunately, his professional knowledge was intact, and a few days later, he had to rush abroad. In his memory, there was no trace of Jiang Shutong. Stop making things up, someone said. Zhang Nan hardly ever drinks. Even if he stayed at a guest house, why would he end up in your room? Don't think you can take advantage of him just because he's talented and comes from a good family. Many people like him. You don't stand a chance. Luo Dajiang was always straightforward when he spoke, and now he treated Jiang Shadong like an annoying fly, afraid that Gu Zhengnan might get tangled up with a woman like her. Jiang Shadong looked steadily at Gu Zhengnan. If you still have a bit of conscience, please give me some money. It hasn't been easy raising the children all these years. My family has cut ties with me, and we barely have enough to eat. You saw it yourself at noon. If no one had let me food coupons, we might have starved. Jiang Shadong felt wronged, and so did Gu Zhengnan. He was a young man who had never even been in love, and suddenly a woman appeared claiming she had given birth to 3 sons for him. Who could accept that? What Jiang Shadong said was pitiful. If it had been someone else, Gu Zhengnan might have helped out of sympathy. But if he gave her money now, it would mean admitting to the relationship, and that would bring endless trouble. I truly sympathize with your situation, he said, but I'm sorry. If it were my responsibility, I would admit it. But if it's not, no matter how much you pressure me, it won't change anything. With that, Gu Zhengnan walked past Jiang Shadong and headed straight for the gate. Jiang Shadong didn't want to give up so easily. She had skipped her night shift to come find him, which meant losing part of her income. If she left without getting any result, it would all be for nothing. She grabbed her children and ran after him, but Luo Dajiang and the others blocked her way. When Luo Dajiang was joking, he seemed easygoing, but when he got angry, he was intimidating. You're a woman, so we don't want to be harsh, he said coldly. But if you keep making a scene here, don't blame me for losing my temper. Jiang Shadong was furious. When she first saw Gu Zhengnan today, she thought she had finally found the man who had wronged her, and that life might get a little better with his help. But he turned out to be completely heartless, refusing to acknowledge them at all. Luo Dajiang looked rough, and she feared he might actually get violent, which could scare the children. With no choice, Jiang Shadong could only watch them leave. Her 3 little ones clung tightly to her hands, their eyes filled with anger and sadness. When they first saw Gu Zhengnan, they had felt a spark of joy. He was tall and handsome. If he really were their father, he would be better than most of the fathers in the neighborhood. Over the years, the 3 children had suffered a lot. Other kids often mocked them, saying they were unwanted and didn't even have a father. When the 3 little ones heard that Gu Zhengnan refused to acknowledge their existence, they felt disappointed and also sorry for their mother. Seeing Jiang Shutong's pale face, the eldest quickly comforted her. Mom, don't cry. We'll always stay with you. From now on, my brothers and I will eat less, so you won't have to work so hard. Jiang Shutong wiped the corners of her eyes and forced a small smile. Let's go home. It was impossible for her to give up like this. Since Gu Zhengnan refused to admit it, she would have to start over. Once she had the evidence, he would have no choice but to face the truth. After He Jingding and the others left the compound, they drove straight to the state-run restaurant. They were all young men from well-off families, and today He Jingding had borrowed his father's car. When they arrived, they went into a private room. While waiting for the food, the conversation naturally turned to Jiang Shadong again. Zhengnan, what's with that woman today? Why did she suddenly cling to you? Do you need us to help? If she keeps showing up at your workplace and spreading rumors, it could hurt your reputation over time. Luo Dajiang's meaning was clear. He wanted to quietly warn Jiang Shadong not to cause trouble for Gu Zhengnan. Although Gu Zhengnan was displeased, he didn't want to threaten a woman like that. I don't know what's going on, but it's nothing serious.
Don't worry about it.
Yang Long joined in. Zhengnan, it's your own fault for having such a face. No wonder women notice you. It's not strange that she's drawn to you. By the way, your family's been urging you to settle down, right? You're 26 now. Have you met anyone you like? At that, Gu Zhengnan frowned. I don't want to think about marriage for now. Just then, He Jingding hesitated before speaking. Zhengnan, that woman might not be lying. The lively conversation stopped at once. Luo Dajiang frowned. That's not something to joke about, Jingding.
Don't say things like that.
He Jingding's expression turned serious. 6 years ago, in the summer, Zhangnan really did stay at that guest house. That night, we had a farewell dinner for him and drank quite a bit. You all went home early, but I took Xingnan to the guest house. When I went out to buy cigarettes and came back, I found that he wasn't sleeping in his own room. I waited for quite a while before seeing him. At that time, Xingnan said he had gotten into trouble. I asked what had happened, but he wouldn't tell me. The next day, he got into a car accident. When he woke up, I asked him about it again, but he said he didn't remember anything. Not only Luo Dajiang and the others, but even Gu Zhengnan was stunned. After the car accident, he lost part of his memory and couldn't recall anything that happened at the guest house. But He Jingting was clear-headed, and as his close friend, he wouldn't joke about something like this. Luo Dajiang looked at Gu Zhengnan, then at He Jingting, and after a long pause, he cautiously said, "So that means the young woman wasn't lying and the child really is Jingnan's? Now that I think about it, those 3 kids do look a bit like him." Yang Long thought carefully and had to admit there was some resemblance. He Jingting sighed.
It's just my guess.
No one knows for sure what really happened, but I don't believe in so many coincidences. We should go back and check if that woman stayed at the guest house that day. If she did, then what she said is probably true. Luo Dajiang slapped his thigh. If that's the case, then we really went too far just now. That poor young woman raised 3 children on her own all these years. She must have suffered a lot. Not only did we not help her, but we even mocked her. Luo Dajiang wasn't a bad person. Thinking about how he had bullied that young woman earlier made him feel ashamed. Gu Zhengnan also felt conflicted. If it was all true, then Jiang Shutang's actions made perfect sense. No wonder she looked at him and immediately thought he was heartless. If everything was real, then what else could he be but a man who had wronged her deeply? For a moment, everyone fell silent. Gu Zhengnan couldn't sit still. He was an upright man and couldn't accept being accused of something so terrible. Let's eat first. After dinner, we'll go to the guest house in the south of the city to investigate. Since Gu Zhengnan had made up his mind, the others didn't continue the topic and started talking about other things. After dinner, they sent someone to look into it. When Gu Zhengnan returned home, it was already late, but the light in the living room was still on. His mother saw him come in and stood up with a warm smile. "Zhengnan, did you go drinking with Jingdin and the others? I made you some soup to help with the hangover. Would you like some?" Gu Zhengnan couldn't bring himself to refuse.
Sure, Mom.
"Next time, you and Dad should go to bed earlier. You don't have to wait for me. I know my limits when I drink." While he was drinking the soup, his father spoke up. "Zhengnan, I want to talk to you about your future. Before, when I told you to start dating, you said you were still young. But you've been abroad for 6 years, and now you're 26. You can't keep putting it off. There's a nice young woman who also works at your research institute. When you have time, you should meet her." Zhengnan knew there had to be a reason his parents were waiting up for him so late. But his mind was still on Jiang Shutang, so how could he think about meeting someone else? Just as he was about to refuse, his mother joined in.
Your father's right.
Your grandparents aren't getting any younger. They've been hoping for great-grandchildren for years. But in your generation, some haven't married, and those who don't have children. The few who do only have daughters. The Gu family line can't end with your generation. You should hurry and have a child. Your father and I are still young. We can help take care of the baby." Hearing that, Zhengnan couldn't help but think of Jiang Shutang. If what that woman said was true, then the Gu family might suddenly have 3 sons. A fortune teller once said that the Gu family's good fortune would run out by the time of the grandchildren, and that the next generation might not be as lucky, maybe even without heirs. The old man had been furious when he heard that, but more than 10 years had passed, and indeed, no boys had been born. "This isn't urgent," Zhengnan said. "Let's wait a few days. I just got back to the country, and there's a lot of work to handle at the institute. Once things settle down, we can talk about it. Work comes first, there's no need to rush into marriage." Hearing that, his parents didn't press him further. After finishing the soup, Zhengnan went upstairs. As for Jiang Shutang, she couldn't sleep all night. The next day at work, several women were whispering about her, saying she was shameless. Someone claimed to have seen her bringing children to the research institute the day before, and they guessed she was trying to get close to Comrade Gu. When others heard this, they sighed and looked at Jiang Shutong with even more disapproval. Jiang Shutong felt overwhelmed. She hadn't expected the rumors to spread so quickly. Before, people only said she was improper, but now they were calling her shameless and desperate. If this wasn't resolved soon, how could she keep working at the factory? While she was focused on her work, Zhou Fuchuan came in and said the manager wanted to see her. In the office, Jiang Shutong learned that the manager already knew about the fight in the cafeteria yesterday. Someone had reported her, saying she was a bad influence and should be fired. Xiao Jiang, if this continues, I won't be able to protect you. I know it's hard raising 3 children alone, but you can't behave like this. People are talking. I'll give you one more chance. Please be careful from now on. Jiang Shutong felt numb. She knew no matter how she explained, it wouldn't help. She could only nod. Thank you, Director. I'll work hard and avoid any more conflicts. When she left the office, she felt lost and heavy-hearted. If things went on like this, she might lose her job. How far were these people going to push her with their lies? Just as she was about to return to the workshop, a sharp female voice called out, "Are you Jiang Shutong?" Jiang looked up and saw a slim young woman wearing leather sandals and a pink dress, glaring at her angrily. Jiang frowned. Yes, I am. And you are? The woman stomped forward and suddenly gave Jiang a shove.
Who am I?
I'll tell you. I'm Jingnan's fiancé. His parents already accept me, and we're getting married soon. You, a woman with a bad reputation, have no right to bother him. So, this was the woman the Gu family had chosen for their son. Her name was Yi Yi, and she had liked Gu Zhengnan for a long time. When she heard she might be introduced to him, she had been thrilled. But today, her relatives told her the meeting would be delayed for a few days. Working at the research institute, Yi had heard that a woman had come to see Gu Zhengnan yesterday. After asking around, she came straight to confront Jiang. Jiang Shutong had been beaten yesterday, scolded by her boss today, and now this so-called fiancé had come to pick a fight. It felt like no one was willing to let her live in peace. At that moment, the factory workers heard the commotion and came out to watch. When they learned that she was Engineer Gu's fiancé, everyone looked down on Jiang Shutong's behavior even more. Teach her a lesson. How shameless. He already has a fiancé, and she still tries to get close to him. Exactly. People like her shouldn't stay in our factory. She should leave with her children. Hearing the crowd's words, Yi looked even more pleased and was about to strike Jiang Shutong again. A woman like her dared to compete with Yi? Just then, a calm male voice came from behind. What are you all doing? Yi froze and turned around. To her surprise, it was none other than Gu Zhengnan. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his sharp gaze was fixed on her. Yi felt uneasy. They hadn't officially met for a matchmaking meeting yet, so she couldn't really call herself his fiancé. Being caught like this was embarrassing. Brother Gu, what brings you here? She took a deep breath, forcing a sweet smile and trying to look innocent. Gu Zhengnan frowned even more. He had clearly seen her about to hit Jiang Shutong. Who are you?
Have we met?
Just call me Comrade Gu. Yi knew him, but he had already forgotten her. Although they worked in the same organization, they were in different departments. Gu Zhengnan always focused on his research and rarely paid attention to others. Hearing his words, Jiang Shutong felt the wave of satisfaction. Lately, she had been treated like someone everyone wanted to blame. Didn't Yi claim to be Gu Zhengnan's fiancé? Now, in front of everyone, he had denied it outright. How humiliating for her. Sure enough, Yi's face turned bright red as she noticed the scornful looks around her. She stammered, Brother Gu, don't you remember me? We've met before. I work in the finance department of the research institute. My family told me we'd be meeting for a matchmaking appointment in a few days. You should know about that, right? Trying to save face, she quickly explained. Only then did Gu Zhengnan realize what was going on. So this Yi was the woman his family had planned to introduce to him. His mother had said she was kind and sensible, a good match. What nonsense. They hadn't even gone on a blind date yet, but she was already calling herself his fiancée, using that title to pressure others, and even trying to start a fight. A woman like that, if someone really married her, could life ever be peaceful?
I know about this, he said.
But blind dates don't always work out, right? Why did you tell people you're my fiancé? And since we've met today, I'll be clear with you, I don't believe those rumors. I already have someone else in mind for marriage.
I'm sorry.
Yi was completely stunned, her pride shattered. Her eyes turned red as she looked at Gu Zhengnan, then glared fiercely at Jiang Shudong before covering her face and running away. Only then did Jiang Shudong turn her gaze to Gu Zhengnan. She had to admit, this man, usually unreliable, had finally done something decent today. She lowered her head, planning to slip away quietly. Even though she felt wronged, life had to go on. She still had 3 little ones to care for, so she needed to keep working hard. Just as she was about to sneak off, Gu Zhengnan called out to her. When do you finish work? I need to talk to you. Jiang Shutong looked up in surprise. After 12 noon. Gu Zhengnan nodded. I'll wait for you at the gate then. Without paying attention to the curious stares around them, he turned and walked away. Everyone looked from Jiang Shutong to Gu Zhengnan, their curiosity burning. What's going on? Why is Comrade Gu looking for her? Could what Jiang Shutong said before be true? Are those 3 children really his? That's impossible. Comrade Gu has been abroad for years.
How could that be?
Then what are they going to talk about? Hearing the whispers around her, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but wonder too. What did Gu Zhengnan want to discuss? Was he planning to warn her not to cause trouble, or maybe offer her something to keep quiet? Unable to figure it out, she stopped thinking about it and went back to the workshop, focusing on her work. By noon, her stomach was growling. To save money, she had only had a bowl of rice soup in the morning, and after working all morning, she was completely out of energy. After making sure her 3 children were settled, she headed toward the gate. Gu Zhengnan was indeed already waiting there. He was tall and stood straight, making him a striking sight. Many young women passing by couldn't help but glance at him secretly. When he saw Jiang Shutong come out, Gu Zhengnan pressed his lips together before saying, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go to the state-run restaurant. We can eat and talk at the same time, all right?" At the mention of the state-run restaurant, Jiang Shutong's eyes lit up. Sure. Can I pack some food to take home later? Gu Zhengnan was taken aback, clearly not expecting that question, but he still nodded. Jiang Shutong nodded too. I'll pack some for the children. They haven't had meat for several days. Hearing that, Gu Zhengnan's heart tightened. Remembering the results of his investigation, he felt a deep sense of guilt. Although he couldn't be completely certain, it was very likely that Jiang Shutong's 3 children were his. For 6 years, Jiang Shutong had raised 3 sons all by herself, enduring countless hardships. He had originally thought about bringing the children along, but considering what they needed to discuss, he decided against it. The children were still young, and it wasn't right for them to hear about adult matters. Gu Zhengnan had come by bicycle, but to avoid drawing attention, he didn't ride it. Instead, he walked beside Jiang Shutong, pushing the bike along. Before they even reached the restaurant, Jiang Shutong's stomach began to growl loudly. Even a deaf person could have heard it. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly covered her stomach. Fortunately, Gu Zhengnan was tactful enough not to mention it. Once they arrived, Gu Zhengnan asked her to order. Thinking of how much she had suffered because of him, Jiang Shutong didn't hold back and chose several expensive dishes. She was so hungry she felt she could eat a whole cow. At that moment, appearances didn't matter. Having a good meal did. If she could get one good meal out of this man, so be it. If he refused to acknowledge her and the children, there was nothing she could do. In those days, there was no way to prove parentage through testing, so she would just have to accept it in silence. While they waited for the food, Gu Zhengnan finally spoke. Comrade Jiang, first of all, I want to apologize. I shouldn't have spoken harshly to you before. Jiang Shutong was drinking water at that moment, trying to fill her empty stomach a little. When she heard his words, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had finally realized his mistake and wanted to acknowledge the children? Forget the apology. If you really mean it, just give me some money. It's hard for me to raise 3 children alone. Jiang Shutong no longer asked for anything else. Money was enough. After all, if Gu Zhengnan refused to admit anything, she couldn't do much and she might end up with nothing. This isn't just about money, Gu Zhengnan said. Even if I give you money, it won't solve the real problem. Jiang Shutong frowned. If money can't solve it, then what can? Don't talk to me about anything else. I'm not that noble.
I just need money right now.
I can see your attitude clearly. You don't want to admit those 3 children, and I can't force you. I have no proof. As long as you agree to pay child support, I'll never bother you again. I'll disappear from your life completely, like I don't exist. As she spoke, Jiang Shutong raised her hand as if to swear, afraid he wouldn't believe her. Seeing her like this made Gu Zhengnan feel uneasy. In her eyes, he must look like a heartless man who abandoned her after everything. Now, she didn't even dare to hope for anything more, just a bit of money. Gu Zhengnan's gaze swept over her beautiful face, and his emotions grew complicated. She really was beautiful, not just pretty, but captivating. At the factory, she had a bad reputation. People said she used her looks to trick others, and everyone avoided her. He used to look down on her too, but now he realized, what right did he have to judge her? Everything she did was for her children. Thinking of this, Gu Zhengnan sighed softly.
Don't worry, he said.
If that man really was me, I'll take responsibility. I've looked into it a bit, and it seems things happened just as you said. But I lost my memory, so I truly don't remember that day. I'm sorry, it's not that I abandoned you on purpose. I just forgot. Jiang Shutong was stunned. She hadn't expected such an excuse. Lost his memory? After everything, he claimed he forgot? What a clever story. No wonder people say novels come from real life. It really was true. So how do you plan to take responsibility? Jiang Shutong straightened up, suddenly interested. Gu Zhengnan looked at her carefully. What do you think? I'd like to hear your opinion first. Jiang Shutong refused to give in. She wasn't foolish. This was like a business negotiation. The other person should make the first offer. What if she asked for 50 yuan a month, but he was willing to give 100? You never knew how things might turn out. You should speak first. What do you think? Gu Zhengnan seemed to have made up his mind. After a long pause, he finally said, since we've been together, and now you've had a child, as a man, I should take responsibility. So my decision is to marry you and give you a proper place in my life. When she heard the words marry you, Jiang Shutong's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Gu Zhengnan to want to marry her, given how different their backgrounds were. He came from a well-off family and, at a young age, was already an associate academician with a bright future ahead of him. But she was just a single mother with 3 children, someone people looked down on. Although she never thought of herself as a bad person or lacking ability, she couldn't change how others saw her. Her reputation at the factory was already ruined. For such a respected man to marry her, if word got out, it wouldn't just embarrass Gu Zhengnan, but also bring shame to his entire family. It wasn't that Jiang Shutong was belittling herself. It was simply the reality of society. Besides, what had happened between them was a private matter, not something they could openly talk about. It wasn't exactly something to be proud of. If others asked, she could only explain it to close family, otherwise, it might harm both her and Gu Zhengnan's reputation. Seeing that Jiang Shutong remained silent, Gu Zhengnan began to feel uncertain. Comrade Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Shutong wanted to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. Raising 3 children alone was harder than being a work animal in the production team. Although she didn't have feelings for the man in front of her, if they got married, his parents would likely help take care of the children. They were, after all, their grandchildren. And the 3 little ones would start school next year. Without a father, they might be bullied by other children. Jiang Shutong's heart ached for them. She didn't want her children to grow up without a father or be looked down upon. In the end, marriage seemed like the better choice. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Even though everything happened by accident, it's already a fact, and now there's a child. Forming a family will also be good for the child. Gu Zhengnan quietly let out a breath of relief. He didn't know why, but just a moment ago, he had a faint feeling that Jiang Shutong might reject him. While they were talking, the waiter had already brought all the dishes. Jiang Shutong was so hungry that her stomach was growling. She picked up her chopsticks and looked at Gu Zhengnan. "Comrade Gu, I'll start eating then." Gu Zhengnan nodded. "Go ahead." After that, Jiang Shutong focused on eating. They had ordered quite a few dishes, 6 in total, but she was really hungry, and in less than half an hour, most of the food was gone. Even though Gu Zhengnan was a man, he didn't eat as much as she did. Still, although she ate quickly, her table manners were good. She didn't eat noisily or rush too much. Gu Zhengnan didn't mind at all. In fact, he found that eating with her made the meal feel more enjoyable. The main reason was that her face was pleasant to look at. Even without any makeup, she still looked striking. When Jiang Shutong finally realized that she had finished almost all the dishes, she felt a little embarrassed. But Gu Zhengnan didn't say anything. He simply stood up, paid the bill, and then turned to her. "Comrade Jiang, see what food you'd like to take home for the children." Jiang Shutong didn't hesitate and ordered a few meat dishes. The 3 little ones, though young, loved eating meat. In the past, it had been hard to get meat coupons, and even when they did, each child only got a few small pieces. This time, they could finally enjoy a proper meal. Besides, Gu Zhengnan was their father, so there was no need to save on his account. After they took the packed food and stepped outside, Gu Zhengnan spoke again. "I'll take you home. We can talk about the wedding on the way." Jiang Shutong nodded, and the two of them walked and talked. Gu Zhengnan said that after he went home that evening, he would explain everything to his family and suggested that Jiang Shutong also discuss it with hers. Jiang Shutong gave a bitter smile. "My father doesn't acknowledge me anymore. Only my mother still does. When we get married, I can only bring her." Hearing that, Gu Zhengnan's hand trembled slightly on the bicycle handle, and his heart grew heavier. He knew that all of this had happened because of him. If it weren't for him, Jiang Shutong wouldn't have had to go through so much. "I'll visit in person. For something as important as marriage, it's best if both families are present. After all, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event." Jiang Shutong glanced at Gu Zhengnan, but said nothing more. She had to admit, this man used to be quite annoying, but now he didn't seem so bad. At least he behaved politely and seemed to care about her feelings. That was already pretty good, considering they didn't have any real affection for each other. Even if they got married, it would just be a partnership in daily life. If it weren't for the child connecting them, they wouldn't have come this far. After dropping her off at the factory gate, Gu Zhengnan finally rode away on his bike. When Jiang Shutong returned to the dormitory, the 3 children had already finished eating and washed the dishes. They were now sitting together reading. When they saw their mother come back, they happily ran to her. The eldest, with a sharp nose, immediately caught a familiar scent. "Mom, I think I smell meat." Jiang Shutong couldn't help but smile. She took out the food she had been hiding behind her back. "Look, what's this?" The youngest ran over, eyes wide with surprise. "Mom, where did you get the money for this?" "You don't need to worry about that," she said gently. "I brought this back from the state-run restaurant. Hurry and get the bowls and chopsticks." The eldest quickly climbed onto a small stool to take the dishes down. Jiang Shutong placed the food on plates and told the 3 children to start eating. Even though their mouths were watering, the children still thought of their mother first. "Mom, eat with us." Jiang Shutong waved her hand. "Mom's not eating. You go ahead. I'm already full." The eldest frowned and put down the chopsticks. "If you don't eat, we won't eat either." Her heart softened. She knew they were worried about her. "Mom's not skipping dinner. I really did eat already. I had a meal at the state-run restaurant. If you don't believe me, smell my breath, it still smells like meat." She leaned closer and exhaled playfully. The little one sniffed and nodded. There really was a meaty smell. "Mom, didn't we run out of money? How could you eat at a restaurant? These dishes must have cost a lot. Can we return them?" Though still young, the children were very sensible. They were afraid she had spent too much and would have to work extra hours to pay it back. Jiang Shutong gently patted their heads. "Don't be afraid. Mommy has money now, and you won't have to suffer with me anymore. We'll have a good life from now on. Although the children were still young, Jiang Shetong didn't want to hide the truth from them, so she explained things in a simple way. As for what had happened between her and Gu Jingnan in the past, she only mentioned it briefly. After all, it wasn't something she wanted the children to dwell on. When the three children heard that they had a father, they were happy at first, but soon remembered how Gu Jingnan had acted that day. The eldest's eyes dimmed. Mom, but that uncle didn't admit we were his children, right?
He was mean to you.
If he's that kind of bad dad, we don't want him. Jiang Shetong quickly explained that was because of a misunderstanding. It's all cleared up now. He's accepted me and also accepted you. Soon, Mommy will get married, and then you'll have a dad. We'll even get to eat meat every week. Hearing that they could eat meat every week, the children couldn't help but swallow with excitement. They always listened to their mother. Since she said this new dad was okay, they wouldn't object. But if that uncle turned out to be mean and bullied their mom after the wedding, they would protect her. After all, they were little men. After finishing their meal, the three children happily went out to play, while Jiang Shetong went to work in the workshop. When she arrived, Zhang Xiaomai couldn't help but come over. Shetong, I heard you went out with Comrade Gu today. What were you two doing? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'm just curious. Zhang Xiaomai and Jiang Shetong were close friends, so Jiang Shetong didn't plan to hide it from her. Besides, news like this couldn't stay secret for long. Everyone would know once the wedding was announced. Nothing much. We just had a meal together, Jiang Shetong said. Zhang Xiaomai nodded. So, what's the relationship between you two? Jiang Shetong pressed her lips together. We'll probably be husband and wife very soon. Zhang Xiaomai's eyes widened in shock. Shetong, don't joke with me. Jiang Shetong winked at her. I'm serious. I'm getting married, probably in the next couple of days. Remember to come. Zhang Xiaomai stammered, her face full of disbelief. Am married? Who are you marrying? Marry Comrade Gu. Zhang Xiaomai almost shouted it out without thinking. You're going to marry Comrade Gu. As soon as she said that, everyone turned to look at her. Aunt Wang sneered and mocked. Some people really think too highly of themselves. Marry Comrade Gu? Look at yourself. What kind of person are you? You think you deserve him? Comrade Gu must be blind. Jiang Shetong curled her lips. Even if he were blind, he still chose me, not you. What's wrong? Feeling jealous? Instead of mocking others, maybe you should take care of your own family first. Jiang Shetong was clever. She had already guessed what was going on. Aunt Wang's husband had been unfaithful, yet she didn't confront him. Instead, she took out her anger on Jiang Shetong. No wonder she was being treated that way. Of course, Aunt Wang and the others didn't believe it. With Gu Jingnan's background, even the factory director's daughter wouldn't be considered a good match for him. After all, both of Gu Jingnan's parents were remarkable people, and his grandparents were also far from ordinary. Among the Gu family's grandchildren, Gu Jingnan was the most outstanding one. He was the pride of the whole family. How could he possibly marry someone with a bad reputation? But soon, they were about to be proven wrong. After finishing work that evening, Gu Jingnan returned home. During dinner, he couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke seriously. Dad, Mom, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Go ahead, his father said, putting down his chopsticks when he saw how serious his son looked. Gu Jingnan cleared his throat. I've decided to get married. In the next few days, please find a good date for the wedding. The Gu family was instantly in shock. His mother's eyes widened. She forgot about her meal and quickly moved closer to him. Jingnan, are you joking with me? You're getting married? To whom? Do you have a girlfriend? When did this happen? You just came back from abroad. How come I didn't know? You should have told us earlier. Your father and I were still trying to arrange blind dates for you. She couldn't help but laugh happily, but her smile soon faded. His father also asked curiously, Jingnan, have we met this young lady before? Which family is she from? You should at least tell the family. Your parents support your marriage, but you should let us meet her first. Gu Jingnan wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and said slowly, the young lady works at a machinery factory, and she's raising 3 children. Before he could finish, his younger sister suddenly spat out her porridge. She has 3 kids? Was she married before? Gu Man wiped her mouth, staring at her second brother in disbelief. Their parents were also stunned. Although they wanted grandchildren, they would never agree to their son marrying a divorced woman. The Gu family couldn't afford that kind of gossip. Zhengnan, what's going on? Was she really married before? Gu Zhengnan shook his head.
No.
His mother let out a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Then the third brother spoke up. Mom, what's good about that? If she wasn't married before but has 3 kids, doesn't that mean she had them before marriage? Their mother froze, realizing he had a point. Everyone turned to look at Gu Zhengnan. Even the family dog lifted its head to stare at him. Gu Zhengnan sighed. Yes, she did have children before marriage. The whole family felt as if the sky had fallen. Li Wenxiu frowned deeply, unable to believe it. Zhengnan, you must be joking. How could you choose someone like that? People will laugh at our family. If the other relatives find out, how will I ever hold my head up again? She was anxious. Her son had stayed single for years, and now he wanted to marry someone with children? That was unacceptable. The Gu family was respectable. They couldn't allow such a match. But they had forgotten. Gu Zhengnan always liked to pause before finishing his sentences. When Li Wenxiu finished speaking, Gu Zhengnan frowned and said, Mom, can you please let me finish? Gu Hongwei slammed the table. There's nothing more to say. I don't agree. If you want to marry a woman like that, you'll have to wait until I'm gone. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping into this house. Gu Man shrank back, glancing nervously at her third brother. Gu Zhengbei blinked at her, not daring to make a sound. Dad, Gu Zhengnan finally said, those 3 children are mine. After Gu Zhengnan finished speaking, the whole living room fell into complete silence. Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu looked at each other in confusion, taking a long time to understand what their son meant. The child is yours? You're not even married. How could you have a child? Are you feeling unwell today? Why are you talking nonsense? Gu Zhengnan's hands clenched into fists at his sides. To him, this matter was shameful. Even though he had been drunk at the time, he still shouldn't have acted inappropriately toward that young woman. He had always been known as a well-behaved child, yet now he had made such a serious mistake. But what was done could not be undone. He could only face it and explain, so he briefly told them what had happened. When he finished, the Gu family was completely stunned. It was unbelievable. Especially Li Wenxiu and Gu Hongwei. They realized they had already become grandparents 5 years ago. Zhengnan, you lost your memory back then. How can you be sure this is true? Could it be that the woman set you up? Li Wenxiu was quick to think. She felt the situation was too coincidental and suspected that the woman might have taken advantage of their family's background. No, I've already looked into it. It's most likely true. I came back today to let you all know that I've decided to hold a wedding. At this point, Gu Zhengnan sighed again and briefly explained Jiang Shutong's current situation. Her reputation isn't very good right now, but that can't be helped. I just hope everyone can treat her kindly and not judge her because of the past. Gu Man frowned in disapproval. Second brother, are you really going to marry a woman like that? You're doing so well in your career and have the support of your superiors. If you marry her, what will people think of you? Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu stayed silent. Their daughter had a point. This woman's reputation was indeed damaged, and marrying her could bring many problems in the future. The one who made the mistake was me, Gu Zhengnan said firmly. As a man, I must take responsibility for my actions. If I ignore this, what kind of person would that make me? Su Wenxiu glanced at Gu Hongwei and spoke hesitantly, son, this matter isn't easy to handle. Even if that young woman's children are yours, we can't let others know. In their eyes, it would look like you married someone with a bad reputation. Could you really accept that? How about this? Tell her that our Gu family will adopt the 3 children and give her some money as compensation. That way, it won't affect your chances of finding a suitable wife. The Gu family was large and well off, with stable jobs, so raising 3 children wouldn't be a problem. That way, they could take care of the children, and their son could still marry someone from a good family, a perfect solution in their eyes. Gu Zhengnan hadn't expected his family to think this way and strongly disagreed. Mom, I can't do that. That woman has already suffered so much because of me. Now I just take the children and leave her behind?
How could I do that?
At this point, Gu Hongwei interrupted. By the way, Zhengnan, are the 3 children boys or girls? Hearing her husband's question, Su Wenxiu immediately became interested. In the Gu family, by the time it reached the great-grandchildren's generation, there hadn't been a single boy. The old master of the family had even consulted a fortune-teller, who said that while the Gu family had enjoyed good fortune for generations, it would run out by the time of the great-grandchildren. They might not even have a male heir to carry on the family name. At first, no one believed it, but then all the granddaughters-in-law either had difficult births or gave birth to girls. Not a single boy was born. That was when the family truly started to believe the prediction. If this young woman had given birth to boys, then no matter what people thought of her, she would still have the right to enter the Gu family. After all, everyone in the family was hoping for a son to continue the family line and manage the family business in the future. Gu Zhengnan's lips twitched slightly. They're all boys, triplets. Gu Hongwei slapped the table in excitement and stood up. Really? Are you serious? 3 boys? I have 3 grandsons? He burst out laughing, clearly proud and overjoyed. Gu Zhengnan nodded, feeling unexpectedly happy himself. Thinking of the 3 little versions of himself, he couldn't help but smile. It's true, 3 boys. Su Wenxiu, realizing she was about to become a grandmother, rubbed her hands together in delight. Since that's the case, talk to that young woman tomorrow. Let's have both families meet, and she can bring the 3 children along. We'll discuss the wedding details together. Marriage is a big matter and can't be taken lightly. Whether it's the dowry or the wedding gifts, everything should be discussed in advance. Some people might get married with just a small amount of money, but the Gu family isn't an ordinary one. Giving too little would seem stingy, so it depends on what the other side asks for. All right, let's do it tomorrow afternoon. I'll go pick her up then. Gu Hongwei nodded. Take my car and bring her over. At that moment, Gu Zhengdong, who had just finished eating, spoke up. Dad, there's no need to be so eager. We don't know much about the girl yet. If we act too eager, she might take advantage of that. Gu Zhengdong was the eldest son and already married, but after 3 years, his wife still hadn't gotten pregnant. Hearing her husband's words, Wang Na quickly agreed. Mom, Zhengdong is right. Zhengnan said things aren't completely certain yet. We should be careful. What if those children aren't really Zhengnan's? Wouldn't we be the ones losing out? Deep down, Wang Na didn't want to believe that those 3 children belonged to the Gu family. If they were, her position as the eldest daughter-in-law would be weakened. In this society, a woman's ability to have children was highly valued, especially sons. She hadn't been able to have any children, not even a daughter, and her in-laws often reminded her of it. Now, if Zhengnan got married and immediately had 3 sons, all the family's attention and benefits would go to him. He was already the most successful one in the family. Did he have to outshine them in this way too? Hearing the eldest son and his wife speak, Su Wenxiu thought for a moment. Their words did make some sense. The eldest is right. We should be cautious. If that girl's family is poor and just wants to make money through marriage, we shouldn't give in too easily. Men usually didn't think so deeply, but after hearing his brother and sister-in-law's words, Gu Zhengnan couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. Although his first impression of Jiang Shutong wasn't very good, he still felt that she probably wasn't that kind of person. But since his family had already said so much, he didn't want to argue. After dinner, Gu Zhengnan went back to his room to rest. The others, however, each had their own thoughts. The eldest son and his wife whispered to each other in their room, both looking unhappy. If Gu Zhengnan really married that woman and lived here with her and 3 children, would she still have any place in the Gu family? Zhengdong, I think something's strange about this. The fortune teller said there wouldn't be any boys in the Gu family's next generation. How come your brother suddenly has 3? Could it be that he just came back and wants to fight you for the family property, so he made up this story with an outsider? Last year, The couple had wanted to divide the family property, but their parents didn't agree, so the matter was dropped. Maybe Gu Zhengnan knew about this, and that's why he suddenly brought 3 children, so he could get a bigger share when the family divided their assets. After all, their parents were well off, and even a small portion of their wealth would be enough for most people to live comfortably.
There's no point guessing now.
Let's see what happens tomorrow. After talking for a long time, they finally went to sleep. Meanwhile, after finishing work that afternoon, Zhang Shudong borrowed someone's bicycle and rode home to the Zhang family. The Zhangs lived in the housing area of a clothing factory. Zhang's father worked there as a small supervisor, so their assigned apartment was quite spacious and located on the 4th floor. At that time, the higher the floor, the better. It was considered a sign of status, unlike later years when people preferred lower floors in walk-up buildings. As soon as Zhang Shutong entered the compound, she saw many familiar faces. When they saw her, they all looked displeased and whispered among themselves. No one came forward to greet her. After all, no one wanted to talk to someone with a bad reputation. Zhang Shutong was well known not only in the machinery factory, but also in the clothing factory. Back then, she wasn't married yet but was already pregnant, which had embarrassed the whole factory. Oh, look who's back again. What a disgrace.
Exactly.
She really made her mother suffer. Her mom even gave up her job for her and now has to work as a cleaner to make ends meet. Hearing their words, Zhang Shudong felt deeply hurt. Although she had come from another time, she still had the original person's memories. When she was struggling to survive, it was Wu Xiuling who helped her. If her mother hadn't given up her own job for her, she might have starved long ago. By giving her the job, her mother had basically lost her own position early. In those days, people couldn't run businesses, there were no private companies, and finding another job was nearly impossible. So, over the years, Wu Xiuling had worked as a housekeeper for others, secretly earning a little money. Not only that, she was often scolded by her husband and sometimes even treated harshly. Zhang Shutong knew all of this, but she couldn't do anything. She could barely take care of herself, so how could she help Wu Xiuling? She was actually very talented, a top student, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But because of her bad reputation, even though she was capable of doing other work at the factory, the leaders never appreciated her. So she had no chance to move up and could only earn a little extra by working overtime. She had so much talent, yet nowhere to use it. Zhang Shudong forced herself to park her bicycle at the door and climbed up to the 4th floor. She knocked on the door, and a few seconds later, someone opened it. Seeing Zhang Shudong, the person looked surprised. "Sis, why are you here?" It was Zhang Shuqing, the 3rd sister who no longer went to school and stayed home to take care of the family. "Are Mom and Dad here?" Zhang Shudong asked as she walked in. Inside, she saw Zhang Dehai and Wu Xiuling. Zhang Dehai was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, while Wu Xiuling was picking vegetables nearby. When Zhang Dehai saw her, he threw the newspaper aside. "You embarrassing girl. Didn't I tell you not to come back again? Why are you here? Do you want me to throw you out?" Every time he saw Zhang Shutong, he looked at her as if she were his enemy. Zhang Shutong ignored him and turned to Wu Xiuling. "Mom, I'm planning to get married in a few days. Are you free tomorrow? Come with me to the restaurant to meet his family and talk about the wedding." When Wu Xiuling heard that her daughter was getting married, she dropped the vegetables in her hands and quickly stood up. "Sweetheart, you're getting married? That's wonderful. Finally, someone can help you take care of the child, and you won't have to work so hard anymore." Wu Xiuling almost cried tears of joy. Over the years, she had worried and shed tears because of Zhang Shutong's situation. She had thought Zhang Shutong would have to live like that forever, pregnant before marriage with 3 sons. Who would dare marry her? She would probably remain a single woman her whole life. But now, she had found someone else. Zhang Dehai was also a bit surprised, and for once, he didn't speak harshly. However, hearing his wife keep nagging made him a little annoyed. What's there to be happy about? Someone like her, even if she found a fool to marry, would probably be a poor guy. Would a man with good conditions even look at her? He'd probably think she's dirty. Hearing this, Zhang Shutong clenched her teeth tightly. Does such a man deserve to be a father? No matter what, they are related by blood. Although she made mistakes before, she was forced into it. She is the real victim. If a father can't protect his daughter, that's one thing. But to attack her instead, that's wrong. Hearing her husband's words, Wu Xiaoling shrank back a little and didn't dare to speak loudly anymore, but she still felt happy for her daughter inside. At this moment, a woman dressed in a red blouse came out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of cold tea. It was Wu Xiaoyun, Wu Xiaoling's sister. Seeing Wu Xiaoyun here, Zhang Shutong was surprised. Hadn't Wu Xiaoyun gotten married? Why was she here? Brother-in-law, don't be angry. There's no need to hurt yourself over this. Drink some cold tea to cool down. I specially made it for you. She placed the tea on the table and naturally sat next to Zhang Dahai. Zhang Shutong watched the scene, her eyes widening in surprise. Zhang Dahai smiled. Xiaoyun, you're so thoughtful. If only that unfilial girl were half as sensible as you. After saying that, Zhang Dahai shot a sharp look at Zhang Shutong. You found a poor man and you don't even need to tell the family. We've already cut ties. You're not even my daughter anymore. I won't go to your wedding. I can't bear to be associated with you. Both of you get out and talk. Don't stay here and chatter. It's annoying. Wu Xiaoling looked at Zhang Dahai with fear, grabbed Zhang Shutong's arm, and left. After the two of them went out, they headed straight to the small woods behind the big yard. There was a wooden bench nearby. Once they sat down, Zhang Shutong couldn't help but ask, Mom, why is my aunt at her house? Isn't she married? Wu Xiaoling looked helpless and lowered her head, trying to speak but unable to say anything. Zhang Shutong became a bit anxious. Mom, what's going on? I feel like there's something strange about her and Dad. Normally, Wu Xiaoyun, as the younger sister-in-law, should keep her distance when visiting her sister. But just now, she brought out a bowl of herbal tea that no one else had a share of. Only Zhang Dahai could drink it. She sat next to him very naturally, which seemed odd. No, your aunt and your uncle had a fight. She's just staying with us for a few days. She'll leave in a couple of days. Don't overthink it. Tell me, what kind of person are you seeing? Is he a good person? Does he treat you well? Seeing her mother so anxious, Zhang Shutong pushed down her discomfort and briefly explained everything. Wu Xiaoling was happy to hear her daughter found the man from years ago. After all, he was the child's biological father. Once married, he would definitely treat the 3 grandchildren well. If she just found any man, the children might become a burden or even be mistreated, which she really didn't want to see. That's good. At least he will treat the children well. But how come he's only now taking responsibility for you? Zhang Shutong didn't hide anything and told her mother everything simply. Wu Xiaoling listened, surprised and speechless. She wouldn't even dare to act like this in a TV drama. Wow, what a complicated story. Don't worry, Shutong. Tomorrow I'll go with you. I won't embarrass you. I'll wear my new clothes and dress up nicely. After saying this, Wu Xiaoling suddenly seemed to remember something and looked a bit down. But I don't have much ability, so I can't prepare much dowry. I haven't earned much money these years. All the money was taken by your dad. Shutong, I'm ashamed of myself. When she said this, Wu Xiaoling couldn't help but tear up. Hearing this, Zhang Shutong felt heartache. Her mother truly had no words. Honestly, Wu Xiaoling's current situation, having no status at home, was all because of her. If she hadn't given up her work at a young age, she wouldn't have so little say at home. Mom, don't say that. Without your help over the years, I and the children would have gone hungry long ago. I may not be capable now, but once I have the ability, I will repay you and give you a good life. I don't need a dowry. Just come with me tomorrow. The mother and daughter spoke softly, unable to hold back tears. They talked for a while until it got darker. Wu Xiaoling finally let Zhang Shutong leave. On the way back, Zhang Shutong silently vowed to make something of herself by working with the Gu family. With Gu Jingnan's help, she wanted to see who would dare to trouble her at the mechanical factory in the future. Back at the dormitory, Zhang Shutong tiptoed into the room and saw that the 3 little children were already asleep. In the dark, She looked at their peaceful faces under the moonlight and couldn't help but lean in to kiss their small cheeks. The next day at noon, after work, Jang Shudong dressed the 3 children in their best clothes and waited at the factory gate. When she saw Wu Xiuling, the 5 of them headed to the state-run restaurant. The restaurant wasn't far from the factory, only about 10 minutes on foot. Gu Zhengnan wanted to come by car, but his parents thought his reasoning was right and didn't agree. Gu Zhengnan had just returned to the country and didn't have a car, and he couldn't carry so many people on his bicycle. So he had no choice but to go early and wait at the restaurant. Today, besides Gu's parents, the old master and the old lady also came. They didn't dare tell other relatives because it wasn't a proud matter and they were afraid others would gossip. But the old man and woman were different. They were the backbone of the Gu family. Such a big event couldn't be kept secret from them. They had to know. Gu's old father had already heard the news yesterday. When he learned they now had 3 great-grandchildren, he was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. He still had dark circles under his eyes. When Jiang Shudong and the others arrived, they found Gu Zhengnan waiting at the door. "You're here." Seeing Jiang Shudong, Gu Zhengnan walked over to greet her. Jiang Shudong pointed to Wu Xiuling and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my mom. Just call her Auntie." Gu Zhengnan nodded.
Hello, Auntie.
"My family is already waiting inside. Let's go in." Before coming, Wu Xiuling didn't have high hopes. She thought that the other family's good financial situation was already impressive, and her daughter wouldn't be at a disadvantage. She didn't expect that after arriving, she would see her son-in-law looking so handsome and well-mannered, and that he was a good match for her daughter. All right, let's go in now." Wu Xiuling's smile was almost impossible to hide. The 3 children looked shyly at Gu Zhengnan. Although they were generally cheerful, they had been teased by other kids since they were young because they didn't have a father. Over time, they became a bit insecure. Even though Jiang Shudong kept encouraging them, it wasn't easy to change this habit quickly. Gu Zhengnan also couldn't help but look at the 3 children. Last time, he didn't look carefully and thought Jiang Shudong was just trying to cause trouble. Today, after a closer look, he had to admit they really looked a lot like him. The youngest, with a gentle personality, looked shy and lowered his head when Gu Zhengnan glanced at him. For a moment, Gu Zhengnan found himself feeling quite fond of them. Actually, he used to dislike children the most, thinking they were noisy and annoying, always crying and shouting. But seeing these 3 little ones, he felt a strong liking. The Gu family had reserved a private room, and they had been waiting for nearly half an hour. It wasn't Jiang Shudong and her family who were late, but they had arrived early. When Gu Zhengnan led Jiang Shudong and the others inside, the Gu family members instinctively looked at Jiang Shudong. Although Gu Zhengnan had already mentioned that she was quite beautiful, they didn't expect her to be so stunning. She was dressed simply, in dull gray clothes, but her beauty was undeniable. Some people might praise a woman for being pretty, or say she has good taste or is cute, but Jiang Shudong's beauty was so obvious that no words were needed. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone turned their attention to the 3 little copies of her. Old Master Gu was so happy his beard was trembling. At first, he was suspicious, thinking Jiang Shudong might be a scheming woman trying to trap his grandson. If that were true, he would definitely teach her a lesson to show her that the Gu family was not someone to be looked down upon. But when he saw the 3 children, all his doubts disappeared. Because these 3 children look very much like Gu Zhenan, although not exactly the same, they do resemble him somewhat. Gu's father and mother also fixed their eyes on the 3 kids. The little ones, seeing so many people, couldn't help but hide behind Jiang Shudong. "Is this Shudong? You've had a long journey. Sit down quickly." Next, both sides introduced themselves and exchanged polite greetings. Then the focus shifted to the 3 children. Old Master Gu couldn't hold back anymore and directly picked up the youngest, liking him more and more. The elderly lady beside couldn't help but look back and forth at the children's faces, secretly admiring how handsome they were. Although they are still young, it's clear they will be quite good-looking when they grow up. Gu's father and mother no longer cared about discussing their marriage. They went over and circled around the children. The oldest and second child were braver. They answered questions confidently and didn't seem shy. But the youngest was different. Being a little crybaby, and with so many people staring at him, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Everyone found this amusing, and Lee Wenxiu quickly picked up the little one. Don't cry, don't cry. We didn't scold you. Why are you crying? She also took out 2 big white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them to the little one. Seeing the candy, the youngest immediately stopped crying. The older 2 looked on eagerly. White rabbit candies are quite precious. They usually can't afford to eat them, and their mother doesn't have enough money to buy them often. Lee Wenxiu realized this and quickly took out a few more candies to share with the children. Last night, she had discussed with Gu Hongwei that they shouldn't be too enthusiastic tomorrow, or that woman might ask for too much. But after seeing the 3 children today, she completely forgot those worries. Because these 3 children really look a lot like Gu Jinan, it's very likely that the rumors are true. They might not like Jiang Shudong, but they can't dislike their 3 grandchildren. Seeing how the Gu family loved the children, Jiang Shudong also felt relieved. As long as the Gu family has a kind heart, the children will have a good life in the future, with no worries about food and drink. As for the Gu family looking down on her, that was understandable. If she has her own abilities and background support, she can quickly achieve good results. Then she will see who dares to ignore her. But even if the Gu family looks down on her, it doesn't matter. She now uses the Gu family as a stepping stone. Once she earns a lot of money and becomes stable in all areas, even without her husband Gu Jingnan, she won't have a hard life. Jiang Shudong is not afraid of divorce. She only fears poverty. After playing with her 3 children for a while, the Gu family finally remembered the main matter and looked at Jiang Shudong with some embarrassment. U2 situation was also told to us by Jingnan. No matter what, this happened, and we must apologize to you. You've been wronged all these years. Before coming, Jiang Shudong was worried about her relationship with her parents-in-law, thinking it might be troublesome to marry into the family. But unexpectedly, Lee Wenxiu seemed quite reasonable, which was a good thing. Thinking about it, families with high education and good manners usually aren't bad, at most a bit strict. Let's not talk about the past. But I have suffered a lot of unfairness over the years with the children. Luckily, I raised them all. Yes, you raised 3 children alone, which can't be easy. You've worked hard. Gu Zhengnan wants to hold the wedding early, and we think so too. Next Monday is an auspicious day. What do you think? Wu Xiling had no strong opinion. Hearing this, she quickly looked at Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong nodded. I have no objection. Uncle and Auntie, you can arrange everything. Next was the main event. Gu Hongwei cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. Little Jiang, about your marriage with Jingnan, how much do you plan to ask for the bride price? Let's settle this today. Jiang Shudong had already thought about this yesterday. Asking for too much wouldn't be appropriate. The Gu family isn't wealthy, but asking for too little would mean her years of suffering were in vain. So, she thought of a moderate amount, 600 yuan. In the 1970s, 600 yuan was very valuable. Most people wouldn't ask for so much as a bride price. 60 yuan was considered good. But the Gu family isn't ordinary. She shouldn't ask for nothing. Plus, she still owes a lot from the famine years, including borrowed money and grain coupons. She needs to pay those back first before she can live confidently. Uncle, Auntie, I was thinking, would 600 yuan be okay? Hearing that Jiang Shudong asked for 600, the Gu family members secretly relaxed. 600 yuan is a decent amount, but for their family it's not much, just average. Honestly, they wouldn't be happy to marry their daughter-in-law for just that amount. But luckily, there's some added value. Considering their 3 grandsons, giving 600 yuan isn't a big deal. 600 yuan? No problem. We can give it. Our Gu family will marry off a daughter-in-law, so we must be careful. Lee Wenxiu smiled happily and agreed quickly. Wu Xiling was also happy for her daughter. Since she was so straightforward, it showed she didn't look down on her daughter, which made Wu Xiling feel at ease. Gu Zhengnan didn't say anything and didn't even raise his eyebrows when he heard about the 600 yuan. The marriage negotiations went smoothly. The only awkward thing was that Jiang Shudong had been kicked out of the Jiang family. On her wedding day, She might have to go to the factory dormitory to pick up her husband, which seemed a bit humble. Gu Jingnan, understanding their worries, suggested, "You can stay at the guest house." Zhang Shutong held her mother's hand gently and comforted her. "Mom, it's okay. Just stay in the dorm. That way, everyone at the factory will know I'm married, and there won't be any more gossip." Wu Xiuling's eyes lit up.
She suddenly thought of something.
Her daughter was right. That's how it should be. When those bullies who had hurt her daughter saw her married to such a capable man, they'd be surprised. Her precious daughter married such a talented man. That's fine. Maybe we should go to his family and talk. Have a good chat with your father? Gu Hongwei smiled and said. As a grandfather, he naturally didn't want anyone to think his grandson was a troublemaker. The Jiang family's Dahai had driven Jiang Shutong out because of this, and their family's reputation was affected. Jiang Shutong quickly shook her head. She had a good relationship with Dahai, and it was better not to have contact anymore. Plus, with his snobbish attitude, if he found out her in-laws were so wealthy, he'd probably come begging for favors. She wouldn't be taking any advantage from him. Jiang Shutong always remembered his ugly face. The Gu family respected Jiang Shutong and didn't say anything more. As the meal finished, Jiang Shutong planned to leave with her 3 sons. Old Mr. Gu was reluctant to let go, but he was old and didn't want to lose face, so he firmly stepped on his son's foot under the table. Gu Hongwei's face instantly turned pale, and he forced a smile, saying, "That little Jiang, maybe you shouldn't go to work this afternoon. Take a leave from the factory. Marriage is a big deal, so Zhang Nan can go with you to pick out some jewelry. As for the 3 kids, let Grandpa watch them. When you're done, you can come pick them up." Gu Zhengnan had planned to finish eating and go back to work, but his father had other plans again. "Dad, Before he could finish saying, "Not convenient," Gu Hongwei's face twitched as he desperately signaled to him with his eyes. Gu Zhengnan immediately understood and nodded reluctantly. "Since I have nothing scheduled this afternoon, I'll go shopping at the friendship store." Jiang Shutong wasn't stupid. If someone bought her jewelry, why refuse? She thought, I might as well take the opportunity. Besides, she had contributed a lot to the Gu family by giving birth to triplets. It was tough during those times, so now she deserved some benefits. Old Mr. Gu was pleased. His son and grandson were quite obedient. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Shutong reminded the 3 little ones, and only then did they feel reassured and follow the old man away. But old Mr. Gu's style was quite impressive. He had a dedicated driver, which was quite remarkable. At this moment, Li Wenxiu approached, seeming to want to go along, but Gu Hongwei pulled her away. "Just stay here. Let them two build some feelings." Li Wenxiu frowned but didn't say much in front of Jiang Shutong. "Shutong, you all go ahead. Mom will leave first." Wu Xiuling finished her greeting and prepared to leave. Jiang Shutong felt a bit reluctant. It was hot, and she hadn't even ridden her bike. She didn't know when the bus would arrive, and Wu Xiuling was very frugal. She might even walk home. Walking such a long distance would be exhausting. But since Gu Jingnan was driving, and they were only talking calmly for the kids' sake, they didn't have much relationship, so she didn't want to order Gu Jingnan to drive his mother. However, soon Gu Zhengnan took the initiative to speak. "Annie, we're heading the same way. I'll take you home first." Jiang Shutong's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but glance at Gu Zhengnan again. This man was quite perceptive. Wu Xiuling forced a laugh and said, "No need, little Gu. It's too much trouble. I'll go back by myself." Jiang Shutong opened the car door and directly helped the person inside. He said, "It's on the way, Mom. You don't have to be so polite." After Gu Zhengnan got in the car and asked for the address, he focused on driving. When they reached the gate of the residential area, Wu Xiuling said thank you and then got out. Then, Gu Zhengnan drove Jiang Shutong straight to Friendship Mall. Friendship Mall isn't open to everyone. Usually, only guests from outside are received, and shopping requires foreign exchange coupons. But families like the Gu family naturally don't lack these things. Inside the mall, Gu Zhengnan turned to Jiang Shutong and said, "You pick, I'll pay." Jiang Shutong didn't refuse and immediately went to look at the watch she had been longing for. These days, not having a watch is very inconvenient, but they are expensive. In the past, she couldn't afford one even if she sold everything she had. Jiang Shudong bent down in front of the display counter, carefully examining the styles inside. At that moment, she heard the laughter of two women nearby, and she felt a strange sense of familiarity. When she looked up, her gaze just happened to meet theirs. Jiang Shutong squinted her eyes. What a coincidence. She recognized both women. One was her most disliked relative, her cousin Jiang Siyu, and the other was Yi Yi, who had embarrassed her at the machinery factory that day. The two women were arm in arm, looking very close, probably good friends. Jiang Shutong couldn't help but think to herself, people tend to hang out with those like them. If they're not from the same circle, they can't really be friends. Jiang Siyu saw Jiang Shutong standing in front of the watch display, first froze, then immediately showed a mean expression. She strode forward and started to insult her. Hey, isn't that my cousin? I thought I was seeing things. Someone like you doesn't belong in a place like this. Jiang Siyu said this while deliberately sizing Jiang Shutong up from top to bottom. Jiang Shutong's clothes looked a bit worn. Although they weren't patched, it was clear she was struggling financially. Do you have 200 yuan on you? And you dare to come here to look at watches? Do you have foreign exchange coupons? Don't let anyone take them away later. As she spoke, Jiang Siyu waved her hand at the shop assistant and said, no need to serve this kind of customer. She's just a poor girl. If someone else had been humiliated like this, they would probably turn red with embarrassment and want to dig a hole to hide in. But Jiang Shutong is different. She has a thick skin, so her words don't hurt her at all. Big cousin, you call me a poor girl, but aren't you one too? You've been wandering around for a long time, and you don't even have a bag. You haven't bought anything, right? Just came in to stroll? If you had money, you could buy a watch to show everyone. Jiang Shutong said this while deliberately glancing at Jiang Siyu's wrist. That watch of yours looks secondhand. It's all broken, isn't it? Jiang Siyu instinctively shrank back, but seeing everyone's gaze around her, she had to muster her courage and step forward to browse. If she didn't buy anything, she would be humiliated today for sure. Jiang Siyu's attention was all on Jiang Shutong, and she didn't notice Gu Zhengnan nearby. But Yi couldn't stay calm anymore. Just now, from far away, she felt this man looked familiar. When she got closer, she recognized him as Gu Zhengnan. Gu Zhengnan standing with Jiang Shutong at this place meant something. It showed they had a special relationship. After being humiliated that day, she complained to her family for a long time and asked them to contact the Gu family to arrange a marriage meeting. But the Gu family said they wouldn't have a marriage meeting for now. She even cried all night over it. Now, thinking that Gu Zhengnan had returned to work in the country and they worked in the same company, she thought they would have more chances to meet. She decided to wait and see. Yi believed she had a good family background and good looks. Gu Zhengnan wouldn't choose that broken girl, so he wouldn't choose her. But just as she thought this, she unexpectedly ran into the main person here. Jiang Siyu was looking at her watch, her forehead sweating slightly. Buying a watch with money wasn't enough. She also needed foreign exchange vouchers, which she didn't have. Although her family was much better off than Jiang Shutong, these vouchers weren't easy to get. Meanwhile, Jiang Shutong was stirring things up, saying, "Big cousin, hurry up and buy it."
What?
Can't you afford it? Jiang Shutong was already very beautiful, and when she spoke with a slightly husky voice, it was even more irresistible. A few male customers nearby heard the commotion and couldn't help but look over. Seeing such a beautiful woman, their eyes widened. Gu Zhengnan sensed something and frowned slightly. Does this woman even realize how attractive she is? Jiang Siyu lost face and felt both angry and ashamed. I can't afford it.
Can you?
Do you have foreign exchange vouchers? What are you doing here? I really don't understand where you get your sense of superiority. You're old enough to have no man, only 3 kids to take care of. Instead of mocking others, you should work overtime to earn some money. After saying this, Jiang Siyu felt a bit proud again. She had always envied Jiang Shutong because she was so beautiful. Back then, all the boys in the big courtyard liked her. Because of this, she often led in bullying her cousin. People in the courtyard also said Jiang Shutong was so pretty that she would definitely find a rich man in the future. But no one expected that when Jiang Shutong grew up, she would lose her innocence in a confusing way and have 3 children out of wedlock. Jiang Siyu naturally felt happy about her misfortune, thinking that heaven had given her such good conditions, but she was too unlucky to take advantage of them. Jiang Shutong didn't argue with her. She pointed at the counter with her delicate finger. "I want this. Please pack it up." As soon as Jiang Shutong finished speaking, Jiang Siyu burst out laughing. "Can you stop pretending? Can you afford it? Are you just teasing the sales clerk for fun?" The sales clerk was unsure who to listen to, but thought that since Jiang Shutong had said so, she probably wanted to buy it. So, she started packing. At that moment, Gu Jingnan took out his wallet from his pocket and pulled out a foreign exchange voucher to give to the clerk. Jiang Shutong looked proud, with a charming smile that showed her happiness. "Sorry, I don't have a foreign exchange voucher, but my husband does." After saying this, Jiang Shutong clenched her teeth, mentally prepared herself, and then shamelessly held onto Gu Jingnan's arm. "Oh, by the way, cousin, you probably don't know yet? I'm getting married next Monday. Remember to come. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé. He works at the Research Institute." Jiang Siyu was stunned. She looked at Jiang Shutong, then at Gu Jingnan, her face full of disbelief. Although they looked good together, Jiang Shutong was just a woman. Her father said that even old bachelors wouldn't want someone like her. Being pretty was useless. She had 3 sons, who would have the money to support her children. But now Jiang Shutong was getting married, and her partner was such an outstanding man. How could that be? It must be that Jiang Shutong is hiding her bad past and tricking the man into marrying her. Otherwise, which man would want to marry such a woman? Jiang Siyu looked upset, and Yi Yi beside her was even more shaken. She never expected the two to progress so quickly, to the point of discussing marriage. What is Gu Jingnan really thinking? Does he only care about her looks? Is he willing to raise children for another man just because of Jiang Shutong's face? "Comrade, can we talk privately? I have something important to tell you." "You've been deceived." Jiang Siyu was anxious inside. She was upset that Jiang Shutong was doing well, more than if she had been hurt herself. Her life was already ruined. She thought she could never turn things around. If she hadn't seen her, that would be fine. But since she did, she had to reveal her true nature. Gu Jingnan, though straightforward and not understanding complicated schemes, could sense Jiang Siyu's malice, almost overflowing. He didn't like Jiang Shutong much, but he liked this malicious woman even less. "No, if there's nothing else, please step aside. I need to choose jewelry with my fiancé." Gu Jingnan instinctively protected Jiang Shutong and spoke coldly. At that moment, Jiang Shutong thought this man was incredibly handsome. Anyway, today she was making her sister-in-law look bad, which made her very happy. Jiang Siyu's face instantly turned uglier than before. Unwilling, she loudly shouted in front of everyone, "She's just a broken shoe. Got pregnant before marriage and had 3 sons. If you marry her, you'll regret it." Yi quickly nodded. "Big brother Gu, marriage is a serious matter. You must be careful. I don't know what kind of spell this woman has cast on you, but if you marry her, you'll definitely regret it." Seeing the two anxious and frantic, Gu Jingnan only lifted his thin lips. "That has nothing to do with you." Gu Jingnan was not good with words, but what he said was very satisfying. After speaking, he ignored the two and took Jiang Shutong directly to the jewelry section. In these years, Jiang Shutong had never felt so happy. For the past 6 years, she had lived meekly, but today she finally felt proud. The more she thought about it, the more comfortable she felt. She even deliberately turned around and made a funny face at them. Jiang Siyu was about to explode. Is this the man you like? How did he get involved with my cousin?" Yi looked very upset. "I just found out she's your cousin. That sly girl is so shameless. She's not even worthy of marrying Brother Gu." Jiang Siyu thought about Gu Jingnan's status and felt like the sky was falling. If Jiang Shutong could marry such a man, she would always be looked down upon. Jiang Shutong didn't care about their opinions. She picked out 2 pieces of jewelry and then planned to leave. Watching her, Jiang Siyu and the others saw Jiang Shudong get into Gu Jingnan's car.
No way.
Even now, they couldn't believe it. For Jiang Siyu, this was huge. It was a small car. Their family was pretty well off, but they only had 2 bikes. Still, that was enough to show off in front of others. But now, Jiang Shudong was sitting in a car? Was she really that unworthy? Yi's face turned pale. She couldn't accept that the man she secretly liked was going to marry someone like her. What should we do? Brother Gu is really going to marry her. Why is he so foolish? Yi was so anxious, she stomped her feet. Jiang Siyu, on the other hand, looked distracted and lost. If only she could marry that man instead of Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong felt relieved after venting her anger. Sitting in the car, she felt happy and relaxed. Looking at her watch, necklace, and ring, she felt her negative feelings toward Gu Zhengnan lessen. At first, Gu Zhengnan seemed terrible. He was rude and unkind when dressed up. But now he was quite generous. Gu Zhengnan drove Jiang Shudong to the entrance of the factory. It was just after work hours, so many workers were coming and going. When they saw Jiang Shudong step out of the small car, they stopped in surprise and looked at her in disbelief. They wanted to see who was driving her, but Gu Zhengnan started the car and left immediately. Jiang Shudong was well known at the factory. No one didn't recognize her. Some gossipers couldn't help but come closer and ask, "Xiao Jiang, who's that in the car? Who brought you back?" This Annie knew Jiang Shudong because they lived in the same building. As she finished speaking, everyone else leaned in to listen. Jiang Shudong cleared her throat. "My fiancé, I am getting married next Monday. Everyone is invited to celebrate." When people heard Jiang Shudong was getting married, they immediately started talking excitedly. A few men looked unhappy. These men had once borrowed grain coupons from Jiang Shudong just to get close to her. But Jiang Shudong only wanted the coupons and wouldn't even hold hands with them. Over the years, everyone had been hoping to get closer to her, thinking about how wonderful it would be to be with such a beautiful woman. Now that Jiang Shudong was getting married, they felt they had no chance anymore. Other women wondered how someone like Jiang Shudong, who was considered not very respectable, could have a man interested in her. They thought the man must be either very naive or very poor, because who else would want Jiang Shudong? After she finished speaking, Jiang Shudong felt happy and walked confidently into the house. As for who she was marrying, that would remain a secret for now. When the time comes, she would surprise everyone and show them how wrong they were to look down on her. Suddenly, Jiang Shudong became the topic of gossip. Recently, everyone was guessing what kind of man she would marry. Aunt Wang and others outside were criticizing, saying the man probably had poor conditions or was much older than her, maybe 20 or 30 years. Soon it was Monday. Some friends helped Jiang Shudong tidy up her house, mainly putting up a few happy wedding characters to make it look lively. Today, not only Wu Xiling came, but Jiang Shutong's second sister also arrived. She had a slap mark on her face, probably from being hit by Jiang Dahai. With so many siblings, only her second sister still had some conscience and cared about her sister. Even after being hit, she insisted on coming to see Jiang Shudong off on her wedding day. Soon, the wedding car arrived at the factory dormitory gate. Aunt Wang and others couldn't wait to see the fun. To their surprise, there were several cars for the wedding. Nowadays, having a few bicycles was common, but driving a car meant the family was quite well off. Gu Jingnan's friends were very supportive. To show support for their friend, they all came in cars. Today, Gu Zhengnan wore a suit and had his hair neatly styled, looking very handsome. When Gu Zhengnan stepped out of the wedding car, the workers at the factory were all excited. Previously, they thought Jiang Shudong was just dreaming, and people like Gu Zhengnan wouldn't look at her. But unexpectedly, all of this turned out to be true. The factory was known for its scandalous women, yet she was going to marry a top scientist who had returned from abroad? Does that make sense? A few female workers waiting to see a joke were instantly stunned, and the more they thought about it, the more upset they felt. What does Jiang Shudong have that's good? She only has a charming face and a slightly better figure. But she is considered a scandalous woman, not faithful to her marriage. No matter how beautiful she is, What's the use? Marrying her would only bring trouble. Gu Zhanan is really foolish. But no matter how jealous they were, they couldn't stop the wedding from happening. Yi Yi and Jiang Xiu also came over. Seeing the expensive wedding gifts and the high bride price, they were all stunned. In the end, Gu Zhanan carried the bride in a grand sedan to the state-run restaurant. The Gu family set up several tables, all decorated with the finest arrangements. After all, Gu Zhanan was the most successful child in the family, so the wedding couldn't be simple. However, there was a lot of gossip at the wedding. Gu Zhanan married a woman who was pregnant before marriage and had 3 children. This couldn't be kept secret. Everyone thought Gu Zhanan was crazy. Even Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu seemed to have lost their minds. How could parents agree to this? But after seeing Jiang Shutong, people seemed to understand a little. Today, Jiang Shutong wore a well-fitted red cheongsam. Her hair was styled high with a big red flower on top. It was a very common style, but on Jiang Shutong, she looked stunningly beautiful. Many men in the crowd couldn't take their eyes off her until their wives pinched their arms hard, bringing them back to reality. Li Wenxiu watched from the side, her eyes showing displeasure. It seemed her daughter-in-law was not a well-behaved woman. If it weren't for her 3 grandchildren, she wouldn't allow her son to marry someone like that. Although the Gu family agreed to the marriage, it didn't mean everyone liked Jiang Shutong. It was mostly for face. Today, Gu Zhanan's siblings also came. Gu Man looked at Jiang Shutong and rolled her eyes. Why does this woman look so flirtatious? She even said that her second brother did something to her. I think she probably seduced him. She's definitely not a well-behaved person. Gu Zhengbei pursed his lips without speaking, while Wang Na nearby nodded in agreement. At this time, Jiang Shutong hadn't even moved into the new house, yet she already hated her because she knew Jiang Shutong had taken 600 yuan as a bride price. When she first married in, she only received 200 yuan. Compared to Jiang Shutong, she was much better off since she was educated and had gone to school. But her in-laws didn't value her and instead favored this cunning woman. Jiang Shutong worked hard all day, and because she wore high heels, her feet were almost raw. As it was getting dark, the group that had been arguing about the wedding night finally left. Jiang Shutong sat on the bed, unable to help but secretly glance at Gu Zhengnan beside her. Normally, on the wedding night, shouldn't the couple do something special? Jiang Shutong licked her dry lips, feeling mixed emotions. Many people in this time got married after just a few meetings, and usually they would become intimate on the wedding night. This was almost the norm in this era. If Gu Zhengnan thought the same, would he try something with her later? Thinking of this, Jiang Shutong regretted it. If she had known, she would have preferred for the guests to leave later. But today, Gu Zhengnan had drunk quite a bit and was probably drunk. Maybe he would fall asleep early. Just as Jiang Shutong was about to speak to Gu Zhengnan, she suddenly saw him stand up abruptly, his face no longer showing signs of drunkenness, but clear and sharp. Jiang Shutong was stunned. Have you not drunk enough? Gu Zhengnan adjusted his collar. No, otherwise they wouldn't be drinking until midnight. Jiang Shutong had nothing to say. This man was really clever, pretending to be drunk to drink less. But she quickly realized, if Gu Zhengnan wasn't drunk, could he have other intentions later? Gu Zhengnan had no idea what Jiang Shutong was thinking. He took a change of clothes from the wardrobe. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Shutong stiffly nodded, and Gu Zhengnan simply left the room. A shower? Was he hinting at something? What would he do after? Jiang Shutong shook her head. No, this was definitely not okay. Gu Zhengnan looked down on her, but she also looked down on him. She had married into this situation out of necessity, mainly to raise the child, but deep inside, she still held on to her dreams. She is still young now. In the future, when she builds a successful career, she might meet a like-minded man. By then, she will have enough ability to leave her family, raise her 3 sons, and get married. Thinking of this, Jiang Shutong made up her mind. She decided to find a chance to talk clearly with Gu Zhengnan later. When Gu Zhengnan finished his shower and came out, he bumped into Li Wenxiu. Li Wenxiu saw her son and, acting nervously, pulled Gu Zhengnan into a corner. Zhengnan, the old master said that since you two are now married, you should work harder. Whether the Gu family will thrive depends on your wife. You should have a few more children. Gu Zhengnan looked strange and felt a bit speechless. He was an elder, so how could he say such things? But it was late at night, and Gu Zhengnan didn't want to say anything, so he just responded casually. When Gu Zhengnan entered the room, Zhang Shadong was rummaging through boxes. Gu Zhengnan was surprised and asked, "What are you looking for?" Zhang Shadong was startled and quickly explained, "I didn't bring pajamas. I just want to see if I have anything suitable to wear." Gu Zhengnan didn't reply. He walked over and took out a white shirt from the wardrobe. He was much taller than Zhang Shadong. Although it was just a top, when Zhang Shadong wore it, it would probably reach her thighs. "Wear this. Tomorrow, I'll ask my mom to buy you a few pajamas." Zhang Shadong took the shirt and hesitated before saying, "I'll go take a shower now. If you're tired, you can go to sleep first." After saying that, she left without looking back. Having money was really good. The Gu family could take showers anytime, but at the factory, she had to go to the bathhouse. Zhang Shadong enjoyed a warm shower and stayed in the bathroom for a while, reluctant to go back. Lying on a bed with a stranger, she felt no affection for was strange and uncomfortable. She hoped that when she returned, Gu Zhengnan would already be asleep. After hesitating for 10 more minutes, Zhang Shadong tiptoed back quietly. When she opened the door, her heart sank. The lights in the room were off, but the desk lamp was still on. Gu Zhengnan was reading a book under the lamp's glow. Zhang Shutong's face fell, and she walked to the bed as if facing death, then lay down beside Gu Zhengnan. The room was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and the atmosphere was painfully awkward. After waiting for a few minutes, Gu Zhengnan finally moved. He placed the book on the nearby cabinet. Then he turned over and leaned over Zhang Shadong. Zhang Shutong's heart beat faster. Seeing the dark shadow pressing down on her, she instinctively shouted, "No." Gu Zhengnan was startled and visibly trembled. A few seconds later, the desk lamp went out. Only then did Zhang Shadong realize that he was turning off the lamp and had no intention of doing anything else to her. Thinking she had overthought, her face turned red like a monkey's. Fortunately, the lamp was already off, and the room was dark, so Gu Zhengnan couldn't see her blush. After lying back down, Gu Zhengnan also realized that Zhang Shadong probably thought he was going to do something inappropriate. Gu Zhengnan said, "I." Zhang Shadong said, "Me." They almost spoke at the same time. "Go ahead," she urged quickly. Gu Zhengnan cleared his throat and then spoke slowly. "I have something important to talk to you about." Hearing this, Zhang Shadong became serious and sat up quickly. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Gu Zhengnan organized his thoughts and then began. "Although we are already married, we don't have a strong emotional connection. If it weren't for that accident the other night, we might never have met in this lifetime. Many couples now marry without love, but I believe marriage should happen naturally, with both people loving each other. So I decided that until we develop feelings for each other, I won't do anything intimate with you. I want to respect you." Zhang Shadong was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Zhengnan to say such words. Usually, men are quite flirtatious. She knew her face was very attractive and could cause trouble. Many men at the mechanical factory tried to take advantage of her in various ways. But with Gu Zhengnan, even though they are legally married, he wouldn't touch her casually. This made her see him in a new light. Zhang Shadong nodded in agreement. "I think what you said makes sense. Don't worry, I also won't do anything intimate with you. I know you married me out of necessity and don't like me.
I feel the same way.
In the future, we can sleep in the same bed, but no one touches the other. Our only goal is to raise the 3 children well. Do you agree?" In the darkness, Gu Zhengnan couldn't see Zhang Shutong's face clearly, but through the moonlight outside the window, he could faintly see her beautiful eyes. Zhang Shutong's words surprised him. In his mind, although Zhang Shadong staying with him was partly because of their 3 children, he also thought she was interested in his family background. He didn't expect to be so self-centered. After they discussed everything and reached an agreement, both of them relaxed and lay down to try to sleep. Even so, Jiang Shatong felt very uncomfortable because the bed wasn't very big, only about 1.5 meters wide. Gu Zhengnan was tall and big, so lying together felt a bit cramped. Plus, she didn't sleep peacefully, always worried about accidentally touching Gu Zhengnan. The most awkward part was that she was only wearing a white shirt and underwear. Gu Zhengnan also couldn't sleep, as it was his first time lying with a woman. He closed his eyes, but his mind was full of Jiang Shutong's alluring appearance in her shirt earlier. The shirt just covered her thighs. It was a proper piece of clothing, but on Jiang Shutong, it looked very tempting. He even remembered seeing water droplets on her long legs when she got into bed. Gu Zhengnan had forgotten the details of how they had been intimate before, but his mind kept imagining it. Jiang Shutong also couldn't sleep, but she didn't dare move and just stared silently at the ceiling. Meanwhile, in the next room, Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu were also awake, listening carefully for any sounds. The old master thought that these daughters-in-law weren't suitable, except Jiang Shatong, who was fertile and good for their family. So, they had high hopes for having more children. Why is there no sound from those two? Li Wenxiu listened for a long time but heard nothing, and was a bit puzzled. Gu Hongwei frowned. You're supposed to be an elder. Be a little more composed. How can you listen in like this? If it gets out, it wouldn't be proper. Li Wenxiu glared at her husband. You don't understand anything. If she can have a few more boys, your dad's little fortune might all be passed down to us, she then pouted. Anyway, I'm not very happy with this daughter-in-law. She's only worth this much. She has no education, her job is just average, she's only a factory worker, and her family isn't respectable. The only good thing about her is her looks. If she doesn't even want children, why should our son marry her? Gu Hongwei felt his wife's words were a bit harsh, but to be honest, marrying such a daughter-in-law had already made them the talk of the neighborhood. Still, since the marriage certificate was already issued, they were legally married. Whether they liked it or not didn't matter now, they couldn't just get divorced right after the wedding. There's no need to rush. Having children isn't something that happens just because you're anxious about it. The two of them kept talking, both showing some disdain toward Jiang Shatong. Meanwhile, Gu Zhengbei and his wife were also unable to sleep. Seeing how much the old man adored those 3 children, Gu Zhengbei felt uneasy. That's how people are, where the heart leans, the money follows. Although he and Gu Zhengnan were brothers, even brothers compared themselves. He didn't want to fall behind. As for Wang Na, she tossed and turned, thinking about the 600 yuan. Zhengbei, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. How come marrying someone like her gets 600 yuan, but I got so little? I think mom and dad should make it up to me. How can they give different amounts for their sons' weddings? Wang Na thought of Jiang Shutong's pretty face and her generous dowry, and the more she thought about it, the more upset she became. What can I do? It was mom and dad's decision. The money's in their hands, not ours. But don't worry, they only value her because of those 3 children. In this family, she'll never outrank you. Gu Zhengbei saw things clearly. Jiang Shatong would never have much standing in this household. Without her own family's support, with little ability, a bad reputation, and no real affection from Gu Zhengnan, she was unlikely to be protected. Wang Na thought about it and agreed. Although she was just an accountant, her parents had stable government jobs, so they were considered middle class. There was no way this newcomer could threaten her position. After talking for a long time, the two finally went to sleep. At the same time, Jiang Shatong and Gu Zhengnan had also fallen asleep. At first, they both felt a bit awkward, but after a long, tiring day and a little wine, they soon drifted off. In her sleep, Jiang Shatong turned over and unconsciously rested her arm across Gu Zhengnan's waist. Gu Zhengnan was a light sleeper and woke up almost instantly. He saw Jiang Shatong face to face with him, her arm around his waist, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Just as he reached out to move Jiang Shutong's arm back, she became more daring, placing one of her thighs on top of his, as if he were a human-shaped pillow. Jiang Shatong hummed comfortably and held him even tighter. Gu Zhengnan's face turned green. As a normal man, having such a beautiful face pressed close to his was hard not to react to. He clenched his teeth, moved Jiang Shutong's arm and leg away, and pressed himself against the wall, finally escaping her grasp. But the next morning, Gu Zhengnan woke up to find himself being held tightly. Jiang Shutong was like an octopus, squeezing him so he could hardly breathe. Worried she might sleep restlessly, Gu Zhengnan had already pressed himself close to the wall, but Jiang Shutong still didn't let go. She hugged him from behind. Just as Gu Zhengnan was thinking about getting up, Jiang Shutong also woke up. She had drunk a lot of water before sleeping last night and now felt a little urgent to go to the bathroom. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a man's back of the head. She was surprised at first, but quickly realized her situation. She almost forgot she was already a married woman. Her gaze moved downward, and she saw herself tightly holding Gu Zhengnan. Her shirt had been pulled up to her waist, revealing her underwear, and her face instantly turned red. She slowly withdrew her hands, tidied up her clothes, and quietly got out of bed. Gu Zhengnan saw this and could only pretend to be asleep, feeling too embarrassed to move. Jiang Shutong changed into her clothes and went straight to the bathroom. Gu Zhengnan hurriedly got up, opened his wardrobe, and took out some clothes to change into. Just as he was about to take off his pajamas and put them on, Jiang Shutong pushed the door open and entered. Gu Zhengnan was startled and trembled, causing his pants to fall to the ground. Jiang Shutong quickly closed her eyes. She thought she saw something she shouldn't have. "Oh, Mom called us downstairs for breakfast. Hurry up and get ready," she said. Gu Zhengnan picked up his pants from the floor and responded softly. Feeling awkward staying there, Jiang Shutong decided to go downstairs first. After going downstairs, I realized that the food was already prepared. That's how things are in the north. People like to eat tofu pudding and millet porridge in the morning, and just add some staple food. The Gu family is well off. In the morning, they not only have steamed buns but also fried dough sticks, which look very tempting. After Jiang Shutong sat down, the Gu family members stopped talking quietly, as if afraid she might overhear their conversation. Gu Man turned her head to the side and rolled her eyes at her third brother, clearly not liking Jiang Shutong either. Li Wenxiu, however, didn't want to exclude her daughter-in-law. She smiled and chatted with Jiang Shutong for a while. Soon, Gu Zhengnan also came down and sat next to Jiang Shutong. "Everyone is here, let's eat." Gu Hongwei spoke, and everyone started to pick up their chopsticks. This breakfast was made by mother-in-law Li Wenxiu. She doesn't have a very busy job and usually takes care of the family meals. Wang Na's cooking isn't very good, so she usually doesn't cook much. While everyone was quietly eating, Wang Na suddenly cleared her throat and then smiled at Jiang Shutong, saying, "Sister-in-law, our family's meals are usually made by Mom. But you're young and already a mother, raising 3 kids. Your cooking skills must be good. I think from now on, you should prepare the meals at home. Mom can rest a bit, and you can show your filial piety." Jiang Shutong didn't expect that just the day after her wedding, her sister-in-law would try to put her in an awkward position. With so many people in the Gu family, cooking isn't an easy task. It's exhausting. Why should she do it? But Wang Na's words sounded polite, and she couldn't just lose her temper on the spot, especially since she was pretending to be kind to her mother-in-law. "Big sister-in-law, I do want to show filial piety, but my cooking isn't very good. Although I have 3 children over the years, I've been so busy working to support them. I cook for the kids myself or just buy some steamed buns and porridge." After saying this, Jiang Shutong also turned the tables. "Big sister-in-law, how many years have you been married here? Haven't you helped your mother share some of the work?" Wang Na didn't expect Jiang Shutong to refuse her and even criticize her in this way. She felt a bit annoyed. "I've been married here for a few years, but my cooking is even worse. The food I make isn't liked by everyone." Jiang Shutong nodded seriously. "Actually, this is something you can learn. As long as you focus and practice seriously, you'll definitely get better." The underlying meaning is that Wang Na has been married for several years but hasn't helped with cooking. If her cooking skills are poor, she could learn. Is it really impossible for her to cook tasty meals forever? Basically, she still lacks that kind of filial heart. No one in the Gu family is foolish, so they quickly understood Jiang Shutong's hidden message.
Li Wenxiu sigue silenci.
It seemed that this daughter-in-law was not as simple as she appeared. She was not someone easy to deal with. This task is best suited for sister-in-law. You don't have children now, so it's easier for you. Unlike me, who is taking care of 3 kids alone, that's really exhausting. Jiang Shutong's words were quite sharp. Was she trying to poke at her? Wang Na had been unable to get pregnant all these years, which was her biggest worry. But because that fortune teller had said that when it reached the generation of great-grandchildren, the Gu family would gradually decline. Over the years, the children in the Gu family were few. Several of them, like her, also couldn't get pregnant. Having someone to talk to made her less anxious. But now, things were different. Jiang Shutong had already given birth to 3 children, which made her feel pressured. Now, Jiang Shutong was using this to suppress her, which made Wang Na very unhappy. Wang Na originally wanted to bully Jiang Shutong, but she was so rebuffed that she didn't know what to say. Soon, Wang Na thought of another plan. I also want to learn and be filial to my parents, but my job is busy, and I really can't find the time. I heard you're working in a factory, just a regular female worker. Your monthly salary isn't high, right? About 25 yuan? My salary is twice yours. If you can't do overtime, just earn less and help more at home. When she said this, Wang Na's eyes showed a bit of superiority. She thought she had won this round. Jiang Shutong clenched her chopsticks. Sister-in-law, it's precisely because I'm a worker that I need to work harder. Otherwise, how can I get promoted? Everyone should have dreams. Cooking isn't a big deal. I'll learn properly and cook for everyone if I can. Her tone was gentle and soft, seeming less imposing, but clearly more broad-minded than Wang Na. She spoke nicely, but whether she could learn was up to her own effort. Wang Na was unwilling, but it wasn't appropriate to lose her temper in front of so many people. For now, the 2 women paused their conflict and didn't say anything further. This morning, Li Wenxiu fried some fried eggs. When Wang Na wanted to eat, the eggs were already gone. Little sister-in-law, the eggs are finished. Can you help me fry 2 more? I am preparing for pregnancy, so I need good nutrition. Wang Na spoke casually, as if Jiang Shutong was her servant. Next to them, Gu Man bit her chopsticks and said, "Fry one for me too." Jiang Shutong's eyes darkened. She understood clearly. It's not just that her sister-in-law looked down on her. Everyone else had the same attitude. Gu Zhenan stood silently nearby. Jiang Shutong felt a bit disappointed. She's an adult. She's not naive. She knew she was being bullied. Could Gu Zhenan not see that? But he just watched Wang Na bully her, without saying a word. As Jiang Shutong was thinking about how to speak up, Gu Zhenan suddenly stood up. Want fried eggs? 3. Wang Na was surprised. Zhenan, are you going to the kitchen? Gu Zhenan nodded. Anyway, they are now married. If others want to pick on Jiang Shutong, he should protect her a little. Yes, I'll fry them for you. Jiang Shutong felt happy inside. She thought Gu Zhenan wasn't so heartless, knowing how to protect her. It wasn't a waste that she bore him 3 sons. Wang Na didn't expect Gu Zhenan to interfere.
For a moment, she didn't know what to say.
People used to say, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Men don't usually cook. Let Shutong do it. It's not a big deal. Wang Na thought that by saying this, Gu Zhenan would sit down and not interfere. But Gu Zhenan, hearing her words, frowned directly. Cooking is for everyone. There's no rule that only women should do it. Shutong just got married. She's our new daughter-in-law. Why should she start working in the kitchen on her first day? Hearing this, Jiang Shutong was moved. At that time, many men held strong male chauvinist views, thinking household chores and cooking were women's work, and they only needed to earn money. Gu Zhenan's awareness was quite rare. Sure enough, Wang Na was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. She could only keep quiet. Gu Zhenan went to the kitchen and fried 3 eggs, then brought them out. Gu Man took one and tasted it, then spat it out. Second brother, did you forget to add salt? Why did you put so much salt? Can we even eat this? Gu Zhengnan didn't even lift his eyelids. If it's not tasty, fry it yourself. You have hands, after all. Gu Man blushed with anger. Second brother, am I really your biological sister? Gu Zhengnan was usually quite sharp-tongued and didn't spoil his younger siblings. Wang Na, standing nearby, looked pale and flushed, feeling that her brother-in-law's words were deliberately meant to embarrass her. On the surface, he was scolding Gu Man, but in fact, he was criticizing her. Jiang Shutong felt secretly pleased and took a sip of millet porridge. In the first round of the sister-in-law showdown, Wang Na suffered a clear defeat. Li Wenxiu watched this silent battle from the side, silently sneering. This eldest daughter-in-law was usually quite troublesome, but she didn't expect her to be no match for Jiang Shutong. It seemed Jiang Shutong was a bit smarter. Isn't it said that women with big brains and big chests are rare? Why does she seem quite clever? After dinner, Gu Zhengnan went straight to work. Normally, newlyweds should get a few days off for their wedding, and it's common to go on a short trip nearby, visiting local attractions. But because the couple didn't have much affection, Gu Zhengnan didn't think much about it. He would give the bride price without missing a penny, as he promised. However, being a sweet, loving couple was impossible. So, Gu Zhengnan went to work the day after the wedding. Soon, the others also went to work. Wang Na deliberately walked behind, and when she saw no one was home, she started mocking. "Dear sister-in-law, it's only the second day after your wedding, and Jingnan didn't even take you out for a walk. When I married Jingbei, we went out to play for a week. Looks like your relationship isn't very good. You'd better work hard to win his heart." Wang Na's words were clearly meant to annoy Jiang Shutong. But Jiang Shutong didn't care at all. Men know that earning money is good. If they don't work hard, where will the money come from to support their wives and children? Besides, my bride price was only 600 yuan, which is quite expensive. He has to work hard. Jiang Shutong always focused on the main point. Hearing that her bride price was only 600 yuan, Wang Na's face fell completely. Jiang Shutong sneered inwardly, then went out to ride her bicycle, planning to pick up the 3 children from old Master Gu. She took a day off today and didn't need to go to work. Last night, the 3 children didn't sleep with her, and she still felt a bit upset about it. Yesterday, she didn't bring the children back home. Her in-laws probably thought that on their wedding night, they would do something special, so it wasn't convenient for the 3 kids to be there. Actually, she was just overthinking. To be honest, life has improved a lot since she got married. Jiang Shutong doesn't have a bicycle herself. Every time she goes out, she either walks or waits for the bus. The Gu family isn't rich enough for everyone to have a car, but they do have plenty of bicycles. When she arrived at her father-in-law's place, the 3 children were sitting together, eating. They looked well-behaved and cute. The oldest saw Jiang Shutong first and stood up excitedly. "Mom is here." The youngest, seeing Jiang Shutong, started to cry and even blew his nose, then ran over and hugged her leg. "Mom, how missed you." Jiang Shutong felt very sad. She bent down and wiped the child's nose. "You're already 5 years old, a little man, and shouldn't cry easily. Mom is here to pick you up, isn't she?" Her father-in-law and the others greeted her with smiles, but they weren't very happy inside. Last night, the 3 children slept with the elderly couple. They had to sneakily hold their hands in the middle of the night, which made him happy, but also a little worried. They say that grandparents are closer to their grandchildren, and indeed, the gap between generations makes them even more caring. They didn't want Jiang Shutong to take the children away. They wish the kids could stay with them in the future. After Jiang Shutong sat down and exchanged greetings with her father-in-law and the others, she planned to leave with the 3 children. Her father-in-law clenched his teeth and looked at his wife. "Why don't we move to the second son's house? That way, we can help take care of the children and Xiao Jiang can relax a bit." The elderly couple live in a separate yard, very comfortable. Their sons had once advised them to move in, but he refused, saying they felt most comfortable living alone. When they really couldn't manage anymore, they would move in with the children. Now, they were considering it for their 3 grandchildren. The grandmother smiled warmly. "All right, tell the driver, and we'll pack a few things and move directly to the second son's house." The Gu family lives in a 2-story small house with a yard. Not only 2 people could live there, but even 10 more. Jiang Shutong was very happy inside. She had been working and taking care of the children, feeling exhausted like a donkey in a work team. Now, the old man and the old lady are willing to help take care of the children, which will make things much easier for them in the future. Also, the 3 children are already 5 years old this year, and next year they can start school. It's good for them to learn knowledge early. So, Jiang Shudong took the elderly couple directly back home. When Li Wenxiu and the others returned at noon, they saw Grandpa Gu sitting in the living room playing with his great-grandchildren. "Wenxiu, you're back? By the way, I have something to tell you. From now on, your mom and I will live here. Sorry for the trouble." Li Wenxiu was very happy to hear this. It wasn't trouble, it was great news. With so many sons, which one wouldn't want their parents to live with them? Grandpa Gu is a rich and powerful man, like a living treasure. Living in someone's house means more resources, which she was very happy about. "Dad, you're saying that, but if you and Mom come to live here, we'll be very happy. Just come and settle in." Li Wenxiu was so excited that she went to the kitchen to cook a few more dishes. Soon Gu Hongwei and the others also returned. When they heard that Grandpa Gu and the old lady were moving in, they were secretly pleased. Sure enough, at dinner, Grandpa Gu took out a large leather bag. "Second daughter-in-law, since your mom and I are living here, we don't want you to suffer. This is our living expenses. In the future, you should cook good meals so that our beloved great-grandchildren can eat well." Li Wenxiu looked at the thick stack of money and smiled happily. Although their family is well off, who doesn't want more money? "Dad, you don't have to. There's no reason to take your money. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll prepare it. No need for money." Grandpa Gu waved his hand. "Just take it. Don't make me say it twice." Grandpa Gu was very commanding. After he finished speaking, Li Wenxiu didn't dare to say anything and obediently took the money. Wang Na stretched her neck to peek. Wow, there must be at least 1,000 yuan inside. No wonder everyone says Grandpa Gu is a living treasure. It's really true. The 3 children were a bit shy, as there were so many strangers. But Jiang Shudong had taught the children well. They were very polite and chewed their food slowly. Wang Na kept glancing at the 3 children, feeling a bit resentful inside. She thought that these 3 kids didn't look much like Gu Jingnan. Maybe they were illegitimate children. There are so many people in the Gu family, yet they are so confused. Can't they see through such a simple trick? She is just fooling herself. In fact, the 3 children really do look a lot like Gu Jingnan. Seeing everyone gathered around the 3 children, Wang Na couldn't even finish her meal. After eating, when she went back to rest, she couldn't help but complain again. "When will I be able to get pregnant? We both checked our health, and everything is fine. Why can't I get pregnant?" Gu Jingbei was also very anxious. He didn't expect the elders to move in. If things continue like this, how many benefits will Gu Jingnan get? Who knows? Maybe it's your fault. Look at the second daughter-in-law, and look at you. Whether it's a boy or girl, you should at least have one first. If you still can't get pregnant, I might just find a new wife, Gu Jingbei said coldly, not joking. Wang Na felt wronged and couldn't help but complain. Pregnancy is a 2-person thing. Why do you keep blaming me? Maybe it's your problem. Gu Jingbei glared at her. Stop talking nonsense. Are there really men with problems? If you can't have children, it's your issue. Wang Na saw she couldn't argue with him and stopped talking about it. Oh, Jingbei, I always feel these 3 children aren't Gu Jingnan's. How could it be so coincidental? You know Jiang Shudong looks like a fox spirit. She's sharp-tongued and clever. Could she have set this up? Honestly, the family is really something. They say it's their children, but they don't even check. They just go ahead and get married like that. If these 3 kids aren't your brothers, it would be a big joke. Gu Jingbei listened to his wife and couldn't help but think deeply. He hoped more than Wang Na that this was all false. If it were true, Gu Jingnan wouldn't have broken the family curse, and he wouldn't be favored by the elders. You can't say that without proof. You need evidence to convince them. Wang Na remembered his words and thought she must investigate carefully later. If she found any clues of foul play, she would need to push. The Gu family would kick Jiang Shudong and those 3 illegitimate children out. Jiang Shudong didn't know about their little schemes. At this moment, she was playing with the 3 children inside the house. Mom, I feel like I'm dreaming. Yesterday, we ate a lot of meat at Grandpa Ty's place. Pork knuckles and ribs. It was so delicious. The three little kids have been eating well these days. They don't have many worries. As long as they can eat enough, they're happy. Jiang Shutong felt a wave of sadness in her heart and gently patted their heads. Don't worry, from now on, you'll have meat to eat every day. You won't have to suffer with me. The oldest child propped his chin on his arm and looked at Jiang Shutong. Mom, are you happy? Is Dad good to you? I heard Grandpa Tai say that after you got married, we can't sleep with you anymore. Is that true? After the oldest spoke, the second and third children couldn't sit still. They couldn't bear to be apart from Jiang Shutong. Sleeping with others at night made them want to cry. It's okay. You can sleep with Mom in the future. But this bed is too small. We'll add another bed later. Hearing this, the children finally relaxed. Soon, they were all rolling around on the bed. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Gu Zhanan had returned. Jiang Shutong was lying on the bed, letting the three kids ride on her like horses. Because her clothes had a low neckline, her chest was fully visible. Gu Zhanan saw this scene as soon as he entered. Jiang Shutong felt a bit embarrassed. This posture was quite inappropriate. The three children saw Gu Zhanan come in and didn't dare to laugh. They quickly climbed down from Jiang Shutong and looked at him shyly. Gu Zhanan pursed his lips and sat on the edge of the bed. He was a bit worried about how to get along with the three kids. They had no emotional foundation with him, and after what happened last time, they held some resentment in their hearts. Plus, he's a straightforward man who doesn't understand how to make kids happy. Jiang Shutong sensed the strange atmosphere and couldn't help but smile to smooth things over. Oldest, second, third, from now on, Uncle Gu is your dad. Call him Dad. It wasn't Jiang Shutong forcing the kids to accept this father figure, but because Gu Zhanan was a good person. As long as he was around, the children would have a good life. Sometimes you have to bow your head. Can integrity really smell like meat? Sure enough, when the children heard Jiang Shutong say this, they wrinkled their little noses but reluctantly called out, Dad. Gu Zhanan's heart was filled with emotion, but his face remained calm. Okay, be good. He awkwardly said these words and then took out 3 small items from his pocket, placing them on the bed. This is a gift from Dad. Do you like it? The youngest, seeing the green metal frog, happily ran over. The frog has a wind-up mechanism. If you turn it, it can jump and run quite far. They had wanted to play with this before, but because their family was poor, they had to hold back, even if they liked it, and never asked their mother for it. The eldest looked at Gu Zhengnan, but didn't reach for the toys. He is quite cautious and still wary of Gu Zhengnan. These small gifts can't buy his trust. However, the second and third children were already playing on the ground. Gu Zhengnan and Jiang Shutong exchanged awkward glances, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just as Jiang Shutong was thinking about how to speak, Gu Zhengnan suddenly stood up and took out a small booklet from the wardrobe. This is for you. Jiang Shutong looked and realized it was a passbook. Is this a passbook? Gu Zhengnan nodded. Yes. Jiang Shutong opened it and saw more than 5,000 yuan inside. She couldn't help but stare in surprise. In the past, 5,000 yuan was just a small amount to her. She wouldn't even bother to look at it. But now, after 7 years, 5,000 yuan is a very large sum. She pointed at herself in disbelief. Are you saying this 5,000 yuan is for me to keep? Gu Zhengnan nodded again. Yes. Jiang Shutong suddenly felt the money was a bit heavy in her hands. They had little emotional connection, and the day after their wedding, he gave her 5,000 yuan. She felt a little uneasy about this trust. Since coming here, she had been working at a factory for a long time and often overheard some female workers chatting. They all said their husbands were very cautious and wouldn't let them keep the money. They believed society was run by men. Not only that, but they also wanted to keep their wages in their own hands. At that time, she felt quite speechless. It seemed that no matter the era, good men were rare. But she never expected Gu Zhengnan to ask her to manage the household funds. No need, I can't take this. You keep it. Jiang Shutong clenched her teeth and still handed the passbook back. Even if she took the money, she wouldn't feel at ease. Gu Zhengnan was a bit surprised. In his impression, Zhang Shudong was quite fond of money. Now that he had given her the savings, she actually refused. "Why don't you take it? This money is too much. You worked hard to earn it, so it's safest for you to keep it." Gu Jingnan didn't speak for a long time, feeling a bit surprised inside. Today, he asked some married colleagues at work, and they all said their wives managed the money. "Here, you take it. I'm usually busy with work and don't have much time to care for the children. You keep the money. If you need anything, just spend it. I'm a man and I don't know what you all lack." Gu Zhengnan spoke softly, not just pretending. At this, Zhang Shudong was truly stunned. Does this man really want her to manage the money? The three children beside them also stopped playing, staring intently at Gu Jingnan. Although they are young, they are not stupid. They know what a passbook is. They heard from kids in the factory dormitory that their family has a passbook with a lot of money, which can be withdrawn when needed. But they've never seen a passbook before. Their mother gives part of her salary to others each month, and the rest isn't enough for their meals. So now, they all looked curiously at the small book. The eldest saw that their mother wasn't speaking, so he went over and directly put the passbook into Jiang Shutong's arms. "Mom, since Dad said so, you should keep it." He also made a desperate gesture with his eyes at Jiang Shutong. She found it funny but clenched her teeth and accepted it. "Let's agree on this first. I will keep the passbook, but I won't spend the money recklessly. If I use any, I will record it in a notebook and show it to you later." Gu Zhengnan waved his hand. "Don't doubt people without reason. Since I trust you to keep it, just spend it as you see fit. No need to remember every detail." After saying this, Gu Zhengnan looked down at his youngest son at his feet, smiled, and bent down to pick him up. These three children have different personalities. Gu Zhengnan thinks the easiest to get close to is the youngest. The eldest is cautious and smart, always wary. The second is mischievous and loves to cause trouble, a bit hyperactive. The youngest is the nicest, soft and gentle like a little girl, speaking in a slow, dazed way. Holding the youngest in his arms, Gu Jingnan took a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped his nose. Recently, the youngest has had a cold, constantly running a clear nose. The eldest and second children watched this scene with strange expressions. They felt a bit envious but also a little uncomfortable. Now that they finally have a father, it's naturally something to be proud of. However, this father seems so difficult to approach, and he once said things to their mother that they haven't forgotten. But seeing how kind he is to the youngest now, they really want their father to hug them too. The little boy with round eyes looked steadily at Gu Jingnan, then suddenly lowered his head and blushed. Zhang Shudong was in a good mood today. Seeing this, she couldn't help but smile and say, "Xiao Hao is shy." The youngest didn't say a word and stayed still in Gu Jingnan's arms. Gu Zhengnan looked at the swirl of hair on his head, feeling a strange emotion inside. After all, he is their own child. How could he not cherish him? He held him for a while longer before putting the little boy down. "Zichen, do you want a hug?" Gu Zhengnan asked bravely. He had heard from colleagues that a father should be fair to all children, especially in how he teaches them. He must not show favoritism. Kids can hold grudges easily. But after Gu Zhengnan said this, the older brothers didn't give him any face. The eldest crossed his arms and snorted, "I'm not a kid anymore. I don't want you to hug me." The second also mimicked him, making a funny face at Gu Jingnan. "I just want my mom to hug me, I don't want you." Gu Jingnan awkwardly rubbed his nose. It seems it's not easy to make the three children drop their guard around him. He needs to take it slow. Jiang Shudong saw this and didn't say anything to scold him. She thought to herself that Gu Jingnan's own fault. When she took the three kids to find him, he spoke so unpleasantly. Next, Jiang Shudong talked about buying a bed. "The three kids used to sleep with me. Now that they are separated, they might not be used to it. Our bed is too small. I want to add another bed so that all five of us can sleep together without feeling crowded." Gu Jingnan almost immediately said, "Don't worry about that. I'll take care of it this afternoon. Since they don't do anything intimate at night, sleeping with the kids isn't awkward." But what Gu Zhengnan didn't expect was that after telling his father about this, Gu Hongwei refused. "No way. You said the kids are already 5 years old. How can they live with their parents?" Now they must be taught to be independent. Besides, why did your grandfather and the others move here? It's because of these 3 great-grandchildren. Sleeping together with you, how sad that must be for the old man. After Gu Hongwei finished speaking, Li Wenxiu couldn't help but join in. You two are still young. Hurry up and have 2 or 3 more children. Having a daughter is even better. It makes the family complete. Xu Tang is healthy and easy to get pregnant, so you can't be careless. You need to take this seriously. Gu Zhengnan felt embarrassed to tell his parents that they didn't seem like a normal couple. If he said anything, it might cause a big fuss. So, Gu Zhengnan had to go back and briefly tell Zhang Shadong. Zhang Shadong was also confused. After discussing, they decided that to keep the family happy, the children should sleep with the old man for now. The 3 little kids thought the world was ending. They cried and made a fuss. But they were also sensible. Zhang Shadong explained patiently, and the 3 of them finally agreed. Great-grandpa loves you so much. He buys you delicious food and fun toys. If you take his things and don't sleep with him, it hurts his feelings. Mom doesn't allow you to do that. The children thought about it and realized it made sense. They reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Jiang Siyu, feeling very upset, went straight to Jiang Dehai's house. When Jiang Dehai saw his niece arrive, his face, which was usually wrinkled with age, looked even more strained with a smile. Siyu, why are you free to come today?
Come in, sit down.
After sitting, Jiang Siyu looked at her uncle's face and felt very annoyed. Second uncle, you're really good at hiding things. You know such a good man and don't introduce him to me, but instead introduce him to my cousin. I used to believe what you said, but it turns out you only care about your own children. Jiang Dehai was confused and asked, Siyu, what do you mean?
I don't understand.
I haven't introduced anyone to Shuang. Jiang Siyu stomped her foot in anger.
I'm not talking about Shuang.
I mean Jiang Shadong. Hearing this, Jiang Dehai's face immediately changed. Why bring up that ungrateful girl? She's so unlucky. She's married now, and I don't even know where she found that poor guy. I didn't go to her wedding. Who could be a good person? Someone with good conditions wouldn't be interested in her poor shoes. Don't mock second uncle anymore. Jiang Siyu was about to get angry. No wonder her father always said her younger brother was useless and a fool. Now it seemed true. Second uncle, Jiang Shutong's partner, is quite wealthy. She just returned from studying abroad, works at the research institute, and is a leader. Her parents are also important officials. Isn't this the person you introduced? It's not that Jiang Siyu looks down on Jiang Shadong, but her bad reputation makes it impossible to meet someone like Gu Zhenan. So she thought that Jiang Dehai was lucky to connect with the Gu family, and by chance, the 2 of them got together.
Where would I introduce someone like that?
If I want to meet someone with such good conditions, I would introduce her to you first, not that poor girl. After saying this, Jiang Dehai was also anxious. He called Wu Xiuling out immediately. Wu Xiuling came out of the kitchen, still unsteady on her feet, and was slapped. You didn't tell me about this? Are you afraid? Are you worried I might take advantage of that little girl? She found a rich man, and now her mouth is like sewn shut. How did I end up marrying such a mute? Wu Xiuling felt very wronged. She had told him she wouldn't go, and now she was complaining. You said you cut ties with Shadong, right? I was just thinking about what kind of partner she would find, and you didn't care, so I didn't tell you. Wu Xiyun, standing nearby, quickly came over to stir trouble. Sister, how can you say that? Brother-in-law just talks about it. He's her own child. Can he really not care? And you too. Such a big matter. You didn't mention it. That's too much. If brother-in-law knew how well Shutong married, he would have gone there on the wedding day. This really hit Jiang Dehai's sore spot. He glared at Wu Xiuling with a frown. Jiang Siyu watched silently from the side. She thought Wu Xiuling was a useless, cowardly woman. Her sister was already riding on her head, and she didn't dare say a word. Now that the scandal was out, people said Wu Xiuling and Wu Xiuyun shared one man. Jiang Dehai was so happy. Xiuyun is right. I think you've been out of work for so long, and your mind is rusted. The other person is so rich. Marrying our daughter. At least give some bride price. You don't even know how much the bride price should be? Isn't this just sending your daughter away for nothing? Jang Dahai felt angrier the more he thought about it, as if a large sum of money was slipping away from him. Wu Xiling knew the bride price was 600 yuan, and Jiang Shudong had accepted it. However, she secretly gave her an extra 100 yuan. At first, she didn't want to take it, but her daughter insisted. She felt sorry that her daughter was suffering at home and told her to buy some things to make up for it. Later, she also accepted the money, but after taking it back, she hid it away. She didn't spend a single cent and was reluctant to touch it. She thought Jiang Dahai wouldn't bother Jiang Shudong anymore, especially since Jiang Shudong had been through so much over the years and her father hadn't helped at all. Now, how could he still think about her bride price? Shudong has been raising the family all these years and owes a lot of debt outside. She needs to use the bride price to pay off her debts. Hearing this, Jiang Dahai became even more excited. What do you mean? Are you saying the bride price wasn't enough? How much was it exactly? Seeing Jiang Dahai's ugly face, Wu Xiling clenched her teeth but still said it was 600 yuan, but that money was all paid back to her colleagues. Over the years, Shudong owed a lot in food and meat tickets. Getting 600 yuan is already good enough to pay off some debts. When he heard there was 600 yuan, Jiang Dahai couldn't sit still. With that money, he could even help his family get a good match. At first, he only thought Jiang Shudong was shameful, believing she probably wouldn't get married in her life, so he didn't care about the bride price. But who would have thought Jiang Shudong was so capable, getting pregnant before marriage with 3 children and still marrying well? We raised her all these years for nothing. Why shouldn't her parents get a single penny of the bride price? No, I have to go there. No matter what, I need to get some money. Jiang Siyu, standing nearby, was secretly happy and started stirring trouble. Exactly. The kindness of parents can never be repaid in this life. They gave so much bride price, but she doesn't give a single cent to her family. She has no conscience. Uncle, you should go and ask for it. Even if others talk about it, they can't blame you. Jiang Dahai also thought so. He put on his clothes and was about to leave. Wu Xiling panicked and hurriedly grabbed him. Dahai, don't go. Shudong just got married. Her in-laws already looked down on her. If you go there on the second day of her wedding and cause trouble, how can she live? You may not love your daughter, but you can't hurt her. Please, I beg you. Jiang Dahai snorted coldly and kicked Wu Xiling. Get lost, you. Hurry up and get far away. You're the troublemaker of this family. You should focus on your good work instead of wasting time with that useless girl. Now that I finally have some money, you won't let me have it. What's wrong with you? Are you just going to keep pushing everyone away? Wu Xiyin felt satisfied inside, but still ran over to help Wu Xiling up. Big sister, just say a few less words. Do you think brother-in-law doesn't understand? Besides, if you take the money back, you'll just spend it anyway. Wu Xiling, being a woman, couldn't stop Jiang Dahai. So, Jiang Dahai and Jiang Siyu left together. Jiang Siyu, enjoying the lively scene, followed Jiang Dahai to the Gu family's house. It was already afternoon. The Gu family had returned home. Li Wenxiu was cooking in the kitchen, and the elders were in the living room folding paper airplanes with the children. As for Gu Man and the others, they were sitting in front of the TV watching a show. The Gu family had a TV, but it was black and white. There weren't many programs, and they kept showing the same few. Jiang Shudong felt restless and went to the kitchen to help wash vegetables. Wang Na saw this and couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking silently that Jiang Shudong was really a sycophant. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Gu Zhengbei, closest to the door, stood up to open it. When he looked outside, he saw 2 strangers standing there. Who are you looking for? Jiang Dahai looked at the 2-story house in front of him and couldn't help but fidget nervously, with a flattering smile on his face. Comrade, I am Jiang Shutong's father. I came to see her. When Gu Zhengbei heard that the man was Jiang Shutong's father, he immediately had some thoughts. He had heard that Jiang Shudong had already cut ties with her family. Now her father was here, so he must be here to cause trouble. If Gu Zhendong came out, he might just chase them away. But Gu Zhengbei, hoping for Gu Zhengnan and the others to have trouble, didn't chase them away. Instead, he greeted them with a smile and brought Jiang Dahai inside. Gu Hongwei saw his son bring two strangers in and was curious. Zhengbei, who are they? Oh, this must be the future in-laws, right? Hello. I am Jiang Dahai, Shutong's father. Jiang Dahai spoke as he walked over to shake hands with Gu Hongwei. Gu Hongwei, being a senior leader, looked at Jiang Dahai with some disdain. However, for Jiang Shutong's sake, I still reluctantly shook hands. Next to her, Jiang Xiu also sat down nearby. Jiang Shutong heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. When she saw Jiang Dahai, her pupils suddenly contracted. Why is he here? Jiang Dahai saw Jiang Shutong and immediately glared. You unfilial girl. You didn't tell me when you got married. How do you think your in-laws feel? Is our family so rude? You made me miss the wedding day. Come over here. Before Jiang Dahai could realize his situation, he thought about how the Gu family wouldn't tolerate him causing trouble. The pressure from the Gu family was too much for him. He couldn't offend anyone, so he used Jiang Shutong to show his strength. Jiang Shutong looked at Jiang Xiu, clearly understanding in her mind that her cousin had probably encouraged Jiang Dahai to cause trouble. His goal was definitely to ask for money. When Jiang Dahai caused a scene, the Gu family members couldn't ignore it anymore, and all looked over. Jiang Shutong kept her expression calm. Don't you know? I already told you at home. You said I must have married a poor person and couldn't bring shame to the family. I didn't come on the wedding day. Did you forget what you said? Jiang Dahai didn't expect Jiang Shutong to embarrass him like this. His face turned pale and red, feeling a bit ashamed. Nonsense. If you had told the truth from the start, would I not come? Besides, marriage is a big event. I raised you all these years, and it's not easy. You didn't even ask your parents for the bride price. You're so unfilial. Everyone present now understood that this was about money. Wang Na and Gu Zhengbei exchanged smiles and started to enjoy watching the show. Jiang Shutong had little status in the Gu family. If it weren't for her 3 children, she would never have entered the Gu family. Now she still had a father, but he came to this kind of place to make a scene. In the future, Gu Hongwei and the others would probably look down on her even more. Aren't we already cut ties? Why do you still want bride price? Over the years, I've raised 3 children alone, and I haven't received a single penny from you. What right do you have to ask me for bride price? Jiang Shutong knew Jiang Dahai wanted to build a relationship with the Gu family, but she absolutely wouldn't allow this. People like Jiang Dahai were never satisfied. If the Gu family helped him once, it would bring endless trouble. After speaking, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but look at Gu Hongwei beside her. Dad, I already told you about my family. I have cut ties with my father. In the future, don't let him come to our house. Just treat him as a stranger. Gu Hongwei was still thinking when Gu Manman sneered and spoke. You're grown up now, and this is the first time you've refused to recognize your father. Sister-in-law, you're worried that others might gossip about you. Wang Na quickly joined in. That's right. Filial piety is the most important, and it's hard to repay the kindness of raising someone. Sister-in-law, don't let your family down. Just as Jiang Shutong wanted to argue, old Master Gu spoke. Shutong has said so you should leave now. He is now my granddaughter-in-law. If you try to show off your authority as an elder in the Gu family, it won't work. Who is old Master Gu? He used to fight against enemies with swords, risking his life in dangerous battles. He's seen many big scenes, yet he was still intimidated by Jiang Dahai's words. Thinking about how difficult Jiang Shutong's life has been these years, raising 3 children alone, with Jiang Dahai ignoring her, he felt unhappy. Does she really think she can be a family member of the Gu family with such a man? If Jiang Shutong truly respected her father, the family would warmly welcome her for the sake of the children. But since Jiang Shutong doesn't even take him seriously, there's no need for the Gu family to care about him. Old Master Gu made his stance clear, and the others naturally didn't dare to speak out of turn. Jiang Dahai didn't expect the Gu family to be so dismissive. He was a little angry and embarrassed. You can't say it like that. I haven't taken care of her all these years, but that's because she got pregnant before marriage and behaved badly. Still, I raised her, so I have a debt of kindness. You married my daughter without giving a penny. That's unfair, isn't it? Jiang Dahai looked at Jiang Shudong again. You took 600 yuan in bride price. I know, but I don't want all of it. You should give me at least 400. Your brother is not young anymore, and he should find a wife. You know our family situation. As the older sister, you should help out. Jiang Shutong frowned. She was shocked. This was outright extortion. No money, but a life. Don't even think about giving me 400. If you do, you're not worth it. Jiang Shutong's words made Jiang Dahai furious. He stood up, ready to scold her. The 3 little kids nearby quickly stepped in to protect their mother. Bad person, get out of her house. Don't even think about hitting mom. The 3 children didn't have a good impression of their grandfather. Since they were born, they had never even shared a piece of his candy. The youngest, little third, was timid. He hugged Jiang Shudong and couldn't help but cry out of fear. Old Master Gu saw this and became angry. He shouted to the guard outside, "Throw this person out." The guard obeyed the old master's order without hesitation, and soon Jiang Dahai was escorted out. Jiang Xiu didn't expect Jiang Dahai to be so useless. She didn't get a single penny and was simply driven away. It was so embarrassing. Seeing the imposing presence of the Gu family members, she was afraid she would get into trouble, so she quickly ran away with her tail between her legs. In an instant, the living room became quiet. Wang Na felt a bit disappointed. She wondered why the old master was meddling in this matter. If he hadn't, they could have watched the scene a little longer. However, Jiang Dahai could be useful in the future. If he kept causing trouble at the Gu family and doing embarrassing things, her in-laws would surely have opinions about Jiang Shudong. Then Jiang Shudong wouldn't be able to stay in the Gu family. Sure enough, after a while, Li Wenxiu spoke. Shudong, now that you've married into our Gu family, you are one of us. You should handle your family matters quickly. If this gets out, it will affect our Gu family's reputation.
Do you understand? What could Jiang Shudong say?
She could only nod. Wang Na was still stirring trouble, suggesting that if things didn't go well, they could give some bride price money to Jiang Dahai. Although he hadn't contributed much, he was still her biological father. Could they really just ignore him? Unexpectedly, the old Master Gu scolded her. You're just a young person. Stay out of this. What does it matter if he's your biological father? He doesn't support the child and keeps taking from us. Can such a man really be a father? Wang Na didn't dare to speak anymore. Jiang Shudong felt very grateful. She thought the old master was really a good person, at least honest and upright. When it was time to eat, everyone's conversation naturally turned back to Jiang Shudong. Li Wenxiu was the first to speak. She was unhappy with Jiang Shutong's current job. After all, she was their daughter-in-law. Yet, she was working as a female worker in a factory workshop. Even if it was a stable job, it was embarrassing to others. Basically, she was doing hard labor. She doesn't have much education and she wants a good job, but she doesn't have the means. Shudong, your current job isn't very respectable. Have you thought about changing positions? Your family might help, but I heard you only finished middle school. Even if we help you transfer, you might not be able to handle it. When Jiang Shudong heard this, she thought there was hope. She had long wanted to leave the factory floor, where she worked hard every day and earned little money, almost like a servant. Actually, she had wanted to switch to another role, like working in the administrative department, which would be better, writing reports, handling tasks, having some free time, and opportunities for promotion with decent pay. She had recommended herself before, but because of her poor reputation, the leaders didn't take her seriously and didn't give her a chance. Now that her mother-in-law spoke up, she decided to try her luck and move upward. Mom, even though I only finished middle school, I've been studying on my own. Over the years, I've even learned English. I've always wanted to work in the company's administrative department, but because I was pregnant before marriage, I never got the chance. If possible, could the family help me talk to the managers and transfer me to the admin department? Wang Na chuckled softly when she heard this. Little sister-in-law, stop joking. You say you learned English on your own? I heard that foreign languages are hard. How could you possibly learn it? I tried for a while and couldn't get it. Besides, asking mom to help you get a back doorway isn't good. What if you get transferred and can't do anything? What will others say about our family? Our parents value their reputation most. We should prioritize the family's interests. Zhang Shudong was fed up with Wang Na. Was she a senior? She kept interrupting, showing no manners at all. This had happened several times today, and she finally couldn't take it anymore. She retorted directly, "Sister-in-law, isn't this something you should worry about? Our parents have their own ideas. I was just discussing it. You don't understand my situation, so why do you think I can't learn on my own? Is it that you can't learn, and everyone else can't either?" No one expected Zhang Shudong to be so brave, daring to openly challenge her sister-in-law. Everyone saw her as the lowest in the Gu family and thought she should be careful and try to please everyone. Old Master Gu stroked his beard and looked at Zhang Shudong with admiration. We don't understand these things either, but Zheng Nan definitely does. He has been abroad for so many years. Maybe you could say a few words to him? At this moment, Gu Zhengnan was also a bit surprised. He had secretly inquired about Zhang Shudong. She only finished middle school and has no formal education. For the past few years, she has been working as a laborer doing rough work. Besides being pretty, she has almost no other qualities. She actually taught herself English? That's not something ordinary people can do. Gu Man sneered nearby, really pretending, huh? Think you fooled us? You can speak, so say something. Everyone was waiting for Zhang Shudong to speak, but they all thought she was bragging. If learning this was so easy, wouldn't everyone be educated? Although the college entrance exam was cancelled in recent years, the Gu family had their own connections. Rumor has it that the exam might be restored this year, but the news hasn't been announced yet. If Zhang Shudong is so good at learning, could she take the exam when the time comes? Gu Zhengnan also thought Zhang Shudong was just being stubborn and wanted to cover for her. Let's eat first. You can tell me when we go back tonight. But Wang Na wouldn't give up. Come on, sister-in-law, say something. Everyone's waiting. Zhang Shudong sneered and suddenly spoke in fluent English. Gu Zhengnan's eyes widened in surprise. He realized that Zhang Shudong not only could speak English but also spoke very well. They took turns speaking, but others couldn't understand. Gu Man and Gu Jingdong had learned some English, so they could understand simple words. Wang Na hadn't formally studied English and was whispering to herself. She's just babbling, probably pretending. Gu Man looked unhappy. She didn't expect this woman to actually speak English. Soon, Gu Zhengnan looked at Zhang Shudong with a smile. I didn't expect you to learn so well on your own. How did you learn? Zhang Shudong thought for a moment and started making things up. I listen to the radio sometimes, look up words in the dictionary. I learn whatever I can. Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu also couldn't believe it. They couldn't help but ask their son, Zhengnan, is what she said true? Gu Zhengnan nodded. Yes, she speaks very well, and her level is high. Not worse than mine. This was a bit exaggerated, and everyone didn't believe it. They thought Gu Zhengnan was just favoring his wife. But after thinking about it, she realized it wasn't necessary. The two of them didn't have much feelings for each other, and Gu Zhengnan didn't seem to like Zhang Shudong either. Why would he help her lie? Zhang Shudong sat up straight and looked at Wang Na across from her. Older sister-in-law, do you believe me now? Wang Na looked a bit uncomfortable. She remembered how she had tried to learn for a while out of curiosity, but now she had forgotten even the basics. She felt a little embarrassed. Doesn't this mean her learning ability isn't as good as Zhang Shutong's? Gu Zhengbei also glared at Wang Na angrily, feeling ashamed for her. He thought his second brother's wife would be rough and uneducated, but it turned out she was quite cultured. Old Master Gu laughed loudly. Little Jiang works hard. It's not easy to raise 3 kids alone these years, and she still finds time to study. That's impressive. Hongwei, go to the machinery factory tomorrow and talk to the leaders there. Ask them to take care of us. It's not really about giving special treatment. Jiang really has the ability and helping her is the right thing to do. Gu Hongwei nodded seriously. Dad, you're right. I'll go there tomorrow. Zhang Shutong felt happy inside. Why does everyone want to be part of the upper class? The answer is right here. Power and influence are good. Things that are hard to handle usually become easy once someone makes a call. This is the power of connections. The next day, Jiang Shutong went to work. Sure enough, after finishing her morning shift in the workshop, she was called to the office in the afternoon. Xiao Jiang, you've done well in the workshop these years. After discussing among a few leaders, we plan to transfer you to the administration department. But it's not that easy to move there. You need to pass a departmental exam. Do you have confidence? Even if the machinery factory wanted to help Jiang Shutong get the transfer, they would need a reason. They couldn't just move her from the workshop to the administration department without explanation. Jiang Shutong also had to show some ability. After all, the Gu family had come to ask for her, so they had to give face. But if Jiang Shutong couldn't pass the exam, she would just remain a worker. Jiang Shutong looked serious and spoke loudly. Director, I am confident. The leader saw her determination and didn't say anything. He simply stood up and took Jiang Shutong to the administration department. Along the way, they met many people. When others saw Jiang Shutong walking with the leader, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Given Jiang Shutong's reputation at the machinery factory, the leaders avoid her, fearing it might harm their reputation. Soon, under the director's guidance, Jiang Shutong arrived at the administrative department. Xiao Lu, isn't there a recruitment exam this afternoon? Add one more person. Xiao Lu is the administrative manager of the government office, responsible for recruitment. Hearing this, he looked at Jiang Shutong in surprise. After all, everyone at the factory knows Jiang Shutong. She is quite famous, though for a bad reputation. Manager Lu looked uncomfortable. Director, our department mainly recruits intellectuals. Comrade Jiang might not be suitable. This is a rare opportunity, and the spot should go to someone who needs it more. Jiang Shutong remained calm. No matter what Lu said, it wouldn't stop her from taking the exam. The company still valued its reputation. Sure enough, the director immediately responded. Comrade Jiang has been self-educating all these years, and is also an intellectual. We should give some chances to the workers from the lower levels. It's settled. Let Jiang take the exam. Now, please briefly explain the exam content to everyone. Seeing this, Manager Lu had no choice but to agree with a nod. Today, many people came to apply, 12 in total, but only 2 would be hired. Usually, their main tasks are delivering information, organizing files, and supporting logistics. After the director finished arranging everything, he left. Jiang Shutong was left standing with a few applicants, looking at each other awkwardly. Some of them looked familiar. They probably were also selected by the factory. The rest likely had good connections and came to apply, which was obvious. Relationships mattered a lot. Having connections and influence made things easier. But for those taking the exam, they still had to be strong and capable, since the exam papers were there, making the process fair and just. Meanwhile, outside, the news had caused a stir because everyone knew Jiang Shutong was reporting to the administrative department to take the exam. The most upset was Aunt Wang. She still believed Jiang Shutong was trying to her husband because recently Zhou Fuchuan had become colder toward her. She thought Jiang was the reason. But now Jiang was married, and her own husband was acting the same way. Aunt Wang couldn't accept it. Hearing Wang Yinhua speak like that, everyone mostly agreed. Exactly. A broken shoe can still be a clerk? Why? Is there no justice anymore? So what? The man she married is capable now, and the boss can't do anything about it. They have to give her some respect. But don't worry, can everyone just get a job easily? Everyone knows she only finished middle school, so she can't compare to others. She'll probably get rejected again, and her whole life will be spent as a worker. Everyone took turns criticizing, speaking badly about Jiang Shutong. No one looked up to her. Next to them, Zhang Xiaomai looked a bit upset. After all, she was just a worker in the workshop. Why was she always hoping others would fail? Jiang Shutong was able to marry Gu Zhenan, and she was quite happy about it. She knew Jiang Shutong had a hard time these years, and now she didn't have to worry about her 3 children's food and clothes. You can't say it like that. Shutong works hard and studies on her own. Besides, if she really didn't meet the standards, they wouldn't keep her. It's not about favoritism. When Zhang Xiaomai said this, everyone frowned and looked at her. She's married now, and you're still fawning over her? Does Jiang Shatong even pay attention to you? Wang Yinhua spoke very harshly, making Zhang Xiaomai blush with embarrassment. Zhang Xiaomai's mother-in-law pushed in and kicked her. Why do you always defend that broken shoe? Stop talking nonsense. Stay away from her in the future. I think you'll learn bad habits sooner or later. Zhang Xiaomai had no choice but to stay silent. After everyone dispersed, they went back to work. As for Jiang Shatong and the others, they were now listening carefully to Manager Lu's explanation. The exam wasn't just written, there was also in part to test their on-the-spot skills. Jiang Shatong listened and thought it wasn't difficult. She hadn't been hired before because she didn't have the chance. No one let her come. Now that she had the opportunity, as long as she performed well, she would definitely get the job. She couldn't be so capable and still be suppressed, right? After all, it was the boss hiring people, and she wouldn't use shady tricks. Manager Lu finished speaking and told everyone to prepare on their own. The exam would be held later. When Manager Lu left, some familiar people whispered to each other. As they talked, their eyes unconsciously lingered on Jiang Shatong. There was a girl who was very proud. Her parents were middle managers at a machinery factory. Before coming here, she was very confident. She also knew Jiang Shatong. When she thought about Jiang Shatong participating in the exam with them, she felt uncomfortable. Anyone can come to the administrative department? This is really eye-opening. Some people are so shameless. Coming to take this exam just makes them look bad. A few people secretly glanced at Jiang Shatong and then whispered and laughed, but their laughter carried a hidden malice. Jiang Shatong looked at this girl. If she remembered correctly, her name was Zhao Shumin. She was usually very arrogant and liked to think of herself as cultured. She didn't say anything, not because she couldn't afford to offend them, but because she looked down on them. Soon, she would be able to prove herself with her skills and show these self-important people what she was capable of. After a while, Manager Lu came in and took them to the exam location. Once inside, they were handed the test papers directly. Jiang Shatong looked at the paper. It seemed quite formal. It mainly had some questions about how to solve problems in certain situations and experience in data management. Jiang Shatong answered very well. She even made a table with a ruler for data management. In her previous life, she was very skilled with computer software. This kind of table could save time and make things clearer for the leaders. After submitting the test, everyone finished work for the day. When they heard about the recruitment exam in the administrative department, they all went to watch. Most of them just wanted to see if Jiang Shatong had a chance or not. After the written test, it was time for an interview. Manager Lu and a supervisor interviewed everyone. Zhao Shumin was the first to go in. When she came out, her face was full of confidence, as if she already had the job. Jiang Shatong was the last to be called, which might have been on purpose. When Jiang Shatong went in, she was not nervous. She first introduced herself to the leaders, then the main event began. She introduced herself again in English. Manager Lu and Supervisor Xia looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Jiang Shatong to speak English. Since it was a big factory, the leaders were always learning and improving, so they knew a little about English. But Jiang Shatong spoke too quickly and fluently. Some of them didn't understand her. Supervisor Xia looked at the test paper in his hand and then at Jiang Shatong with a different look. Comrade Xiao Jiang, how come you speak English? Jiang Shatong smiled and said, Leader, besides work and taking care of my child, I also listen to the radio and study dictionaries in my free time. I learned all by myself. Manager Lu no longer looked down on Jiang Shatong. Although she had recommended herself many times before, the factory had rejected her for various reasons. Most people thought she was just bragging. Besides her good looks and occasionally trying to flirt with some leaders, she had no other skills. So, when Manager Lu saw Jiang Shatong, his first reaction was to reject her. But now, Jiang Shatong proved everyone wrong with her skills. Next, the leader asked a few more questions, and Jiang Shatong answered perfectly. Finally, she was asked to quickly prepare a speech. Jiang Shatong understood that in a public organization, you have to be good at making things up, praising the leaders, the progress, and the factory. So she spoke confidently, with words flowing smoothly. Director Xia and Manager Liu exchanged looks, then allowed Jiang Shutong to leave. After she left, Wang Yinhua burst out laughing. Look at her. She probably doesn't know anything. She's just here to make a fool of herself. Exactly. She thinks the leaders are easy to impress. Just a little dance, and she thinks she can work in the administration department? She should see her own limits. Zhao Shumin and others heard the criticism of Jiang Shadong and couldn't help but smile. Not to mention working with someone like her, even sharing a factory with her made them feel uncomfortable. It's dirty, way too dirty. Jiang Shadong sneered inwardly. Let them laugh now, but soon they won't be able to. She was confident in herself. Meanwhile, in the office, Manager Liu and Director Xia couldn't help but praise Jiang Shadong. Who would have thought? Jiang's reputation was bad before, but her workability is real. No wonder she kept recommending herself. She's a good employee. Director Xia looked at Jiang Shutong's test paper and was very satisfied. Manager Liu also had nothing to say. Jiang Shutong performed perfectly, with no mistakes. But there were still some issues elsewhere. She did very well, but her reputation in the factory is too bad. If our department hires her, I think there will be many problems, Director Xia frowned. Before coming, he already knew that the Gu family had given notice, so he was somewhat curious about Jiang Shutong. He thought that if she lacked ability, refusing her wouldn't offend anyone. But if she had the ability, he would naturally want to keep her position. Now that Jiang Shutong is performing so well, he definitely wants to keep her and also hopes to build a good relationship. Little Liu, your thinking isn't right. Jiang Shutong is already married, so there's no need to spread rumors. Yes, she was pregnant before marriage, but that was in the past. Everyone should look forward and not judge others unfairly. It seems your mindset still needs to improve. As leaders, we must be fair and just when hiring. Don't you agree? Manager Liu immediately broke out in a cold sweat after hearing Director Xia. Director Xia, you're right. I was short-sighted. For this exam, whether written or, Jiang Shutong was the top scorer and Zhao Shumin was second. Should we hire these two? Yes, it's getting late. Go out and announce the results. Tomorrow, they can come to start work. After speaking, they left the office together. Outside, they saw a large crowd gathered. When Zhao Shumin and others saw the leaders come out, they quickly stood up, looking at Director Xia with anticipation. Since Director Xia is of a higher rank than Manager Liu, he held the exam papers, cleared his throat, and said, "The results of the exam are in. The people hired are Jiang Shutong and Zhao Shumin." As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in surprise. Aunt Wang was stunned at first, then looked shocked and couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Why was Jiang Shutong hired? Zhao Shumin, standing nearby, also couldn't smile. She wondered why Jiang Shutong was now her colleague.
Why?
Among the 12 people who came, none of them were weak. Why could someone like Jiang Shutong, who was considered a troublemaker, beat the others? Just as she was about to speak up in doubt, Wang Yinhua stepped forward. Leader, how could Jiang Shutong score so well? Are you sure there's no mistake? The others also looked displeased and started arguing. Exactly, they shouldn't be giving her special treatment. If they do, where's the fairness? It must be because the man Jiang Shutong married is powerful, and he managed to get her into the administrative department. When Director Xia heard everyone's comments, his face immediately darkened. Are you questioning my and Manager Liu's professionalism? Our department's hiring process is fair and just. There is no favoritism or corruption. Since Comrade Jiang Shutong was hired, it means she performed the best in the exam. Out of 12 people, she ranked first in both the written and tests, an undisputed first place. Do you have any objections? Zhao Shumin was surprised to see Jiang Shutong was the top scorer. She couldn't believe it. How could she be inferior to that person? Director, how could she possibly be first? Manager Liu also looked upset. These people really had guts to question them here. If they couldn't handle this properly, their reputation in the department would suffer. So, they decided to show everyone the exam papers. Surely someone here understands. Take a look. Whose paper do you think is the best? Everyone started passing around the papers. Many in the factory could read and write, and it was clear Jiang Shutong's answers were better. Plus, her handwriting was the neatest and cleanest. When Zhao Shumin saw Jiang Shutong's paper, her face turned pale, and she shut her mouth immediately. She wasn't stupid. She could tell who did the best. Next, Director Xia asked Jiang Shutong to speak a short English speech in front of everyone. Jiang Shutong understood that she had to show her real ability now, or these people might gossip behind her back later. When she spoke fluent English, everyone fell silent. Zhao Shumin's face lost all color. What could she compare to Jiang Shutong? No wonder she was first. This woman was truly talented. Wang Yinhua, standing nearby, also fell silent. She couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. Was Jiang Shutong just a pretty face? How could she know so much? Seeing that everyone had no objections, Director Xia's expression softened. Our HR department always hires fairly and justly. I remember those who questioned our abilities earlier. These people won't be transferred to our department in the future. If they lack basic trust and leadership, they are clearly not qualified subordinates. After saying this, Director Xia adjusted his glasses and walked away confidently. Wang Yinhua shrank her neck, feeling very regretful. She wished she hadn't spoken carelessly earlier. Next to her, Zhao Shumin looked unhappy too. She had just questioned whether she might be treated unfairly by her boss after starting work. Only Zhang Xiaomai was truly happy for Jiang Shutong. When she saw the boss leave, she rushed out from the crowd, hugged Jiang Shutong, and shouted congratulations. Shutong, you're amazing. From now on, you'll be working in the office. This is the administrative department. Most people can't get in. Zhang Xiaomai gave Jiang Shutong a thumbs up. Jiang Shutong felt warm inside. Zhang Xiaomai was the only friend she had made at the factory over the years.
Thank you, Xiaomai.
By the way, after I finish my important work, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Bring your daughter along. Zhang Xiaomai hesitated a bit. Today you made such a big splash. Shouldn't I treat you instead? How can I let you pay? Jiang Shutong winked at her. Don't worry, I have money now. What kind of work do you need to do? Jiang Shutong pursed her lips. I want to pay back all the ration coupons and meat tickets I owe people over the years. I couldn't do it before, but now I have money. I can't owe anyone anymore. Zhang Xiaomai was happy for her. Over the years, Jiang Shutong's reputation at the factory had suffered because she sometimes borrowed ration tickets and meat coupons. Over time, rumors spread, and her reputation worsened. She knew deep down that Jiang Shutong hadn't sold herself, but even if she told others, no one would believe it. That's good. Now that you're married to a good man, you don't have to worry. Pay back these people, and you can live honestly. Jiang Shutong nodded seriously. You don't need to worry about me. Go back first. When I finish this, I'll come see you. Zhang Xiaomai happily went home, while Jiang Shutong took her small notebook, planning to visit each household one by one. First, she paid back the kind aunties, then she went to settle with the single men. She knew well that some of these men had lent her tickets out of sympathy, wanting to help her. Others had bad intentions, trying to take advantage of her. As the saying goes, trouble often comes to widows, and though she wasn't a widow, her unmarried pregnancy made her vulnerable too. So, it wasn't surprising that some of these men had such thoughts. Everyone saw Jiang Shutong's family paying back money one after another and started talking. Who says they are just scamming for food? They're paying it back now. Maybe they didn't have money before. Jiang is a good person, and she hasn't done anything terrible, that's true. At least she borrowed and plans to return it. Some people borrow and never pay back, then blame others. Hearing the gossip, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but smile. As long as she paid back the money, she could hold her head high again. But she didn't expect that paying back with food coupons could lead to danger. Today, Zhao Weiguo was acting strangely. Before it got dark, he was very drunk. When he saw Jiang Shutong coming to pay back the money, he didn't say a word. He suddenly pulled her into the house and shut the door. What money?
I don't care about that.
Jiang Shutong, I've liked you for many years. I've been chasing after you like a dog. You said you had no money or food coupons. I try to help you get them. How can you just get married? What do you think of me? I don't want your money. I want you. After saying this, Zhao Weiguo grabbed Jiang Shutong's collar and tried to kiss her. Jiang Shutong didn't expect Zhao Weiguo to be drunk for her, nor did she expect him to do this in the daytime. She panicked and instinctively kicked him. Although Zhao Weiguo was drunk, he was very quick. He dodged her kick.
Good.
Now you have a man, and you attack me like this? Jiang Shutong, you're so ungrateful. I've liked you for 5 years. Don't you know that? Don't marry someone else. Marry me, okay? He reached out and tore open the top button of Jiang Shutong's clothes. Jiang Shutong was already crying out in distress. Who could have expected this? But she wouldn't just sit and wait. She fiercely kicked him in the foot. Taking advantage of his pain, she ran to the door. Zhao Weiguo's eyes were red. Ignoring his pain, he ran after her to grab her. The door was already locked. He couldn't run out easily. Seeing she couldn't escape, Jiang Shutong looked around quickly and saw a fruit knife on the table. She grabbed it and held it in front of her for self-defense. I tell you, Zhao Weiguo, calm down a bit. I am now married to someone else and have repaid all the money and tickets you lent me. This is a factory, not a place where you can act recklessly. Jiang Shutong was trying to calm Zhao Weiguo and deal with him inside the room. Zhang Xiaomai waited for a while but didn't see Jiang Shutong come out, so she started to worry. She decided to go look for her. As she passed by Zhao Weiguo's door, she heard noises inside. She pressed her ear to the door and called out, Shutong, are you inside? Hearing Zhang Xiaomai's voice, Jiang Shutong was very happy. Xiaomai, it's me. Zhao Weiguo has gone crazy. Please go to the security office and call someone for me. Zhao Weiguo was almost like a madman now. Jiang Shutong had cut his arm, and he was injured and even more wild. Jiang Shutong couldn't find a chance to escape. Zhang Xiaomai panicked and hurried out to call for help. As she stepped out of the dormitory, she bumped into Gu Zhenan, who was standing nearby with Gu Man. Comrade Gu, please come with me quickly. Shutong is in danger. Gu Zhenan's expression darkened when he heard this. He quickly entered the dorm building and asked, what happened? Zhang Xiaomai briefly explained the situation. Soon, she arrived at Zhao Weiguo's dorm door. She knocked the door. Zhao Weiguo, open the door. Do you know what you're doing? By then, Zhao Weiguo's eyes were red. He was too angry to care about anything else. Gu Zhenan told Zhang Xiaomai to step aside and then kicked the door hard. There were visible cracks on the door. Gu Zhenan pressed his lips tightly and kicked again. The wooden door finally broke apart with a loud crash. Everyone rushed inside and saw Zhao Weiguo bleeding from his arm, holding a steel pipe. He had cornered Jiang Shutong in the room. Gu Zhenan's expression darkened instantly, almost furious. Zhao Weiguo still held the steel pipe and wanted to fight Gu Zhenan, but before he could move, Gu Zhenan kicked him into the wall. Gu Zhenan had trained abroad. Although he looked fit, he was full of muscle under his clothes. He had no trouble dealing with someone like Zhao Weiguo. That kick knocked Zhao Weiguo off balance, and he was unable to get up for a long time. The loud commotion quickly drew the attention of the residents in the building. A crowd gathered at the entrance, watching curiously. Although no one knew exactly what was happening, the scene gave them a pretty good guess. At this moment, Jiang Shutong had calmed her emotions. However, because of her good figure, even though only one button on her clothes had come undone, her exposed skin sparked wild imaginations among the onlookers. It turned out that Jiang Shutong had come to pay back some money, but Zhao Weiguo apparently wanted to do something inappropriate to her. Her clothes were torn at the collar, leading some to worry that something worse might have already happened. Many people were speculating harshly. Jiang Shutong was clearly frightened. She was a woman, and she knew she wouldn't be a match for a man. At first, she just wanted to run away. She didn't want others to find out about this incident, as it would be embarrassing and lead to gossip. She had just gotten married and didn't want to be talked about behind her back. But as things got worse, she couldn't care less. She shouted loudly for help inside the house, but since no one was home next door, no one could hear her. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaomai came down to find her, or the situation could have become even worse. By now, Zhao Weiguo was staggering to his feet, pointing at Gu Zhenan and laughing loudly. Are you Jiang Shutong's current boyfriend? Why do you think you can compete with me? I've liked her for 5 years. Every time she was in trouble, I helped her. Now she thinks paying me back clears her debt? That's impossible. Zhao Weiguo sneered as he spoke, eventually losing his temper and insulting her. Jiang Shadong is just a trash. You even married her. You're also cheap. I heard you studied abroad, and you ended up choosing such a wife? Your taste is really bad. His attitude was clear. He believed that if he couldn't have her, he would ruin her. He had liked Jiang Shadong for many years but had never even touched her hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Shadong and Gu Zhinan had only known each other for a few days before getting married. What does this mean? It shows that Zhao Weiguo's own abilities are lacking. He refuses to admit it and can only try to humiliate Jiang Shadong to regain some dignity. Gu Zhinan looked at Jiang Shadong, then strode forward and took off his jacket, draping it over her shoulders. Are you okay? Jiang Shadong nodded.
I'm fine.
Sorry for causing trouble. Gu Zhinan didn't say anything. He simply reached out and put his arm around her shoulders. Let's go home. He walked to the door, picked up the small notebook on the ground, and saw that Jiang Shadong had already paid back the previous people. Zhao Weiguo was the last one. Only his name was not crossed out. Gu Zhengnan looked at the amount on the paper, then took out 10 large bills from his wallet and threw them onto the table. Is 100 yuan enough? Zhao Weiguo's face turned pale. He looked at the money on the table and felt humiliated. Gu Zhengnan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he said firmly, You say you liked her for 5 years, but in these 5 years, she borrowed you less than 60 yuan. Is this your sincerity? That's too stingy. After saying this, Gu Zhengnan hesitated for a few seconds, then took Jiang Shutong's hand. Gu Manman looked complicated and followed her second brother out. Jiang Shadong originally wanted to invite Jiang Xiaomai to dinner, but after what happened today, she had no mood for it. At the entrance of the dormitory building, Jiang Shadong thanked Jiang Xiaomai before leaving the factory and getting into the car. After getting in, Gu Manman looked at Jiang Shadong, who seemed a bit embarrassed, with disdain in her eyes. Wouldn't you call out if someone harassed you? Your collar was torn and you're so stupid. You're an adult, aren't you?
No brands?
Earlier, there were others around, so Gu Manman held back. Now that she wasn't worried about being overheard, she said whatever she wanted. She had tolerated Jiang Shadong for a long time, and now she couldn't hold back. Jiang Shadong was scolded by her sister-in-law and didn't know how to reply. Today's incident was indeed foolish. She hadn't expected it, but ultimately, it was her own carelessness. If she had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. Gu Zhengnan heard his sister's words and couldn't help but scold sharply. Man, watch your words and actions. Shadong is your sister-in-law, and she deserves respect. Gu Manman turned her head toward the car window, muttering under her breath. Does she look like a sister-in-law? If you don't want me to say anything, then just protect her. Everyone remained silent on the way home. When they arrived, Gu Zhengnan took a nightgown from the wardrobe. Don't think too much. Take a shower and relax. Jiang Shadong nodded, but her gaze involuntarily drifted over. Thinking about Gu Zhengnan's actions today, she felt a sense of admiration. With just a kick, he could break down the wooden door and subdue Zhao Weiguo. This man was impressive. Even if he doesn't like me, he will instinctively protect me when something happens. This shows that he has a good character. Jiang Shadong feels grateful and reaches out to take the nightgown. Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, things would have been much worse. Sorry. I will be more careful in the future and won't embarrass you again. Gu Zhengnan doesn't say much, just nods slightly. When Jiang Shadong comes out after her shower, Gu Manman is already in the living room talking with the family. She says Jiang Shadong was almost harassed at the factory and was seen by the residents, which is very embarrassing. Jiang's parents look unhappy. Jiang Shutong's bad reputation had already happened before, and she explained it. Everyone just endured it. But now the wedding is over, the documents are signed, and if more scandal comes out, it will be very shameful. At this moment, they start to wonder if Jiang Shadong is not proper, which is why she attracted such a man. During dinner, everyone looks at Jiang Shadong with strange eyes. Since Jiang Shadong doesn't mention today's incident, Li Wenxiu can't help but ask. Shutong, what really happened today? I told you before that our family cares about reputation. We asked you to handle the past issues, and you agreed. How come such a thing happened today? It's really inappropriate. If others hear about it, it won't sound good. Jiang Shudong feels very upset inside. She doesn't want to be like this. Isn't it just unpredictable? Who could have expected Zhao Weigua to suddenly go crazy? And her sister-in-law is really interesting. She came back and immediately spread the news. How much does she dislike her? Mom, I understand. I will be more careful next time. Jiang Shutong doesn't want to explain too much. Even if she argues until her lips are worn out, no one will listen. It's just a waste of words. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Gu Zhongnan slowly puts down his chopsticks. Man, you've gone too far. You know what happened, yet you are maliciously twisting the story. Gu Zhongnan's face darkens, his expression serious, and his gaze is sharp as he looks at Gu Man. Gu Man is a little afraid of her second brother, but when she glances at Jiang Shudong beside her, she still stubbornly argues. What do you mean by twisting the story? Could it be that she was the one whose clothes were torn open? And so many people saw it. Who knows what really happened? To be honest, flies don't land on a spotless egg. If she had been careful, she wouldn't have been so insulted. Gu Man clearly implied that Jiang Shudong was assaulted because of her own actions. Jiang Shudong initially thought that staying silent would make this matter go away. But Gu Man kept talking more and more nonsense, which made her angry. After all, no one is made of clay. Yes, I am not careful. In the past 5 years, I have been supporting 3 children on a small salary. If I hadn't been brave enough to borrow food and tickets, my children would have starved to death. After saying this, Jiang Shutong didn't want her 3 sons to hear such dirty words. She stood up to take them back to their room. But the 3 little boys looked at Gu Man with angry eyes. Bad woman. Mom is good, and you are the bad one. You all bully her, the eldest boy said fiercely, then hugged Jiang Shutong tightly. Mom, don't be afraid. Chun is here. Gu Man was naturally furious when a child insulted her. Look at how this child was raised. No manners at all. At least call me little aunt. That's basic politeness. Jiang Shutong's expression froze. She didn't think it was wrong for the children to protect her. Her children are very polite. Throughout, the bias was all with Gu Man. Now, Gu Zhenan was completely angry. He was already upset today, because of what happened. He thought that if he hadn't gone to pick up Jiang Shutong after work, he wouldn't know what might have happened. But after returning home, Gu Man was still making a fuss. People should have a conscience. Jiang Shutong was almost insulted and humiliated today, and even in front of her children. As a family member, even if there was no basic respect, she shouldn't have spoken so harshly. Gu Zhenan slammed his hand on the table and stood up. You say the 3 children are not well behaved. As the elder, do you have any self-awareness? Deliberately misleading our parents and slandering your sister-in-law. Gu Man, you're the youngest in the family. You've been spoiled since childhood, but you shouldn't say such things. Li Wenxiu felt a bit embarrassed. She was good at speaking nicely, but she actually looked down on Jiang Shutong. Taking advantage of her daughter's words, she deliberately tried to criticize her, thinking it wasn't a big deal. But she didn't expect her son to react so strongly and to defend her so fiercely. Didn't her son dislike this woman? Why is he acting differently now? Old Master Gu, who was nearby, also gave Jiang Shutong a cold look. He said it was okay that Jiang Shutong was not perfect, but she shouldn't say that his beloved great-granddaughter lacked manners. He thought she was quite polite. How can you act as a little sister-in-law? This is your own nephew. How can you say your nephew has no manners? Enough, say a few less words and apologize to your second sister-in-law. Seeing everyone talking about her and feeling wronged like she had never been before, Jiang Shutong suddenly threw down her chopsticks, her eyes red. She glared at Jiang Shutong, stopped eating, and ran back to her room. Seeing her act like this, old Master Gu snorted coldly. Look at how you teach your daughter. You say others are not well-mannered, but she has manners? She's just a girl, but you spoil her too much. She's getting old enough to think about marriage, but with this temper, which man would dare to marry her? Li Wenxiu felt uncomfortable seeing her daughter being criticized.
Dad, don't say that.
Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Man is a kind girl, and she didn't mean to do anything wrong. Zhang Shutong lowered her eyelids, but inside, she was sneering. It seemed her mother-in-law was not easy to get along with. She looked cheerful, but in fact, she was a wolf in disguise. Everyone was talking about her, and she couldn't speak up now. She could only hold her child with a sad face and softly comfort her. Gu Zhengnan pursed his lips. Eat your meal. Li Wenxiu stood up, took an empty bowl from the kitchen, and helped Jiang Man serve some food, apparently wanting to send it back. But Gu Zhengnan directly stopped her. Mom, skipping a meal won't hurt. The more you spoil her, the more she'll become unruly in the future. Li Wenxiu held her bowl and chopsticks, unsure whether to go or stay. Zhang Shutong felt very pleased inside. Looking at Gu Zhengnan, her eyes warmed a little. Although she had expected her life to be difficult after getting married, she didn't think she would be openly bullied. What she didn't expect was that this man was more capable than she had imagined. By the way, I forgot to tell everyone. Today, I took the exam for the administrative department and passed with a top score. I can report to the administrative department tomorrow. Anyway, thank you all for helping me get this opportunity. In the future, my work will sound more respectable. After Jiang Shutong finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Li Wenxiu had said yesterday that although the leaders at the machinery factory agreed, it was very clear that Jiang Shutong wouldn't be hired if she wasn't capable herself. She even boldly predicted that if she didn't succeed, it would be a big joke, especially since she had already made some connections. But unexpectedly, Jiang Shutong did very well and became the top scorer. Gu Zhengnan was also quite surprised and looked at Jiang Shutong for a long time without speaking. Old Master Gu, standing nearby, stroked his beard and smiled. How many people took the test? The first place is great. I didn't expect it. Little Jiang, you really have talent. We've overlooked you all these years. Jiang Shutong modestly replied. There were 12 people in the exam today. I thought since my family helped me a lot, I definitely couldn't embarrass the Gu family. Luckily, the results turned out well. Jiang Shutong has now realized that the head of the Gu family is old Master Gu. She just needs to keep this old man happy. As for the mother-in-law, she probably can't be won over. As long as she clings to old Master Gu, her future days won't be too bad. Old Master Gu looked at Jiang Shutong with admiration. Good. Keep up the good work. You're still young, and it's the time to build a career. The chairman said that women can hold up half the sky. We shouldn't underestimate women now. Gu Hongwei also said a few polite words, but Wang Neri sat uncomfortably. All 12 people took the test for first place? Sister-in-law, are you joking with everyone? Jiang Shutong smiled brightly.
Of course not. Why?
Doesn't the eldest sister-in-law want me to be first? Wang Neri didn't expect Jiang Shutong to be so sharp-tongued and was momentarily stunned. You're saying that?
How could that be?
I'm just surprised. I'm happy for you. Jiang Shutong nodded. In the future, I think everyone will be surprised often. Seeing her confident look, everyone had different thoughts. Some who didn't like her thought she was showing off. Just a little achievement, and she already had her tail up. She thought she looked quite impressive and believed she might bring surprises to the family in the future. After finishing the serious talk, everyone started eating again. Listening to the laughter and chatter, Jiang Shutong felt truly annoyed. She didn't understand how these people could side with that troublemaker. Once they kept the 3 children, they could just leave the mother and children behind. Why bother with so much nonsense? Would they really let that stain stay in their family forever? After dinner, Jiang Shutong helped wash the dishes. She didn't like doing chores, but she knew she shouldn't be too unreasonable. It's not easy for Li Wenxiu to cook for the family, so washing dishes was her duty. But unexpectedly, while washing, Li Wenxiu kept criticizing her. Shutong, Man is younger than you. You're her sister-in-law, so you should be more tolerant. That way, the family will be happy and successful. This meant she was being stingy and aggressive. Although Jiang Shutong wanted to get along well with her in-laws, She didn't want to tolerate such remarks. Mom, as long as Man doesn't cause trouble in the future, I won't say anything. Li Wenxiu didn't expect Jiang Shutong to be so firm, and she got angry. This family isn't your decision maker. When your mother-in-law says something, you reply back. Is that how a daughter-in-law should behave? Seeing the confrontation, Jiang Shutong still kept a gentle smile. Mom, I'm just stating the facts. Afterward, Jiang Shutong wiped the dishes and didn't look at the angry Li Wenxiu. She went straight back to her room. When she returned, the 3 children were waiting inside. Seeing her, they gathered around with sad faces. Mom, if they bully you again, just take us away. We won't eat meat anymore. Even if we go hungry, it's okay. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong's nose prickled, and she almost cried again. Don't say silly things. No one can bully Mom. Mom is very strong. Gu Jingnan awkwardly stood nearby and quickly explained. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. The 3 children thought of Gu Jingnan, who had just helped their mother, and they didn't dislike him as much anymore. Soon, Grandpa came to pick them up. Though reluctant, the children still followed him. Jiang Shutong sat on the bed, looked at Gu Jingnan, and finally expressed her gratitude. Thank you for helping me today. Gu Jingnan remained calm and said, It's my duty to do this. You didn't get hurt today, right? Jiang Shutong's arm was hit by a steel pipe. If Gu Jingnan hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten. Now, hearing him say it, she felt a dull pain. She rolled up her sleeve and saw a large bruise on her arm. Gu Jingnan looked over and was surprised. Such a serious injury. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If he had known, he would have kicked the person more. Zhao Weiguo was really unreasonable, hitting a woman, and it seemed he deserved more than just a few punches. He needed to find a chance to teach him a lesson. At the time, Jiang Shutong was in a hurry and didn't think much about it. She said, It's nothing, it will heal in a few days. Over the years, Jiang Shutong had been both a father and a mother, working in the workshop. She looked delicate but had endured many hardships. This small injury was nothing. Gu Jingnan's heart trembled. His gaze on Jiang Shutong changed a little. He always thought Jiang Shutong was lazy and dishonest outside, but seeing her look delicate, he realized she was quite tough. Gu Jingnan didn't say anything. He stood up and took out a medical box from the cabinet. I'll apply some red flower oil and massage it. It will feel better. Before Jiang Shutong could react, Gu Jingnan poured the oil into his hand and gently rubbed it onto her arm. His big hand applied just the right pressure, massaging her softly. Although he didn't touch any sensitive spots, Jiang Shutong's heart inexplicably started beating faster. Her eyes couldn't help but keep looking at Gu Jingnan's hands. Yes, she was a hand enthusiast. Gu Jingnan's fingers were long and slender, with clear joints. Despite being a man, he had no calluses. His work was precise, so he needed to take care of his hands to avoid mistakes. Gu Jingnan thought it was normal, but seeing Jiang Shutong glance at him twice, his face turned red. Jiang Shutong worked in the workshop all year. She was naturally fair-skinned, and now her skin looked even whiter. Her arm was soft and tender. She was helping treat her wound, but now she felt strange, as if they were flirting. Gu Jingnan massaged a few more times, then hurriedly put the things away, almost dropping the medical box. Jiang Shutong's ears turned red, and her mind involuntarily recalled the scene of their close moment that night. Gu Jingnan was a bit of a rascal, but he had to admit, he was really good-looking. After a short while, both of them changed into pajamas and lay on the bed. Today, both made progress. They changed clothes inside the house. However, when the other person was changing, they turned away and didn't look. Once they were lying on the bed, Jiang Shutong suddenly spoke. By the way, I have to tell you something. It seems your mom doesn't like me very much, but I haven't done anything disrespectful to her. Jiang Shutong wasn't naive. She knew her in-laws and younger sister-in-law didn't like her. So, besides trying to win over Grandpa Gu, she also wanted to win her man's support. Gu Jingnan had a high family status. As long as he supported her, life wouldn't be too hard in the future. Now, Li Wenxiu had revealed her true colors. One day, they would have a big fight. She hoped Gu Jingnan would stand by her then. Gu Zhengnan was silent for a long time. He didn't think Jiang Shudong was lying. He knew his mother's personality well. Don't mind her. Just focus on your own things. I always do things based on facts, not people. If my mom is wrong, I will say so. With Gu Zhengnan's words, Jiang Shutong felt relieved. Otherwise, anyone might try to step on her. Could she still survive here? Even if she divorced and took the kids away, she needed to build her strength. For now, she still depended on the Gu family. After finishing their serious talk, they closed their eyes and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Li Wenxiu was whispering to her husband. This daughter-in-law is no good. You don't know, just now when I was washing dishes, I said a few words to her. She didn't show any respect at all. Old Gu, next time, let her son divorce her. Just keep the 3 grandchildren. With such a daughter-in-law, I feel ashamed. Gu Hongwei frowned slightly. Enough. They just got married. You want them to divorce already? That's not right. Li Wenxiu got more and more angry. In the big courtyard, people often compared each other. Her rival had recently been very proud, constantly talking about their new daughter-in-law. She couldn't argue back. Gu Hongwei didn't want to continue this topic and turned over directly. Children's happiness is their own business. As parents, we just need to take care of ourselves. Li Wenxiu was a bit angry and kicked Gu Hongwei directly. You're so great. I tell you something every day, but it's so hard to get through to you. Li Wenxiu muttered a few words and then lay down to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Shutong almost slapped herself. They had been sleeping far apart, but now they were hugging again. The most awkward thing was that Gu Zhengnan also woke up, and his narrow eyes were staring straight at her. Jiang Shutong forced a smile and finally moved her hand away. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was sleeping and moved around. Gu Zhengnan didn't say anything. He took a blanket from the side and covered himself. Jiang Shutong froze for a moment, then blushed deeply. She stumbled out of bed and almost fell. At breakfast, Li Wenxiu's attitude toward Jiang Shutong changed clearly. She deliberately ignored her and spoke coldly. As they talked, Gu Hongwei suddenly brought up an important topic. By the way, Zhengdong man, how is your review going? You must study hard at school. This is a rare opportunity. Many people still don't know about the return of the college entrance exam. If you get into university, it will be a proud moment for our Gu family. The Gu family had inside information. Gu Hongwei had already told the children to focus on studying. Now, they weren't allowed to do business, relying only on this to change their fate. Gu Man was half listening, poking at her fried egg in the bowl, not saying a word. Gu Zhengdong, on the other hand, nodded repeatedly. Dad, don't worry. I've been working hard and hope to get into university this year. Gu Hongwei nodded, glanced at Gu Man, and then couldn't help but shake his head. This daughter was probably hopeless. She wasn't smart enough to get into college. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but smile and looked at Gu Zhengdong. Zhengdong, can I borrow your textbook later? I want to look at it, or you can buy me a set. I'll pay you back. As soon as Jiang Shutong spoke, she immediately drew everyone's attention. Gu Zhengdong was a bit stunned, but quickly reacted. No problem, second sister-in-law. I'll buy a set for you. You don't need to pay me. We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. Gu Man put down her chopsticks and looked at Jiang Shutong with a look of disdain. What do you want the textbook for? Don't tell me you also want to take the college entrance exam. Jiang Shutong raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Anyway, taking it won't hurt. Maybe you'll get in. Before Gu Man could speak, Li Wenxiu interrupted. You can't aim too high. Now that you've finally joined the administration department, just work hard at the factory. Try to get promoted and earn more. Studying and working at the same time, plus taking care of the kids, might make it hard to do everything well. Gu Zhengnan knew Jiang Shutong was being targeted and couldn't help but speak up. Mom, you can't say that. Shutong taught herself English, which shows she has a strong learning ability. She might have a good chance in the college entrance exam. Hearing this, everyone remembered the matter. Old Master Gu nodded in agreement. It's good for the kids to want to learn something. Being diligent and eager to learn is what our Gu family is about. Zhengdong, buy a set of textbooks from high school first to high third year for your sister-in-law. Zheng Dong naturally nodded repeatedly. Since the old master had spoken, the others, even if unhappy, didn't say anything more. Gu Man no longer felt like eating. She kept poking at the fried egg with her chopsticks, as if holding a grudge. Jiang Shutong didn't pay attention to their expressions. After finishing her meal, she kissed each of the 3 little ones on the face. Listen to Grandpa and Grandma. Don't cause trouble. Mom will bring you some good food when she comes back. The 3 children immediately nodded and obediently saw Jiang Shutong to the door. Jiang Shutong rode her bike to the machinery factory and headed straight to the administration department. Today, she had already brought everything she needed for work: pens, notebooks, and a water bottle. She also packed some snacks because in a new department, everyone was unfamiliar, and she wanted to build good relationships with her colleagues so that working together would be easier in the future. Jiang Shutong was good at socializing and knew how to get along with others. In the past, she wanted to socialize but had no chance. Now, with the Gu family's support, people would give her some respect. She parked her bike aside, tidied up her appearance, and then prepared to enter the office. At the door, she met Zhao Shumin, who was wearing a dress and small leather shoes, with a proud look on her face. When Jiang Shutong saw her again, she backed away 2 steps in disgust, as if Jiang Shutong was some dirty thing. Jiang Shutong was too lazy to bother with her. With her personality, even if she got the job, she probably wouldn't be able to handle it. She always acted like she was in a high position, even before becoming a leader, putting on airs. Who would tolerate her? When she entered the office, Jiang Shutong greeted Manager Liu with a smile and then sat at her desk. Manager Liu saw that Jiang Shutong was modest and, remembering her impressive skills yesterday, didn't dislike her as much. Soon after, Zhao Shumin also came in, warmly greeted Manager Liu, and sat next to Jiang Shutong. Manager Liu looked at Zhang Li, an older employee. Zhang Li, help the new colleagues. Share some of your work with them. The experienced employee named Zhang Li nodded and then called Jiang Shutong and Zhao Shumin over. I will only teach this once. I hope you listen carefully. Jiang Shutong nodded. When she first started working, people said they would mentor her, but they didn't really want to teach. Although Zhang Li's words weren't very kind, she was willing to teach, which was honest enough. After explaining, Zhang Li handed some materials to the 2 of them. Finish organizing everything by lunchtime. Jiang Shutong nodded. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Sorry to trouble you. Manager Liu stayed in the office for a while and then left. Jiang Shutong took out her snacks from her bag and stood up to share them with everyone. From now on, we are colleagues. Since I'm new here, I might not understand many things. Please bear with me. It wasn't anything very expensive, just some white rabbit candies and rice snacks. The bride price, the debt repayment, and what's left weren't much, but since the salary was coming soon, she could hold on a little longer. As for the bank book Gu Zhengning gave her, she didn't want to touch it. Although people working in the office weren't poor, who wouldn't want free stuff? Plus, those white rabbit candies weren't cheap, and even they didn't buy them often. Everyone initially looked down on Jiang Shutong, but seeing how tactful she was, they didn't embarrass her openly. Little Jiang is so polite. It's only right for a department to take care of her, Zhang Li said with a smile. Zhao Shumin, standing nearby, saw this and felt furious inside. She didn't expect Jiang Shutong to be so clever and to know how to win people's hearts. What's more, Jiang Shutong sent messages to everyone except her. This was clearly a way to exclude her openly. Actually, Jiang Shutong didn't mean to exclude anyone. The main reason was that Zhao Shumin was too malicious toward her. She wasn't the type to enjoy being mistreated. When others insulted her, she still tried to please them, which was just foolish. For a moment, the office had a good atmosphere. Zhao Shumin spoke at an inappropriate time, so disgusting, so scheming. On her first day at work, she already knows how to flatter colleagues. No wonder she could raise 3 children before marriage. She's truly exceptional. But everyone else is the same, daring to want everything and not caring if it's dirty. Her words sounded sarcastic, almost mentioning Jiang Shutong by name. Jiang Shutong squinted and said, having a lot of tricks is better than being clueless. I haven't done anything dirty to you. So what are you afraid of? Zhao Shuman didn't expect Jiang Shetong to be so sharp-tongued and turned red with anger. Others also couldn't stand it anymore. They thought Jiang Shetong was fine, but now she was insulting them too. Why was this new colleague so arrogant? Jiang Shetong ignored Zhao Shuman and focused on her work. She had understood everything just now. It was all simple tasks and she finished them quickly. Zhao Shuman, standing nearby, didn't listen carefully and couldn't understand some parts. After thinking for a while, she reluctantly asked Zhongli again. Zhongli looked a bit unhappy. I already told you I would teach you once. Listen carefully. No second chances. After that, she explained the task to Zhao Shuman again. On her way back to her seat, Zhao Shuman was still muttering in her mind. She thought Jiang Shetong was pretending, but actually, she didn't know how. Before noon, Jiang Shetong handed her completed work to Zhongli. Zhongjie, please take a look. Is it okay? Zhongli was surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Shetong to finish so quickly. She looked over it briefly. Neatly written, detailed, with no mistakes. It's perfect. Very good. Xiao Jiang, you are very quick to understand. Zhao Shuman, standing nearby, couldn't believe it. She hadn't even finished half of her work, yet Jiang Shetong had finished and organized everything? How is that possible? Zhongjie, you can't just praise her because she benefits from it. How could she finish so fast? Zhongli was already annoyed, and hearing Zhao Shuman say this, her face darkened. You did a good job, originally. Bring what you have organized. Zhao Shuman was unhappy and took her organized work over. Zhongli didn't waste words and simply placed both sets side by side for comparison. Look at yourself. Is your work as good as hers? Zhao Shuman's face turned green when she saw this. Jiang Shetong's handwriting was very neat, almost like printed text. She even drew a table with a ruler and marked everything clearly. Looking at her own work, although her handwriting wasn't bad, it was far behind Jiang Shetong's. Jiang Shetong smiled and looked at Zhao Shuman, thinking she was just a beginner and still dared to break workplace rules. Sooner or later, she would have to pack up and leave. Just then, a colleague who had gone to the bathroom earlier came back and started gossiping. I just saw Zhang Xiaomai being hit again by her mother-in-law. She was pulled by her hair for several meters, with blood all over her face. At first, Jiang Shetong didn't react, but after realizing what was happening, she immediately stood up. Zhang Xiaomai? Yes, that's her. Her mother-in-law is really fierce. It seems her daughter is sick, and she stole money from her mother-in-law to see a doctor. Her mother-in-law didn't want her to go, so she started hitting her. Jiang Shetong's heart sank with worry. It was almost time to get off work, and she hadn't packed her things. She hurriedly ran outside. When she reached the dormitory building, she saw many people gathered, and inside, Zhang Xiaomai was crying painfully. Mom, please help Yaya. She has a high fever. If she doesn't see a doctor soon, her brain might get damaged. She's so young. She can't become a fool. After speaking, she was interrupted by her mother-in-law's loud voice. After all these years, all you've given me is a spoiled brat. You can't even have a son. And now you dare to spend money on a doctor? Who doesn't have a fever sometimes? Just drink some hot water, and it'll be fine. Do you think we're rich? You useless woman. My son works hard to earn money, and you just squander it. I spit on you. People around pointed and whispered, feeling sorry for Zhang Xiaomai, but her mother-in-law was known to be a fierce woman, so no one dared to offend her. Thinking of how kind Zhang Xiaomai had been to her over the years, Jiang Shetong's heart warmed. Without thinking, she rushed inside. Once inside, she saw Zhang Xiaomai with a head wound and blood all over her face, holding onto her mother-in-law's leg and begging. You shameless old witch, you don't even care about your own granddaughter. When a child has a fever, just giving some hot water is enough. Why do you need to take medicine when you're sick? No elder does things like that, and you're not afraid of losing your conscience. Jiang Shetong was quite bold, otherwise, she wouldn't have survived all these years raising 3 children peacefully. She crossed her arms and loudly scolded Grandma Zhang Xiaomai. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shetong came to stand up for her, and her heart warmed. Shutong, you should go now.
Don't worry about me.
Grandma Zhang Xiaomai, after being scolded, kicked Zhang Xiaomai aside and pointed at Jiang Shutong, shouting loudly, "You sly fox, this is none of your business. You just stand there and talk without caring. You think you're the one paying? Don't think Zhang Xiaomai is secretly giving you things, I know. You're also a heartless person. You old hag, I spit on you." Jiang Shutong spat back. "You wicked old woman. Be careful not to shorten your life with such cruelty." Then she looked at Zhang Xiaomai nearby and went over to help her up. "Xiaomai, I have some money. You carry Yaya down and we'll go to the health clinic." She used to want to help Zhang Xiaomai but couldn't afford it. Now that she had money, she couldn't just watch as Zhang Xiaomai's daughter got into trouble. Zhang Xiaomai's eyes brightened, but soon they dimmed again. "You just got married and are having a hard time at your in-laws. I can't take your money." Jiang Shutong was anxious and stomped her foot. "At a time like this, you're still saying that? Hurry up and bring Yaya down." Grandma Zhang Xiaomai, hearing Jiang Shutong, crossed her arms and scolded from the side. "I've made it clear if you're going to pay, don't expect us to cover the costs. Our family doesn't have money to treat this ungrateful kid." Jiang Shutong didn't bother to respond. She went upstairs with Zhang Xiaomai to bring Yaya down. What disappointed Zhang Xiaomai most was that her husband, Wang Dali, also disagreed and thought Zhang Xiaomai had embarrassed the Wang family today. "Every kid gets a fever. Give some cold medicine, keep them warm, and they'll be fine. Why make such a fuss? Mom is just trying to save us some money." Zhang Xiaomai glared sharply at her husband and went with Jiang Shutong to the health clinic. Although Jiang Shutong didn't have much money left, she could still pay for medicine, and it wasn't a serious illness. She went to the health clinic, and the doctor lifted Yaya's eyelids to check. He was surprised and quickly gave her a fever-reducing injection, then started in 4-drip. The child had a high fever. If not treated, she could develop brain swelling, which might lead to serious problems like mental impairment or paralysis. "Your actions are too careless. The child's fever is 39 degrees Celsius, and you only come now? As parents, you must be responsible. When this happens, you should bring her to the clinic immediately." Zhang Xiaomai listened to the doctor and didn't dare to argue. When she learned her daughter was out of danger and wouldn't have serious issues, she finally relaxed. While Yaya was getting the 4, Zhang Xiaomai almost kneeled to Jiang Shutong. If it weren't for Zhang's help, her daughter might have been in serious danger. Her husband and mother-in-law clearly didn't want this child and hoped for a boy. Now, they seemed to wish Yaya would just get better and be gone. But as a mother, she had carried her child for 10 months and couldn't bear to give her up. "Xiaomai, what are you doing? Am I not your friend? I helped you so much before. Now I have the means. Isn't it right to help you? Your child's health is the most important. Here, take this. Keep it for emergencies," Jiang Shutong said, pulling 2 more 20 yuan bills from her pocket and giving them to Xiaomai. Although 20 yuan wasn't much, it was enough for the 4 and medicine. With the low prices now, money was easier to manage. Xiaomai looked at the money, her eyes turning red again. But she didn't refuse because at this moment, she really needed the money. "Xiaomai, I need to go eat. I have to work this afternoon since it's my first day. I can't be late or leave early. I'll come see you after work. If you don't have enough money, I still have some. Don't worry." After giving her these words of comfort, Jiang Shutong left. On her way to the cafeteria, she ran into Zhao Shumin, who was sitting diagonally across from her. Zhao ordered 2 meat dishes and a vegetable dish, clearly willing to spend money, and her family seemed quite well off. Seeing Jiang Shutong, Zhao couldn't help but mock her again, saying she loved to show off and meddled in others' affairs. Jiang Shutong ignored her and went back to her office after finishing her meal. In the afternoon, Manager Liu came by. Zhang Li briefly reported the progress, and she couldn't help but praise Jiang Shutong in front of Manager Liu. Manager Liu wasn't surprised. Jiang Shutong had already shown her abilities yesterday. Zhao Shumin saw Zhang Li looking at Jiang Shutong, but not at her. Only one person was being praised, which clearly made her feel embarrassed. Her face darkened like a pot, and she also secretly resented Zhang Li and the others. At the same time, Gu Zhengnan was being bothered by Yi Yi at his workplace. Normally, since Gu Zhengnan was now married and had a marriage certificate, no one would come to bother him. But Yi Yi didn't like Jiang Shudong at all. Even though they were married, she still thought she had a chance. When Gu Zhengnan came out of the research room, he bumped into Yi Yi. She was holding a pot of iced tea and shyly approached him. "Big brother Gu, I made this iced tea myself. I brought it for you. Please try it and see how it tastes." Gu Zhengnan quickly remembered what Yi Yi had done before and frowned. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not thirsty." After saying that, he left without looking back. The others saw this, and their curiosity was piqued. Gu Zhengnan was very popular at their research institute. Many female colleagues secretly liked him, especially since he had studied abroad for a few years, which added to his charm. He had a good family background, strong abilities, and an attractive appearance. Which woman wouldn't be interested? But now everyone knew he was married. Even if they felt attracted, they had to keep their distance. Yi Yi, however, didn't realize this. She was refused openly by Gu Zhengnan, but still didn't give up. She watched his back and couldn't help but stomp her foot. Thinking of what her relatives had said, she felt hopeful again. In the afternoon, Jiang Shudong kept busy. After finishing her work, she started studying other things. Living means always learning and improving. Only then can you avoid being left behind by society. As for Zhao Shumin, she was overly confident when she first arrived. But her work skills were far behind Jiang Shutong's. Plus, she had a bad temper. Most colleagues in the office didn't like her. Instead, they got along well with Jiang Shudong. After work, Jiang Shudong didn't rush home. She went straight to the health clinic. Today, Zhang Xiaomai took a day off to take care of her child. When Jiang Shudong arrived, Yaya was already awake. Her little face was a bit red, and when she saw Jiang Shudong, she smiled and called her Annie. The doctor said there was nothing serious. Just bring her back tomorrow for N4, and they could go home. Xiaomai felt very upset inside. Just thinking about facing her mother-in-law and husband's expressions when she went back made her feel trapped. But there was nothing she could do. She was already married and had a child. What else could she do? She could only endure. She also felt sorry for her daughter, who had suffered a lot over the years. In this matter, Jiang Shudong couldn't say much. In this era, many people still held traditional views. Some women were beaten to death by their husbands and still didn't leave. So Xiaomai probably shared the same idea, and her persuasion was useless. As she left the house and planned to ride her bike back, she saw someone waiting at the door. It was Jiang Dehai. Seeing Jiang Shudong, Jiang Dehai's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. This time, he was smarter. He didn't start scolding her right away like last time. Instead, he forced a faint smile. After going home, he also thought it over. Whether the shoes are new or old doesn't matter. Money is what really counts. Now that his daughter had married a successful man, if they kept a good relationship, they might get some help in the future. Shudong, I've thought about it carefully these past 2 days. After all, we're father and daughter. Even if bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. Let bygones be bygones. We won't mention the past anymore. From now on, you're still my good daughter. Seeing Jiang Dehai's face, Jiang Shudong almost wanted to. Before, he thought she was shameful and wished she would die outside and never come back. Now he knew she had married into a wealthy family and was back. Are you here today just to say these things? What's your real purpose? Just tell me directly. Sure enough, after Jiang Shudong finished speaking, Jiang Dehai scratched his head and forced a laugh. It's nothing much. I just heard you're no longer working in the workshop, but in the administration department. I was thinking, could you give this job to your cousin sister? Jiang Shudong thought this old man just wanted to ask for some money, but she didn't expect him to want her job. If she was going to work, fine. At least it was for her own child. But now he wanted her to give it to Jiang Siyu. Was he out of his mind? He was pushing her aside and treating her like an outsider. She only got this opportunity because she had connected with the Gu family. Otherwise, she'd still be twisting screws in the workshop. She had worked so hard, her hands almost bleeding, and she didn't see him care even once. Now that she finally moved to the administration department, he wanted her to give her job back to Jiang Siyu. That was just wishful thinking. When Jiang Shatong spoke, Jiang Dahai was immediately startled. Why are you talking nonsense? When did I ever kill anyone? If that's not true, then why did you speak up for her? Do you have some secret advantage over her? Jiang Shatong sneered coldly, looking at Jiang Dahai as if he were a fool. Jiang Dahai was stunned. What are you saying? Your sister's job isn't very good right now, and she's more educated than you. She graduated from high school. You should give her this job. When she finds a good husband, she can support you. Anyway, you're married now, so whether you have a job or not doesn't matter. That was nonsense, and Jiang Shatong was furious. She wished she could slap him to make him see reason.
Don't even think about my job.
If you want me to clean toilets at the factory, I can ask my in-laws to help. Jiang Dahai's face turned green with anger. You ungrateful thing. Your uncle was so good to you when you were little. Now you won't even help with a small favor. No matter how Jiang Dahai cursed, Jiang Shatong didn't look back. She just rode away on her bike. Actually, she didn't want to cause such a big fight with Jiang Dahai. The main reason was that Wu Xiuling was still in the middle. Tomorrow was the day to return home, and she didn't know if Gu Zhanan would come with her. It would be nice if he could come along. She could also help her mother stand firm. Wu Xiuling was having a hard time, but she didn't have the strength to help her escape her suffering. After all, she had just started to enjoy some comfort and had little else. She was just living dependently on others. Even though she knew Wu Xiuling was suffering in that family, she could only wait and see. When she got home, Jiang Shatong leaned against the wall at the door, changing her shoes. At that moment, she heard Li Wenxio's voice from the living room. Chen, Grandma wants to find you a new mom. A pretty, kind, educated woman who's willing to spend money on you. You're the older brother, so if you agree, your two younger brothers will agree too. Just be good and listen, and Grandma will buy you lots of toys. Hearing this, Jiang Shatong paused in her shoe changing. She had only argued with this mother-in-law yesterday, and today she was already trying to influence the children. From her words, it seemed she didn't approve of her as a daughter-in-law and was already looking for a suitable match for Gu Zhanan. At that time, she would be driven out for her bad reputation, and a suitable stepmother would be found for the three children. It was a clever plan. What a last-minute plan. When they first met, she pretended to be so nice that she thought she was lucky to have good parents-in-law. But it was all just an illusion. As Jiang Shatong stepped into the living room, the eldest child spoke up. Grandma, why are you changing our mom? Mom is good. We only want our own mom, not someone else's. If you think someone else's mom is so good, you can ask your dad to marry another wife. Hearing this, Jiang Shatong couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder her children were so quick-witted. Their minds turned fast. Li Wenxiu was surprised that a 5-year-old could speak so well and froze in place. Seeing Jiang Shatong, her face lost its color. The old man and woman went out for some errands, leaving the children with Li Wenxiu. Unexpectedly, Li Wenxiu secretly encouraged the children to turn against Jiang Shatong. When Jiang Shatong returned, the three children immediately ran away from Li Wenxiu. Mom, you finally came back. We missed you so much. Jiang Shatong reached out and patted their heads before speaking.
Why?
Not interested in the new mom? Li Wenxiu looked embarrassed. She didn't expect her gossip to be overheard by the person involved. But after thinking about it, she wasn't too worried. Jiang Shatong wanted nothing from her, and no one was supporting her. What could she do if she said a few words? You speak pretty harshly. I was just joking. Li Wenxiu was a little dissatisfied. Jiang Shatong sat on the sofa, told the children to play outside, then turned to Li Wenxiu. Mom, if you don't like me, that's fine. But don't say these things in front of the kids. They're still young and need to learn the right values. You're a grandmother. You should understand that. Li Wenxiu didn't expect Jiang Shatong to criticize her, and she got very angry. What do you mean? Are you insulting me? Since it's just us two today, I'll be honest. I don't like you. You don't deserve my son. Anyway, Zheng Nan, and you will divorce sooner or later. As soon as Li Wenxiu finished speaking, Gu Zhengnan appeared at the door. Jiang Shutong clenched her teeth in anger. No wonder everyone says that conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are impossible to solve. She didn't believe it before, but now she does. Mom, what are you talking about here? Gu Zhengnan also heard the latter part of her words and couldn't help but frown. In front of his son, Li Wenxiu couldn't continue to be difficult for Jiang Shutong. After a few perfunctory words, the matter was settled. Jiang Shutong felt frustrated but couldn't express it. During dinner, her face looked unhappy. After eating, Jiang Shutong didn't help with the dishes and went straight to her bedroom. Li Wenxiu saw Jiang Shutong was not there and, without hiding her thoughts, directly said, "Jingnan, I don't like this daughter-in-law. She doesn't respect me from the bottom of her heart. Sooner or later, you'll have to divorce her. I'll help you find someone else. You can go on a blind date, and when you find someone suitable, remarry immediately." Gu Manman agreed immediately when she heard her mother say this. Second brother, Mom is right. You don't know, I've been laughed at by my classmates in the big courtyard. They ask if you're mentally okay because you're such a good man, but you married such a woman. Nearby, Wang Na and others listened and just felt happy to see the trouble. Gu Zhengnan was surprised to hear such thoughts from his family. He felt very shocked. Mom, marriage isn't a game. You can't just change it whenever you want. The girl helped raise 3 sons for me. Would I be human if I did that? Li Wenxiu saw her son's expression and felt disappointed. Trust me, I'm right. By the way, tomorrow is your 3rd day of marriage, the day of returning home. You shouldn't go back with her. Gu Zhengnan looked straight at her. Why? Li Wenxiu explained as if it was obvious. You're so busy with work. Returning home isn't a big deal. Let her go back by herself. Besides, we gave her so much money as a dowry. Isn't that enough? Our family treats her well. A newlywed shouldn't be spoiled too much. As the head of the family, you need to set some rules. Gu Zhengnan had already forgotten about the return visit. He had never been married before and didn't understand these customs. He had been busy with work these days. If Li Wenxiu hadn't reminded him, he might not have gone at all. Mom, if you hadn't brought this up, I would have forgotten. Since you reminded me, I will take a day off to go back with you. Our Gu family isn't a small household, so we shouldn't be so petty. Li Wenxiu almost got angry when she heard her son say this. Since the second son returned from abroad, he's been increasingly disobedient, but he still has good ideas. Are you trying to make me angry? The way your wife is treating me now is because you spoiled her. I am your mother. How could I harm you? Wang Na, standing nearby, couldn't help but join in.
Zhengnan, Mom is right.
When I married your older brother, he was busy with work promotions, and I went back home by myself. We are all family, so there's no need to worry about small things. The future is what matters most. Wang Na didn't want Gu Zhengnan to go back with them. She didn't have that privilege back then. As for Jiang Shutong, she definitely shouldn't go back with them. Gu Zhengnan ignored what they said. He had already made up his mind. He owed Jiang Shutong too much. He would only go with her tomorrow so others would see how much he valued her. Seeing Gu Zhengnan stay silent, Li Wenxiu thought he had listened and felt a bit proud. She looked down on her daughter-in-law for trying to oppose her. She didn't realize her own worth. Coming from a poor family, she should just keep a low profile. When Wang Na first married in, she often tried to please her. What is Jiang Shutong? If it weren't for her good luck, having an affair with his son and giving birth to 3 boys, the Gu family wouldn't have let her in. After Gu Zhengnan returned to his room, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but glance at him, then hesitated to speak. She didn't know what Li Wenxiu had said outside, but it was definitely not good. Now she wanted to bring up going back tomorrow, to take Gu Zhengnan home, and to show everyone her worth. The pressure she had faced over the years was overwhelming. Even though she had tried her best to live, she was still looked down upon. People with better conditions than her, and even those worse off, could all find fault with her. Now that Gu Zhengnan supported her, she wanted everyone to know that Jiang Shutong was 100 times better than them. Tomorrow, I will go back with you. I already called the boss in the study and told him I wouldn't be going tomorrow. Jiang Shutong didn't expect Gu Jingnan to bring it up voluntarily. She felt genuinely touched. When she first got married, she looked down on Gu Jingnan. It wasn't that Gu Jingnan wasn't good enough for her. They just didn't have feelings, and there were many misunderstandings between them. Unexpectedly, this man turned out to be quite reliable. Regardless of feelings, he at least knew how to protect her. This made her think of a conclusion she had heard before. When choosing a man, look for someone with good character, not just someone who treats you well. Someone who treats you well might stop loving you someday and change, but a person with good character won't mistreat you even if they no longer have feelings. For Jiang Shutong, that was enough. Are you okay? I'm fine. I didn't take much time off for the wedding anyway. The company leaders are reasonable. Go to sleep early. Tomorrow, I'll buy some things at the supply and marketing cooperative before heading out. Gu Zhengnan said this and turned off the light directly. Jiang Shutong felt happy inside, but closed her eyes and couldn't fall asleep. She didn't dare move much, afraid it would disturb Gu Jingnan's rest. After a while, Gu Jingnan's voice sounded in the dark. Can't sleep? Jiang Shutong opened her eyes wide and whispered, Did I wake you up? No, I can't sleep either. Gu Zhengnan said this and propped himself up against the pillow. I heard what my mom said to you earlier. Don't take it to heart. Since we're married, we should live honestly. If I remarry, that's her idea, not ours. Living together is just the two of us. Do you understand what I mean? Li Wenxiu was an elder, so even if her words were harsh as her son, he couldn't just silence her. All he could do was show his attitude to reassure Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong also sat up in bed. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. But I have a straightforward tongue sometimes, so I might have offended your mom. Please don't blame me. Mainly over these years I've been raising 3 kids and often been bullied. I've developed this habit. If I weren't a bit tough, everyone would step on us. It's not easy to change this personality overnight. The more Jiang Shutong said this, the more Gu Zhengnan felt guilty. She had indeed had a hard time these years, and all that hardship was caused by him. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Jiang Shutong's emotions got the better of her, and she started to speak with a trembling voice. It's okay, I don't blame you. This is also a kind of fate. I just hope you'll be a little kinder to me for the sake of the child. My family isn't well off, so I can't offer much help. You might have to trouble yourself later. Gu Jingnan naturally agreed readily. Don't worry, just tell me if you need help. As long as I can do it, there's no problem. Jiang Shutong chuckled secretly. Gu Zhengnan seemed quite clever, but he was also easy to persuade. She realized that he responds better to softness than to hardness. If she shows some weakness, she can achieve her goal. After finishing the serious talk, Jiang Shutong was about to sleep. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhengnan spoke again. Can you tell me about these years? Jiang Shutong fought off her sleepiness and shared a brief, simple version of her story, mentioning only the hardships. Gu Zhengnan was deeply moved by what he heard. In the dark, he suddenly reached out and, in the next moment, tightly held Jiang Shutong's hand. I'm sorry you've been through so much these years. I had a car accident and lost part of my memory. It's my fault that you've suffered for so long. Jiang Shutong didn't expect Gu Jingnan to hold her hand. She felt her palm was very hot, and instinctively, she held his hand back. It's okay, I don't blame you. You're not avoiding responsibility. No one can control a car accident. After a long while, Gu Jingnan finally released her hand. Let's not talk anymore. Sleep now. The next morning, the two left early. Gu Zhengnan changed into new clothes and tidied his hair. As for Jiang Shutong, she simply added some makeup and she looked stunning. Seeing the two leave together, Li Wenxiu was stunned. Zhengnan, where are you going? Just going back home with Shutong. Gu Zhengnan looked serious, frowning slightly as he looked at Li Wenxiu, with a hint of warning in his eyes. Wang Na had just finished preparing breakfast. She felt a bit upset, but quickly stopped Li Wenxiu. Mom, people are different. Some are treasured when they're pampered, but not me. I was born a simple person. When Zhengbei just got married and was busy with work, I went back alone. But sister-in-law, you really don't understand. Zhengnan just came back to work, and it's important. Why did you let him take leave over such a small matter? As women, we should support our men. She tried to stop her, but her words were sarcastic, clearly trying to provoke Li Xiaowen into anger. Older sister-in-law, I told Zhengnan not to come back. I can handle everything alone, but Zhengnan wouldn't listen. He says he's more important than me and insists on coming back with me. I really can't do anything about it. Zhang Shutong didn't curse directly. Instead, she looked at Wang Na with a sad face, as if she was about to cry. Her tearful look was more hurtful than outright insults. Wang Na was just asking for trouble, always coming here to cause trouble. Wang Na pointed at Zhang Shutong, very angry. Her words implied that Gu Zhengbei didn't value her. Big sister-in-law, don't be so angry. Be careful not to go into early menopause, or you'll become a bitter woman. Zhang Shutong still smiled gently, but her words sounded sharp like knives. Gu Zhengnan found it funny inside. He cleared his throat, reached out, and tugged Zhang Shutong's arm. Let's go, Shutong. We need to buy some things at the supply store later, don't waste time. Wang Na was even more furious now. Men usually don't worry about spending money and tend to be extravagant. This time, Zhang Shutong might get quite a few good things from the visit. Thinking of this, Wang Na's jealousy was almost impossible to hide. When Zhang Shutong left, she deliberately raised an eyebrow at Wang Na, her eyes full of challenge. Wang Na was so angry she stomped her feet, but couldn't argue back. She could only be mad. After leaving the house, Zhang Shutong got into the front passenger seat. Then she followed Gu Jingnan to the supply store. Seeing all the goods, she felt a bit conflicted. This was her first time going back after getting married, and she didn't know how much she should bring. Maybe prepare half a pig, then look at some cigarettes and alcohol and buy a few things. Gu Jingnan thought about what they had prepared for the wedding and casually suggested. Anything is fine. It's just some food and stuff, no waste. Zhang Shutong didn't refuse. Today was about saving face, so she was willing to spend. When they came out of the supply store, many people couldn't help but glance at them. They had 6 bottles of high-quality mitai in a box, several packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, plus half a pig and other small items. It was quite a generous gift. That should be enough. Zhang Shutong's eyes twitched. She felt they had given more than needed, but she didn't say anything. She quickly packed up and thought. Luckily, they had a small car. If they had a bicycle, how much could fit on the back seat? Throughout the journey, Zhang Shutong felt very happy and found everything pleasing. Nowadays, small cars are quite rare. When the car just entered the residential area, many people looked eagerly, almost pressing their faces against the windows to see who was inside. Zhang Shutong simply rolled down the window and happily greeted everyone. After parking the car, she even got out and took a big bag of candies, handing out a handful to each person. When Zhang Shutong got married, she did so at the mechanical factory dormitory and never returned to Zhang's family home. People only heard that she married someone with good conditions, but they didn't expect it to be so impressive. That big bag of white rabbit candies cost quite a bit, and her husband drives a small car. Nowadays, small cars aren't easy to buy with money alone. They require status and complicated procedures. For a moment, neighbors who once looked down on Zhang Shutong now hurried to flatter her. Shutong, you're so lucky to find such a good man. What a blessing. Exactly. Shutong is the most beautiful girl in our neighborhood. She must have married well. Everyone took turns praising her and even complimented Gu Zhenan. Gu Zhenan didn't look angry. He took out a few packs of cigarettes and handed them to some men. At this time, Zhang Dehai also heard the noise and hurried down from upstairs. Seeing Gu Zhenan coming over in his car with a big smile on his face, he eagerly said, "There's no need for you to come back with her for the wedding. This little girl, just let her come back alone. It's not a big deal, and it didn't interfere with your work, right?" If it had been someone else's father, he would be happy and wouldn't want to see his daughter treated poorly. But he had looked down on Zhang Shutong for many years, and his words naturally carried a dismissive tone. Gu Zhenan frowned, clearly displeased. Shutong is now married to me. She's my wife. I don't want others to insult her with bad words. Hearing this, Zhang Dehai's face froze, feeling a bit embarrassed, but he didn't dare to offend Gu Zhenan. He could only nod and bow. Jiang Shudong felt warm inside. Gu Zhanan truly respected her. Even without her family's support, he wouldn't look down on her. Then Gu Zhanan opened the trunk and took out things one by one. The neighbors around were stunned to see this. Wow, you brought so many things back for the family visit. This is the first time I've seen such a big amount. All these miscellaneous items probably add up to a few hundred. Jiang Dahai was even happier than anyone else, quickly helping to carry the things upstairs. When they entered the house, Wu Xiuling saw these nice things and was so surprised she couldn't stop smiling. She hurriedly pushed them outside. Little Gu, we're getting old and we don't need so many good things at home. Please take some back for yourselves to enjoy. Jiang Dahai was originally quite happy, but when he heard Wu Xiuling say this, he glared at her fiercely, ignoring whether Jiang Shudong and the others were present. What are you talking about? These are gifts from our daughter and son-in-law. It's a happy day, so don't make me angry. Just put these nice things away properly. Wu Xiuling's eyes reddened, and she looked upset. She didn't expect Jiang Dahai to show no respect to her son-in-law. She didn't dare to say anything more. Jiang Shudong couldn't hold back anymore. She snorted coldly. These things aren't for you to take. I brought them for my mom. We've already cut ties. When I call you dad in front of others, it's out of respect. But privately, I don't even want to call you that. You want to hit my mom? Well, go ahead. If you still want to acknowledge me as your daughter, then treat my mom better. Otherwise, I'll take her away, and I won't come back to this home. Jiang Dahai looked at Jiang Shudong, scolded like a little kid. He had been the boss at home for many years. When had he ever been treated like this? He was starting to lose his temper. Enough already. What are you saying in front of little Gu? The past is the past. Do you still hold a grudge against your father? Besides, I was just talking, not really doing anything. Why are you so angry? Jiang Dahai forced a smile. If it weren't for Gu Zhengnan, he would have already lost his temper. In the past, Jiang Shudong wouldn't dare speak to him like this. Now that she was more confident, she no longer regarded him as her father. At this moment, Wu Xiuyin ran out of the kitchen and reached out to grab Jiang Shudong's arm. Shudong, it's a happy day. Let's not be angry. Sit down. I've prepared a big table of food for you. Let's chat for a while before we eat. Wu Xiuyin looked natural, as if she was the real hostess of the house. Gu Zhengnan was also stunned. For a moment, he thought she was Jiang Dahai's wife. Jiang Shudong continued to keep a cold face and forcefully pulled open Wu Xiuyin's arm. Auntie, you're quite something. Do you think you have a say here? My mom hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already making plans. You're not my mom, and the emperor's not in a hurry, so he is anxious. In the past, Jiang Shudong didn't have the confidence to say this, but now she was different. She had long tolerated Wu Xiuyin. Sure enough, after Jiang Shudong said this, Wu Xiuyin's smile froze on her face. She instinctively looked at Jiang Dahai beside her. Both of them looked unhappy, but they couldn't argue back. Finally, Jiang Shudong pulled her mother to sit on the sofa, speaking to her warmly. Wu Xiuling's eyes filled with tears. She felt warm inside because her daughter was protecting her, but her face looked bitter. She didn't know what kind of days she had been living through all these years. Just as they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Dahai opened it and saw that it was Jiang Siyu and her mother. Sister-in-law, why did you come over? Come in and sit. When Jiang Siyu and her mother entered, they immediately saw the items on the ground. Lots of good things like Mao Tai and Zhonghua liquor. They wondered how much money that must have cost. Jiang Siyu's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment, she noticed Jiang Shudong sitting nearby. Second uncle, who brought all these things? Jiang Dahai chuckled, feeling proud. Those are for my son-in-law, to show respect to me. Let me introduce you. This is Zhengnan, Shutong's husband. Jiang Siyu's mother saw Gu Zhengnan sitting there looking handsome and felt a twinge of envy. In the past, her daughter was always less than Jiang Shudong. But after that incident, Jiang Shudong was looked down upon. She kept telling others that her child was pretty, but that didn't matter. Her daughter was generous and kind, unlike Jiang Shudong. Yet, despite all that, Jiang Shudong managed to find such a good partner. The second family was finally standing tall. After Jiang Siyu and her mother sat down, her gaze couldn't help but scrutinize Gu Zhengnan. Gu Zhengnan didn't say anything, but he was shocked inside. What kind of life had Jiang Shatong lived before? Her family was complicated, and her relatives didn't look easy to deal with. Soon, Jiang Siyu spoke with a sarcastic tone. Shatong, you really are something. How can you be so wasteful now that you're married? Zhengnan works hard to earn money. He supports all four of you. If you just saved a little, it would be better. Spending so much money on a visit, you're so reckless. Jiang Shatong bit her lip and was about to speak up when Gu Zhengnan interrupted. It's not Shatong who wants to spend money. It's me. I'm willing to buy her so many things. Our family is rich, so it's not a big deal. After Gu Zhengnan finished speaking, Jiang Siyu was instantly stunned. She stood there for a long time, unable to say a word. People are willing to spend money on those they care about. Since they are willing to spend money on Jiang Shatong, what else can we say? Jiang's mother's eyes turned green with envy. If only their son-in-law were like that, how wonderful it would be. Jiang Shatong, such a lowly person, how could she find such a good man? At that moment, Jiang Dahai also sat down nearby. Soon after, Jiang Shatong saw Jiang's mother give Jiang Dahai a meaningful look. Jiang Dahai understood and, with a forced smile, spoke. Shatong, do you remember what I told you last time? About your current job, it's better to give it to your cousin. She can do it better. You don't have much education, and if you work a few days and get fired, it would be a shame. Just hand this job over to Siyu and later, Zhengnan can find you a better one. After saying this, Jiang Dahai also smiled at Gu Zhengnan. Zhengnan, do you agree? Gu Zhengnan had already seen the situation clearly. Jiang Shatong was caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Life hadn't been easy for her these years. Things were just starting to get better, and now people wanted to exploit her and even take her job. But he knew how hard it was for Jiang Shatong to transfer to the administrative department. If Shutong's cousin is so capable, why doesn't she compete for a good position at her own company? Jiang Siyu's face turned pale. If she had that ability, she wouldn't be doing basic work. Of course Siyu is capable. It's just that she doesn't have the right conditions. No one in the family helps her. Jiang Dahai rubbed his hands and made an excuse for Jiang Siyu. Gu Zhengnan remained calm and added with a hint of sarcasm. You really are something. Shatong is your biological daughter. How can you turn your back on her? She earned her position herself. It can't be given to anyone else. Since you're here today, I want to be clear. How you treated Shatong before, I don't care. That's in the past. But from the moment she married me, no one can bully her anymore. If they do, they're going against the Gu family. After Gu Zhengnan said these words, everyone instinctively shrank back. Gu Zhengnan's gaze was so fierce, it seemed like he was ready to act at any moment. Wu Xiuling felt comforted seeing her daughter protected like that. Jiang Siyu was still not giving up and kept trying to criticize. Brother-in-law, I really can't hold back my words. You have such good conditions and are so talented, but Shutong's health has long been questionable. She even had a child with a wild man. You shouldn't let yourself be so misled. Gu Zhengnan waved his hand to stop her from speaking further. I already knew all this. I don't mind. As long as she is willing to marry me, I am already happy. Gu Zhengnan looked very devoted, as if he had been pursuing Jiang Shatong all along, even if she had been unfaithful to him. Jiang Siyu immediately felt terrible, like she had eaten something bitter. This man seemed smart, but why was he so foolish? This isn't a simple family visit. He's just playing tricks now. After chatting for a while, it was time to eat. Wu Xiuling hurried to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Actually, she cooked all the food today, but Wu Xiuling claimed she did it herself to take credit. Thinking about her own tough life, married but disliked by her husband, while her older sister had such a successful daughter, she felt jealous when she saw the jade bracelet Jiang Shatong had given Wu Xiuling earlier. So, when Wu Xiuling was serving the food, she deliberately tripped her. Wu Xiuling didn't expect this and fell hard, dropping her plate and spilling food everywhere. It was embarrassing, and everyone's eyes immediately turned toward her. Jiang Shutong quickly stood up and helped Wu Xiuling to her feet. Mom, are you okay? Wu Xiuling's face turned red. She instinctively looked at Gu Zhengnan, feeling ashamed for her daughter, and hesitated before questioning Wu Xiuyun. Xiuyun, why did you trip me? Wu Xiuyun didn't expect to be caught. She panicked and quickly scolded. Big sister, why are you making things up? I tripped you? It's because you're useless. Carrying a plate is too hard for you. Jiang Shutong couldn't believe Wu Xiuyun was so bold to bully her mother in front of everyone. Her anger finally boiled over. She stepped forward quickly, grabbed Wu Xiuyun's collar, and slapped her twice. With 2 loud slaps, everyone was stunned. Wu Xiuyun looked at Jiang Shutong in disbelief. Jiang Shutong, how dare you hit me? I am your aunt. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Dahai with a sad face. Brother-in-law, come and help me. My face hurts so much. She spoke in a spoiled tone, as if she was whining to Jiang Dahai. Jiang Dahai also got angry. Seeing his beloved daughter being bullied, he wanted to step in. But Gu Zhengnan was not someone to be easily pushed around. He stopped Jiang Dahai quickly. In this situation, it seemed impossible to have a peaceful meal. Son-in-law, what are you doing? Gu Zhengnan lifted his lips and said coldly. I saw her kick. Wu Xiuyun stomped her feet in frustration, feeling very wronged. Did Jiang Shutong ever dare to hit her before? Jiang Dahai was the first to not let her go. Now, with Gu Zhengnan backing her up, she was acting so boldly. You really have no shame. You can't get along, so you cling to your sister and brother-in-law's house. How long have you been here? Always calling others mean, but aren't you just as mean? Trying to your sister's husband. Worse than an animal. My mother was blind to bring you home, a treacherous person who eats inside and out, daring to think of everything. I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't think everyone is stupid. What? Are you in a hurry to become my stepmother? After saying this, Jiang Shutong, feeling a bit better, thought that with Gu Zhengnan here today, she could let loose. She grabbed Wu Xiuyun's hair again. Have some shame, pack your things and leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you. You trash who destroys other families. Jiang Dahai finally couldn't hold back anymore and scolded. You little girl, stop causing trouble. Let go of your aunt. What? Do you feel sorry for her? Next to her, Wu Xiuling saw the family gathering turn into chaos. She thought to herself that if she could just endure a little longer. But she couldn't hold back anymore. Before, they only exchanged glances secretly, and she pretended not to notice. But recently, Jiang Dahai stopped living with her. Every night, he secretly sneaked into Wu Xiuyun's room, making some shameless sounds. They dared to have an affair right in front of everyone, showing they didn't care about her at all. If she didn't have no job and no place to stay, she wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. Now that Jiang Shutong had the confidence and could support her, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Shutong, the 2 of them are sleeping together now. I didn't want to say anything, as family issues shouldn't be made public, but I can't hold it in anymore. After all these years of working hard for the family and giving so much, this is the result. Who did I wrong? How can people be so unkind? At that moment, she was crying and begging Jiang Dahai, saying if she had made mistakes, she could change, but she couldn't do such shameful things. But Jiang Dahai not only refused to regret, he also beat her and told her to keep her mouth shut tightly. Wu Xiuyun was willing to go along because he was charming. Historically, it wasn't uncommon for one man to have 2 women. Since then, Wu Xiuling had completely lost hope. When she said this, not only Jiang Shutong and her family were stunned, but Jiang Siyu and their mother also looked shocked. They had heard some rumors, but didn't expect it to be so serious. It was disgusting, such improper behavior. If this got out, the brother-in-law and sister-in-law situation would be shameful, even more embarrassing. Seeing Wu Xiuling crying and upset, Jiang Shutong couldn't hold back anymore, and her eyes turned red. If it weren't for her, her mother wouldn't be so powerless and humiliated. She silently made a decision in her heart. Mom, are you willing to get a divorce? Come with me, and I will support you. The word divorce caused a big stir. In the entire family compound, among so many couples, not one had divorced. Even if life was hard, they just endured. Nowadays, divorce isn't just shameful for women. Men also lose face. If it got out, it would be a joke. Wu Xiuling didn't expect her daughter to be so brave. She nodded almost without hesitation. She was truly fed up. She had been for a long time. As long as you don't mind that I am shameful, I don't want to live like this anymore. Jiang Dahai puffed his cheeks and glared. Good for you, Wu Xiuling. Do you dare to divorce me? If you do, you won't even have a place to stay. You're just a girl, not a son. Don't you think people can control you forever? Wu Xiuling had her own worries. If she divorced, she might not even have a place to live. Then she would have to trouble Jiang Shatong everywhere. Her daughter finally found a good family, and if he messed it up, it would be bad. Shatong, I don't need you to take care of me. As long as you're happy, that's enough. Jiang Dahai looked proud. Did you hear that? Your mother has already said so please don't interfere. Also, I have no relationship with your aunt. Don't listen to her nonsense. But Jiang Shatong is determined. Even if she doesn't divorce now, she wants to take her mother away. Mom, come with us. Take these 2 days to calm down and think things over. Wu Xiuling glanced at her daughter and then at her son-in-law, wanting to nod but feeling hesitant. Fortunately, Gu Zhengnan spoke up in time. Mom, just listen to Shatong. Gu Zhengnan couldn't stand this scene either. How can people be so mean? Everyone has a kind heart. A marriage is built on love and trust. Jiang Dahai is just too cruel. Jiang Shatong and her family stopped eating and stood up to leave. Jiang Dahai kept begging them to stay and kept insisting he and Wu Xiuyun were innocent. By the time Jiang Shatong reached the door, she remembered the good things they brought. Zhengnan, take everything they brought. Don't even give them to the dogs. Gu Zhengnan understood and bent down to carry the items. Jiang Dahai was so angry he was trembling. Are you still human? How can you do this? Taking things back from the wedding? Aren't you ashamed? He was pacing angrily, but Jiang Shatong sneered coldly. Look at yourself. These things were meant for my mom. Now that she's not staying here, of course she needs to take them. After saying that, Jiang Shatong went back to help carry her things and urged Wu Xiuling to do the same. Wu Xiuling looked at Jiang Dahai, thinking about all the suffering she had endured over the years. She didn't hold back and carried her belongings. Jiang Dahai didn't dare to resist. After all, this was Gu Zhengnan. Last time he visited Gu's house, the way they acted was not to be messed with. If they offended the Gu family, they might suffer serious consequences. So he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Shatong took her things away. Neighbors saw them moving so many things up and then back down, and they couldn't help but whisper and discuss. Later, they saw Wu Xiuling also leaving with Jiang Shatong, and their thoughts became clear as day. That Jiang finally stood up for her mom. No wonder her mom has suffered so much over the years, and even gave up her job for her. Exactly. Jiang Dahai treats people like fools and is secretly sneaking around with his sister-in-law. It's disgusting. What are they planning to do now? Are they getting a divorce? Everyone was talking and guessing. Jiang Shatong didn't pay much attention. After putting her things in the trunk, she got into the car and left. She sat with her mother in the back seat, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Gu Zhenan in front. Just now, she impulsively brought her mother out, but now she realized she wasn't ready for that. Taking Wu Xiuling back to her in-laws' house was not a good idea. She was already looked down upon there. If she brought her mother might be disliked too. But letting her mother stay somewhere else was difficult. She couldn't afford a house, and now buying or selling property was not easy. She could only rent a place secretly. The problem was, she didn't even have enough money to rent a place. This was really awkward. Janan, I was thinking, maybe I can rent a place for my mom to stay so she has somewhere to go. But I don't have much money right now, so I need to use your bank account. Don't worry, I'll pay you back once I get my salary. Jiang Shatong kept promising, worried that Gu Zhenan wouldn't agree. Her idea was normal. Usually, when someone marries, they don't worry about these things. It's good enough if they take care of their wife. What her mother-in-law does isn't really their concern. So Jiang Shatong felt a bit guilty. Gu Zhanan saw her worries and smiled slightly. Since I've given you my bank account, you can use it however you want.
You don't need to ask me.
We're married now, and your mom is also my mom. If something happens, I won't just stand by and watch. Wu Xiuling was nervous at first, worried about causing trouble for her daughter. Now she was starting to regret it. But after hearing Gu Zhanan's words, she relaxed and sighed with relief. He was really a good man, responsible and generous. What surprised her most was that Gu Zhanan let Jiang Shatong manage the money. She had been married to Jiang Dehai for many years, but never had that right. And now, just after getting their marriage certificate, their daughter could handle the money?
Thank you, Zhanan.
Jiang Shatong was genuinely grateful to Gu Zhanan, giving her mother-in-law face. She had planned to figure out how to help Wu Xiuling once she got home, but Gu Zhanan had been by her side the whole time. I helped rent a house, paid the money, and finally drove with 2 people to buy daily necessities. The rented house isn't very big, but Wu Xiuling lives alone comfortably. It also has a small yard where she can grow vegetables and flowers, which is much better than sleeping in the living room. Jiang Dehai is now sleeping with Wu Xiuyun, and he has made her sleep in the living room. After everything was settled, Wu Xiuling's eyes turned red as she expressed her gratitude to her daughter and son-in-law. As an elder, I should help you, but I didn't manage to do much because I was busy. Now I might even cause you more trouble. Jiang Shatong didn't want to keep saying polite words. Instead, she asked Wu Xiuling what she thought. Mom, do you really want to divorce my dad? If you do, I will find a way. Don't see Wu Xiuyun as a sister. She's worse than an animal. As long as you don't feel sorry for her, I will do what I need to. Jiang Shatong was upset. She believed that breaking up would come with a price. Otherwise, how could there be justice? She wanted everyone to see how shameless Wu Xiuyun was. She was even flirting with her brother-in-law, and she also wanted Jiang Dehai to lose his current job. Wu Xiuling no longer wanted to be kind-hearted. She nodded immediately. Thinking of her son, she felt cold inside. All the talk about glory and family honor was nonsense. In the end, her own daughter was more reliable. Others couldn't be trusted. After discussing everything, Guo Zhangnan and Jiang Shatong prepared to go home. On the way, they passed by a cinema. Guo Zhangnan hesitated but couldn't resist stopping the car by the roadside. Do you want to watch a movie? If you do, we can watch it and then go home. Guo Zhangnan thought about it and felt Jiang Shatong was quite pitiful. Since they got married, they hadn't traveled anywhere and they hardly spent any time together. He heard that many couples watch movies when they first get together, even newlyweds. So, passing by the cinema, he wanted to take Jiang Shatong inside to watch a movie as a small treat for her. Jiang Shatong didn't expect Guo Zhangnan to suddenly ask that. She thought about how she had worked harder than a donkey in the production team over the years, and she hardly ever watched movies. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was just too expensive. The factory had many male colleagues inviting her to watch, but she didn't dare go, afraid of being taken advantage of. Then let's watch. Anyway, I don't have to work today. Gu Zhangnan nodded, and the 2 of them entered the cinema one after the other. At this time, there were no popcorn or snacks available. They bought tickets and went straight into the screening room. The movie was black and white, and the place was quite simple. However, this did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm for watching the film. Gu Zhangnan was quite perceptive and chose a movie that young couples liked. Jiang Shatong was very interested. The movies at this time were very good and realistic, unlike later generations, which often focused on domineering CEOs or teenage pain, with many complicated characters. Jiang Shatong watched happily. She turned her head and saw a young couple next to her already kissing. Her face turned red. She didn't expect that people in this era would be so open. Gu Zhangnan's attention was on Jiang Shatong. Seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but lean closer. Soon, Jiang Shatong felt a tingling sensation around her ear. Gu Zhangnan leaned in too close, and his lips accidentally touched her ear. With his breath, the tingling feeling made Jiang Shatong shiver, and her skin goosebumps rose. Gu Zhangnan also realized he was too abrupt. He quickly moved back. Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? Zhang Shutong moved back a little, and Gu Zhengnan suddenly froze. He also saw the couple next to them. They looked at each other and both saw embarrassment in each other's eyes. After that, Zhang Shutong's mind was no longer on the movie. She thought about the night they embraced and kissed. Although many years had passed, thinking about it now still made her blush and her heart race. Gu Zhengnan was inexperienced, but he wasn't completely clueless. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He remembered how Zhang Shutong looked in her shirt that day, and suddenly his mouth went dry. He always thought of himself as a gentleman. On their wedding day, he repeatedly said they were only a formal couple, and it was hard to take things further. But now he regretted it. Since they were officially married and didn't want a divorce, they should live steadily. There was nothing wrong with being intimate as a married couple. That was natural. However, he had said those words before, and if he made a move now, it would seem too sudden. Thinking this way, Gu Zhengnan forced himself to suppress his feelings. However, he wasn't thinking about kissing Zhang Shutong, just about holding her hand. Zhang Shutong pouted, thinking that this man was really stubborn. The mood was perfect, but he didn't make any move. Even if he didn't want to kiss, he could at least hold her hand. But he was stiff like a piece of wood. Soon, the movie ended, and everyone started to leave. Because the screening room was dark, it was hard to see the stairs clearly. Zhang Shutong clenched her teeth and directly took Gu Zhengnan's hand. Gu Zhengnan was surprised at first, then quickly reacted and held her hand tightly. The two of them walked out of the theater like a couple in love. Outside, Zhang Shutong casually let go of his hand. "Let's go home." For some reason, Gu Zhengnan's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Zhang Shutong's graceful back. He couldn't help but follow her a few steps. "It's still early. I'll take you to the department store to buy a couple of clothes." Last time, he gave Zhang Shutong his bankbook so she could buy him 2 outfits and some for the kids. But Zhang Shutong didn't want to spend the money from the account, so she didn't buy anything. She was still wearing the 2 outfits she bought when they got married. Actually, compared to before, her clothes were quite nice now. But Gu Zhengnan thought it wasn't enough. Women like to look good, so she should buy more dresses. Plus, the kids' clothes were a bit small. Kids grow fast, so they need new clothes often. No need. As long as I have enough to wear, why waste money? Gu Zhengnan was very firm. You're now working in the administration department. These few outfits aren't enough. Buy a few more. I only have time today. When I get busy with work later, I might not have time to go shopping with you. Seeing Gu Zhengnan's sincerity, Zhang Shutong thought for a moment. It wouldn't hurt to go. After suffering so many years, why not enjoy a little? She also wanted to buy a few pieces of clothing called blouses. They looked really nice when worn, especially paired with small leather shoes, simply perfect. Soon, the two of them drove to the department store. As long as Zhang Shutong liked a piece of clothing, Gu Zhengnan bought it, without hesitation. They hadn't even finished browsing the first floor, and had already bought 3 or 4 outfits. Later, they bought a few outfits for each of the 3 kids before deciding to leave. Everyone saw how generous Gu Zhengnan was and looked at Zhang Shutong with a bit of envy. Not many people are willing to spend so much at a department store, which shows that this man has a lot of money. After leaving the mall, they both felt hungry since they hadn't eaten at the Zhang family earlier. "Let's eat at the state-run restaurant." "We won't go home today." Zhang Shutong nodded, feeling a bit hungry. Although Li Wenxiu's cooking was good, it still couldn't compare to the state-run restaurant. Gu Zhennan put his clothes in the car and headed straight to the restaurant. They found a corner to sit in, ordered a few dishes, and were about to chat when they saw a few women walk in. They were dressed quite stylishly, and one woman looked especially beautiful, surrounded by the others. Zhang Shutong couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Suddenly, the woman's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to them. "Brother Gu, what are you doing here?" Gu Zhennan turned his head and nodded slightly when he saw her. "Just here for a meal." The woman looked at Zhang Shutong with a scrutinizing gaze. "Brother Gu, who is she?" "This is my wife." The woman's face changed slightly, but she forced a smile. "Brother Gu, can I sit and eat with you? I have some questions I want to ask you." Jiang Shutong guessed that this girl probably worked in the same field as Gu Zhenan, maybe from the same department or organization. Gu Zhenan looked at Jiang Shutong and felt it might not be appropriate, so he instinctively refused. Not today. Maybe another time. When I'm at work, you can ask me anything you don't understand. The girl pouted, a little unhappy, but she didn't say anything. She sat behind them with the other women. Jiang Shutong raised an eyebrow and quietly asked, "Who is that girl? She seems to admire you quite a lot." Gu Zhenan didn't hide it, saying she was a junior from primary school, just started working, and was in the same department as him. She was quite eager to learn. Jiang Shutong didn't say much, but she had her own thoughts. She was thinking that Gu Zhenan had quite a few pursuers. Last time, there was Yi and now another girl named Bai Bing. Compared to Yi, Bai Bing seemed more cautious and reserved. She couldn't help but sigh silently. A good man, whether married or single, always has many admirers. She definitely didn't want to find a man who had to fight monsters all the time. White Bing couldn't eat her meal and kept glancing at the two of them. Many years ago, she liked Gu Zhengnan. They had studied at the same school, and back then, Gu Zhengnan was very proud and was the top student. Because she admired Gu Zhengnan, she chose this major. She didn't expect that after returning to the country for just a few days, she would get married. However, she heard that Gu Zhengnan's current wife wasn't very impressive, just a pretty face. Today, she finally saw her. She looked flashy and gaudy, and clearly didn't match Gu Zhengnan. After dinner, the two of them went home. But Jiang Shutong didn't expect to see Li Wenxiu sitting on the sofa, chatting happily with a few people. She recognized one of them, Yi, the girl who caused trouble at the machinery factory that day. Gu Zhengnan saw this scene and frowned. He didn't like Yi. They hadn't been introduced as a couple. She claimed to be his fiancée and even went over to bully Jiang Shutong. Now, she was sitting on the sofa, chatting happily with her mother. He instinctively looked at Jiang Shutong, but she remained calm. Li Wenxiu saw Jiang Shutong and Gu Zhengnan return and immediately looked cold. Then she whispered to Yi and the others. "Did you see that? Zhengnan just returned to work, busy with his job, but she's forcing him to attend her family visit. She's so unreasonable." Yi was very obedient. Hearing this, her eyes lit up with happiness. That's really too much. If it were me, I would definitely be considerate of Big Brother Gu. Li Wenxiu held Yi's hand and affectionately patted it. "I knew you were such a sensible girl." Although they spoke softly, they were close enough that Jiang Shutong heard every word clearly. Wow, this was openly spitting in her face. They had only been married a few days, and they were eager to kick her out. They even brought her to the house. She definitely wouldn't allow that. She could divorce Gu Zhengnan, but not in this way. She needed to wait until she was more stable. Even if she had to be shameless, she would stay in the Gu family. Because even if they divorced, she couldn't take her 3 sons away. The children were her life, and she would never abandon them. Gu Zhengnan felt very unhappy inside, thinking his mother had gone too far. But in front of others as a son, he couldn't openly criticize her. Li Wenxiu teased Jiang Shutong, then smiled and waved at Gu Zhengnan. "Zhengnan, come here. Let me introduce you. Yi works at the same company as you. You two even met when you were kids. Do you remember?" Gu Zhengnan glanced at Li Wenxiu. "I don't remember." Then he pushed Jiang Shutong from behind. "Are you tired? Shall we go back to the room and rest?" Hearing this, Jiang Shutong's anger eased a lot. She nodded, and the two of them went back to the bedroom one after the other. Li Wenxiu sat on the sofa, looking awkward. Today, the visitor was Yi and her introducer, who was her good friend. Since Gu Zhengnan was already married, she thought there was no hope, so she didn't bring it up. But yesterday, Li Wenxiu suddenly came over, saying she didn't like the current daughter-in-law. She believed her son would divorce her soon, and the new daughter-in-law should be prepared. The introducer then told Ye's family about this. They were a bit unhappy. Yi was still a young girl, and Gu Zhengnan had been married before. It sounded like he would divorce and bring his 3 sons. If she married into that, she would be a stepmother. Could life really be good? But Yi was willing. She eagerly came over, wanting to be a stepmother. Li Wenxiu called Yi over just to annoy Jiang Shadong. That kid is getting more and more unreasonable. Li Wenxiu forced a laugh, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yi also felt a little disappointed. At work, she would greet Gu Zhengnan, but he was very cold to her, just nodding slightly. It's okay, maybe he's tired. Xiao Gu is usually so busy. The introducer quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't leave yet. You came all this way. Let's have dinner together tonight. When Yi heard she could stay, her eyes lit up. Soon, old Master Gu and the others returned with the 3 children. Seeing outsiders, they didn't mind. They didn't recognize them, so they thought they were just ordinary guests. Gu Zhengnan thought they had already left. When he and Jiang Shadong went out, he noticed they were still there and couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't say much. Instead, he picked up the little 3rd child and gently touched his small face. The little 3rd child is now very close to Gu Zhenan and isn't afraid of him anymore. He laughs happily as Gu Zhenan teases him. Gu Zhenan's usually serious face softens for a moment. The next second, he points to his left cheek, signaling for the little one to kiss him. The little 3rd child obediently kisses Gu Zhenan's face with a loud smacking sound. Gu Zhenan feels very happy inside, not knowing how to express it. He remembers he has candies in his pocket, so he quickly grabs some and offers them. Old Master Gu sees this and can't help but laugh loudly. That was a loud kiss. Come, give your great-grandpa a kiss. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a toy. Gu Zhenan reluctantly puts the children down and takes candies from his pocket for the older 2. The 2 children exchange glances, then finally accept the candies. They are actually quite jealous of the little 3rd child because he has integrated into the family so quickly, while they are still so reserved. Seeing this scene, Yi feels very uncomfortable. She thinks these 3 children are illegitimate, born from Jiang Shadong and someone else. Why is Gu Zhenan so kind to them? And old Master Gu is the same. Such a high-ranking leader. Does he want a great-grandson so badly? He treasures other people's children so much. If only she married Gu Zhenan, she could come and have several sons for him. Then these 3 illegitimate children would surely be driven away. While cooking, Yi is especially diligent in helping in the kitchen. When washing vegetables, she subtly asks a few questions. Li Wenxiu isn't that naive and doesn't tell the truth. Soon, the little 3rd child runs in loudly. Grandma, give me 2 pieces of cabbage leaf. I want to feed the rabbits. Today, old Master Gu bought them a rabbit and the 3 children are very excited. Hearing the child's soft voice, Yi feels annoyed. Such a waste. Cabbage is for people to eat. Can it be used to feed rabbits? Just pick some weeds outside. You should save money for your grandma. Yi speaks before Li Wenxiu can say anything. Li Wenxiu frowns slightly, feeling a bit upset. She doesn't like Jiang Shadong, but this child is her grandson after all. Just give him 2 pieces. Yi says nothing and takes 2 pieces of cabbage leaf, handing them over. The little 3rd child carefully steps forward to take them. Yi didn't know what she was thinking and directly tripped him with her foot. Children are usually unsteady when walking and he fell down, scraping his chin. Jiang Shadong and the others were in the living room talking to the old man. When they heard the little 3rd child crying, they hurried over to check. Yi didn't expect it to be so serious and felt a bit panicked. Li Wenxiu put down the kitchen knife and helped the child up. Only then did she notice a cut on the child's chin. Li Wenxiu wasn't stupid. She guessed what had happened and looked at Yi with some blame, but she didn't say anything. At this moment, Jiang Shadong and Gu Zhenan had already come to the kitchen. Seeing the little 3rd child's chin bleeding and his face covered in blood from rubbing his hands, Jiang Shutong's face turned pale. She quickly went over to check. When she saw it was just a cut on the chin, she finally relaxed. What happened? Mom told you to be careful when walking. See how much it hurts. Don't cry, don't cry. It will be fine soon. Let me clean it up. Jiang Shutong didn't think much and assumed the child had fallen because he wasn't paying attention. The little 3rd child was crying hard, clutching Jiang Shutong's arm, and spoke in a soft voice. Mom, it wasn't Hao Hao's fault. It was that mean auntie who tripped me. Boo-hoo, Hao Hao's face hurts so much. The little third child was gasping for breath from crying and looked at Yi with a fearful expression. Yi forced a smile and quickly explained, "What are you talking about? You said you wanted to feed the rabbits, and I kindly gave you some vegetable leaves. You said I tripped you? Kids who aren't honest will have their noses grow longer." Yi thought that the child was only about 5 years old. She was an adult, and she couldn't be outdone by a small child. As for what really happened, that was up to her to decide. The little third child stood up angrily. "It was you who tripped me. That's why your nose is longer. Adults aren't allowed to lie." Jiang Shutong's face looked even worse. She knew her own child well and knew he wouldn't lie or falsely accuse others. Yi disliked her, but how could she hurt such a small child? Fortunately, they were in the kitchen, where the floor was flat. The child's chin was only scraped. If it had been outside, he might have lost a tooth. Seeing Jiang Shutong and the others looking upset, old Master Gu also had a grim expression. Li Wenxiu also felt nervous. Ye was the one she called, after all. If this accusation stuck, her family would blame her. "Zheng Nan, don't misunderstand. Ye didn't do it. Xiao Hao just accidentally fell." The youngest child, Xiao Hao, cried sadly. He looked at his grandmother in disbelief, whispering to Jiang Shutong that he hadn't lied. Jiang Shutong handed the child to Gu Zhengnan and stood up, taking a few steps forward. "I know my children well. Since they were young, they've never lied. Did you trip him on purpose? That's a serious lie." Jiang Shutong looked very gentle, but when she was angry, her eyes became sharp. Ye was scared for a moment. I didn't do it. It's obviously your child lying. You didn't teach him well, that's your problem." No one expected Jiang Shutong to suddenly act. As soon as Ye finished speaking, Jiang Shutong slapped her. "You're still lying? Listen, I don't mind if you don't like me, but you can't hurt my child. Xiao Hao is only 5 years old. How can you be so cruel?" Ye covered her face, furious. "You dare to hit me?" At this moment, the mediator rushed in. Seeing Ye being hit, he quickly asked what happened. Li Wenxiu was stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Shutong to be so fierce. She just hit her. "You hit her. You're a guest in someone's house, and you dare to bully the child? Who gave you the courage? Saying my child is unruly? Maybe it's you who's unruly. You're grown up, yet you're jealous of her husband and even bullying a kid. How many years have you been living like this?" Ye couldn't swallow her anger. She reached out to fight back, but she was no match for Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong had done hard labor for many years. She was strong. She blocked Ye's hand and gave her a sharp slap back. Gu Zhengnan and the others looked on in shock. No one expected Jiang Shutong to be so fierce. "Jiang Shutong, this is too much. How can you hit a guest?" Ye said she didn't do it. "I saw it myself. Xiao Hao fell by himself." "Why did you hit her without knowing the facts?" Li Wenxiu couldn't stand it. She stepped forward, pointing at Jiang Shutong's nose and scolding her. Previously, Jiang Shutong did not want to confront her mother-in-law directly, thinking it was better to avoid trouble. Now, seeing her accuse her own grandson unfairly over an outsider, she no longer wanted to hold back. "Mom, did she really do it? I believe you know the truth in your heart. You're protecting an outsider and accusing your own grandson of lying. I really don't understand. Do you call yourself a good grandmother?" Jiang Shutong looked determined and fearless. Li Wenxiu felt a bit guilty, wanting to argue but lacking confidence. After Jiang Shutong finished speaking, she turned around, hugged her youngest son, and started to speak firmly again. "I may not be capable, but anyone who dares to bully my child, I will risk my life to stop them." Yi was furious inside but knew this was the Gu family's territory, so she dared not act out. Old Master Gu snorted coldly, shot a glance at Li Wenxiu, and then left. Gu Zhengnan instinctively believed Jiang Shutong. Although the 3 children only had their mother since they were young, Jiang Shutong had raised them well. They didn't have any bad habits, and honest little San wouldn't lie. "Mom, What you did will hurt the kids' feelings. After speaking, everyone left the kitchen, and no one comforted the two women. Yi, spoiled since childhood, had never experienced such frustration. Li Wenxiu, proud of her status, couldn't tolerate being scolded by her daughter-in-law. They were trembling with anger, but couldn't act on it. Jiang Shutong took the medical kit, applied some medicine to Xiaohao's wound, and soon the bleeding stopped. She then put a bandage on it. Mom believes in you. Xiaohao never lies. I also took revenge for you just now. I slapped him twice. Please don't be upset, Xiaohao. The little Sen nodded seriously. Mom, you're so amazing. Xiaohao admires you so much. When Jiang Shutong went out again, Yi and the person who introduced her had already left. After such an incident, they couldn't stay and eat at the Gu family's house with a clear conscience. Li Wenxiu was in a bad mood. After Gu Hongwei returned, she had already been crying and complaining to her husband for a long time. That evening, they ate a simple meal. During dinner, old Master Gu's words, though not directly named, everyone understood what he meant. Don't bring all sorts of unruly people home in the future. Our family is not open to everyone. If she hurts my precious great-grandchild, she won't be able to pay with 10 lives. Li Wenxiu shrank back and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Gu Manman returned with her backpack, just changed her shoes, and started criticizing Jiang Shutong. Sister-in-law, how can you use my brother's money to support your mother? I thought today's matter was settled, but unexpectedly, someone else suddenly appeared. Gu Zhengdong tugged at his sister's sleeve and signaled her. All right, just say less. Why should I say less? Dad, Mom, when I just got home from school, I met someone I know. They said they went out for errands and saw my second brother helping his mother-in-law run a house and even buying daily necessities. I just want to ask, if you're married, do you also have to take responsibility for your mother-in-law? Jiang Shutong exchanged a glance with Gu Jingnan. She didn't expect anyone to see this, but at the time, to make things easier, Jiang Shutong specifically helped her mother rent a place nearby, thinking it would be convenient for future visits. Unexpectedly, the people in the courtyard saw it. When she married Gu Jingnan, her mother was also there, so she was recognized. Li Wenxiu immediately got fired up. She had been holding a lot of anger inside, and now she finally found a reason to vent. She slammed the table and started to lose her temper. This is too unreasonable. Are we marrying a wife or a family ancestor? So, her whole family has to be responsible? Zhengnan, earning some money isn't easy. Some things should be managed and some shouldn't. She has a child and a husband. Why is she renting a house outside? Gu Zhengnan was also very annoyed. It was a small matter, but they made a big fuss over it. Mom, if you don't know the full story, don't guess randomly. Is it necessary to bring up such small matters at the table? We're all family now. If there's a problem, helping out is normal. Gu Zhengnan didn't want to bring up Jiang Shutong's family issues, feeling it was impolite and somewhat offensive. Plus, renting a house and buying some daily necessities doesn't cost much. Hearing Gu Zhengnan say this, Gu Manman couldn't hold back anymore. She pointed at Jiang Shutong's nose and scolded her. Don't think you're impressive just because you had 3 children. Someone like you, in the past, wouldn't even be fit to carry my second brother's shoes. Now that you've just married in, you're draining my brother's resources. And, to be honest, I wonder if those 3 kids are really my brothers. Recently, Gu Manman also thought carefully about why Jiang Shutong said the children were her second brothers, and why everyone believed her. After all, there's no scientific way to prove it. The 3 kids do look a bit like her second brother, but it's not certain. As soon as she said this, everyone fell silent. Especially Wang Na, who was standing nearby, looked at her sister-in-law with admiration. She had wanted to say this for a long time, but was afraid. Now, Gu Manman finally said what was in her heart. Gu Zhenan slammed his chopsticks on the table and shouted sternly, "Have you finished causing trouble? You're not a child anymore. Do you know what you can say and what you can't? Are you clear about that?" The 3 children were sitting there. Although they were young, they were not stupid and could understand what was being said. Gu Manman's words could have a bad influence. Sure enough, the 3 little ones looked scared and trembling. Jiang Shudong was also annoyed. Before, she was only being attacked, but now they were attacking the children too. These people were getting more and more arrogant. It was easy to bully her.
Fine.
Since you doubt that the children are not my husband's, Jiang Shudong, won't stay in the Gu family anymore. I will take the children and leave. The Civil Affairs Bureau opens tomorrow, and I will get a divorce certificate. Jiang Shudong said this, stopped eating, and took the 3 children by the hand to go to the bedroom. Gu Hongwei saw this and panicked. Were these children really his grandchildren? Could he not tell?
They looked so much alike.
His son had also investigated, and it was very likely true. Moreover, at the great-grandchild level, having 3 boys was rare. If they lost these boys, how could they handle it?
Enough.
What nonsense are you talking? The family has spoiled you. Apologize to your sister-in-law quickly. Gu Hongwei stood up, grabbed Gu Manman's clothes, and scolded her. At this moment, Gu Jinan quickly caught up. He felt guilty inside, remembering how he had caused Jiang Shudong so much suffering before. Now she was married in but still being bullied by the family. Jiang Shudong took the 3 children back to the bedroom, her face cold as she started packing her things. Gu Jinan was feeling anxious and reached out to hold her arm. Shudong, don't do this. I've thought it over, and if things don't work out, let's just move out. The Research Institute has housing available. You can bring the 3 kids and come live with me. This way, there won't be any conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and I won't have to see Gu Manman. Actually, Jiang Shudong doesn't really have any issues with Gu Zhengnan. Since she married into the Gu family, Gu Zhengnan has always been very protective of her. Whenever the Gu family members cause trouble, Gu Zhengnan always defends her. But, of course, he's related to his mother and sister, so what can he do? He can't just go and slap them. Gu Zhengnan is caught in the middle, feeling uncomfortable and helpless. Alright, I was just angry when I said I wanted a divorce earlier. Don't take it seriously. The main issue is that they question the identity of the 3 children. I really can't stand that. Although Jiang Shudong is very attractive, she has never been unfaithful. Gu Manman and the others' accusations are very insulting. Once domestic DNA testing is available, the first thing I will do is take the children for testing with Gu Zhengnan to shut everyone up. At this moment, loud arguing can also be heard from the living room. Old Master Gu is angry too. Isn't it better to enjoy a peaceful life? Why keep stirring trouble? Gu Manman, in simple terms, is just a young girl who hasn't married yet. She shouldn't be involved in family matters. If they really force a divorce, Jiang Shudong will definitely take the children away. Honestly, the 3 children still carry Jiang Shudong's surname and haven't changed it yet. If they divorce, it will be much harder for him to see his great-grandchildren in the future. I tell you, you must sincerely apologize to your sister-in-law later. She is now your sister-in-law. Your brother's spending habits are his own business. He's an adult and should understand that. What does that have to do with you? And where did you hear all those nonsense? If you dare to spread more rumors, don't blame me for being rude to you. Despite Gu Manman's young age, old Master Gu's reprimands are very stern. Right now, Gu Manman is crying her eyes out, feeling extremely wronged. Why are you all turning against me? I'm only doing this for our family. Jiang Shudong isn't very proper, and you all know that. Whether the child is my second brother's or not, I can't say for sure. Gu Hongwei's face is red with anger. When she refuses to admit it and keeps arguing, he can't help but slap Gu Manman. Your grandfather is joking when he talks to you? He says one thing and you respond 3 times. What do you want? Gu's family has strict manners, and you must never show this attitude to elders. Also, Gu Hongwei feels very embarrassed. The old man finally came to stay with them long-term, but he spends all his time on these embarrassing matters. Gu Manman didn't expect her father to hit her in front of so many people. She was so angry she threw her bowl. I hate you. I hate all of you. In the end, Gu Manman's apology was not accepted. Jiang Shudong didn't care anymore. If things got worse, she would move to the Research Institute to avoid this frustration. But moving there is complicated. No one to cook, no one to take care of the children. They can't just let the elderly also live at the research institute.
Still, she couldn't think about that now.
She had to solve the current problem first. When she heard the living room quiet down, Gu Zhengnan told Jiang Shutong to rest in the bedroom and went out alone. Outside, he looked serious and shared his thoughts. From now on, Shutong and I won't live at home. We'll move to the staff housing at the research institute to avoid these problems. Also, talking like that affects the growth of the 3 kids. No one expected Gu Zhengnan and his family to want to move out. The Gu family is quite traditional. If the elders are still alive, they don't split the family. Besides, the Gu family isn't short of money. They live in a 2-story house and even more people can fit. Now that Gu Zhengnan and his family want to move out, it looks like they're making a joke of themselves. Not only would Gu Hongwei disagree, but the old grandfather would be the first to object. No, I and your grandmother moved here to help take care of the children. If you take the kids away, what are we supposed to do here? I've already scolded Man earlier. Give her another chance. She's still young. Gu Zhengnan looked at Li Wenxiu and then sighed. Grandpa, it's not that we want to move out. We really have no choice. As a husband, I can't just watch my wife be targeted by the family. What kind of man would I be? Also, I'm sure the children's identities are fine. The family's doubts now are hard for any woman to accept. Li Wenxiu didn't dare speak anymore. She didn't want Jiang Shutong to move out. She just wanted to set some rules in front of her. I have made my stance clear today. If anyone dares to mention this again, I will personally send them away from the Gu family. Let's see who still dares. After saying this, the old man quickly asked Gu Zhengnan to call Jiang Shutong out. When Jiang Shutong came out, old Master Gu lowered his tone. Little Jiang, just do me a favor and forgive her this time. I'm getting old, and how many years do I have left? I just want to help you take care of the kids and fulfill my wish as an old man. Since the old man said this, Jiang Shutong had no choice but to agree. It seemed like the matter was settled, even though Gu Man didn't apologize. In the future, she probably wouldn't dare to say such things again. A firm slap can be quite effective. That night, the 3 children still slept with the old man and others. Gu Zhengnan and Jiang Shutong lay in bed, silent. After a long while, Gu Zhengnan finally spoke softly. No matter what, my parents and sister are strangers to you. You don't need to worry about their words. You married me to live with me. As long as you care about my feelings, that's enough. After saying this, Gu Zhengnan hesitated for a moment, then took Jiang Shutong's hand. I believe in you, and that's enough. You don't need to worry about them. I will stand by your side. Jiang Shutong initially felt a bit upset, but after Gu Zhengnan said this, she suddenly felt it wasn't the big deal. Living together is about 2 people. As long as Gu Zhengnan is okay, other influences don't matter much. I understand. I'll try not to argue with them in the future. Since Gu Zhengnan gave her this respect, she couldn't be too temperamental. Seeing that Jiang Shutong was no longer as angry as before, Gu Zhengnan felt relieved. He got up and turned on the light. Wait for me, I'll go out for a bit. Jiang Shutong was a little puzzled but didn't ask. Gu Zhengnan put on his pajamas and left. About 10 minutes later, he returned with a bowl of noodles. You didn't eat enough tonight, right? My cooking isn't great, so I just made some simple noodles. Eat something first. Jiang Shutong jumped off the bed and looked at the noodles Gu Zhengnan was holding. They had tomatoes, small green vegetables, and 2 soft-boiled eggs. Although the eggs were broken and the presentation wasn't perfect, it was impressive that a grown man got up late at night to cook her a bowl of noodles. It showed more care than many married men. A strange feeling welled up in Jiang Shutong, and her nose felt a little sore. Over the past 6 years, it seems no one cared about her. Suddenly facing this situation, she felt overwhelmed and couldn't handle it. Are you not eating? I'm full. You can eat. Jiang Shutong didn't refuse and ate eagerly. She had been holding in her frustration all day, so she was still hungry tonight. While Jiang Shutong was eating, Gu Zhengnan spoke again. In a few days, our company has a team-building event. We need to bring family members. Would you like to come with me? Gu Zhengnan asked carefully, unsure if Jiang Shutong would agree. Jiang Shutong didn't look up. Do you want me to go? Gu Zhengnan didn't answer immediately. He paused and then replied softly. Yes, let's go. Usually, these events don't require much. Just eating and chatting. Sometimes there are performances, but they are usually by internal staff just for fun. Jiang Shutong understood now. Basically, it was a family event, but probably also a chance to show off a partner. If someone was talented, they might perform a song or dance, making their partner look good. Jiang Shutong thought, at least she could sing or dance, or even play the piano or arrow. She was confident she could handle those. Okay, if they need performers, I can also perform. Gu Jingnan's eyes lit up. What can you do? I can do a lot. Sing, dance, play the arrow. Gu Jingnan smiled. Great. I'll sign you up. Just for fun. After dinner, Jiang Shutong let out a satisfied burp. Gu Zhengnan looked at her expectantly. How did the noodles turn out? Jiang Shutong squinted. Very tasty. Gu Zhengnan took her bowl and went to wash it in the kitchen before going to bed. But that night, someone was destined to have trouble sleeping. The first was Gu Man. Although Gu Hongwei was the one who hit her, her real resentment was toward Jiang Shutong. She used to dislike Jiang Shutong, but now they were enemies. She was already grown up, yet her father still hit her over such a small matter. That woman was a troublemaker. She absolutely couldn't let Jiang Shutong stay in the Gu family. Next door, Li Wenxiu was also scolded by her husband. Don't just look at her and judge her mood. Why are you always fighting with her? Haven't you seen our son protecting her? Zhengnan is really too much. Why is he protecting her? Now, because of that sly woman, he's even disowning his own mother. I raised him with so much effort. Li Wenxiu kept complaining, but Gu Hongwei didn't want to listen anymore. Enough, just say a few less words. Do you think you're right? Did Yi push our grandson? I think your mind is also messed up. Even if you don't like this daughter-in-law, you can't ignore the grandson. You're just asking for trouble. Keep it to yourself. After saying this, Gu Hongwei snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Li Wenxiu. Li Wenxiu had no choice but to stay silent and feel upset alone. The next day, Gu Zhengdong handed Jiang Shutong the textbooks he bought. Sister-in-law, these are for grades 10 to 12. I got them all for you. Since yesterday's family argument, he hadn't had a chance to say anything. He remembered this morning and brought the books out. Jiang Shutong looked at the big bag of textbooks and couldn't help but thank her brother-in-law. Thank you, Zhengdong. Gu Zhengdong waved his hand. It's nothing, just a small matter. Gu Man didn't have much appetite early in the morning. Seeing her third brother bowing to this woman, she couldn't help but glare at him. But after being slapped yesterday, she didn't dare to cause trouble today. Jiang Shutong put the textbooks back in her room, greeted the three children, and then rode her bike to work. She had already taken a day off yesterday, so she needed to work hard today. At the office, Jiang Shutong greeted her colleagues with a smile and then sat at her desk. Zhao Shumin also arrived. Seeing Jiang Shutong, she still kept a stern face. After a while, Zhang Li assigned everyone their tasks. Jiang Shutong wanted to finish her work early, so she could visit Zhang Xiaomai at noon. She didn't know how her daughter was doing now or if she needed more treatment. While busy, she overheard some people chatting in the office. When she first arrived, she didn't know everyone, but now they understood each other. During work hours, they also talked about gossip. I heard that foreigners are coming to our factory today, probably to discuss a business deal. If this deal goes through, our machinery factory's performance could double. Really? I haven't even seen a foreigner before. Soon, we will go take a look. I heard her nose is very high now. Everyone was talking excitedly, sharing their opinions. Zhao Shumin couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong's eye color was different from normal people's. Before, everyone said she didn't seem like a Chinese person. After finishing work at noon, everyone rushed to see the foreigners. Jiang Shutong went to find Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai had already taken her child home to live, since staying at the clinic all the time was too expensive. Seeing Jiang Shutong, Zhang Xiaomai was very happy and kept expressing her gratitude. As long as the child is okay, that's what matters. I just wanted to ask about the child's condition. Zhang Xiaomai hesitated, then said, Shutong, I might not be able to pay you back soon. Is that okay? Jiang Shatong shook her head. Whenever you have the money, just pay me back.
No rules.
By the way, did you use up the money I gave you last time? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomai looked even more upset. I haven't spent it all. There's still about 10 yuan left. I was planning to give it to you, but my mother-in-law stole it from my pocket. Jiang Shutong's eyes widened. She couldn't believe her mother-in-law was so shameless as to steal that money too. She was worse than an animal. Did you ask her for it? Zhang Xiaomai's eyes turned red. No use. She said I was accusing her wrongly and refused to admit it. Jiang Shutong sighed and gently pulled Zhang Xiaomai aside. Don't be upset with me for speaking harshly. Your husband and mother-in-law are both unreliable. You need to think about yourself and your daughter. You work every month, but you give all your salary to the family? From now on, keep your own wages. Zhang Xiaomai was simple-minded. She used to think they were all family working together. But she treated them as family, and they saw her as a fool. All right, don't be sad. Call your daughter down. I'll treat you all to a meal at the cafeteria. Jiang Shutong patted Zhang Xiaomai's shoulder. No need. I'll bring some food back later. I can't let you pay for us. I'll treat you. They arrived at the cafeteria, got some food, and sat in a corner. As soon as Jiang Shutong sat down, she felt suspicious looks cast around her. She was no longer the same person as before. She was wearing a blazer, a watch on her wrist. She was already beautiful, and now she looked even more stylish. Even though she knows she is now married, many people still think about her. But no one dares to gossip openly. Instead, they curse her harshly behind her back. Jiang Shutong also senses this. These rude men have bad intentions but lack courage. In the past, when she borrowed money or supplies, they never took advantage of her. Now, she can stand tall and be confident. Zhang Xiaomai also seems to realize this. She quietly whispers to Jiang Shutong. Shutong, there's something you don't know. Yesterday, you didn't come to work, right? I heard Zhao Weiguo sold his job. He's no longer working at the machinery factory. Jiang Shutong is surprised. She didn't expect this. Zhao Weiguo has worked at the factory for many years. He's considered an old worker with good benefits. Why did he suddenly sell his job? Although he sold it for a good price, it's not as good as working himself. He used to give out things during festivals, rice, oil. That's money. Why did he suddenly sell his job? Zhang Xiaomai lowers her voice even more. I heard he didn't want to sell, but it seems he had no choice. I don't know the details. I think it's better if he's not there. He's shameless and could cause trouble for you if he stays. For some reason, Jiang Shutong instinctively thinks of Gu Xingnan. She wonders if he's involved. Just then, Manager Lu rushes over. Seeing Jiang Shutong, he visibly relaxes. Xiao Jiang, don't eat yet. There's an urgent matter that needs your help. While she's still chewing, Manager Lu pulls her up. What's wrong? Manager Lu. He catches his breath. The factory director's secretary suddenly isn't feeling well and can't meet the VIPs. Now, no one can translate or communicate with the guests. Your English is pretty good, right?
Can you step in and help?
Jiang Shutong understands immediately. She knows this isn't a small matter. She wipes her mouth with a handkerchief, greets Zhang Xiaomai, and quickly follows Manager Lu. Zhang Xiaomai watches Jiang Shutong finish her meal. She doesn't want to waste it, so she packs the leftovers in a lunchbox. Jiang Shutong hurries with Manager Lu to the production workshop, but Zhao Shumin sees them. She thinks, what are these two rushing off to do? They're in such a hurry. I'll skip my meal and go see what's happening. When Jiang Shutong arrived, she saw the factory director standing awkwardly beside two foreigners. Soon, he made two hand gestures, but the foreigners didn't understand at all. The scene was very embarrassing. It was after work hours, and many workers gathered around to watch. She thought, if we can't even communicate, we've really lost face. Manager Lu patted Jiang Shutong on the shoulder and said, Little Jiang, it's up to you. Don't embarrass our machinery factory's logistics department. Although you're not from the secretarial office, you're just as capable as them. Jiang Shutong nodded and walked over to the factory director. Everyone was surprised to see her approach. They wondered, why is she coming over now? Do they think the foreigners are interested in her? That's too much. Foreigners don't care about looks. They wouldn't just pick a pretty face and embarrass themselves. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shatong started speaking English to communicate with the guests. The two foreigners looked at her with admiration and then explained their needs. After listening carefully, Jiang Shatong relayed the information to the factory director. The director finally relaxed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was worried about the ongoing deadlock. The foreigners were here to buy sewing machines, a big deal that could earn foreign exchange for the country and bring honor. If he messed up, it would be a serious problem. Seeing Jiang Shutong's calm expression and fluent foreign language, everyone was stunned. How could she be so capable? Why did she used to be tightening screws in the workshop? Zhao Shuman watched this and felt even more dissatisfied. She had only been in the administrative department for a few days, yet Jiang Shatong had already outperformed her. How could her self-taught English be so good? Maybe if she had a professor teaching her, she wouldn't be so fluent. At this moment, everyone had to admit that Jiang Shatong had talent. Not everyone could learn to this level on their own. The two foreigners were clearly surprised too. They kept nodding and saying, "Good, good," in admiration. After introducing the products in the workshop, the foreigners were very satisfied and planned to go to the office for further talks. At this time, the factory director's secretary hurried back. She had suddenly felt stomach pain and needed to go to the bathroom. She couldn't just go in front of the foreigners, so she had to leave quickly. I didn't expect to come back and see a beautiful woman working as a translator here, which made me feel a bit uneasy. "Sorry to trouble you, comrade. Let me handle this now," she said. Secretary Liu pushed Jiang Shatong aside, eager to show off. However, the two foreigners seemed a little reluctant and gestured toward the factory director. The factory director looked at Jiang Shatong and asked, "What are they saying?" Jiang Shatong felt a bit shy and replied, "They said they really enjoy talking with me." The director nodded and waved to the secretary nearby. "Let Xiao Jiang handle it today. You go do something else." Secretary Liu's face turned green. How could he mess up at such a crucial moment? Why was this woman so good at English? She even outperformed him. He had held this position for years because of his strong work skills and language ability. Now, suddenly, someone else appeared. Zhao Shuman saw this and looked even more upset. Secretary Liu was related to her mother's side. She didn't mind Jiang Shatong stealing her spotlight, but now she was also taking her relative's attention. When there was a chance to show off, Jiang Shatong wouldn't be foolish enough to give it to others. She wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Even if she left now, Secretary Liu would still hold a grudge against her. Secretary Liu watched helplessly as Jiang Shatong happily went to the office with the factory director and others, grinding his teeth in frustration. Everyone saw there was no more excitement to watch, so they prepared to go eat. But on the way, they kept talking about Jiang Shatong. Some people had said before that Jiang Shatong got her position through favoritism, but today everyone saw she truly had real skills. I missed out. If I had known this woman was so capable, I wouldn't have opposed my mom and married her. With her development, she might even become a leader someday. She's just raising 3 kids for others, it's not a big deal." Exactly. She can speak so well even after self-study. If she went to a proper school, who knows how far she could go. I heard she caught the attention of the leaders on her first day, and today she even showed her face in front of the factory director. Her future prospects depend on her own efforts. The men talked among themselves, feeling a bit jealous. Jiang Shatong didn't care about all this. She was busy greeting foreign guests and, with her help, had also finalized the contract. When the two foreigners left, they held Jiang Shatong's hand and kept praising her fluent speaking skills. Jiang Shatong smiled as she saw them off, then prepared to return to her department. The factory director felt very pleased. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Of course, he also understood that Jiang Shatong had contributed greatly this time. "Little Jiang, I never thought you had this ability. In the beginning, we didn't let you work in the administration department because of your talent. We kept you in the workshop every day. That was a waste of talent. Are you used to working in the administration now? Jiang Shutong nodded. Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. My colleagues are also very kind to me. Good, you did a great job this time. There will be a reward later. Just keep working hard. Our factory won't overlook any talent. This last remark was quite meaningful, probably hinting that Jiang Shutong could be promoted in the future. Jiang Shutong nodded again. Thank you, Director. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back to work. Jiang Shutong left the office. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Secretary Liu waiting at the door with a stern face. When he saw her come out, his expression became even more forced. Comrade, just do your own work. Some things are not for everyone to get involved in. There were no outsiders around now, and Secretary Liu, feeling frustrated, wanted to pick a fight with Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong was not easily frightened. In the past, she might have been afraid of being treated unfairly, but now with Guo Zhengnan, she wasn't worried at all. Secretary Liu, what do you mean? Today I came here because Manager Liu asked me to help out. If you're unhappy about that, I'll talk to Manager Liu later. Next time, don't call me for such things. Secretary Liu didn't expect a woman like Jiang Shutong to dare to talk back to him. His face darkened further. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Jiang Shutong didn't bother to argue with him and simply left. After going downstairs, she saw Zhang Xiaomai still waiting there. Shutong, are you done? I saved some of your lunch for you. Come on, let's go home and heat it up. Jiang Shutong didn't expect Zhang Xiaomai to still care about her. She felt touched. It's okay, I'm not hungry. Zhang Xiaomai didn't reply. She leaned over and handed Jiang Shutong 2 eggs. Then you can eat 2 eggs to fill yourself up. I'll take the rest of the food and heat it up tonight to eat. You don't mind, do you? Jiang Shutong had ordered lunch in the afternoon, including a meat dish. Zhang Xiaomai was really reluctant to throw it away. Jiang Shutong naturally wouldn't refuse. No problem at all. As long as you don't mind sharing with me. While they were talking, Zhang Xiaomai couldn't help but smile and look at Jiang Shutong. Shutong, you're amazing. The factory really benefited from you today. I always thought you were capable, but I just didn't have the chance to see it. Now I finally see what you can do. Zhang Xiaomai looked proud and happy. Jiang Shutong knew she was genuinely pleased for her. They continued talking as they walked toward the office. Zhang Xiaomai saw Jiang Shutong to the door before heading back. Inside the office, Jiang Shutong was greeted warmly by Zhang Li and others. Shutong, you're incredible. You really made our logistics manager proud this time. Jiang Shutong modestly replied, It's enough that I didn't embarrass our department. Zhang Limin was sitting at her desk, and seeing Jiang Shutong surrounded by praise, she couldn't sit still. Some people really love to show off. They're not afraid of offending others. In the future, they might have nowhere to cry. Knowing her brother-in-law's temper, Zhang Limin was sure he would give Jiang Shutong a hard time. But don't underestimate the factory director's secretary. She also held significant power. Zhang Limin often made sarcastic remarks, and everyone was tired of it. She sneered and deliberately raised her voice. Some people want to show off but can't. There are over 10,000 people in this factory, and only a few speak English well. As she spoke, she patted Jiang Shutong's shoulder to comfort her. Jiang Shutong felt grateful inside. After sitting down, she ate the 2 eggs and then focused on her work. After a busy afternoon, it was finally time to leave work. As she stepped out of the office, she saw Gu Zhenan approaching. He was wearing work clothes and carrying a bag. Jiang Shutong's heart lifted, and she instinctively took a few quick steps forward. Zhenan, what are you doing here? I'm here to work. I'll be at the mechanical factory these days. Jiang Shutong suddenly remembered that the factory was developing a new machine, and the research institute had sent Gu Zhenan to be in charge. Are you finished with your work now? I was thinking of going home. Jiang Shutong thought it would be nice to go home together. Gu Zhenan nodded. Let's go together. At this moment, Zhang Li and the others also came out. Seeing Jiang Shutong standing with Gu Zhengnan, they couldn't help but be surprised and felt curious. Everyone knew Jiang Shutong married into a good family, but most guessed that Gu Zhengnan probably wasn't very kind to her, mostly because of her looks. Some people secretly wondered if Jiang Shutong was not doing well at her in-laws' house. Being unscolded was considered a good thing. But now, It seemed that the couple was getting along quite well. Gu Zhengnan and Jiang Shudong left the mechanical factory one after the other. The passing workers couldn't help but glance at them. Now that Jiang Shudong and Gu Zhengnan were more familiar with each other, they no longer felt awkward when alone together. When passing by a grocery store, Gu Zhengnan parked the car to the side and went in to buy some snacks. Jiang Shudong looked at him and asked, "What did you buy? Today there are candied hawthorns. I bought some for you too. We'll eat them at home." Jiang Shudong was a bit surprised. It felt like Gu Zhengnan was treating her like a child. The two of them rode their bikes home. Gu Zhengnan took out the candied hawthorns and gave them to their 3 sons. The youngest son's eyes lit up. He took them happily and loudly said, "Thanks, Dad." The older brothers looked at the hawthorns with drooling mouths. When they got them, they just said thank you, but the words "Dad" didn't come out as smoothly as the youngest son. Gu Zhengnan didn't mind. He reached out and patted the children's heads, signaling them to go play outside. Jiang Shudong was also busy. After returning home, she stayed inside reading a book. The college entrance exam was coming in October. If she could get into university, she could study and work at the same time, which was not impossible. It would be even better if she could get a government position and show some authority. When Li Wenxiu came back and saw Jiang Shudong staying in her room without coming out, she couldn't help but scold her a few times. "Really lazy. As soon as you come back, you hide in your room. You don't want to do any work." Gu Zhengnan stood up and said, "Mom, if there's any work to do, just tell me. I'll help you." Xu Tang is busy reading. She wants to take the college entrance exam this year. Li Wenxiu sneered, "Don't embarrass yourself. Is college that easy to get into? She only finished middle school. Why should she get into university?" "I think she's just lazy, avoiding work, making excuses for herself." Gu Zhengnan frowned slightly. When Wang Na came back, she also didn't do any work. Why was everyone only criticizing Jiang Shudong? Besides, Jiang Shudong really had things to do. "All right, Mom, just say a few less words. I have nothing to do now. If you have work, just tell me and stop complaining so much." Li Wenxiu didn't want her beloved son to do any work. She muttered a few words and went to the kitchen. Next to her, Wang Na saw this and felt envious. She thought this little brother-in-law is really thoughtful. How is Jiang Shudong so lucky? Gu Zhengnan brewed some tea and was about to take it to Jiang Shudong when he saw people arriving at the door. It looked like quite a few people. "Zhengnan, come eat dinner with us tonight. We booked a private room at the state-run restaurant." The person coming in was He Jingtian, followed by Luo Dajiang and Yang Long, looking lively and energetic. Gu Zhengnan glanced at the teapot in his hand. "Sit down first, wait a bit. I'll take the tea back to the bedroom." He Jingtian's eyes lit up. He winked at his good friend. "Is it for sister-in-law? Perfect. Call her out, and let's go together. Dajiang's date is also coming, and Honging is going too." Gu Zhengnan nodded. "I'll ask Shudong if she wants to go." After saying that, he went straight back to the bedroom. Jiang Shudong was there flipping through her math textbook, holding a pen and drawing on it. Seeing Gu Zhengnan bring in a teapot, she quickly got up to take it. "Oh, Jingtian and the others are coming over tonight for a gathering. Do you want to come too?" Jiang Shudong put the teapot on her desk. Honestly, she didn't really want to go. She wasn't very familiar with Gu Zhengnan's friends, and it would be awkward to go. Seeing Jiang Shudong silent, Gu Zhengnan spoke again. "Why not come with me? You might meet some new friends. When we get back tonight, I'll stay with you and help you study." Gu Zhengnan hoped Jiang Shudong would go. After all, they were now married. He wanted to introduce his good friends to her. That way, they could better fit into each other's lives. Gu Zhengnan said this with a humble tone. Jiang Shudong didn't feel like refusing anymore. "Okay, no problem. I was just worried about embarrassing you." Jiang Shudong instinctively said this, since her reputation was well known now. Most people still remembered her from before. Gu Zhengnan looked at Jiang Shudong with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Don't say that. How would you embarrass me?" Jiang Shudong quickly changed the subject. "All right, you go ahead first. I'll change my clothes and get ready." Jiang Shudong thought that since they were married, this was their first time attending such a gathering. She wanted to look proper and not embarrass Gu Zhenan. She chose a light yellow cheongsam from her wardrobe, styled her hair into a bun, and secured it with a wooden hairpin. She didn't need much makeup, just a touch of lipstick was enough. After tidying up, Jiang Shudong went to the living room. He Jingting and the others were sitting and chatting. When they saw Jiang Shudong, their eyes showed surprise and admiration. Although they already knew Jiang Shudong was beautiful, every time they saw her, it was like a new visual delight. She hadn't done much to dress up, just applied lipstick and casually styled her hair, but her charm was enough to make the men swoon. Gu Zhanan also looked stunned. Jiang Shudong was usually bright and striking, but today she looked gentle and elegant. The two styles were different but combined perfectly, making her irresistibly attractive. She was simply too beautiful. Seeing everyone looking at her, Jiang Shudong felt a little uncomfortable. Zhanan, I'm ready. When shall we leave? Right now. Let's go. He Jingding and the others stood up, greeted Gu Hongwei and the others, and then left the house. In the car, they exchanged a few words, but Jiang Shudong was not looked down upon at all. Others didn't know what was really going on between them, but did the brothers not understand? Right now, rumors outside said Gu Zhanan had found a flirtatious woman and was secretly raising someone else's child for free. People thought he was crazy. But He Jingting and the others knew that the child was clearly his own. However, due to the social norms, they couldn't openly admit to a pregnancy. So, Jiang Shudong was truly their sister-in-law. They wouldn't dare disrespect her, no matter how brave they were. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, He Jingting led the way and quickly entered a private room. Inside, there were a few people, all friends of Gu Zhanan plus 3 women. He Jingting clicked his tongue. Look at Jiang and the others. Now that they have someone, they're making us jealous. It's hard to take. Then he pointed to Jiang Shudong, who was already seated. Let me introduce everyone. This is sister-in-law. Everyone was not very familiar with Jiang Shudong. When He Jingtian mentioned her, they all nodded and greeted her politely. Jiang Shudong behaved very appropriately, smiling and responding to everyone. This visit wouldn't be wasted. At least she wanted to get to know Gu Jingnan's friends. Luo Dajiang's partner was quite shy, sitting next to Jiang Shudong, looking a little nervous. Jiang Shudong was fine. She had seen many big occasions. Zhou Ren kept stealing glances at Jiang Shudong. When Jiang Shudong noticed and looked over, Zhou Ren blushed. What's wrong? Jiang Shudong asked. Zhou Ren shook his head. Nothing. It's just that sister-in-law. You're so beautiful. I was stunned for a moment. When Zhou Ren said this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. That's true. Sister-in-law is really pretty. Jiang Shutong's beauty was undeniable. Everyone who saw her looked a little longer. Although they didn't say it out loud, they all thought Gu Zhengnan was very lucky. If they had a wife like her, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. They'd be too busy admiring her. Everyone was happy, except for a woman with short hair who looked a bit gloomy. Jiang Shudong had noticed her earlier. She had heard from Gu Zhengnan that this was Xia Hongying, who grew up in the same big courtyard as them, from childhood, very close. Recently, Xia Hongying didn't come to the wedding because she went out of town. This was their first time meeting again. You're all so superficial, only caring about looks. When you see someone pretty, you ignore me, huh? A bunch of ungrateful people, Xia Hongying said loudly, knocking on her bowl with chopsticks. He Jingtian and the others quickly tried to comfort her. No way. We told you right away, didn't we? We even ordered your favorite braised fish today. Xia Hongying looked at He Jingtian and snorted, acting a bit proud. Then she touched her short hair. Nowadays, women like to keep long hair. I keep mine short, but maybe I should grow it long so I can attract more men. After saying this, she naturally received compliments from everyone, saying she looked good with short hair too. Jiang Shudong felt strangely uncomfortable listening to her. She found her words quite interesting. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Xia Hongying started acting up. She took a big piece of fish and put it into He Jingtian's bowl. Help me pick out the fish bones, she said. Soon after, Xia Hongying handed the bitten meatball to Luo Dajiang. What's wrong with this meatball? It doesn't taste as good as last time. Did Zheng here have it? Zhou Ran was a bit stunned, watching this scene in disbelief. Luo Dajiang hesitated. It's okay. If you don't like it, just throw it away. Why should I eat it? Hearing this, Xia Hongying looked unhappy and couldn't help but glance at Zhou Ran. What's wrong? Is your girlfriend upset that you're eating? Zhou Ran, right? Comrade Zhou, don't mind. We've known each other since we were kids. We're just good friends, nothing more. Dajiang used to just eat my leftovers. You wouldn't be mad, would you? Zhou Ran forced a smile, too embarrassed to tell the truth. Xia Hongying raised an eyebrow. See? Your girlfriend isn't upset. You can eat. Luo Dajiang looked awkward. He added the meatball to his plate and set it aside, showing some restraint. At this moment, Zhang Shutong felt very uncomfortable. Was this the legendary gentleman tea? Gu Zhengnan and his childhood friend always brought this woman to every meal. Zhang Shutong didn't want to come to such gatherings. To her surprise, Xia Hongying then started making a bold move in front of Gu Zhengnan and Zhang Shutong. Knowing Zhang Shutong loved spicy food, Gu Zhengnan helped her pick some spicy chicken pieces, then added a few to his own bowl. Seeing this, Xia Hongying was annoyed. She tapped her plate. Brother Zhengnan, I want some too. Why are you so biased? Only giving your wife, ignoring me. Gu Zhengnan looked straight ahead. If you want some, just help yourself. Zhang Shutong breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relaxed. Fortunately, Gu Zhengnan knew how to behave. Otherwise, she might have gotten very angry. But she never expected that Xia Hongying's face was so thick. Hearing Gu Zhengnan, she directly used her chopsticks to pick 2 pieces of chicken from his bowl. She didn't mind that Gu Zhengnan had just taken a bite and immediately put the chicken into her mouth, leaving Zhang Shutong stunned. Gu Zhengnan's face also looked a bit grim, but he didn't want to lose his temper in front of so many friends. Zhang Shutong pursed her lips and stood up to leave. Seeing this, he jinked Tian, and the others looked unhappy. They thought Zhang Shutong was angry and had left. Boss, where did sister-in-law go? Is everything okay? Xia Hongying wiped her mouth and said casually, Why do you care so much? What she's doing is none of your business. Just eat your food. Gu Zhengnan was getting angry but was about to say something when Zhang Shutong came in. She was holding a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Gu Zhengnan. Zhengnan, use this bowl. Seeing this, Xia Hongying's face turned green. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Do you think I'm dirty? Zhang Shutong sat back in her seat, remaining calm. I don't mean anything. Zhengnan has cleanliness habits, you know that, right? Xia Hongying was stunned and looked at Gu Zhengnan in disbelief. Brother Zhengnan, I didn't know you had cleanliness habits. Gu Zhengnan set the bowl aside and said calmly, There are many things you don't know. But you didn't have these habits before, right? You can't be like this now. You got a wife and forgot your friends, huh? Your personality doesn't seem like someone who is overly controlled by his wife. Xia Hongying refused to give up and insisted on listing reasons. Gu Zhengnan lost patience. I didn't have them before, but now I do. Only my wife can pick food for my bowl. Others can't. This was very clear. He jinked Tian, and the others didn't dare to speak up, afraid of getting involved. Xia Hongying was not someone to be messed with either. Zhou Ran felt secretly pleased. He blamed himself for being too timid, holding back all his anger. If only he were as brave as Zhang Shutong. Indeed, Xia Hongying couldn't take it anymore. They had grown up together, and she had always been the favorite. As the only woman among them and the youngest, Gu Zhengnan and the others naturally took care of her. Growing up together created bonds. Even now, with Gu Zhengnan and the others having partners, Xia Hongying still felt she was more important than their girlfriends. So, in this situation, she wanted to show her special status. She didn't expect Gu Zhengnan to humiliate her like this. Brother Zhengnan, you're going too far now. How can you bully people like this? You don't seem like someone afraid of your wife. Why are you being so controlled? Xia Hongying said this and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Shutong. Sister-in-law, I have to say something unpleasant. There is a difference between you and the sister-in-law I have in my mind. Brother Zhengnan didn't see things this way before. You still need to work harder in the future. After saying this, Xia Hongying winked at Zhang Shutong. That was a very harsh comment, indirectly criticizing her for not being good enough for Gu Jingnan. It's quite funny. Why would Gu Jingnan need to see her before choosing a wife? What does she count as? Zhang Shutong felt angry and almost couldn't hold it in, but since this was their first gathering, she thought it wouldn't be good to be too aggressive. So, she just smiled faintly. Fortunately, I am married to Jingnan. If I were married to Comrade Xia, it might be difficult. Zhang Shutong didn't curse or say anything rude, but everyone could understand her meaning. Was she implying that Xia Hongying was meddlesome? Gu Jingnan and his wife know if they are suitable or not. What does it have to do with her, an outsider? Compared to her, the difference was obvious. People said Jiang Shutong was flirtatious, uneducated, and petty. Xia Hongying grew up in a big family and received higher education from a young age. She didn't expect that now, when they were together, she was actually not as good as Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong's calm reaction made Xia Hongying very annoyed. She wanted to embarrass Jiang Shutong and even hoped she would lose her temper like a crazy person. That way, her goal would be achieved, and others would look down on Jiang Shutong even more. But unexpectedly, Jiang Shutong remained so composed, casually saying a few words that made her look inferior. Gu Jingnan, who was nearby and wanted to help, didn't speak this time. Only the slight curl of his lips revealed his feelings. No matter how Xia Hongying acted today, Jiang Shutong easily handled it. He jinked Tian, and the others also sensed something was wrong. What was wrong with Xia Hongying today? Why was she so rude and always causing trouble? If they had known, they wouldn't have brought her here today. It was really embarrassing. In the end, Xia Hongying finally shut her mouth because she realized she couldn't compete with Jiang Shutong. Gu Jingnan also noticed she was at a disadvantage, but said nothing. Later, Xia Hongying lost her temper, stopped eating, and insisted on leaving. Did Jiang please drive me home first? I'm in a bad mood and don't want to eat anymore. Luo Dajiang frowned. It's almost over. Let's finish eating and leave together. Summer Hongying stomped her foot. Now I only ask you to do a little thing. Why is it so hard? Can't you just take me back and then come back to eat? She looked at Zhou Ran, who was beside Luo Dajiang. Zhou Ran, you don't mind, do you? Zhou Ran's smile was starting to fade. She wondered why she didn't mind, but in fact, she cared a lot. He Jingtong couldn't stand it anymore and stood up directly. Dajiang needs to be with his partner. I'll drive you back. Let's go. He didn't want any trouble, so he took the initiative to stand up. But Summer Hongying still wasn't done. She stomped her foot and started complaining. Who asked you to send me? I only want Brother Dajiang to send me. He Jingtong's face was starting to fall. Why are you getting more unreasonable as you get older? Let's go. I'll take you back. Stop causing trouble. Summer Hongying wasn't stupid. She realized He Jingtong was really angry, so she hesitated and finally left the private room slowly. Luo Dajiang looked at Zhou Ran. Don't be mad. She's like this. Zhou Ran was furious. She thought if He Jingtong hadn't stopped him, Luo Dajiang might have gone after her. Yeah, I know. After a while, He Jingtong came back. The main event was about to start, and everyone started drinking. Since it was hard to gather together, it was natural to have some drinks. Gu Jingnan wasn't good at drinking. After a few glasses, his eyes changed. If he had been a better drinker before, he wouldn't have had that awkward moment with Jiang Shutong. If it were someone else, he might have refused to drink, but these were good friends, so he had to drink. Jiang Shutong didn't drink alcohol. If Gu Jingnan drank too much, she'd have to take care of him. If both of them got drunk, it would be embarrassing. By the end, everyone was a little tipsy, but since someone was driving, it wasn't a big deal. When they left the restaurant, He Jingtong stammered. Sister-in-law, be careful on the road. Okay, you all be careful too. Remember to drink some tea when you get home. Gu Jingnan couldn't hold his liquor well, but he cared about his face. He was walking in a zigzag pattern and pretending he wasn't drunk. Jiang Shutong helped him into the car and told the driver to start driving. On the way, Gu Jingnan kept his head down and didn't speak. Jiang Shutong was worried he might fall asleep. He drank too much and was easily tired. It was a bit cool tonight, and if he fell asleep and sweat, he might catch a cold when getting out of the car. Jiang Shudong thought about it and couldn't help but gently pat Gu Zhanan's back. Zhanan, don't fall asleep. We'll be home soon. Gu Zhanan then raised his head, looking straight ahead without turning his eyes. Jiang Shudong occasionally tilted her head to glance at him, feeling strangely that this version of Gu Zhanan was a bit cute. Soon they arrived home. Because it was late, everyone was already asleep. Jiang Shudong helped Gu Zhanan wash up briefly before returning to her room. Gu Zhanan felt dizzy and lightheaded. Thinking about how Jiang Shudong was taking care of him, he felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry for bothering you. Jiang Shudong took out pajamas from the wardrobe. Change into these. It's more comfortable to sleep in pajamas. Gu Zhanan responded with a sound and started to take off his clothes. If it had been before, he would have hidden himself, but today he had drunk quite a bit, so he was more relaxed and didn't think much about it. Before Jiang Shudong turned around, she suddenly heard a snap and saw him take off his pants. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Wow, that looked a bit scary. Really quite fierce. No, I must not look. I must not look. Jiang Shudong quickly turned around and started changing her clothes as well. Gu Zhanan put on his sleep pants and lay on the bed. Under the light of the bedside lamp, he looked at Jiang Shudong, who was changing into her pajamas. Although he could only see her back, her graceful figure was still very eye-catching. He couldn't help but frown, feeling a headache coming on, like needles stabbing him. But soon he recovered. Jiang Shudong finished changing into her nightgown and just lay down on the bed. She noticed Gu Zhanan's unusual gaze and felt a sticky, uncomfortable sensation. Her heart skipped a beat. She had heard that men, after drinking, might get interested in certain things. Could Gu Zhanan be feeling attracted to her? What if he tried to force himself on her later? She thought about refusing, but after all, they were married. It wasn't a big deal to have some marital intimacy, and she also found herself somewhat attracted to Gu Zhanan's body. Gu Zhanan was handsome and had a good figure, better than some high-priced models. She was a normal woman who had been a widow for 5 or 6 years. Maybe indulging a little wouldn't hurt, but if things really went that way, it might not be appropriate. She was also thinking about the future. If she became successful and divorced Gu Zhanan, how could they still go through with it after everything? Just as Jiang Shudong was lost in her thoughts, Gu Zhanan suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Holding Jiang Shudong in his arms, he softly said, "It's late. Sleep now." Warm breath brushed against her ear, making Jiang Shudong feel a tingling sensation. Is this man doing it on purpose? What about being a straightforward guy? It's all fake. Drinking wine and being so charming. Are they testing officials with this? Jiang Shudong felt very dry and couldn't help swallowing a few times. Sleep. Sleep now. Gu Zhongnan also couldn't sleep. Although he was drunk, his mind was clear. From this angle, he could see Jiang Shudong's side face. Her outline, her curled eyelashes, such beauty from the creator. This woman is truly stunning. Jiang Shudong was held by Gu Zhongnan. She was unsure whether to sleep or stay awake. Just as she was thinking about turning over to face away from Gu Zhongnan, he suddenly pressed her shoulders and turned her around. Now, they faced each other. Jiang Shudong didn't turn on the light, only leaving a bedside lamp. In the dim glow, she thought Gu Zhongnan's face looked even more handsome. She always thought that when men drank too much, they just smelled of alcohol, which should be very unpleasant. But surprisingly, it wasn't that bad. Instead, it was a little intoxicating. Gu Zhongnan looked at Jiang Shudong's avoiding eyes, feeling an indescribable urge. "Can I kiss you?" Just as Jiang Shudong was about to close her eyes, Gu Zhongnan spoke. And after saying this, he didn't move closer, but kept his narrow eyes fixed on Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed. Thinking this man was quite interesting, he had already taken off his pants and was talking about this. So, should she say yes or no? Should I kiss you? Or not? After waiting for a while, Gu Zhongnan still didn't make a move. Jiang Shudong felt a little embarrassed and angry. Gu Zhongnan was confused, but with his current understanding, this probably meant he wanted to kiss her. The next second, Gu Zhongnan leaned in and kissed her. Jiang Shudong was forced to accept the kiss, and gradually, She felt a little dizzy. Just as the two couldn't hold back their feelings, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xiao Jiang, are you asleep? Xiao Hao had a nightmare and is crying. He wants to see you. In an instant, Jiang Shudong sat up quickly and hurriedly put on her pajamas. Grandpa, I haven't slept yet. Just a moment. Gu Zhengnan, still partly drunk, quickly pulled the blanket over himself to cover. Jiang Shudong was sure her clothes were fine, so she opened the door. The little third child was softly sobbing, wiping his tears. When he saw Jiang Shudong come out, he quickly hugged her leg. Mom, Xiao Hao had a bad dream just now. He dreamed he got bitten by a dog. Boo-hoo, Jiang Shudong instinctively pressed her lips together. Bitten by a dog. It seemed she really was bitten earlier.
Gu Zhanan is a dog sign.
He kissed her, so why did he bite her lips? Then I'll sleep with Xiao Hao. Grandpa, you should rest early too. Sorry for the trouble. Jiang Shudong felt a bit embarrassed. The old man was already this old. Staying up late would disturb his sleep. No trouble. You all should rest early too. After saying that, the old man left. Jiang Shudong gently carried Xiao Hao to bed and softly comforted him. Gu Zhanan looked awkward, thinking about what he had just done. His ears turned red. Xiao Hao was no longer crying. He held Jiang Shudong and soon fell asleep. Jiang Shudong, however, couldn't sleep. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, replaying what just happened. If Xiao Hao hadn't had a nightmare, they might already be happily together. Oh well, nothing could be changed now. It seemed the heavens didn't agree. Gu Zhanan also couldn't sleep, but didn't dare make a sound, afraid of waking Xiao Hao. So, they stayed awake until late at night before finally falling asleep. The next morning, when they went out to eat, everyone instinctively looked at Jiang Shutong's lips. Those who had experienced it knew what it meant. Li Wenxiu couldn't help but curse silently in her mind about the fox spirit. Her son was a decent person, and now he was being seduced by this fox spirit, leading to such things. Gu Zhanan initially didn't realize anything. When he noticed everyone looking at Jiang Shudong, he couldn't help but glance at her too. That's when he saw her lips were broken. His mind suddenly went blank. After thinking carefully, it seemed he was the one who bit her. Gu Zhanan's head drooped, too afraid to lift it. He focused on eating. Wang Na was holding her bowl of millet porridge, feeling a bit envious. She and Gu Zhenbei now had no passion. They only saw each other a few times a week, mostly because of the kids. If it weren't for that, they'd probably want separate rooms. Looking at Jiang Shudong and her brother-in-law so sweet and happy, she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She originally thought Gu Zhengnan looked down on Jiang Shudong. When she married in, she expected they would argue a little every 3 days and fight seriously every 10 days. But now, it seemed they were getting along quite well. After breakfast, everyone went their own way. Jiang Shudong and Gu Zhengnan rode their bikes to the factory together. Gu Zhengnan had been busy at the factory these days, so his commute was convenient. On the way, Gu Zhengnan's mind was a mess, constantly thinking about what they did last night. Now he was feeling regretful. Although they were married, he had told Jiang Shudong on their wedding day that their marriage lacked feelings, was just for the children, and he wouldn't do anything intimate with her. But yesterday, after drinking a little, he ended up touching her inappropriately. It was really wrong. He was usually a cold person, with little desire for intimacy, but he couldn't control himself when facing Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong also felt a bit awkward. She wanted to say a few words, but when she saw Gu Zhengnan looking so distressed, she immediately shut her mouth. I'm sorry about last night. I shouldn't have done that. Jiang Shudong was about to stop talking, but suddenly Gu Zhengnan said something, making her stumble and almost fall. It's okay. You were drunk, I understand. Gu Zhengnan cleared his throat, blushing. I drank alcohol, but I wasn't that drunk. I know what I was doing. Jiang Shudong was silent. What was her brother doing? Just give her a way to back off. Why did he have to be so clear? She hadn't drunk last night and couldn't even find an excuse. It was purely a matter of attraction. Seeing Jiang Shudong silent, Gu Zhengnan forced himself to continue. Next time I do something like that, just hit me with your shoe. No mercy. Zhang Shutong really couldn't hold it anymore. Gu Zhengnan looked like an elite normally, but when he spoke, he was so adorable. Hit him with a shoe? Where? On top or below? Thinking of this, Zhang Shutong couldn't help but laugh. It's okay, no need to overthink. Seeing Zhang Shutong didn't mind, Gu Zhengnan finally relaxed. At the same time, he secretly decided that he shouldn't drink so casually in the future. Drinking always caused trouble. If this continues, what else can she do in her research? She might as well be sent to reform school for her misconduct. The couple arrived together at the machinery factory, just as it was time to start work. Seeing them come in together, everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. People said all sorts of things. Most men looked down on Gu Zhengnan, thinking he was foolish and just a scapegoat. The women, on the other hand, envied Zhang Shutong, who, despite her bad reputation, managed to marry well. She was truly lucky. Gu Zhengnan remained calm and went straight to the workshop. Zhang Shutong was in a good mood. She walked cheerfully to the office, humming a song along the way. Today, she had brought her math textbook in her bag, planning to read it after finishing her work. Although she was good at studying in her past life and getting into university was easy, she hadn't read much in recent years and had forgotten some things. She wanted to review and strengthen her knowledge. In the office, she greeted a few colleagues with a smile and then sat down to work seriously. Because she worked efficiently, she finished quickly and then took out her math book to study. When Zhao Shumin went to pour water, she saw Zhang Shutong reading her math book and immediately felt annoyed. She loudly shouted, "Sister Zhang, look at Zhang Shutong. Not working properly during work hours, reading books here." Zhang Li and others heard the noise and looked over. Zhao Shumin thought Zhang Shutong would be worried, but she didn't even close her book. Instead, she looked at her calmly. "Comrade Zhao Shumin, I have already finished my assigned work today. What's wrong with reading or studying? After all, as part of the logistics team, we need knowledge in various areas. I'm not reading leisure books, but a math textbook." Zhang Shutong had already prepared her words, so she spoke confidently. Zhao Shumin didn't care about that. Yesterday, her brother-in-law had already given her orders to keep an eye on Zhang Shutong in the office. If there was any movement, she was to report immediately. Secretary Liu was also worried that Zhang Shutong might attract the factory director's attention. If she called her over again to entertain guests, his secretary position might not be secure anymore. Now is work time. Whether you're reading math or Chinese, it's not allowed. With this time, how much work could you have done? The factory pays you a salary, not for you to waste time like this. Zhao Shumin clearly wants to make a big fuss. After all, Zhang Shutong usually has almost no faults, and she hasn't had many chances to find fault with her.
Zhang Li fronat.
Usually, when Manager Liu isn't here, she manages the office. Zhang Shutong works efficiently. Now that she has nothing to do, reading and studying is fine. It shows she is motivated. Does Zhao Shumin really need to make such a big deal out of this? Xiao Zhang is right. Studying is good. Zhang's work accuracy is higher than yours. If you could finish your work and study earlier, that would be better. Zhao Shumin immediately felt that Zhang Li was showing favoritism. Zhang Jie, you can't just lower your standards for Zhang Shutong because she sometimes gives you small favors. If everyone did the same during work hours, where would discipline be? Zhao Shumin pressed hard, making Zhang Li momentarily unable to say anything. Just then, Manager Liu came in. Zhao Shumin brightened and quickly stood up to complain. She thought Manager Liu would scold Zhang Shutong after hearing this, but little did she know, Zhang Shutong is now the favorite in their department, especially since she recently helped the department gain face. Zhao, instead of watching others, you should finish your own work first. There's nothing wrong with Zhang being eager to learn. If she studies privately, she can also help the factory host guests. Besides, she has already finished her work and hasn't delayed anything. Hearing this, Zhao Shumin's face turned green. She wanted to argue but couldn't find an excuse. Why is she always worse than Zhang Shutong? She couldn't go on like this. Would she still be able to stay in the department? It seems she needs to quickly have her brother-in-law push Zhang Shutong out. Zhang Li and the others listened. all trying to hold back their laughter. In a government office, especially in clerical work, everyone has many little tricks. But such situations are rare in their department. Everyone gets along well. Now, with this troublemaker coming in, it's a bit uncomfortable. After teaching Zhao Shuman a lesson, Manager Lu smiled and looked at Jiang Shadong. Xiao Jiang, your eagerness to learn is something everyone should look up to. Finishing your work and enriching yourself is good. At lunchtime, Jiang Shadong hesitated for a moment but decided to find Gu Zhengnan to ask about his work progress and see if they could have lunch together. Before she reached the workshop, she bumped into a few male workers. These men had often teased her before, and one of them even offered 50 yuan to spend a night with her. Angry, Jiang Shadong almost fought with him. Seeing her in a dress and high heels, they felt angry and jealous. They thought she was getting more flirtatious, and since they heard her husband didn't care much for her and married her just for fun, they figured teasing her wouldn't matter now. As Jiang Shadong passed by, one of the men whistled at her. "Hey, you flirt, walking around swaying your hips. Who are you trying to attract? Is your husband not satisfying you? Well, with a woman like you, it's no wonder you need several men to keep you happy." After saying this, the others burst into loud, rude laughter, staring at Jiang Shadong with lewd looks. She didn't want to pay attention at first, but after being insulted, she couldn't just ignore it. "Say that again if you dare." The man was stunned, then sneered. "What? Think just because you're married, you're better than us? Your husband has some power, so you forget who you are. You just drove Xiao Zhao away, and now you want to push me out too? I tell you, I'm not afraid of you." Jiang Shadong was surprised. What did he mean? Did Zhao Weigua sell his work because of Gu Zhengnan? If that was true, why hadn't Gu Zhengnan told her anything? Be a real man and do some good. Just because I didn't like you at first and ignored you, doesn't mean I owe you anything. And I, Jiang Shadong, would rather be a widow than be with someone like you. The man was obviously hot-tempered and wanted to hit her, but others held him back. Just then, Zhou Fuchuan arrived and saw the tense situation. He couldn't help but give a few words of advice. "Enough, everyone. We work in the same factory. What are you doing? Jiang here is now in a different class. She's in the office now." The man spat and said, "So, what if she's in the office?" "She's still a flirt." Zhou Fuchuan still smiled warmly as he looked at the angry Jiang Shadong, speaking in a calm, indifferent tone. "All right, little Jiang, don't be mad. Everyone was just joking with you. You should go ahead and do your work." Jiang Shadong gritted her teeth in anger. She almost forgot about this old man, Zhou Fuchuan. Last time, Wang Yinhua falsely accused her. Zhou Fuchuan didn't explain and even blamed her, making her think Wang Yinhua believed she stole money from Zhou Fuchuan. But it was not her, someone else was responsible. Now, instead of saying a fair word, he's just trying to smooth things over and make peace. He's really an old troublemaker. Director Zhou, so you think calling others bad people is just a joke? Well, then I'll say your mother is a bad person and your wife and daughter are also bad people. Don't you get angry about that." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Fuchuan's face darkened. "How can you talk like that? That's too much. I was trying to help settle things and you're so ungrateful." He got upset, really upset. Jiang Shadong looked at them coldly, feeling both anger and sadness inside because of the insults she had endured over the years. She had been called a tricky fox, a bad person, and other harsh words. Now that she was married, these people still wouldn't leave her alone. They thought she was easy to bully because she was a woman. But if she had a tough attitude, who would dare to speak like that? Just as Jiang Shadong clenched her fists, ready to act, Gu Zhenan's voice suddenly came from behind. "Say what you just said again." The next second, Gu Zhenan stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around Jiang Shutong's waist, patting her lightly. "It's okay. I'm here." Gu Zhenan's face was grim, his narrow eyes full of anger as he stared fiercely at Zhou Fuchuan and the others. Thinking about how Jiang Shadong had been insulted all these years, he felt like punching someone. But violence wouldn't solve anything. He needed to stay calm. Seeing Gu Zhenan come over, the others looked a bit scared. They felt free to tease Jiang Shutong because she was a woman with no powerful background, so they thought they could get away with it. But Gu Zhanan was different. His family was very wealthy, and he was capable himself. Who dared to offend him? Zhou Fuchuan forced a smile. Mr. Gu, it's just a small misunderstanding. Gu Zhanan looked straight ahead. What's your name? And yours? He asked, pointing at Zhou Fuchuan and the man from earlier. The man stiffened and asked, What does my name have to do with you? Gu Zhengnan sneered and looked at Jiang Shutong nearby, asking, Shutong, do you know what these people are called? Although a bit confused, Jiang Shutong nodded and told him their names. Gu Zhengnan nodded. All right, let's go eat first. Jiang Shutong felt a bit unwilling, but since Gu Zhengnan said so, she didn't argue and followed him. Zhou Fuchuan saw this and subconsciously relaxed, then felt proud. That man isn't much. He's just a coward, too afraid to fight. Looks like he doesn't like Jiang Shutong, probably just interested in her. Zhou Fuchuan nodded. Definitely. With Jiang Shutong's bad reputation, who would want to marry her? The man nodded and chuckled softly. By the way, Director Zhou, did that woman of Jiang Shutong spend a lot of your money? She made your wife angry last time. Zhou Fuchuan didn't argue and said a few vague words before going to the cafeteria to eat. At the cafeteria, Gu Zhengnan helped Jiang Shutong get food, and they sat down to eat. Jiang Shutong was a bit distracted, still feeling annoyed that she hadn't vented her anger earlier. Gu Zhengnan noticed and said, Don't worry about what happened earlier. I'll handle it. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong looked up curiously. How will you handle it? You don't need to worry about that. I promise you'll be satisfied with the result. For some reason, Jiang Shutong instinctively thought of Zhao Weiguo. She poked at her rice and said casually, Zhengnan, can I ask you something? Gu Zhengnan looked at her. What is it? Jiang Shutong organized her words before speaking. Is what Zhao Weiguo did about losing his job related to you? Gu Zhengnan was surprised but didn't lie. He nodded openly. Yes, I did it. But don't worry, I didn't go too far, just told him not to work at the machinery factory. Knowing that Gu Zhengnan was responsible made Jiang Shutong feel complicated inside. She had thought that what happened that day would only make Gu Zhengnan dislike her more, but she didn't expect him to do this for her. Why? When Jiang Shutong asked the question, she still felt a little hopeful inside. Gu Zhengnan pursed his lips and said, You are my wife, so I must protect your safety. Jiang Shutong was deeply touched. Gu Zhengnan doesn't usually speak sweet words, but secretly, he does everything he should. They have no strong feelings for each other, yet he treats her so well. This shows that he is a rare good man. Thank you, Zhengnan. Thank you for caring about me. Gu Zhengnan smiled and said, It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and eat. Eat more. After they finished eating, Gu Zhengnan asked Jiang Shutong to wait in the office, then he left. Soon, the loudspeaker in the factory's broadcast room announced that Zhou Fuchuan and others were called to the director's office. Hearing this, Zhou Fuchuan felt nervous. What a coincidence. Those called were the ones involved in the conflict with Jiang Shutong today. Xiaoyin was feeling proud earlier, thinking Gu Zhengnan was a coward. Now that the factory director had called him, he felt uneasy. Brother Zhou, do you know what the director wants to see us about? Zhou Fuchuan's face looked grim. I have no idea. Although they were unsure, they dared not refuse. After hesitating for a while, they finally went. At the office door, Zhou Fuchuan gritted his teeth and knocked. Soon, the director's voice came from inside. Come in. When they entered, they saw the director looking serious and cold. Zhou Fuchuan and the others stood silently in front of the desk, not daring to make a sound. The director didn't speak right away. Instead, he looked back and forth at them, which made them even more nervous. What is going on? Just tell us already. This is so frustrating. Director, do you have any instructions for us? After waiting a long time, Zhou Fuchuan couldn't hold it anymore and asked with a smile. The director snorted coldly and slammed his pen down on the desk. What did you do at noon today? Zhou Fuchuan looked at Xiaoyin, unsure how to answer. Yin Hongjiang was also nervous now. He was just joking around and teasing Jiang Shutong a little. It shouldn't cause such a big fuss, right? The director was busy with many things and rarely appeared. Now he was paying so much attention over such a trivial matter. Seeing that no one spoke, the factory director became even angrier. Don't you know that Comrade Xiao Zhang is already married? She is now a married woman. Is it appropriate for you grown men to tease her in public? I tell you, we are under strict law enforcement now. This is considered hooliganism, and serious cases can even lead to execution. This is a machinery factory, not your village or your home. Say whatever you want, but do you not understand that words can cause trouble? Zhou Fuchuan's tense heart finally relaxed. It turned out he was worried about Jiang Shudong. He thought it was incredible that the director would call them over to personally scold them just because of a woman. Zhou Fuchuan felt wronged. He hadn't flirted with Jiang Shudong. He just happened to pass by and said a few words. It was Xiao Yin and the others who had whistled at Jiang. Director, you're mistaken. I didn't flirt with Comrade Jiang. They were the ones whistling at her. I just said a few words to keep the peace. Why did you call me here? Yin Hongjiang and the others didn't expect Zhou Fuchuan to betray them like this and became anxious. Director Zhou, you can't say that. Even if you didn't openly flirt, isn't that what you meant? Seeing them argue, the director was even more furious. Recently, the machinery factory was developing new machines and the research institute sent Gu Zhenan to help. Whether production could increase depended on this research. They usually treated Gu Zhenan with great respect, afraid of offending him. Now, they dared to bully his wife. Jiang Shudong used to have no one backing her, and her reputation wasn't good. Saying a few words didn't matter much, and he didn't bother with these matters. But now, they had to consider the face of the person involved. Jiang Shudong was Gu Zhenan's wife. Their public teasing of her at the factory was embarrassing for Gu Zhenan. What made it worse was that Gu Zhenan caught them in the act. Now, he was unhappy. He came over earlier to negotiate, saying this issue couldn't be resolved easily. The research might have to stop, and he would apply to higher authorities to replace the staff. Among the new researchers, Gu Zhenan was the most capable. He had even studied abroad. If Gu Zhenan reported this to the leaders, it wouldn't just offend him, but also the research institute. He couldn't afford to take responsibility for that. From Gu Zhenan's attitude, it was clear he didn't want to let this go peacefully. He had to resolve this matter properly, or it could lead to serious trouble. Everyone, shut up. I tell you, our machinery factory will not tolerate hooligans. You are paid to work, but you're doing irresponsible things. You must be punished. For the next year, your performance wages will be cut in half, and there will be a public meeting to criticize you. You all must apologize to Comrade Jiang in front of all the workers. This punishment was enough to make Zhou Fuchuan and the others feel terrible. Not only was their money affected, but their reputation was also ruined. Such a big scene, holding a public meeting to criticize them. How could they show their faces afterward? Manager, we know we were wrong. Please don't deduct our wages. Give us another chance. Yin Hongjiang was also panicked. With only a little money this month, how could she live if her wages were cut in half? It was just a small mistake, not worth making such a big fuss. Another chance? You disrespect women so much. How many chances do you need to change? Don't think I don't know what you were like before. If you think the punishment is too harsh or you're unhappy, there is a second solution. When they heard about a second solution, their eyes lit up. Leader, what is the second solution? The factory director snorted. The second solution is to fire you. Starting tomorrow, you are not allowed to come to work. When Zhou Fuchuan heard this, his legs went weak. Being fired was not an option. He had a family to support. Without this job, what would he do? Yin Hongjiang and the others weren't married yet, but they had parents to support. Losing their stable job like this, would they even survive at home? Now they truly regretted it. If they had known teasing Jiang Shudong would lead to such serious consequences, they wouldn't have dared to do anything today. All right, that's settled. After work this afternoon, we'll hold a staff meeting and you will apologize in person. After saying this, the factory director felt very annoyed. He waved his hand, telling them to leave quickly. Zhou Fuchuan and the others looked as if they had lost their parents, with sad faces as they left. As soon as they stepped out of the office, Zhou Fuchuan lost his temper. What bad luck. I didn't even flirt with her. I was just trying to help out, and now I'm in trouble. You guys are just bored and don't know that she's now hooked on someone else. And you still dare to mock. You're cursed to be unlucky with me. At this moment, Zhou Fuchuan was filled with regret. He wished he hadn't watched the show earlier. If he had spoken a few kind words for Jiang Shudong, maybe he could have gained some favor. But he knew he had already wrongly accused her, so escaping blame was unlikely. The group looked like defeated roosters, heads drooping as they returned to the workshop. When they got back, the others were curious and asked a few questions, but no one dared to speak openly. They kept quiet. Aunt Wang and some female workers were whispering nearby. When Zhou Fuchuan overheard, he was surprised to see them gossiping behind Jiang Shutong's back. All right, shut up. Why are you always talking about others? What did Jiang do to you? Zhou Fuchuan was worried. If that woman found out and told her superiors, they might cut her pay. Then he and his wife would have to live on very little. How could he afford to support his mistress? Aunt Wang was excitedly talking, but when she heard her husband's comment, she got upset. I always thought you two had something going on. I said a few words about her, and you're unhappy? Are you serious about this life? Don't tell me you still haven't broken up with that woman? Aunt Wang's loud voice was heard throughout the workshop. When Zhang Xiaomai heard her criticizing Jiang Shudong again, she felt very annoyed. Without a mirror, she thought, how could Jiang Shudong look down on someone like Zhou Fuchuan? Wang Jie, Jiang Shudong is already married now. Please don't spread rumors, okay? Aunt Wang spat and cursed loudly. You, the one who's always flattering her, think she'll give you any favors? Does she even recognize you? Stop pretending to be nice. Zhang Xiaomai was so angry she was trembling. You keep saying Jiang Shutong is having an affair with your husband. She's so beautiful. Men like her everywhere. Why would she want someone like you? Zhou Fuchuan was already feeling upset, and hearing Zhang Xiaomai's words made him feel worse. What's wrong with my husband? At least he's a leader, better than your man, right? You can't even control your own husband, yet you're meddling in others' affairs. Do you have any shame? Everyone was arguing loudly. As the workday was ending, they finally quieted down. Near the end of the day, the broadcast room announced that everyone should go to the hall after work for a meeting. Everyone groaned. They were tired and just wanted to go home and rest, but now they had to stay for a meeting. However, the leaders had spoken, and there was no use in arguing. Zhou Fuchuan's face turned pale. He hadn't dared to tell Wang Yinhua about his trouble earlier, but this kind of problem couldn't be hidden forever. Sooner or later, it would be known. Zhang Li and the others were also confused. Usually, meetings were announced in advance. After work, everyone headed to the hall. Inside, the factory director and several leaders were already waiting. They first discussed production, then discipline, and finally revealed the main point. Our factory has recently seen some bad behavior, which has caused serious problems. Today, we must name and shame these troublemakers from the factory, give them a good lesson, and serve as a warning. After speaking, the director directly named Zhou Fuchuan and a few others. Wang Yinhua watched in shock. How could this have anything to do with their family? Zhou Fuchuan and the others walked forward, heads down, feeling ashamed. These individuals are the troublemakers who spoke disrespectfully to Comrade Jiang Shudong today. As men, we should protect and respect women, not speak rudely, act improperly, or behave inappropriately. Comrade Jiang Shudong is doing an excellent job at work and has helped the factory a lot. We should all learn from her. From now on, our factory will strictly prevent such behavior. Next, the director announced the punishment: a half-year salary deduction and public criticism. Everyone gasped in shock. Jiang Shudong was also stunned. She didn't expect the meeting today to involve her. No wonder, during lunch, Gu Zhenan told her to leave the matter to him. It turns out he had planned this all along. Actually, when Gu Zhenan took her away at noon, she felt a little upset, thinking she had been wronged and that these troublemakers shouldn't get away with it. She didn't expect Gu Zhenan to be so ruthless, directly convincing the director to publicly criticize a few people. His courage was truly remarkable. Zhou Fuchuan and the others hung their heads, publicly apologized, and expressed regret to Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong felt very pleased. After this, no one would dare to behave improperly in front of her anymore. She had endured enough over the years. Comrade Jiang is generous and willing to give you a chance. But you must not have any illusions. From now on, you must strictly discipline yourselves. If you make mistakes again, you'll be fired immediately. Suddenly, the entire hall fell silent. This week, the Fuchuan family was truly convinced. Jiang Shutong's background is too strong. No one dares to provoke her. They can only accept their loss quietly. Wang Yinhua was now completely stunned. Feeling everyone's gaze, she wished she could dig a hole and hide herself. Nowadays, people care a lot about their reputation. When Zhou Fuchuan was publicly criticized, his wife was also looked down upon. What she found hardest to accept was that their family would have to tighten their belts in the future. Zhou Fuchuan is the highest paid person in the family, but now half of his salary is being cut. How can they live like this? Zhang Xiaomai looked happy. She had endured these people for a long time, and now she finally got some justice. Gossip can do a lot of harm. Although it doesn't physically hurt, the mental damage is irreversible. Jiang Shudong has struggled through years of rumors and slander, and now she finally has a clear explanation. With today's event, no one will dare to talk behind her back anymore. Power is truly tempting. Without Gu Zhinan, Jiang Shudong might have been criticized for decades and never lifted her head in her life. After the meeting, the factory director specifically came down from the stage and said a few words to Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong naturally wouldn't refuse the director's kindness. She exchanged a few pleasantries and then left. Zhou Fuchuan and the others looked defeated. They were completely convinced now. They were so afraid of even teasing Jiang Shudong, or even just glancing at her. This woman is no longer the same as before. She has found a powerful man, and anyone who provokes her will face retaliation. No one can afford to offend her. After Jiang Shudong and Zhang Xiaomai went out, they all felt very happy. It had been a long time since she felt this good. Thinking of Zhou Fuchuan's embarrassed face, she felt incredibly satisfied. Originally, Zhang Xiaomai wanted to chat with Jiang Shudong a little longer, but she saw that Gu Zhinan was already waiting there. Let's talk later. Your husband is waiting for you. Take it slow on the way home. Jiang Shudong turned her head and finally saw Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan saw her looking over and smiled at her. At this moment, Jiang Shudong felt even more fond of Gu Zhinan. When this man protects his wife with confidence, he is quite charming. She jogged over, glowing with happiness, her eyes shining brightly. Let's go home. Gu Zhinan nodded and walked out of the factory with Jiang Shudong. At this moment, Zhou Fuchuan and Wang Yinhua had already started arguing. You just know how to cause trouble. Why are you bothering to talk to people? Now look, they've docked so much of your pay. How will you live in the future? Wang Yinhua was so angry she pounded her thigh, thinking that if Zhou Fuchuan hadn't flirted with Jiang Shudong, this wouldn't have happened. Others flirted when they were single, but he's already a father of two, and he still flirts with others. It's really embarrassing. Zhou Fuchuan, already feeling ashamed, was furious when his wife scolded him like that.
Can you shut up?
Are you still not embarrassed enough? After saying this, Zhou Fuchuan turned around and ran away. Wang Yinhua looked after him with a face full of anger and resentment. Having a man isn't such a big deal. He just flirted with her a few words, and he's so aggressive? She didn't know how important her status was. Wang Yinhua couldn't swallow her anger, but she didn't dare to provoke Jiang Shudong now. Her husband's salary had already been cut in half. If her salary was cut again, they'd be left with nothing. Jiang Shudong and Gu Zhinan left the factory and rode their bikes home. Now there was no one around, so Jiang Shudong didn't need to hide anything. Was it you who did what happened earlier? I'm curious. How did you convince the factory director? Usually, these things are minor and the director wouldn't normally get involved. Gu Zhinan looked calm, but his words were very confident. Things happening to others are minor, but if it happens to you, it's a big deal. I might have spoken a bit harshly, but the factory director probably takes it seriously. What he said was basically meaningless, but Jiang Shudong felt a little ticklish inside.
What exactly did you say? Can you tell me?
Gu Zhenan cleared his throat and repeated what he said to the factory director. After hearing this, Jiang Shudong couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. You threatened our factory director? How can you call that a threat? I was just helping him create a better work environment and encouraging him to enforce discipline. Jiang Shudong chuckled softly. Honestly, Gu Zhenan was really impressive. No matter what, thank you today. If it weren't for you, I'd have just been scolded for nothing. From now on, no one can humiliate you like that. If they dare, they'll have to pay the price. I'll do my best to prevent the troubles I caused you earlier. Don't thank me. I've always owed you something. Gu Zhengnan's expression became serious and he spoke honestly. People are emotional, and before doing anything, they should think from the other person's perspective. If he had been in Jiang Shutong's situation all these years, he probably would have broken down long ago. The couple rode their bikes home, and Jiang Shudong started reading as usual. Gu Zhengnan stayed in the living room, playing with the 3 children. Gu Zhengdong looked at his second brother. Second brother, it's good that sister-in-law is eager to learn. If she has any questions, she can come ask me. No need to feel shy. Gu Zhengdong has a kind personality and doesn't look down on others. He has no prejudice against Jiang Shudong. He's also in school now, and helping Jiang Shudong is a good thing. After all, they are family. Hearing what the third brother said, Gu Man couldn't help but kick his leg. You're everywhere. If you're so diligent, help me study too. If I don't get into college this year, I'll blame you. Gu Zhengdong's grades are better than Gu Man's. She isn't stupid, just lazy. But she thinks that even if her grades are not great, they're still better than Jiang Shutong's. After all, Jiang Shutong only finished middle school. How could she compare? Gu Zhengnan ignored his sister and nodded at Gu Zhengdong. Okay, I'll talk to your second sister-in-law later. When Gu Zhengnan returned to the bedroom, Jiang Shutong was doing homework there. Seeing him come in, she couldn't help but ask, Is dinner ready? I'm a bit hungry. It should be almost done. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat, Gu Zhengnan said, reaching for some snacks from a nearby cabinet. Jiang Shudong was munching on rice sticks, eating quite happily. Gu Zhengnan looked at her homework and couldn't help but say, Zhengdong just said that if you have questions, you can ask him. His grades are pretty good. Jiang Shutong's eyes lit up. Really? I happen to have a question that's giving me a headache. I'll go ask Zhengdong. She grabbed her textbook and headed out. Gu Zhengdong saw his sister-in-law come out and quickly straightened up. Zhengdong, can you check if this answer is correct? Gu Zhengdong confidently took her textbook to look. Next to her, Gu Man rolled her eyes. If you don't have the skills, don't take on difficult tasks. If you can't do anything, why bother going to college? Gu Hongwei and the others also looked over. Gu Zhengdong initially looked confident, but as he saw the problem, his face turned green. Wow, he couldn't even solve this math problem. Usually, the hardest question is saved for the end of the exam, and not many students can solve it. Jiang Shudong had already answered, but he couldn't understand her solution. Seeing her brother-in-law silent for a long time, Jiang Shudong asked, Zhengdong, do you have another way to solve this? Gu Zhengdong stammered, second sister-in-law, do you mean you've already solved it and want to try 2 different methods? Jiang Shudong nodded. Yes, I think there's a simpler way. Gu Zhengdong looked uncomfortable. Second sister-in-law, honestly, I can't do this problem. You're already good to solve it. When he said that, everyone fell silent. No way. Third brother, how can you not know? Can she do what you can't? That's a joke. Gu Man was the first to protest. She thought third brother was just saying that to save Jiang Shutong's face. Gu Zhengdong spread his hands. I really can't do this. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Can you solve it? Hearing this, Gu Man got excited. She stood up quickly, grabbed the textbook, and confidently took her calculation sheet over. But after a few minutes, she was speechless. This thing was like reading a foreign language. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't solve it. The teacher said that as long as they understood the key points from earlier, it was okay if they couldn't do the last big question. Not many students could solve it anyway. So, they didn't bother spending too much time on such difficult problems. Gu Man bit her lip, feeling a bit frustrated. How could Jiang Shutong be so amazing? She went to school with her third brother every day, but she couldn't compare to someone who was self-taught? You're just making things up, right? You don't know how to do it, so you're just pretending. Jiang Shutong frowned slightly. This person was really interesting. If she knew how to do it, she would. If she didn't, she wouldn't. Could she really just make up an answer? That would be lying to herself. Isn't that crazy? Gu Man's eyes twinkled as she looked at her second brother. Second brother, come take a look and tell me if I did this right. Gu Zhengnan is the best student in the family, but after working for a long time, he doesn't look at textbooks much anymore. He took a look and immediately relaxed his brow. Yes, this is correct. Actually, this formula is quite well done, a pretty simple answer. He then took a pen and rechecked the calculation himself, confirming that this was indeed the right answer. Everyone was stunned for a moment, especially Gu Zhengdong and Gu Man. They looked at each other, wide-eyed and awkward. Li Wenxiu just came out and saw this scene. Couldn't help but ask, "What's going on here?" Gu Hongwei, standing nearby, chuckled twice. Who would have thought Shutong is so good at studying? Well, how about this? If a tutor comes over this weekend, Shutong, you can learn with them too. Maybe she can get into college. Now, Gu Hongwei had already arranged a tutor for the two kids, but he didn't say anything openly. It's normal for wealthy families to help their children with studies, and no one would think much of it. Faced with her father-in-law's kindness, Jiang Shutong naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Li Wenxiu was unhappy, thinking that hiring a tutor was expensive, and Jiang Shutong was just a show-off, wasting time learning. She had wanted to hold back, but couldn't swallow her anger. She sneered and said, "My neck has been hurting more and more lately. If this keeps up, I might not even be able to cook in the future. If Shutong has time, she might as well learn to cook for me." Her words implied that Jiang Shutong wasn't cut out for studying and should learn to cook instead. Gu Hongwei shot a look at Li Wenxiu. "If you say that, then let Man and the others learn to cook from you. If they can't answer some questions, Shutong can. Who knows? Maybe she'll get into college. But no matter who gets in, it's a good look for our family." Gu Hongwei was speaking honestly. Whether it was his daughter-in-law or his daughter, if they could get into college, it would bring face to the Gu family. Li Wenxiu clearly didn't believe it. In her mind, Jiang Shutong was just a vain woman with a big chest and no brains. How could she be so good at studying? But the facts were in front of her, and she couldn't deny them. At this moment, old Master Gu spoke. "Wenxiu, if you're not feeling well, let Nana learn to cook with you. She doesn't have much work now and isn't having a baby, so she can help out." Old Master Gu's favoritism was obvious, and he directly called Wang Nana over. When Wang Nana heard this, her face turned green. She didn't want to cook, but since the old master had spoken, she didn't dare to refuse. After thinking for a while, she finally came up with a plan. "Grandpa, I also want to take the college entrance exam. I plan to borrow some books to read these days." Old Master Gu shot her a sidelong glance. "Forget it. Your current job still costs money, and I heard from Jingbei that your studies don't seem to be going well." Old Master Gu didn't hold back any face for Wang Nana. Her lips moved, but in the end, she kept quiet. Jiang Shutong was in a very good mood and worked on a few more problems. Gu Zhengdong didn't have such thoughts. He originally wanted to help his second sister-in-law, but he didn't expect her to be much better than him. Since that was the case, he decided to humbly ask questions to learn. In the end, Jiang Shutong explained things to Gu Zhengdong. Gu Zhengdong listened carefully, nodding now and then. "Second sister-in-law, your explanation is so good. Better than our teachers. When you go home to study, can you teach me too?" Seeing Gu Zhengdong's overly eager attitude, many people felt quite annoyed. Gu Man turned her head away, feeling very jealous inside. Wang Nana also felt uncomfortable. She used to ignore Jiang Shutong, but if Jiang Shutong really managed to get into university, then her position as the eldest sister-in-law would be worthless, and she would be overshadowed. Her status in the Gu family was already low, and now it would be even worse. Li Wenxiu sneered, thinking there must be some trick involved. Otherwise, How could Jiang Shutong be so outstanding and still end up like this? Although everyone had their own thoughts, they kept their expressions neutral. During dinner, Gu Zhengnan couldn't help but ask Jiang Shutong about her team-building activity. By the way, Shutong, I've already signed you up for the program. Just prepare a little. You can sing or do anything else. Jiang Shutong had forgotten about this in the past 2 days. Now that Gu Zhengnan mentioned it, she suddenly hit her forehead. You didn't tell me, so I forgot. Okay, I'll prepare these next couple of days. Li Wenxiu listened and became excited again. Son, are you taking Shutong to the team-building event? Gu Zhenan nodded.
Yes, Mom.
What's wrong? Li Wenxiu put down her chopsticks and clenched her teeth. You still want her to perform? That's too much. Your work unit's team building is all about leaders and performers from the arts troupe. Family members perform too, and some are quite talented. If she performs poorly, it will be embarrassing for our family. Public organizations care a lot about reputation. Even for a small team event, the performance must look good. If Jiang Shutong can't do anything and just shouts a few words, it will make the Gu family look bad. Right now, the outside world already talks badly about her. If Jiang Shutong is also someone who can't help herself, it will only make things worse. This time, Gu Hongwei also agreed with his wife's opinion because it was a serious matter. Although he didn't dislike Jiang Shutong, he cared more about his son's future. Sometimes, a partner's status is very important. Gu Zhenan lost out in this area because he didn't find a wife who could help his career. But for the sake of their 3 grandchildren, he had nothing to say. Still, someone like Jiang Shutong, with her background, should stay at home and avoid getting involved with Gu Zhenan's social circle. The team-building event was important. The entire research institute's leaders would attend, and maybe people from other factories too. Such an important occasion, it wasn't suitable for Jiang Shutong to go, especially not to embarrass herself. The institute's director, deputy director, and chief academicians all married extraordinary women. If they show off their wives, Jiang Shutong might embarrass Gu Zhenan, making him look bad in front of others and becoming a joke. Zhenan, you really didn't think this through. You need to plan carefully. Jiang Shutong immediately understood. They were worried she would embarrass Gu Zhenan. She rolled her eyes inwardly. It's just a team-building event. The people from her unit performing can't be that impressive. She has been skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since she was young. She's worried about how to subtly reveal her hidden talents without overdoing it and raising suspicion. She originally just wanted to play the arrow, but now they're forcing her to play the piano too? Gu Zhengnan looked at Jiang Shutong and couldn't help but speak up for her. You don't need to worry.
Shutong is fine.
It's just a gathering to relax. It's not as serious as you think, Li Wenxiu still insisted. That day, your dad and I were planning to go too. Don't embarrass us. Gu Zhengnan wanted to say more, but Jiang Shutong spoke first.
Don't worry about that.
I've already thought of something. I'll play the arrow then. When everyone heard arrow, they all looked surprised.
Usually only older people play the arrow.
Young people don't know much about it. And playing the arrow is quite difficult. It takes practice. You can play the arrow. Old Master Gu was also surprised.
He was interested in this.
He liked listening, but he wasn't very good at playing himself. Jiang Shutong nodded. Yes, I learned from my grandfather when I was a child. Old Master Gu did know how to play the arrow. Jiang Shutong learned from him when she was young. This was a good excuse to avoid suspicion later. Old Master Gu smiled. That's good. Not many young people can play the arrow now. If you say so, I'll go see for myself tomorrow. Gu Zhengnan didn't say much. This time, the company said family members could come. It was for cultural exchange, to help everyone feel like part of the family. And with old Master Gu's status, he would be respected at the research institute. Next to her, Jiang Manman couldn't help but sneer. Really think playing the arrow is so easy? Don't embarrass yourself by playing badly, like a broken wind-up box. Jiang Shutong couldn't hold back anymore. Her little sister-in-law kept criticizing her every day, acting like she was made of glass. Don't assume you can't do it, and think everyone else can't either. The truth is, I always do what I say I will. Isn't that right? Jiang Manman didn't expect Jiang Shutong to directly confront her. She blushed with anger, wanting to argue, but couldn't find a reason. It seemed Jiang Shudong was doing well. She was making progress at work and studying hard. But Jiang Manman still didn't accept her as her sister-in-law. Her second brother was such a good man. Why did he marry someone like her? It also made them look bad outside. Gu Manman was not willing to show weakness and responded casually. Soon after, Gu Zhengnan squinted and glared at her, which made her stop. After dinner, Jiang Shudong went straight back to her room. The three children are now quite familiar with the old man and others, so sleeping together at night is no problem. Moreover, the whole family hopes Jiang Shudong will have a few more children. If there are kids, it would be inconvenient. Previously, Jiang Shudong had to act as both father and mother, which was very tiring. Now that someone is helping with the children, she wouldn't refuse. Gu Zhengnan came back later and was pulled aside in the living room by the old man and others, who started talking. Zhengnan, our family's only hope is your wife's pregnancy. Don't forget the main thing, have a second child soon. Whether it's a boy or girl, we all like them. Gu Zhengnan felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect the old man to start urging him to have more children. They already have 3 great-grandchildren and are in such a hurry. But he also thought, the number of descendants in this generation is indeed small. Okay, I've been busy at work lately. I'll think about it when I have more free time. Wang Na, standing nearby, felt bitter. The old man was not giving her any respect, treating her like heir. She was at least the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. But she couldn't be happy about it. Jiang Shutong's belly was so quick, she had already had 3 children in one go. Even a sow couldn't compare. Tonight, she decided to push Gu Zhenbei to have a son quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't all the family's wealth be taken over by the second wife? When Gu Zhengnan returned home, he told them what the old man and others were thinking. I managed to bluff them for now. Having children isn't a trivial matter, and we already have 3. I want to ask for your opinion. After saying this, Gu Zhengnan's palm was slightly sweaty, and he looked a bit nervous. Hearing this, Jiang Shutong's first thought wasn't whether to have a second child, but about the process of childbirth. If they were to have a baby, wouldn't they have to be intimate? It's okay to be intimate, but having a baby is another matter. She's already raised 3 children, and thinking about having more seems foolish. Isn't 3 enough? Although she really wants a girl, she really doesn't want to go through it again. I don't want a second child for now. I just transferred to the administrative department, and I want to focus on my work. Otherwise, as I get older, it'll be late to pursue my career. Actually, Gu Zhengnan also thought this way, but hearing Jiang Shutong say this, he felt a strange sense of disappointment. You are right, and carrying a baby for 10 months is very hard. If you have twins again, it could affect your quality of life. So, don't be too absolute about this. Let's work together and play it by ear. Jiang Shudong nodded, thinking Gu Zhengnan was quite good. He seemed very masculine, but surprisingly considerate of his partner. Their relationship didn't feel so annoying. Go to bed early.
There's work tomorrow, she said.
The Research Institute's team-building event was scheduled for the afternoon, so Jiang Shudong could leave work early and go there. The next morning, Jiang Shudong went to work. As she walked through the factory, she could feel that people's gazes on her had changed. There was less contempt and more fear. Now, everyone knew Jiang Shudong was not someone to mess with. Even a few teasing words could get them fined. Just look at Zhou Fuchuan and others. How miserable they are. This woman had climbed high. She no longer cared for the men she used to hang out with. Rumor had it Zhou Fuchuan still got along well with her. Maybe they had been involved before. Zhou Fuchuan even gave her a lot of money and tickets. Later, when Jiang Shudong was around, others paid her back. But Zhou Fuchuan never got his money back. Now she was so noble, ignoring her old friends and causing Zhou Fuchuan so much trouble. She was truly heartless. But Jiang Shudong didn't care. After finishing her work, she waited there until it was time to leave. Manager Lu saw Jiang Shudong constantly checking her watch and asked, Little Jiang, do you have something urgent today? Are you in a hurry to leave? Jiang Shudong felt a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, Manager Lu. My husband's company is holding a team-building event. He signed me up for a program, so I need to go there soon. Manager Lu was surprised at first, then smiled and said, "Since you finished your work for today, you can leave early. It's not a big deal. The program is already registered, so don't be late and affect things." Manager Lu liked Jiang Shudong more and more. Talented people are appreciated wherever they go. Jiang Shudong was very happy inside. "Really? Manager Lu, can I leave now?" Manager Lu nodded. "Yes, go ahead. Our department is friendly." Next to her, Zhao Shumin was so angry her teeth were almost broken. "Manager Lu, why can she leave early while everyone else is still working? It's not even time to get off work yet." Repeatedly questioned, Manager Lu felt a bit annoyed. "You're too busy criticizing others. First, finish your own work. The same task takes others 2 hours, but you're still not done after 4 hours. If you worked as efficiently as Shutong, I would let you leave early." Zhao Shumin looked at the thick materials in her hands, feeling so anxious, she almost cried. "Manager Lu, Enough, just get to work." Manager Lu looked annoyed. Next to her, Jiang Shutong almost laughed out loud. She was packing up her things and greeting her colleagues, then she left on her bike. Zhao Shumin's eyes turned red, and she started to cry out of frustration. This is so unfair. Who knows how Jiang Shutong works? She finishes the same work in 1 or 2 hours, while others need at least 4 or 5 hours. Can she be blamed? She works very hard too. Gu Zhengnan and the others had already gone to the arranged venue. They thought Jiang Shutong would arrive a bit later. But just as they were drinking and talking with the leaders, Jiang Shutong arrived. Knowing there was a performance today, Jiang Shutong wore a cheongsam and styled her hair a little. When everyone saw a beautiful woman entering the hall, the people from the research institute couldn't help but glance more. On her wedding day, only a few leaders attended. Most people didn't know what kind of wife Gu Jingnan found. They only knew she married someone with a bad reputation, known as a troublemaker from the machinery factory. Now, seeing such a beautiful woman, everyone thought she might be someone from the research institute circle. This young man is really lucky. Everyone's eyes followed Jiang Shudong, and when she stood next to Gu Zhengnan and patted his back, they all stared in shock. Many women's hearts broke. Gu Zhengnan had just returned to work, and many young girls had already taken a liking to him. Otherwise, Yi wouldn't be so anxious. If she wasn't worried, she wouldn't have to go on blind dates. Besides Yi, many others also liked Gu Zhengnan. Yi also came today, dressed very elegantly and carefully. But when she saw Jiang Shudong standing there without makeup, she immediately felt like she was overshadowed. What is called an advantage in appearance? This is it. Even if Jiang Shudong wore rags, she still looked more beautiful than others. Yi bit her lip tightly, thinking about the slap Jiang Shudong gave her, and felt resentful inside. Bai Bing also looked at Jiang Shudong with a calm expression. Today, many women present seemed to be eyeing Gu Zhengnan. Even though they knew he was married, they still couldn't give up. Everyone knew that Gu Zhengnan had made a foolish mistake by choosing a woman who was pregnant before marriage and then helping her raise 3 children. No man was so naive. Their divorce was inevitable. Even in a second marriage, Gu Zhengnan was very attractive, so women had to show their interest early. Bai Bing was very confident today. She and some female colleagues from the Research Institute rehearsed a traditional dance. They started practicing a while ago, and they believed they would impress everyone. Although it might not be as good as the troupe's performance in the Research Institute, theirs was unique. As for Jiang Shudong, she was just a pretty face. Besides looking good standing there, she didn't have any special skills. She didn't believe that Gu Shige would be so. When the leader saw Jiang Shudong approaching, he greeted her with a smile, showing no special reaction. Leaders are like that, deep and cautious. Even if they look down on someone, they still smile politely. The more capable a person is, the less they bother with people at the bottom because they operate on different levels. Comrade Jiang, I hear you will also perform today. I am already looking forward to it, the leader said. Jiang Shudong smiled and nodded. I will do my best not to disappoint you. Gu Jingnan took good care of Jiang Shudong, pouring her a can of beibinjing soda, which she liked. Soon, Li Wenshou and others arrived. When Old Master Gu came, he was immediately recognized. Several leaders went to greet him and led him to the main seat. Although Old Master Gu no longer worked at the research institute, he was a well-known senior leader. Everyone knew him. Yi saw Li Wenshou and shamelessly approached her, smiling and greeting her. Li Wenshou remembered what happened last time and felt annoyed, but she didn't show it. At this moment, Bai Bing also came over, greeting Li Wenshou and Gu Hongwei. "Hello, uncle and auntie. I am Gu Gong's junior sister. We went to the same school. He is a year ahead of me. My name is Bai Bing." Seeing Bai Bing, Li Wenshou couldn't help but be impressed. The girl had a good temperament, much better than Yi. Li Wenshou was clearly more enthusiastic about Bai Bing, while Yi, standing nearby, couldn't hide her discomfort. Feeling ignored, she pouted and walked away. Bai Bing didn't even glance at Yi. Such a woman isn't even worth her attention. After exchanging a few words with Li Wenshou, Bai Bing occasionally looked at Jiang Shadong and secretly thought to herself, "It's true, she's not suitable for the stage." Wearing such a dignified cheongsam, she still exudes a flirtatious vibe. People who don't know better might think she's trying to someone. Jiang Shadong sensed Bai Bing's gaze and looked up with a gentle smile. For a moment, Bai Bing was stunned because Jiang Shutong's smile was so beautiful. Not only men but even women like her felt a little flutter in her heart. However, this realization made Bai Bing even more annoyed. She thought this woman probably only managed to marry Gu Zhanan because of her charm. Or maybe Gu Zhanan had some leverage over her, forcing him to marry her. "Xiao Bing, are you going to perform later? Auntie really wants to see it." Li Wenshou was very affectionate with Bai Bing, leaving her daughter-in-law standing aside. Bai Bing was clever and immediately understood. Li Wenshou didn't like her daughter-in-law. Jiang Shutong wasn't embarrassed either, since Gu Zhanan was there to support her. "Really, auntie? Then I'll perform my best. I mustn't make any mistakes, or it would be too embarrassing if you saw." They spoke and occasionally laughed together. Jiang Shutong rolled her eyes silently, thinking how childish Li Wenshou was, trying to bother her with such tricks. She thought she was overthinking. She didn't care at all. Soon, the performances began. Naturally, the art troupe started first. Their professionalism was obvious. The audience ate, drank, and clapped happily, making the scene lively. After the art troupe finished, it was time for the family members' show. Most people hadn't trained professionally, some just practiced last minute. But still, many had some talent, especially the wives of the director and deputy director. Though older, they were very talented and sang beautifully. Finally, it was Jiang Shutong's turn. Gu Zhanan gently patted her hand. "Go ahead, I'll watch from below. Don't be nervous. Believe in yourself." Gu Zhanan's words were full of encouragement, worried that Jiang Shutong might be too shy. But he didn't know that Jiang Shutong is a social butterfly. She's not afraid of big crowds, no matter how many people there are. Jiang Shutong took the arrow from nearby and stepped onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Shutong, Gu Gong's wife. Next, I will play a piece called Great Wall Impressions for you." Great Wall Impressions is known for its grand historical perspective and passionate national spirit. It requires the performer to have excellent air skills and deep cultural knowledge. The fast sections need continuous 32-note diaobao techniques, and the slow parts involve harmonics and sliding notes, making it very complex. Anyone who plays the air knows this piece is hard to perform. But Jiang Shutong thought, since she was performing, she would show her best skills. She wouldn't hold back. Everyone knew she was Gu Jingnan's wife, so they all became more excited, stretching their necks to watch her on stage. Bai Bing frowned slightly. Next to her, Li Wenshou saw this and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Xiao Bing?" Bai Bing sighed. "I'm not an expert at the arrow, but I heard this piece is very difficult. I'm a bit worried that Jiang might make a mistake." Li Wenshou's heart also tightened. If it weren't for someone else, she might have scolded her. Just playing any piece is fine, but choosing such a difficult one. What if she makes a joke of herself? There are so many people here today. Surely some can play the arrow. If she messes up, it'll be embarrassing. Li Wenxiao looked unhappy. Gu Jingnan, hearing Bai Bing's words, became even more interested. Although he wasn't very familiar with Jiang Shadong, he knew she wouldn't choose to perform if she wasn't confident. From many signs, she was a careful person. Since she picked this piece, she must be sure she could do it well. Old Master Gu also looked pleased. That's great. I haven't heard anyone play the eru in a long time. Soon, Jiang Shadong got into her rhythm. She sat on a stool in a cheongsam, her back straight, head slightly bowed. Her delicate fingers held the bow, and before long, her powerful and majestic playing filled the entire hall. Everyone naturally quieted down and listened carefully. Some people who know the eru started whispering comments. They said, "Not many young people can play the eru well nowadays. This woman is surprisingly good. She might be as good as the famous players." They also mentioned, "Isn't she Gu Gong's wife? I heard she's from the machinery factory. People say she was pregnant before marriage and had 3 sons. Everyone says she only flirts with men and doesn't know much else. How can she play the eru so well?" Someone told them to be quiet, stop talking so loud. Don't let others hear. It's her family matter. Why are you talking about it here? Everyone whispered among themselves, saying all kinds of things. Bai Bing felt embarrassed. She thought Jiang Shadong was pretending to be something she's not, but it turned out she could really play the eru and so well. Old Mr. Gu, sitting nearby, closed his eyes and tapped his fingers on his leg, nodding his head to the music. Gu Zhengnan also relaxed, feeling reassured. This woman was full of surprises. How many more surprises did he not know about? Bai Bing looked at Gu Zhengnan and saw the smile on his face. She bit her lip, feeling a bit jealous. When Jiang Shadong finished playing, the hall erupted in applause. The performance was really good, better than singing. Many older people in the research institute liked it. When Jiang Shadong sat down next to Gu Jingnan, everyone looked at her with some curiosity and surprise. She smiled at Gu Jingnan. "How is it?" Gu Jingnan gave her a thumbs up. Very impressive. Bai Bing felt even more jealous. She couldn't help but say to Gu Jingnan, "Brother Gu, it's my turn to perform soon. Remember to watch and give me some feedback." Gu Jingnan frowned, thinking, what can I say? But he didn't want to embarrass her in front of so many people. Just as Bai Bing and Ye were about to go on stage, one girl who had been practicing suddenly made a mistake. She had to go to the bathroom and couldn't perform. There were originally 5 people in the dance, but now one was missing, so the formation was all messed up. Just when Bai Bing and the others were worried, Jiang Shadong suddenly spoke. "Are you performing a folk dance? I can dance to this song too. If you need someone, I can join in." Bai Bing frowned. "You haven't rehearsed. How can you join in?" A woman nearby also felt a bit anxious. They had been practicing for over a month, and it would be a real shame if they couldn't perform well today. "Let her try," someone suggested. "Maybe she can do it." Jiang Shadong looked at the girl. "You can show me the moves briefly now. I have a good memory, so I should be able to remember." The girl pulled Jiang Shadong aside and demonstrated the dance steps once. "Comrade Jiang, can you remember it?" Jiang Shadong nodded. "I remember." Bai Bing and Yi rolled their eyes when they heard this. They thought Jiang Shadong was showing off. Learning it after just one try? Do you really have that kind of brain? Besides, dancing isn't just about thinking. It also needs coordination. But soon, Bai Bing had an idea. If Jiang Shadong went up to dance with them and made mistakes, she wouldn't dance as well as them. She'd be laughed at. And then, Gu Zhinan's attention would be on her. The more Bai Bing thought about it, the more she felt it wasn't a bad idea. She smiled and agreed. "All right, Comrade Jiang, since you're so kind, how can we refuse? Thank you for helping us." Jiang Shadong wasn't really interested in showing off. She mainly wanted to annoy the people she didn't like. Yi and Bai Bing were 2 women she didn't like. Once they got on stage, she figured they wouldn't be able to smile anymore. One of the girls pulled Jiang Shadong to change into a dance costume, a sheer skirt that looked semi-transparent, showing off her figure beautifully. Li Wenxiao, standing nearby, frowned more deeply. Her heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Now Jeong Shadong was going to embarrass herself on stage. Learning a dance after just one look? She didn't believe it. Did she think Jeong Shadong was a genius? Why did her daughter-in-law always make things difficult for her? But now, her worry was useless because Jeong Shadong was already on stage with Bai Bing and the others. Soon, music started, and they began to dance gracefully. Bai Bing was the lead dancer. She was confident, like a noble white swan. But everyone's eyes weren't on her. Instead, they were all focused on Jeong Shadong next to her. Jeong Shadong really remembered the moves, and she danced so elegantly and smoothly, as if she had trained professionally. Jeong Shadong had indeed learned dance before. As a child, she took classes in ethnic dance for several years. These two dance moves were easy for her. Gu Zhengnan was stunned watching from below. The woman on stage was his partner. She was so talented and shining brightly. Bai Bing quickly realized that Jeong Shadong had stolen her spotlight.
How could that be?
Not only did she avoid embarrassment, but she also danced better than them. At this moment, Bai Bing and Yi became like supporting characters, while Jeong Shadong was the star. Because she was distracted, Bai Bing accidentally tripped over her dress. She lost face in front of so many people. Flustered, she quickly got up and finished her performance with a red face. After stepping down, Bai Bing whispered to Yi. Yi suddenly exploded and confronted Jeong Shadong, asking, "Did you do this on purpose? You don't know how to dance, so how could you dance so well? Did you plan this? To steal our spotlight?" Jeong Shadong, you are so shameless and sneaky. Yi is straightforward and speaks her mind. She couldn't hold back on stage and naturally criticized Jeong Shadong afterward. She simply couldn't believe Jeong Shadong was so talented. Jeong Shadong frowned but still smiled. "Comrade Yi, what do you mean? You needed someone last minute and I just helped out. I was doing you a favor. Why are you speaking so harshly to me?" Jeong Shadong spoke reasonably and generously, making Yi look like a fool. Bai Bing was gnashing her teeth in anger, but she was clever and didn't show her feelings. If she had started yelling at Jeong Shadong now, she would be laughed at. Soon, many people noticed the scene, and some came over to mediate. When everyone learned that Yi was angry because Jeong Shadong danced so well, they were speechless. At this time, the head of the finance department also came over and said to Yi, "Xiao Yi, what's going on? Jiang Tongji helped you kindly. How can you say such things?" Yi's face turned pale and white with grievance. She felt wronged but couldn't argue her point. Bai Bing still felt upset inside, but knew she couldn't do anything about it. She could only sit back in her seat with a dark face. She originally wanted Gu Zhengnan to admire her dance and see her in a new light. "I didn't expect the spotlight to turn into a joke." Thinking about falling in front of so many people, Bai Bing wished she could find a hole to hide in. Jeong Shadong sat back in her seat feeling wronged, and Gu Zhenan quickly tried to comfort her. "Don't take it to heart. You did very well. Sometimes being too talented can be a mistake." Li Wenxiu didn't say much this time. Jeong Shadong didn't embarrass them, so there was nothing more to say. Now Jeong Shadong is well known at the Research Institute. The impression she left with that dance is deep, and she also plays the eru and dances. Plus, she's very beautiful. Who says she's a useless person? Who learns so many skills? That's just a joke. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Gu Zhenan with envy. If their family had a wife as beautiful and talented as her, what does it matter if the son isn't biologically theirs? She's worth it for such a beauty. As the saying goes, die under the peony flower. Even as a ghost, you'll be charming. Now they finally understand why Gu Zhenan married such a woman. Every smile and gesture is full of charm. How can any man resist? While Jeong Shadong was in the spotlight, many people also changed their opinion of her. Who said she couldn't do anything? She's quite talented. Just the dance she performed earlier could get her into a dance troupe. Gu Hongwei also smiled happily. Since his son married this wife, they've been laughed at a lot, but today they finally saved face. If Jeong Shadong can get into university this year, that would be great. Li Wenxiu didn't say anything, but thought Jiang Shudong still liked to show off. She needed to keep an eye on her, so she wouldn't flirt with men outside. This woman is really too charming. She's worried her son might accidentally become a cuckold. After the team-building activity, Gu Zhanan and the others exchanged greetings with acquaintances and then went home. Gu Manman had been waiting at home. When she saw them return, she immediately went to ask Li Wenxiu. Mom, did she embarrass herself today? Tell me. Gu Manman was hoping Jiang Shudong would make a fool of herself, but she was disappointed. Embarrass herself? No, Gu Manman couldn't believe it. Could she really do that? Li Wenxiu was vague, saying, "It's just, anyway I didn't embarrass myself." Gu Manman was half convinced. Seeing that her mother didn't want to talk, she went to find Gu Hongwei. Gu Hongwei didn't have many thoughts. He directly told her about Jiang Shutong's performance today. Gu Manman was completely stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Shudong to really play the arrow. Not only could she play, but she also danced beautifully. Why is that? How is that possible? Where did this woman learn all this? Wang Na was also stunned. She was waiting to see a joke, but the result was surprising. At dinner that night, seeing the old master and her father-in-law being so kind to Jiang Shutong, Wang Na felt very jealous. Starting today, she helped with cooking. During lunch break, she even argued with Gu Zhengbei because he privately said she wasn't good at her studies. Now she had to work. Gu Zhengbei was also upset. He thought Wang Na was no better than Jiang Shudong. He shouldn't argue with him. He should reflect on himself. The couple turned against each other. During dinner, neither looked at the other. After dinner, Jiang Shutong took her 3 sons to visit her mother. Wu Xiuling's place wasn't far. Since settling in, she hadn't visited her yet. Gu Zhengnan heard she was going and suggested he go with her. Jiang Shudong thought he was being a bit overprotective, but she didn't refuse. They bought some food and took the 3 children to Wu Xiuling's house. When they arrived, Wu Xiuling was making dumplings. Seeing Jiang Shudong and the others, she was very happy. "Shudong, have you eaten? Mom made dumplings. Will you eat some later?" Seeing Wu Xiuling so happy, Jiang Shudong felt warm inside. "We've eaten, but we can have a few more. How about you, Zhengnan?" Gu Zhengnan naturally wouldn't refuse, so he nodded. The 3 boys gathered around Wu Xiuling, chattering happily. They liked their grandmother very much. Jiang Shudong didn't do much at the Gu family, but here she helped make dumplings and prepared sliced cucumbers. Soon, everyone sat down to eat. "Mom, are you used to living here? No one bothering you at home?" Wu Xiuling nodded and said, "Your dad doesn't know where I am. I only told your second sister. She comes over sometimes." When mentioning her second sister, Jiang Shutong felt a bit sad. She is older than her and still unmarried. She stays at home all day and has little status, often bossed around by Jiang Dahai. "How is your second sister's marriage going? Has she found someone suitable yet?" This made Wu Xiuling's smile fade a little. She replied, "I've introduced her to a few, but none were suitable. Recently, she seems to have started seeing someone. When I ask how it's going, she won't tell me. Your second sister is stubborn, so I can't do much." Jiang Shutong stayed silent, thinking that when she had the ability, she would help her second sister and mother find good jobs. "Mom, just wait a little longer. When I have the ability, I will find good, steady jobs for both you and my second sister." Hearing this, Wu Xiuling quickly waved her hand. "No need. I already found a job. It's good. They pay me 25 a month. Now, working as a worker, earning only 30 yuan a month, being able to find private work that pays 25 is quite impressive." "What kind of work? Where did you find it?" "At your big courtyard, working as a nanny, helping to take care of children. They pay 25 a month. I start tomorrow. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself." Hearing Wu Xiuling working as a nanny made Jiang Shutong feel uncomfortable. She's not young anymore. Working as a nanny in someone else's home, can she have a good life? If the family is kind, they might respect her a bit. But if not, they might not treat her well. But Jiang Shutong couldn't do much. She didn't have much savings and had spent a lot of money on Gu Zhanan. She couldn't afford to support her mother. Thinking of this, Jiang Shutong felt upset. Wu Shilling seemed to notice something. Being a nanny is good. It's much better than working in a factory. It's not as tiring. Don't overthink. You and Xiao Gu renting this house for me, I am very grateful. Zhang Shutong didn't want to talk about that and changed the subject to Zhang Dehai. So, Mom, what do you think? Should you divorce Zhang Dehai? He's already like my little aunt's husband.
He's not good to you.
Living with him is suffering. Don't worry. Even if you divorce him, when you're old, I will take care of you. You can't rely on my brother. That guy's temper is bad. Not just you. Maybe even Zhang Dehai won't take care of you when he's old. When talking about Zhang Yaozu, Wu Xiling fell silent. This family has no good people, except for the second daughter and Zhang Shadong. The rest are ungrateful. Zhang Shuqing was slapped a few times for trying to persuade Zhang Dehai. The eldest daughter is already married and doesn't get involved in family matters. Every time she visits her parents, she just flatters Zhang Dehai. Mom doesn't know everything. We're not living together now, and maybe later we'll see. If we get divorced, it wouldn't sound good and would embarrass you. Mom doesn't want a divorce. Zhang Shutong knew she wouldn't understand this for a while, so she didn't say anything. After finishing the dumplings, they talked for a while longer before she left. It was already late when she went back. She washed up quickly and went to sleep. At this time, Zhang Shutong didn't know that Wu Shiling's employer was actually the Xia family, specifically Xia Hongying's family. Xia Hongying's sister-in-law had just had a baby and couldn't manage everything at home, so she wanted to find someone to help. Wu Shiling's previous employer knew the Xia family, so they recommended Wu Xiling to them. On her first day working there, Wu Xiling realized it wasn't easy to earn money. The Xia family members were quite proud and didn't take Wu Xiling seriously. As for Xia Hongying, she looked down on her in many ways. Originally, Wu Xiling's job was to take care of the children and prepare some postpartum meals. Now, she was often ordered around by Xia Hongying to tidy up the bedroom. Wu Xiling thought finding a job wasn't easy. She was paid 25 yuan a month, and working for others might not earn that much, so she tolerated it. In the next 2 days, Zhang Shadong was too busy to do anything else. She worked diligently at her job every day, as her workload had recently increased, and she couldn't find time. Every afternoon after work, she would sit and chat with Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai was doing well now. She no longer gave her salary to her mother-in-law and kept it for herself to spend on her daughter. Zhang Shadong strongly approved of this. Even if she didn't divorce, it was good to make plans for herself. Zhang Xiaomai's mother-in-law caused a lot of trouble over this. This time, Zhang Xiaomai was determined not to give in, and they couldn't do anything about it. However, Zhang Xiaomai's husband also didn't look at her kindly now. In the next 2 days, Zhang Shutong didn't even go home for dinner. She was busy every day until it was dark. The weather had been especially hot these days. At night, Zhang Shutong couldn't stand the heat. She kept the windows open and wore fewer and fewer clothes. Gu Zhengnan saw this and bought a fan the next day. At that time, fans were still quite a luxury. They were expensive, not just in terms of electricity but also in price, and you needed a ticket to buy one. Gu Zhengnan wasn't very afraid of the heat. He hadn't bought one before, but now that he had a wife, there was no need to be frugal. After turning on the fan, Zhang Shutong felt much more comfortable, but because she had been overworked recently, she still got heat stroke. During lunch, Li Wenxiu made braised pork. Zhang Shutong took a bite, but before she could even put it in her mouth, she started to gag. To avoid disturbing others, she quickly ran to the bathroom. Gu Zhengnan was worried and followed her. Li Wenxiu and the others looked at the scene and exchanged glances. Could she be pregnant again? Li Wenxiu said. Hearing this, Old Master Gu and the others got excited too. Oh, don't say that.
It kind of looks like it.
Your mom was the same when she was pregnant, Old Master Gu said, his beard trembling. This daughter-in-law is really promising. If she has another grandson, that would be amazing. Gu Hongwei was also very happy inside. The Gu family was rich and powerful, and they could afford children. Not just 3 or 4, even 7 or 8 wouldn't be a problem. Last time, Old Master Gu gave a lot of money. If they could have another pair of twins this time, the benefits wouldn't be small. Only Wang Na looked pale, and her chopsticks almost fell to the ground. Gu Zhengbei also felt a bit upset. Seeing his sister-in-law having one child after another, while his wife seemed like a hen that couldn't lay eggs, made him feel angry and jealous. Wenxiao, you should make chicken soup these days to help Xiao Jiang recover. It's a good thing. Li Wenxiao was reluctant, but didn't say anything. Jiang Shutong didn't realize that she had only been dry heaving twice. They already thought she was pregnant.
She was just heat stroke.
After lunch and a nap, Wang Na couldn't hold back anymore. She cried with red eyes. Why is it that I've been married for so long and still can't get pregnant? She just got married and is already pregnant. If this keeps up, will I still have a place in this family? Gu Zhengbei was also annoyed and ran his fingers through his hair. What do you want me to do? If you can't get pregnant, who can you blame? Wang Na bit her lower lip tightly and took a moment before slowly speaking. Since I can't get pregnant, she shouldn't expect to either. Zhengbei, do you know where I can buy abortion pills? Can you get some? Gu Zhengbei also got excited and sat up quietly, asking, what do you plan to do? Later, I'll find a way to put the pills into her water cup so she can have an abortion. No one will find out because it's early pregnancy. A miscarriage at this stage is normal. Others might just think her pregnancy is unstable. Wang Na's eyes flashed with malice as she spoke. She absolutely cannot let Jiang Shutong have another baby. If she does, her sister-in-law will lose all her influence in the family. And if Jiang Shutong miscarries, her in-laws will definitely think she didn't take good care of herself. Hearing Wang Na's plan, Gu Zhengbei didn't refuse. For him, having 3 sons from Gu Zhengnan was already a big deal. If they had more, it would be too much to handle. Right now, those 3 sons are just words. It's not certain they are truly from the Gu family. But if Jiang Shutong has another baby, and it's a boy, then it's definitely Gu Zhengnan's child. At that point, there would be no way to deny it. It should be possible to get the pills. I'll ask about it tomorrow. Wang Na reached out and hugged Gu Zhengbei. Let's stop arguing. There's no need for us to fight as a couple. We should stick together. Last time, the old man gave them so much money. If she has another son this time, we might have to give them all our savings. The couple had been planning for a while to give Jiang Shutong some abortion pills, so she wouldn't have a chance to have this child. Jiang Shutong was half asleep when she suddenly sneezed twice. She rubbed her nose, wondering who was cursing her. After waking up from her nap at noon, she drank a few bottles of herbal medicine and felt much better. In the afternoon, she hurried to work. When she finished work and was passing by Wu Xiuling's place, she decided to go see her. But when she arrived, she saw Wu Xiuling with a bandaged head and her face swollen, with 2 large handprint marks. Jiang Shutong was shocked. Mom, what happened to you? Wu Xiuling didn't expect Jiang Shutong to come suddenly, and quickly lowered her head.
It's
nothing. Jiang Shutong frowned and spoke more sternly. Mom, who hit you? What exactly happened? You hurry up and tell me. Jiang Shutong was a bit anxious. As the saying goes, don't hit the face when hitting someone, which is the basic rule. Looking at the slap marks on Wu Xiuling's face, it seemed she was hit quite hard. Moreover, her mother has such a kind personality. Who could she have offended? Wu Xiuling initially didn't speak, but later, she couldn't stand Jiang Shutong's questioning anymore. She quietly explained what happened. Today, after helping Xia Hongying tidy up the bedroom, she went to prepare milk for the child. After a while, Xia Hongying suddenly claimed her watch was missing and accused her of stealing it. Wu Xiuling was very wronged. She wasn't even responsible for tidying up the house. She was just helping out kindly, and now she was accused of theft. She immediately denied it. But Xia Hongying was convinced Wu Xiuling stole the watch because she was the only outsider in the house. Without any proof, she slapped Wu Xiuling twice and then pushed her hard, causing her head to hit the corner of the table. Getting hit was bad enough, but in the end, she wasn't paid her wages and was driven out of the Xia family. Jiang Shutong listened and was furious. Did you work at the Xia family? Is that woman called Xia Hongying? Wu Xiuling nodded repeatedly. Yes, her name is Xia Hongying. She has short hair and big eyes. Jiang Shutong looked even angrier. This woman actually bullied her mother. Why didn't you tell me? If I had known you were working at the Xia family, I wouldn't have let you go. Zhang Shutong felt very regretful. That Xia Hongying looks like a troublemaker. But then again, if her parents could raise a daughter like me, what kind of good people could they be? Mom, I really didn't steal their watch. No matter how I explain, they won't listen. I've never taken a single thing from anyone since I was a child. A watch is so expensive. How could I steal it? At this point, Wu Xiuling started crying again, feeling wronged. These past few days, she was exhausted like a dog, earning no money, insulted, and even beaten. She was already quite old, and to be beaten like this by a young girl was really unfair. Zhang Shutong knew exactly what kind of person Wu Xiuling was. Forget about the watch. Even if it was a tiny grain of rice, she wouldn't steal it. Mom, I know you're not that kind of person. Why are you so foolish? Are you going to let them hit you for nothing? If you didn't steal, what are you afraid of? You should just call the police and let them clear your name. Wu Xiuling didn't think much about it. After being hit, she only felt wronged. Also, the Xia family is rich and powerful, so she didn't dare to offend them. Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. Mom doesn't want to cause more problems. I'll just find a new job later. Hearing this, Zhang Shutong felt even more upset. She is the kind of person who has little confidence and doesn't want to trouble her family. She just keeps her feelings inside. But since she encountered this, can she just ignore it? If she does nothing, what kind of person would she be? Come with me. Don't be afraid. If you're innocent, you're innocent. Why should they hit you without reason? With me here, I will make sure you get justice. Zhang Shutong pulled Wu Xiuling to go out, but Wu Xiuling refused. Forget it, girl. You just got married. Zhengnan still lives in the same big yard as them. Making a fuss now would be embarrassing. Mom is fine. Just give it some time. Zhang Shutong's face turned cold. Mom, just listen to me. I can make decisions. You're grown up. Why should others hit you? We need to get an explanation. Seeing Zhang Shutong's serious expression, Wu Xiuling didn't say anything more. If Zhang Shutong hadn't come today, she would have just swallowed her anger. Zhang Shutong rode her bike with Wu Xiuling back to the Gu family. She planned to call the police first before going over, since there was a landline in the study. It was around this time that her in-laws finished work and came home. Seeing Zhang Shutong bringing Wu Xiuling, everyone looked over. Li Wenxiu was a bit upset. As a mother-in-law, if she doesn't support her daughter and son-in-law and even spends her son-in-law's money, now she has the nerve to come to their house? What are they trying to do? When they got closer, they noticed Wu Xiuling's face looked strange. Gu Zhengnan quickly stood up. Shutong, what's wrong with Mom? Zhang Shutong looked angry and explained the situation simply. Gu Zhengnan also frowned. He thought the Xia family had acted very unfairly. Having dealt with his mother-in-law a few times, he knew Wu Xiuling was kind and honest. How could someone like her steal? Xia Hongying hit my mom. I can't just let this go. I'm going to call the police now and demand an explanation from the Xia family. Li Wenxiu listened and started to feel uneasy. She quickly tried to stop her. Why are you still calling the police? We're all from the same big neighborhood. If things get too big, it will be hard to handle. Hongying is one of us since childhood, and she has a good relationship with Zhengnan. I think we should talk privately and forget about this matter. Li Wenxiu didn't want to get involved in this trouble. It was already embarrassing enough. Who is the Gu family? Their daughter-in-law is working as a nanny for others, and she was even beaten by a young girl. If this gets out, people will laugh at us. She simply couldn't afford to be associated with such a person. Zhang Shutong was already very angry. Now, hearing her mother-in-law's words, she clenched her fists tightly. The Xia family is rich and has connections with us, but does that mean my mother should just accept being beaten? Are you saying this is okay? My mother didn't take anything from anyone. They rely on their large family and are so aggressive, attacking a middle-aged woman like that. And now you're telling me to just forget it? How can I forget? If you were beaten outside, would you just accept it? Li Wenxiu choked. If a younger person dared to hit her, she would never let it go. Is this how you talk to elders? Did your parents teach you to speak like this? I'm saying all this for the good of the family. Do you think the Xia family is easy to mess with? If the neighborhood finds out your mother is a nanny, they will laugh at you. Wu Xiling wanted to leave right now. Shatong, forget it. It's not a big deal. Just listen to your mother-in-law. She didn't want to see her daughter argue with her in-laws. Jiang Shatong didn't expect her in-laws to help her. They had no obligation to do so. But Gu Zhengnan couldn't ignore this. She had given birth to 3 sons for him, and now her mother was humiliated. As his wife, he should help. Zhengnan, can you handle this? If you all ignore it, I will take my mother there myself. Hearing this, Gu Zhengnan immediately became alert. Her words were very clear. If he didn't do something today, his wife might stop talking to him in the future. Even if Jiang Shatong didn't say it directly, he couldn't just ignore it. Everything should be based on reason. Power and influence shouldn't be used to bully others. From the looks of it, she was even slapped. Huang Ying was really unreasonable. Before, he thought she was a bit childish, like a boy, not so scheming. But now, she was so bad, showing no respect to elders. Go to the study and call the police. I will go with you in a little while. Jiang Shutong's anger had just eased a bit. She went upstairs to make a phone call. Gu Zhengnan asked Wu Xiling to sit on the sofa and wait, quietly comforting her and telling her not to worry. He assured her that this matter would be resolved properly. Li Wenxiu looked angry and pale. When she saw her son going to accompany them, she couldn't help but give a look to Gu Hongwei nearby. Hongwei, the Xia family is on good terms with us. If Zhengnan goes over now, what will happen to our relationship with them? You should try to persuade him. Gu Hongwei was usually reliable. Although he had some connection with the Xia family, no matter how close, it couldn't compare to being a relative by marriage. One was a relative by marriage, and the other was a friend from the neighborhood. He knew which was more important. They couldn't just treat outsiders as family, because Wu Xiling had no power or influence. That wouldn't make sense. No matter what, hitting someone is wrong. Let's not get involved. Let Zhengnan handle it. Gu Hongwei's words were clear. But Li Wenxiu still looked unhappy. She felt it wasn't worth offending the Xia family just because of Wu Xiling. And to be honest, what if Wu Xiling really stole something? She was quite poor, and her son was paying for the rent. Thinking of this, Li Wenxiu couldn't help but look at Wu Xiling. Relatives, tell me honestly, did you really steal that watch? If you did, then forget it. But Hong Ying isn't the kind of girl to cause trouble without reason. There must be a reason behind it. Li Wenxiu's words made it obvious she was implying Wu Xiling stole something from the Xia family. Wu Xiling looked embarrassed, her face turning red. I really didn't steal it. I was just helping to tidy up the room. Wu Xiling was so anxious, she almost cried. She was quite old, and her current state looked truly pitiful. Gu Hongwei, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Enough, say less. How could the relative-in-law be that kind of person? Helping out in someone else's house, only a fool would steal. Gu Hongwei's words were honest. After all, the Xia family was just her outsider, and if something was lost, the first person they'd suspect would be Wu Xiling. If she had any sense, she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. After her husband scolded her again, Li Wenxiu closed her mouth. At this moment, Jiang Shatong had already finished calling the police. She stormed down from upstairs and said to Gu Zhengnan, "Let's go. We need to visit the Xia family." Gu Zhengnan nodded and accompanied Jiang Shatong and the others out. Seeing them leave, Li Wenxiu couldn't sit still anymore. "Hongwei, aren't you just being reckless?" She said she didn't steal anything, so she didn't. If she hadn't stolen, would anyone hit her? I think she probably did it since she didn't have much money in her pocket and was thinking of sneaky ways. Li Wenxiu kept talking, feeling more convinced that her guess was right, and she kept sighing. I'm so tired of this. It's embarrassing enough to have such a daughter-in-law. If this gets out, everyone in the big yard will know. Our mother-in-law is now working as a nanny for others. It's so shameful. How can I lift my head in the yard anymore? Gu Man, standing nearby, couldn't help but agree. Exactly. Why would she do anything else? She became a nanny, which is a job usually done by rural folks. Mom, can I ask my second brother to divorce her? We could find someone better. The old master and others took the children out to play, leaving a few people behind and talking freely. Wang Na, seeing this, couldn't help but stir trouble. Yeah, and next time we go shopping, people will laugh at us. Our family even has a thief now. Just thinking about it is so embarrassing. Gu Hongwei glared at them. No matter what, Shutong's mother is part of our family. If you can't support your own family, then what? Instead, you're turning away from your own kin? I think you guys are the ones being foolish. Enough of this talk. We didn't ask for your opinions, so stop guessing. Although Gu Hongwei didn't go along, he didn't like gossiping behind others' backs. Did Wu Xiuling really steal? That doesn't matter now. The police have been called, and they will investigate. Soon it will be clear whether she stole or not. At this moment, Zhang Shudong and the others arrived at the Xia family's gate. The Xia family also had a courtyard and a two-story house. When they arrived, Xia Hongying's parents were in the yard playing with their grandson. Gu Zhengnan was the first to go inside. When Xia's mother saw Gu Zhengnan coming, she quickly called Xia Hongying upstairs. Hongying, don't sleep anymore. Zhengnan is here. Come down quickly. Hearing that Gu Zhengnan was looking for her, Xia Hongying happily jumped out of bed and hurried downstairs. After seeing Gu Zhengnan, she flicked her bangs and looked at him with an innocent face. Why are you here? Did you come to apologize because I was mad at you last time? Oh, never mind. We are good brothers. I forgive you. But next time, don't forget your loyalty because of a pretty face. While Xia Hongying was speaking, Gu Zhengnan kept staring at her wrist. He noticed she was wearing a watch. Didn't you lose your watch? Xia Hongying didn't understand how Gu Zhengnan knew her watch was lost. She casually said, it accidentally fell into the bed gap. I just found it. After saying that, she realized something and added, how do you know I lost my watch? At this moment, Gu Zhengnan's face turned cold. What did this mean? It showed that the watch wasn't stolen by Wu Xiuling. Xia Hongying had accidentally dropped her watch under the bed and mistakenly thought Wu Xiuling stole it. Then, without any proof, she, with her parents' help, started beating Wu Xiuling. What was most hateful was that she knew she was wrong someone but didn't bother to explain to Wu Xiuling. Instead, she happily went to sleep upstairs. Gu Zhengnan looked at the young girl in front of him in disbelief. It was as if she had become someone he didn't recognize. At this time, Zhang Shudong entered the yard. Hearing the previous conversation, he couldn't hold the large 20-meter machete in his hands. Xia Hongying didn't expect Zhang Shudong to come too. Her smile faded a little. Brother Zhengnan, your wife is also here. No one expected Zhang Shudong to suddenly act. In front of everyone, he rushed over and punched Xia Hongying in the face. The punch was strong. Xia Hongying's vision blurred, and she fell flat on the ground. At this moment, Xia Hongying's parents reacted and stood up to question. Are you crazy? How can you hit someone without knowing the facts? Zhang Shutong didn't reply. Instead, he straddled Xia Hongying's stomach, grabbing her hair with one hand and slapping her 4 times with the other. If her parents hadn't come to stop him, Zhang Shutong might have continued hitting her. Meanwhile, neighbors heard the commotion and came to see what was happening. Seeing Gu Zhengnan's new wife pressing down on Xia Hongying and hitting her, everyone gasped in shock. Everyone knows Gu Zhengnan married a wife who was pregnant before marriage and had 3 children, and she has a very beautiful face. Besides that, they don't know much else. Unexpectedly, this woman looks gentle and fragile, but when she fights, she is surprisingly fierce. After all, Xia Hongying gives the impression of a tomboy, but she couldn't even beat Zhang Shudong. What's going on here? We're just having a good time, and you're hitting people? That's too much bullying. Exactly. She's just taking advantage of the Gu family to show off. For a while, everyone was talking, mostly criticizing Zhang Shudong. Xia Hongying no longer cared about pretending to be a tough woman. She was helped up by her mother, her face swollen, and she was shouting. Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Wu Xiuling didn't expect her daughter to be so fierce either, so she hurried over to help. You hit her? What kind of person are you? You dropped your watch under the bed and falsely accused my mom of stealing it. Did you hit her with the injuries on her face? Did the bump on her head come from hitting the table at your house? When Jiang Shudong said this, everyone realized Wu Xiuling looked a bit familiar. Isn't she the nanny who came to the Xia family a few days ago? Yes, I thought she looked familiar. What's going on here? When Xia Hongying heard this, she finally understood what was happening, but she never expected Wu Xiuling to be Jiang Shutong's mother. In her eyes, Wu Xiuling was just a lower-class person. She would bully her if she wanted, and even though it was a misunderstanding, she would never apologize. It was me who hit her. So what? I didn't do it on purpose. I can just pay you if needed. Do you really have to hit me? Xia Hongying felt deep regret. If Gu Zhengnan hadn't tricked her into saying that, she would never admit that the watch was found. But she had already spoken, and there was no way to back out. She could only grit her teeth and admit it. Jiang Shutong looked angry. She pushed her mother to the front and loudly said to everyone, "Come and see. Aren't you curious why I hit Xia Hongying? My mother was just taking care of the children and cooking at the Xia family. Xia Hongying insisted that my mother help her tidy up the bedroom. Her watch fell under the bed, and it's clear that my mother didn't steal it. Without knowing the facts, they beat my mother badly and still haven't paid her wages. Now that the watch has been found, she acts as if nothing happened. How can people be so unreasonable?" Jiang Shutong, though pretty and charming, speaks confidently and calmly. Many people in the courtyard look down on her, but seeing her bravely defend her mother, they can't help but feel some respect. People are made of flesh and blood. As children, if you don't treat your parents well, are you still a good person? Xia Hongying, young and reckless, shouldn't have hit Wu Xiuling so badly. Even if she had stolen the watch, she should have called the police instead of hitting her secretly. Hitting someone is wrong. Besides, Wu Xiuling is like a mother to her. Slapping her shows Xia Hongying's mean heart. Usually, Xia Hongying acts childish in the courtyard. Her family spoils her a lot, and she often does annoying things. But everyone is angry but keeps quiet because they don't want to offend her family. Now, Jiang Shutong is brave enough to fight back, and everyone feels a bit happy about it. At first, they supported the Xia family, but now they are defending Jiang Shutong. Forget about her reputation. What the Xia family did was unfair.
Exactly.
A nanny is a person too. If they suspect her of stealing, they should call the police. Why hit her? And they haven't paid her wages either. That's just like a villain. People are talking one after another, each with their own opinion. Xia Hongying's parents realize something is wrong and look worried. This isn't just a messy courtyard, it's a military compound with respectable residents. In such a place, reputation is very important. Their daughter isn't married yet. If this gets out, will she be able to find a good husband later? Maybe it's all a misunderstanding. Hongying thought your mom stole her watch, so she acted out. As for the injury on her head, she probably just lost her balance and hit the table. Can we really blame her? Now that the watch is found, I can ask Hongying to apologize and settle her wages for these days. We all live in the same courtyard. Why make things so final and harsh? Summer Hongying's mother was loudly criticizing Jiang Shutong, feeling that Jiang's actions were too much and not at all considering her daughter's wrongdoings. Jiang Shutong hated these double-standard people. When it involved their own interests, they cried and shouted. If someone else suffered, they thought it was just their own fault and should be tolerated. Does apologizing help? If I stab you now and say sorry, can you forgive me? Let me tell you, this isn't over. I've already called the police. Your daughter committed intentional injury, and soon she will be taken to the police station for questioning. Hearing this, Summer Hongying got angry immediately. Are you crazy? Intentional injury? Didn't I just hit you? Then what do you say? Jiang Shutong grinned. Then go get a medical examination. Anyway, I didn't hit you as hard as you hit my mother. Summer Hongying was usually quite bossy, but she didn't expect Jiang Shutong to be even more formidable. For a moment, she couldn't find words to reply. Next to her, Summer's mother saw this and felt that the situation was somewhat unfair. Although her daughter was also hit, Wu Xiuling's head was badly injured, bleeding even through the bandages. Clearly, this was their fault. There was nothing to do but look at Gu Zhenan on the other side. Jinan, look at this mess. It's all a misunderstanding. You and your wife and mother-in-law should clarify things. We all know each other. You're still good friends with Hong Ying. Isn't it embarrassing to cause such a fuss? Let's sit down and talk calmly. Calling the police is too much. If the police came, the situation would escalate. If this got out, where would their reputation stand? Later, people would say not only was their daughter spoiled, but that they were also to blame. They had helped here for free, without paying a single cent. Wasn't that exploitation? They thought Gu Jinan would be understanding, but after hearing everything, he refused without hesitation. Auntie, right now, Zhang Shutong is in charge of our family. I have to listen to her. What you're saying is useless. I really can't help. Gu Jinan's attitude was very clear. He was married to Zhang Shutong, and she was the head of the household. Whatever Zhang Shutong said, he would do. He couldn't be the boss of his wife. In other words, he was a very obedient husband. Since he was so obedient, how could he persuade his wife? Summer Hong Ying looked at Gu Jinan in disbelief. She didn't expect him to be so cold. Everyone around was confused. They all knew that the second son of the Gu family was very clever and usually didn't listen to his parents. Now he was actually listening to his wife? This was for his wife, even risking the relationship between the two families. Who said Zhang Shutong was not favored in the Gu family? Who said Gu Zhengnan didn't have feelings for his wife? If that were true, could Gu Zhengnan really let Zhang Shutong do whatever she wanted? Speaking of him, he and Xia Hongying were childhood friends. Who would have thought that now his heart was leaning toward her? Just as they were at a standstill, the police arrived. They quickly learned what happened and took a few people to the police station to give statements. Although Zhang Shutong also made a move, the case with Xia Hongying was not justified, and Wu Xiling's injuries were more serious. The final resolution was that the Xia family would pay Wu Xiling's medical and work expenses and apologize to her. As for how much to pay, it was inevitable that it would be a lot. Wu Xiling initially thought about accepting 20 or 30 yuan, but Zhang Shutong demanded 300 yuan. If they didn't pay that, they wouldn't agree to settle. Xia Hongying had never been treated unfairly like this before, being beaten and still having to pay money. She was so angry her eyes turned red. But in the end, the Xia family paid 300 yuan to settle things, and Zhang Shutong finally let them go. However, as they left, the looks they gave Gu Zhengnan and Zhang Shutong were not friendly. Especially Xia Hongying, who pointed at Gu Zhengnan and scolded him. Gu Zhengnan, I never thought you were like this. Our brotherhood has been lost because of you today. I will tell Jingting and the others. Let's see if they will do anything. Xia Hongying, with a pig-like face, ran off. Zhang Shutong glanced sideways at Gu Zhengnan. So? Are you afraid? Gu Zhengnan was stunned. Afraid of what? Aren't you worried that Xia Hongying will complain? Gu Zhengnan chuckled. Go ahead. Do I look like I'm afraid? The moment she hit our mom, I lost all respect for her. Hearing this, Zhang Shutong felt a bit relieved. Honestly, this man was quite good at talking. After leaving the police station, Wu Xiling looked at the 300 yuan in her hand, feeling a bit helpless. Girl, I can't use this much money.
Keep it.
This money is what you fought for. Take it and spend it, Wu Xiling said, directly stuffing the money into Zhang Shutong's hand. Zhang Shutong naturally refused. Mom, these are the money they compensated you with. Why are you giving it to me? Just keep it. You shouldn't suffer for nothing. The 300 yuan is for medical expenses. Buy something nice to make up for it. Please don't feel wronged. Wu Xiling refused to take the money at first. In the end, Zhang Shutong scolded her sternly, and she finally accepted it. Gu Zhengnan drove his mother-in-law home. On the way, Wu Xiling couldn't help but sneak a look at Zhang Shutong. Shutong, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, Mom would have been wronged and might have gotten a bad reputation. I'm sorry for embarrassing you. Now everyone in the neighborhood knows you have a mother who works as a nanny. Wu Xiling felt more and more upset the more she thought about it. She wished she had a decent job, so she wouldn't embarrass her daughter. But right now, she was just a nanny, and she didn't look respectable. Zhang Shutong frowned. What's wrong with being a nanny? Earning money with your own hands is good. Who dares to look down on us? The leaders say that workers are the most honorable. You shouldn't think low of yourself. If you're a nanny, be the best nanny you can be. I support you. Hearing her daughter say this, Wu Xiuling's eyes showed a little smile. Shutong, I'll listen to you. Even if I'm a nanny, I won't embarrass you. I will work hard from now on. Listening to their conversation, Gu Zhengnan couldn't help but smile. He had to admit, Jiang Shutong was pretty good at comforting people, and her values were quite right. He remembered the first time he saw Jiang Shutong. She was trying to persuade others with ration tickets, and her eyes were full of mischief. Back then, he thought she was really bad, and any man who was with her would be tricked to death. But after being together, he realized he was too biased. Jiang Shutong was not that kind of person. In fact, she was very excellent. He took Wu Xiuling back home, and then they drove back. When they arrived at the Gu family, what had happened earlier had already reached Li Wenxiu and the others. When they heard how fierce Jiang Shutong was, how she slapped Xia Hongying several times, they were all stunned. In their impression, Jiang Shutong was a delicate, charming woman, and Xia Hongying was a tomboy who should be strong. They never expected Jiang Shutong to overpower her. Li Wenxiu didn't think Jiang Shutong's actions were admirable. Instead, she felt that because of her, their relationship with the Xia family was definitely over. Moreover, a woman acting so unruly outside really shows she has no shame. The most ridiculous thing is that the Summer family already said that Jiang Shutong scammed them out of 300 yuan. They sarcastically said Jiang Shutong was used to trickery and deception. This made Li Wenxiu feel even more uncomfortable and embarrassed. So after Jiang Shutong and the others returned, Li Wenxiu started questioning her. Shutong, you just solved the problem? Why are you asking for money? You only slapped twice. Why do you want 300 yuan? Why not 3,000? Do you know what people are saying about you outside? They say you're greedy and that you're extorting money. Do you realize that our Gu family's reputation, which we've worked hard to build over the years, is being ruined because of you? Even if Jinan is protecting you this time, I still have to act like a good mother-in-law. Li Wenxiu spoke as if she was fair to all daughters-in-law, but in fact, she just didn't like Jiang Shutong. If Wang Na did the same thing, she would probably praise Wang Na for being capable enough to take 300 yuan from someone's pocket. But when Jiang Shutong does it, she's just embarrassing herself. Jiang Shutong no longer takes her mother-in-law seriously. Anyway, even if her mother-in-law doesn't like her, it doesn't affect her status. With Gu Jinan supporting her, she can keep going. Mom, these people are being really rude. Why is it extortion? This is medical expenses. My mom's head was hit and bleeding a lot. Doesn't she need proper treatment? I think it's reasonable. Jiang Shutong hung her clothes on the rack with a calm expression. Seeing her like this, Li Wenxiu felt even angrier. I've never seen a daughter-in-law like you. Your mother-in-law says one thing and you reply 10 times. Jinan, are you still going to manage this? Gu Jinan frowned and sighed helplessly.
All right, Mom.
Shutong is right. This whole thing is the Summer family's fault. As for compensation, it's just a slap that didn't land. Since they agreed, it's reasonable. We're the victims, so why feel guilty? Gu Jinan said this and got up to help Jiang Shutong pour a cup of hot water in the kitchen. Are you thirsty from all that yelling? Drink some water. Hearing Gu Jinan say this, Jiang Shutong almost choked on her saliva. Meanwhile, Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu looked at this scene in shock. They had never seen their son care so much about someone. Can you even get thirsty from arguing? Li Wenxiu felt like the sky was falling. Her son no longer cared about her as his mother, only about his wife. She had just spoken so much, but wasn't feeling thirsty. Jiang Shutong happily drank a glass of water and went to play with her son. As for Wang Na, she was too distracted to join her mother-in-law in criticizing Jiang Shutong. Her mind was filled with thoughts of when she had given Jiang Shutong the abortion pills. She couldn't let her keep this child. That was the main concern. Enough, Wenxiu. Say less now. Shutong is pregnant, and she needs to stay in a good mood. Why are you always bothering her? Don't you want a grandson? Gu Hongwei tended to support Jiang Shutong. He couldn't help but advise her gently. Li Wenxiu listened to this and felt her ears turn numb. She didn't like Jiang Shudong, but Jiang Shutong's pregnancy was the most promising thing about her. She couldn't do anything about her daughter-in-law. What she hated most was that her son didn't like this woman at first, but now, after only a few months together, he was completely captivated by her. From now on, as a mother, she felt powerless. After dinner that evening, Wang Na and Gu Jingbei lay in bed, holding a small bag of powder. "Tomorrow, we'll find a chance to act," Wang Na whispered. "Okay, this isn't a small matter. You must be very careful and make sure everything goes perfectly. We can't get caught, or it'll be over," Gu Jingbei warned seriously. Wang Na looked at her husband. "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I can handle this." Gu Jingbei nodded. "Good. Once she loses this baby, she'll need time to recover. She won't be able to do anything for a while. We should step up our efforts. I've also found a very skilled old Chinese doctor. I'll get some herbal medicine for you to take. You'll definitely get pregnant." Wang Na's eyes lit up. If she could get pregnant, she didn't care if she had to drink herbal medicine or even eat something disgusting. She was willing. "Okay, I trust you. As long as I can get pregnant, I'll do anything. But Jiang Shudong is really flirtatious. Your brother used to seem so proper, never interested in women, but now look at him, completely bewitched. Men's behinds are soft, but they lack willpower." The couple spent a long time plotting. In the end, they decided to add medicine to Jiang Shutong's chicken soup. Although Li Wenxiu disliked Jiang Shudong was pregnant now, and her family kept urging her to drink chicken soup. The soup wasn't changed every day, and it took at least a week to prepare one chicken. Later, Li Wenxiu added medicine to the chicken soup. After Jiang Shutong drank it, she would have a miscarriage. If anything was blamed, it would only be on Li Wenxiu. Of course, this was just a guess. Most people probably thought Jiang Shutong's pregnancy was weak and wouldn't suspect anything. At night, Wang Na was smiling in her sleep, almost laughing in her dreams. Jiang Shutong didn't know she was being watched. She was sitting in her bedroom reading a book. Gu Zhengnan saw it was late, and since Jiang Shutong wasn't sleeping, he also stayed awake. He picked up a science book and read with her by the light. Sometimes, Jiang Shutong asked Gu Zhengnan for help with difficult math problems. Gu Zhengnan's mind was very sharp, better than most people's, even better than Jiang Shutong, who graduated from a top university. No wonder he was a science and engineering guy. Because it was late, they spoke quietly so as not to wake anyone. Sometimes, they leaned close and whispered to each other, their heads getting closer. Later, Jiang Shutong felt Gu Zhengnan's breath on her cheek. It was ticklish and made her feel numb. Soon, Gu Zhengnan also noticed something was different. When he saw Jiang Shutong's cheeks turning red and her beautiful side face, he couldn't help but stare. Jiang Shutong saw that Gu Zhengnan stopped talking and turned her face away to look. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Zhengnan snapped out of it, his face turning red. "Nothing. It's late. We should sleep." Jiang Shutong yawned and looked at the clock. It really was late. After getting into bed, Jiang Shutong thought about what she had done today. She hesitated and asked, "Zhengnan, tell me the truth. Was I too harsh today? Do you think I shouldn't have taken that 300 yuan?" Jiang Shutong didn't care about others' opinions, but she cared about Gu Zhengnan's thoughts. People's relationships are mutual. At first, Gu Zhengnan wasn't very nice. He was proud and arrogant. But now, through their time together, whether they loved each other or not, this man was truly capable. Unlike the useless men she had seen before. She has worked at the machinery factory for many years and sometimes chats with other women. Many women in this era have little protection in marriage. When conflicts happen with their mothers-in-law, their husbands usually side with their own mothers. Gu Zhengnan is different. He stands out from most men because he values reason over feelings. Gu Zhengnan turns to face Jiang Shutong, his narrow eyes fixed on her. "Spicy? I don't think so. I see a daughter who is doing her best to protect her mother. I don't think being bold is a bad thing. Don't worry about what others think. I think you're doing very well." As for the 300 yuan, since the Xia family gave it, it must be reasonable. Hearing Gu Zhengnan say this, Jiang Shutong's worries instantly disappeared. You're good at talking. Go to bed early. Seeing the smile on Jiang Shutong's face, Gu Zhengnan felt unexpectedly relaxed. When Jiang Shutong got up to turn off the light, Gu Zhengnan couldn't help but whisper, "Besides, if you hadn't been a little bold all these years, how could you have raised 3 children? As a father who is neglectful, I don't have the right to criticize your boldness." Jiang Shutong was stunned. After a moment, she softly said, "All right, I admit I used to resent you. But seeing how you are now, I've decided to forgive you. Let's live happily together from now on." Gu Zhengnan was happy inside. After hesitating in the dark for a while, he finally reached out and hugged Jiang Shutong. When Gu Zhengnan hugged her from behind, Jiang Shutong's whole body stiffened. The man either intentionally or unintentionally rested his arm on her chest. Gu Zhengnan seemed to realize this and moved his hand lower. But Jiang Shutong was quite large, and moving down 2 inches still wasn't enough. Eventually, Jiang Shutong got used to it. With a small fan blowing, she slept comfortably and soon fell asleep. The next day, she didn't wake up early. She stayed in bed a little longer. When she finally woke up, Gu Zhengnan and the others had already left. On the bedroom table, there was a plate with 2 eggs and 2 buns. Li Wenxiu saw that Jiang Shutong woke up so late and didn't plan to leave her anything to eat. Gu Zhengnan simply brought some food into the bedroom so she could eat as soon as she got up. Jiang Shutong got up to brush her teeth. After eating, she went to the living room. Today, except for Gu Zhengnan, the Gu family was resting. Even Gu Manman and Gu Zhengdong didn't go to school. They were reading in the living room. When Gu Zhengdong saw his sister-in-law come out, he quickly called her over. "Sister-in-law, can you help me check if I did this math problem right?" Gu Manman rolled her eyes at Gu Zhengdong and huffed. Jiang Shutong went over to look and briefly explained to Gu Zhengdong. Soon after, someone came to the door. Li Wenxiu went out to see. It was Wang Na's brother and sister-in-law, who also brought their son. Li Wenxiu was quite good at pretending. She smiled and invited the 3 inside. "Wang Na, your brother and sister-in-law are here." Wang Na came out of the bedroom and felt happy to see her older brother and sister-in-law. "Brother and sister-in-law, why did you come over? It's been a long time since we visited." "We came to see you." Her older brother set down a box of pastries he had bought. Wang Na nodded and went to make tea for them, looking very eager to serve. Seeing this, Jiang Shutong thought to herself that Wang Na must be very kind to her family. She could tell by her eager attitude. Her brother and sister-in-law had a reason for coming. Soon her brother spoke. "Xiao Na, these past 2 months, my wife and I have had some financial difficulties. Her family had an accident, and she took all her salary back. Do you think you could lend us some money? We'll pay you back once we have enough." Li Wenxiu had gone out, probably to chat with someone in the courtyard. The old master and the old lady had something to do today and left early. The 3 children were playing outside. Only Jiang Shutong and Gu Zhengdong were in the living room. When they heard Wang Na's brother ask to borrow money, all 3 of them couldn't help but listen closely. Wang Na's expression stiffened when she heard her brother ask for money again. Her brother had borrowed from her many times before. The previous loans hadn't been repaid yet. The first couple of times, Gu Zhengbei even argued with her, saying that if she kept helping her family, she wouldn't have a good life. Seeing Wang Na silent, her sister-in-law kindly pleaded, "Xiao Na, sister-in-law, we really have no other choice. You're the best off among all your sisters, and your conditions are the best. That's why we came to you. Can you help us think of a way?" "All right, but I don't have much money on me. I'll give you 50. When you get your salary, you must pay me back." Hearing this, the 2 quickly nodded. Okay, when we get paid, we'll give it to you right away." Wang Na went inside to get the money. Jiang Shutong listened nearby and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She wondered if Wang Na was truly naive or just pretending. Even now, she was still lending money. It seemed she had borrowed quite a few times. Wang Na came out and handed the money to her brother and sister-in-law, also inviting them to stay for dinner. The couple didn't refuse and sat down, waiting for lunch. At that moment, Wang Na spoke to Jiang Shutong. Shutong, I want to talk with my brother and sister-in-law for a bit. You go buy some vegetables. Jiang Shutong thought she was really good at giving orders. Before she could speak, her sister-in-law looked her up and down with a look of disdain. Is this the wife your little brother married? Wang Na nodded. Yes, she's Janan's wife. Her sister-in-law snorted as if she saw something dirty and immediately turned her head away. Jiang Shutong was surprised. She thought these people were pretending in front of her. Did they not realize whose territory this is? Coming over to borrow money and acting so arrogantly. Wang Na thought Jiang Shutong would refuse, but she simply smiled and stood up. Okay, what vegetables should I buy? Wang Na didn't expect Jiang Shutong to be so accommodating and quickly listed several vegetables. Buy some cabbage, cucumbers, tomatoes, and some pork ribs. Don't forget to buy fish too. Jiang Shutong nodded, remembered the list, and then left with her basket. Her brother and sister-in-law immediately gave Wang Na a thumbs up. Xiao Na, I didn't expect you to have such a high status in this family. Your sister-in-law's words are so effective. No wonder everyone says you're promising. Gu Man, overhearing their boastful talk, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. She didn't like Jiang Shutong, but that didn't mean she liked Wang Na either. This sister-in-law was even more foolish. She had tricked her out of her money, with just a few words. Usually, she didn't even cook good meals for the family. Today, she was buying ribs and fish again. Even if the Gu family was rich, they shouldn't let her get away with this. Gu Man looked at her third brother nearby and kicked his leg. Third brother, can you even learn? They're making so much noise, I can't focus. Gu Man said this, and Wang Na and her husband felt a bit awkward. They quickly lowered their voices. Seeing this, Gu Man didn't get angry. Wang Na was very unhappy inside, feeling that her little sister-in-law didn't show her respect. But she also knew that Gu Man was not someone to mess with. Meanwhile, Jiang Shutong carried her basket and left the yard. She didn't go straight to buy vegetables, but went to find her mother-in-law. Li Wenxia was chatting with someone when she saw Jiang Shutong come over. Her face immediately darkened. What do you want? Do you need something? Jiang Shutong nodded and smiled at Li Wenxia. She cheerfully called her Mom, making it look like they had a close relationship. Mom, my sister-in-law asked me to buy vegetables. She wants me to get fish and ribs. This is my first time buying vegetables, so I don't know where to buy them nearby. Could you show me the way? Li Wenxia was surprised when she heard about ribs and fish. Why do you need so much meat? Jiang Shutong blinked innocently and said, It seems my sister-in-law wants to have a nice dinner at home for her brother and sister-in-law. She's really kind. She just borrowed 50 yuan and wants to cook ribs and fish stew for them. Before Jiang Shutong finished, Li Wenxia couldn't sit still. Wang Na, who was a bit careless, just lent money without thinking. Was it her money? No, it was the family's money. Her married daughter was like water that had been spilled. She didn't support her family directly. Her brother and sister-in-law came about once a month. Every time they just took what they wanted. Today they borrowed money and wanted to have a good meal. Was her mother-in-law just ignored? Li Wenxia stood up and snatched the basket from Jiang Shutong. All right, I'll buy the vegetables. You can go back. Jiang Shutong nodded and obediently went back home. When she returned empty-handed, Wang Na couldn't help but frown. Where are the vegetables? You finished so quickly? Jiang Shutong spread her hands. Mom went to buy them. Wang Na looked a bit panicked but didn't show it in front of her brother and sister-in-law. Soon, Li Wenxia returned with the vegetables. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law again, her face looked less happy. Wang Na, come with me to the kitchen to help. Wang Na happily went to the kitchen, but when she looked inside the vegetable basket, she saw not even a single piece of pork, let alone ribs. Mom, why didn't you buy any ribs? Wang Na still didn't realize how serious the situation was and asked foolishly. Li Wenxia was already furious and gritted her teeth. What did I tell you last time? Not to lend money to your family. Why did you lend more? And buy ribs and fish? Do you think this is your family? I don't want to talk about your brother and sister-in-law. They keep coming over just to take advantage. What's wrong? Can't you eat at home? You're so shameless, Li Wenxia scolded loudly, not sparing Wang Na or Jiang Shadong. Since the kitchen was close to the living room and Li Wenxiu's voice was loud, Wang Na's brother and sister-in-law heard everything. Their faces darkened like Judge Bao's. "Mom, how can you say that? My brother and sister-in-law came all this way. Can't I just entertain them? My brother isn't an ordinary person. When he gets rich, he'll pay me back. Please speak softly so they won't hear." Wang Na almost covered her mother-in-law's mouth. Hearing this, Li Wenxiu grew even angrier. She had told her son not to marry such a daughter-in-law, but he insisted. Now, every day she was exhausted. Neither of her son's wives satisfied her. "Your brother will get rich? You might as well hope for Zhongbei to get rich. Or that our Gu family will shine brightly. Maybe then you'll get some benefits. When will your brother get rich? At 50? Or 60? I tell you, forget about eating well. Now go out and get your money back, or just go back to your parents' house." Li Wenxiu became more and more excited. Outside, Wang Na's brother and sister-in-law couldn't sit still. Jiang Shadong listened and felt pleased. Wang Na was no good either. She deserved it for being assigned to buy things. Wang Na's lips trembled as she looked at her mother-in-law with tears in her eyes, feeling very wronged. The Gu family was large and powerful. Did they really need 50 yuan? She had been married into the Gu family for a long time. She had done hard work, not just contributed, and now her good reputation at her parents' house was gone. At that moment, some children in the yard started making trouble. Jiang Shadong heard that Sanbao was crying and hurried outside. When she went out, she saw that Wang Na's nephew was fighting with 3 children. Yesterday, the old man bought them a small car. It was probably Wang Na's nephew who wanted to play with it, but the 3 children wouldn't let him. The youngest, who is the best-tempered, had his toy car snatched by Wang Na's nephew. The 3 children are only 5 years old, while Wang Na's nephew is 10. He's no match for them. Jiang Shadong saw this and quickly stepped in to stop it. "Give the toy back to Xiaohao." Wang Na's nephew looked proud and snorted. "My mom said you're a bad influence. These 3 kids are all illegitimate, and illegitimate children shouldn't play with such nice toy cars. They should give it to me." Hearing this, Jiang Shadong was naturally furious. A 10-year-old should know better. What does this say? It shows that Wang Na went back to her family and spread rumors. She went to their house and called her children illegitimate. She's really bold. At this moment, the youngest tugged at Jiang Shutong's sleeve. "Mom, he pushed me." As soon as he finished speaking, the older 2 rushed forward, holding their toy cars, and started hitting Wang Na's nephew on the head. Jiang Shadong didn't stop them. Who made him a thief? At this time, Wang Na's brother and sister-in-law also came out. Seeing their son being bullied, they tried to intervene. Jiang Shadong was also fierce. She pulled 2 children away. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Only your son can hit people, and my son can't." Li Wenxiu and Wang Na also ran out after hearing the commotion. At first, the Wang family didn't mind, but when they saw their son being hurt, they got really angry and started scolding. "What did my son say wrong? They're just 3 illegitimate children. What's wrong with playing with their toys? It's obvious they have no manners and don't know how to share. If my son was playing with it, would he hit anyone? What a ridiculous excuse. Why should his son play with someone else's toys? Giving toys is a favor. Not giving is just doing your duty." Wang Na went over and separated the children. Seeing her nephew's forehead swollen with a big bump, she felt heartbroken. "Sister-in-law, can you control your children? They used to be unwanted children, but now they are part of the family. Their behavior is no different from bandits." Jiang Shadong was already angry. Hearing Wang Na say this, she shot back. "Your nephew stealing things isn't considered banditry. I told you that this is the Gu family, and it's not your Wang family's place to speak. Your child came over and bullied my son. Who gave him the courage to do that?" Li Wenxiu glanced at Jiang Shadong, sneered, and after a few seconds, also scolded. "Exactly. You're acting like you're the boss here, bullying our kids. Don't blame us for losing our temper. Just get out." Wang Nage and her husband looked at Li Wenxiu, their faces turning red and then pale. In the past, when they visited, Li Wenxiao still showed some respect, but now she told them to leave. Little sister, I didn't think you'd be ignored even in your husband's family. They don't see you as a person. If that's the case, I won't eat this meal. My sister-in-law and I are leaving now. But I will definitely tell our parents about this when I get back. After saying that, Wang Nage's older brother pulled his wife and son and ran off. Wang Nage was so anxious, she stomped her feet. Her carefully maintained image at her parents' house was gone. She worried she'd be scolded even more when she returned. She immediately looked at Jiang Shutong with anger. Sister-in-law, what you did today was too much. When Zheng Bei comes back, I will tell him everything. You've gone too far. After saying that, Wang Nage turned around, her eyes red, and hurried back to her room. Jiang Shutong wasn't afraid. Wang Nage was the one who started the trouble. She was just responding to her. Li Wenxiao looked at Jiang Shutong. Take the third child back inside and help him wash his face. Look at his little face, all crying.
Li van xiurarrelis pucaquinli.
Jiang Shutong nodded and took the 3 children back home. Wang Nage went into her room and collapsed on the bed, crying loudly. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Eventually, she started to dry heave. She clenched a packet of medicine powder in her hand, her eyes full of hatred. No, she couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, she would make Jiang Shutong taste the pain of losing her child. She absolutely wouldn't let this wicked woman go. Later that evening, Gu Zhengbei and the others returned. Wang Nage pulled Gu Zhengbei as if she was reporting something, crying and sobbing there. Gu Zhengbei listened, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Don't blame others for what they say about you. I told you last time, don't pay attention to your older brother. Don't give him money either. Was it easy for you to earn some? You only get a small salary each month, and you send almost everything back to your parents. No wonder mom scolds you. I work hard all day, and I haven't even cooked you a pork rib. Gu Zhengbei was still a cultured man, but now he was so angry that he was practically losing his temper. Wang Nage felt even more frustrated inside. After being bullied and feeling unsupported by her husband, she wondered if she could continue living like this. Seeing Wang Na start to cry and threaten to hurt herself, Gu Zhengbei was frightened and quickly tried to comfort her, then changed the subject to more important matters. By the way, are you ready for tonight? These are small things, but don't forget the big plan. Wang Na clenched her teeth and said, Don't worry, I'm ready. I'll go to the kitchen soon to help and put the medicine inside. Gu Zhengbei nodded. Be careful with your movements and don't let anyone see. If they find out, we're both finished. Wang Na rolled her eyes at him. All right, I already said I understand. Why are you fussing like an old woman? Why don't you go do it instead? Gu Zhengbei shot her a quick look and complained, What's wrong with you? I'm a man. What am I supposed to do in the kitchen? Wang Na just muttered some more and then got up to leave. When she left, Jiang Shutong saw her eyes were swollen, probably from crying a lot. Gu Zhengnan also heard about what happened that afternoon. He thought if his older brother and sister-in-law made a big fuss over this, he should say something too. While they were trying to protect their son, outsiders? Who gave them the right? Unexpectedly, Wang Na stayed silent and went straight to the kitchen to help cook. Li Wenxiao saw Wang Na come in and was a bit surprised. Neither mother nor daughter-in-law said anything. Wang Na worked for a while, but didn't see her mother-in-law making chicken soup. She couldn't help but ask, Mom, aren't you making chicken soup for Jiang Shutong? Li Wenxiao heard Wang Na speak up and didn't pretend to be mute. No, I'm not making it today. The chicken is already boiled to mush and tasteless. I fed it to the dogs. I'll buy a new chicken tomorrow and make soup then. Wang Na felt a wave of disappointment. Without chicken soup, how could she give Jiang Shutong the abortion medicine? Mixing it into the food was definitely not an option. If everyone ate it, there would be chaos. It could only be given to Jiang Shutong alone. Others couldn't eat it. But soon, Wang Na found another chance. Today, Li Wenxiao made tomato and egg soup. Wang Na's eyes lit up. Mom, you served the dishes. I'll bring out the soup. Li Wenxiao didn't think much and carried the cooked dishes to the living room. Wang Na looked around again, making sure no one was watching, then took out the packet of medicine powder and poured it into one of the bowls. Then she stirred the soup with chopsticks and planned to serve it to Jiang Shadong, giving the rest to others. Just as Wang Na was about to carry it out, Li Wenxiu's voice suddenly came from the living room. "Wang Na, quickly bring a cloth." "Oh no, you spilled on the table again." It sounded like Li Wenxiu had spilled some soup on the table while serving dishes. Wang Na's heart skipped a beat. She didn't think twice and hurriedly grabbed a cloth to go out. She helped wipe the soup off the table, then returned to the kitchen. Earlier, she had added medicine to the third bowl of soup, and she remembered to give that bowl directly to Jiang Shadong after she went out. "Everyone eat quickly. It might get cold soon." Wang Na sat down and called everyone to eat. Jiang Shadong was truly caught off guard this time. Who would have thought Wang Na would give her abortion medicine? She wasn't pregnant, just had a heat stroke. Giving her abortion medicine was crazy. She took a few bites, then picked up the bowl of egg drop soup and drank half of it. Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na were both very nervous, secretly glancing at Jiang Shadong from time to time. Jiang Shadong thought they were still upset about today's events and ignored them. While everyone was eating and chatting, Wang Na suddenly changed her expression. She felt some stomach pain. Could she be having diarrhea? At first, she didn't think much of it and planned to endure it, still hoping Jiang Shadong would get into trouble. But soon, her stomach pain worsened, and her lower abdomen felt heavy. Seeing Wang Na's face turn paler and paler, Gu Hongwei couldn't help but ask, "Wang Na, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Zhengbei also noticed something was off. Jiang Shutong's stomach wasn't hurting, so why was Wang Na's? "Honey, are you okay?" Gu Zhengbei asked nervously. Wang Na stood up, wanting to go to the bathroom. But as soon as she did, Li Wenxiu shouted loudly, "Oh no, there's blood all over your pants." Wang Na was wearing white pants today, so the blood was very obvious. After Li Wenxiu said that, her face changed. She thought, she's an adult, shouldn't she know when her period is coming? How could she let the blood flow onto her pants in front of so many men? But then she realized it wasn't what she thought. Wang Na's period had just ended recently, so how could it come again? At this moment, Wang Na was in so much pain she couldn't stand straight. Her back was arched. "Is this not your period? Are you still hurting? Quickly, let's take you to the health clinic." The family forgot about eating and hurriedly helped Wang Na to the clinic. Even though they argued, they were still family. If something serious happened, everyone had to care. At the clinic, the doctor examined her and then looked disappointed. "She's 6 weeks pregnant. How could she not notice? Did she eat something she shouldn't have? The baby has miscarried." Hearing this, the entire Gu family was stunned. Especially Gu Zhengbei, who looked at the doctor in disbelief. "Doctor, are you saying my wife is pregnant?" The doctor glared at him. "You're her husband, right? Of course she's pregnant." How could the family not notice? Gu Zhengbei's vision went black, and he fainted right in front of Li Wenxiu and others. Wang Na was also stunned. A few days ago, she clearly had her period, but only a little, so she didn't think much of it. She thought she was just coming down with a cold because of the light flow. But it turned out she was pregnant. She had wanted this child for many years. Over the years, because she couldn't have a son or daughter, she was often talked about. Now that she was finally pregnant, why did she miscarry? Soon, Wang Na realized the problem. According to logic, Jiang Shutong drank the abortion soup, and her stomach should have hurt. Why didn't she react? Instead, her stomach was hurting. What did that mean? It meant she was the one who took the abortion medicine. But how could that be? She was an adult, and the medicine was clearly added to the third bowl. She couldn't have remembered wrong. Li Wenxiu and Gu Hongwei were furious, pointing at Wang Na and questioning her. "Why didn't you tell us you were pregnant? Such a big thing. And you kept it a secret? You're so careless." Wang Na's eyes turned red. "Mom, I didn't even know I was pregnant. Now the baby is gone. Do you think I'm not upset? Some women have strong pregnancy symptoms, while others hardly feel anything. Wang Na was one of the latter. You didn't even know you were pregnant. What do you know?" At this moment, Gu Zhengbei, who had fainted earlier, woke up. Seeing Wang Na with tears in her eyes, he was even angrier. This woman was too reckless. She didn't realize she was pregnant, and now the baby was gone. She finally got pregnant and it was gone so easily. You idiot. Others can tell when their wives are pregnant, but you can't? Is there something wrong with your brain? For a moment, everyone turned their suspicion onto Wang Na. Wang Na could no longer think clearly. She looked at Jiang Shutong standing behind her and pointed at her while shouting. Jiang Shutong, do you know I'm pregnant? Did you do it on purpose? Did you make me drink that poison soup just to harm my baby? Jiang Shutong looked confused and pointed at herself. What are you talking about? I gave you abortion medicine? Wang Na's eyes were red, and she was almost losing her mind. She had finally gotten pregnant, and now it was gone. It's over. Next time, I don't know when I can get pregnant again. Yes, it was you. You deliberately made me drink that tomato and egg soup just to kill my baby. You're so cruel. You owe my son. I finally got pregnant with a big one, and you just ruined it. Jiang Shutong felt speechless. The pregnancy was early, and such a small embryo couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl. Wang Na was quite biased against boys. But what was even more absurd was that Wang Na didn't even know she was pregnant. How could she know the other person was pregnant, let alone try to harm her? Wait, what about the tomato and egg soup? Could someone have put something in it today? Or maybe Wang Na's miscarriage was caused by taking abortion medicine, but the soup itself was meant for her to drink. Jiang Shutong suddenly understood and looked strange. I've been feeling nauseous and vomiting recently. Do you think I'm pregnant? So you deliberately put medicine in today's soup, hoping I would miscarry? But for some reason, I didn't drink that soup, and in the end you drank it so you miscarried? Is that right? Jiang Shutong was quite clever and quickly figured out the key point. It could only be like this. Otherwise, how would Wang Na know so much? At this moment, Wang Na realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly bit her lip tightly. But she just couldn't bring herself to swallow this bitter pill. Jiang Shutong continued, Sister-in-law, you're mistaken. Who told you I was pregnant? I was just busy with work a few days ago, kept going out, and got heat stroke. I drank 2 bottles of herbal water, and I was fine. I am not pregnant at all. When these words were spoken, not only Wang Na but also Li Wenxiu and others nearby changed their expressions. They all thought Jiang Shutong was pregnant, and she had been making chicken soup for several days. Unexpectedly, she was just suffering from heat stroke. Li Wenxiu frowned and asked, If you're not pregnant, why didn't you say so? Jiang Shutong spread her hands and said, I didn't know you all thought I was pregnant. She wasn't stupid. If she had chicken soup, why would she mention it? She wouldn't give away free benefits. Who knew they might misunderstand her? Most frightening was Wang Na. She initially thought the two just had a small disagreement, but it turned out she was so malicious that she gave Jiang Shutong abortion pills. Fortunately, Jiang wasn't pregnant. The soup had been tampered with, and if she had been pregnant and drunk it, she might have ended up in the same situation as Wang Na. There's a saying that doing bad things will bring consequences soon. Wang Na was a perfect example. She was pregnant now, which was a happy event, a blessing for the Gu family. If she could give birth to a son, it would be even more valuable, helping her secure her position in the family. But she did something so foolish. She drugged herself and drank the medicine. Was she stupid? Now everyone understood. With so many people present, no one was foolish. They all knew what was going on. Gu Zhengbei was almost regretful to death. If he had known Wang Na was so stupid, he wouldn't have let her do this. Not only did she harm Jiang Shutong, but she also lost their child. They had only one child after years of trying, and now it was gone. There was nowhere to cry. Gu Hongwei and others looked grim. They had been worried about Wang Na because she was family, and now she had a miscarriage. People might feel sympathy, but now they knew Wang Na was simply causing her own trouble. The miscarriage and negative emotions all focused on her. Gu Hongwei pointed at Wang Na and said, Doing wrong will lead to your own downfall. Why did you do this? Wang Na moved her lips, wanting to argue, but everyone was no fool. They wouldn't fall for her tricks. She had given herself the abortion pills and lost her child. Who could she blame? Jiang Shutong had no idea she was pregnant. She didn't even know she was pregnant. Who could have known? And no one would think of harming her child intentionally. This child is simply too foolish. Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu almost turned around and left because they couldn't stand this person. A doctor nearby couldn't help but adjust his glasses and said, "Wow, what a big surprise." Seeing Li Wenxiu and the others leave, Zhang Shadong and Gu Zhenan exchanged a glance and happily went back home. Only Gu Zhengbei stayed behind because Wang Na had just had a miscarriage and couldn't go back yet. She needed to stay and be observed. After everyone left, Gu Zhengbei couldn't hold back his anger and started shouting, "You're really so stupid. Don't you know you're pregnant?" Wang Na was crying. "I didn't know I was pregnant. I had no reaction at all. But I clearly gave Jiang Shudong the bowl of medicine-laced soup. Why did this happen?" Gu Zhengbei squinted and said, "You're so naive. Someone must have found out and secretly swapped the bowls. It's over. Maybe this baby is a boy, and now it's all messed up because of you." The couple kept arguing, almost fighting at the clinic. Meanwhile, Jiang Shudong and her family had already gone home. They sat in the living room discussing what had happened. "It's such a coincidence. I don't know why she drank the bowl of soup that was supposed to be for me. It was probably swapped." When the three children heard Jiang Shudong mention the 3 bowls of tomato and egg soup, the youngest couldn't help but step forward. "Mom, tonight I went to the kitchen to get the bottle and secretly took a sip of the egg soup. I was afraid Uncle and Annie would notice, so I swapped it with the one next to it." The youngest spoke clearly and simply explained what happened. Now the truth was finally revealed. It turned out that the youngest accidentally swapped the 2 bowls of soup, but Wang Na didn't realize and took the wrong one. Jiang Shutong felt a wave of happiness. She hugged the youngest and couldn't help but kiss his face. Although she wasn't pregnant, drinking abortion medicine would make her feel uncomfortable and could cause heavy bleeding. This little one had saved her again. The old man and old lady also returned at this moment. When they heard what happened, their faces looked very grim. Especially old Gu, whose face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. This eldest daughter-in-law is becoming more and more careless. Even though she harmed others and herself this time, her behavior can't just be ignored. If Xiao Jiang is really pregnant, she has truly harmed herself. Who will bear the loss? The whole family is capable of such actions, which shows she is very cunning. "Hongwei, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Gu Hongwei had already thought about this problem. No matter what happens, we should look beyond the surface to see the true reason. If Wang Na could do such a thing, it means they misjudged her. Today, she might have given someone abortion pills. Tomorrow, if someone blocks her way, will she use rat poison? Could the whole family end up in danger? It's terrifying to think about. It's really frightening. This time, Li Wenxiu didn't say anything or plead for Wang Na. She's not foolish. She knows what's more important. This matter has touched everyone's bottom line, and no one can accept it. "Dad, you're right. This is no longer just a petty fight between sisters-in-law. It involves a serious legal issue." Old Master squinted his eyes and couldn't help but say again, "There's one more thing. Does the eldest son know what Wang Na did? If he finds out, both of them will be in trouble." Gu Hongwei's face looked worse. He had just seen Gu Jingbei's expression, which didn't seem like he didn't know. He must know that Wang Na did this. But he didn't stop her. Wang Na is just an outsider. She can be kicked out anytime. But Gu Jingbei was raised in the Gu family since he was young. He is a close brother to Gu Zhengnan. If he accepts this, it shows his jealousy of Gu Zhengnan has reached its peak. It seems he's very afraid that Jiang Shudong will get pregnant again. Although everyone has some selfish thoughts in life, brothers are like family. Doing such a thing is really cold-hearted. This is a human life. Gu Hongwei didn't speak, and Li Wenxiu also remained silent because both of them knew that the eldest son was clearly aware of everything. Old Master saw this and couldn't help but sigh heavily. "I think you two should reflect on this. Why have you raised your children like this? It's no different from murder. This is in our own family, so we can tolerate it a little. But if outsiders did this, both of you would be in serious trouble." When the old master was angry, his presence was very powerful. He pounded the redwood sofa loudly. Not only Li Wenxiu was scared to watch, but even Gu Hongwei didn't dare to make a sound. Dad, I admit that Wenxiao and I were careless about the education issue. When they come back later, I will handle this matter seriously. I must show my stance in front of the old man. Li Wenxiao glanced at Gu Hongwei and quietly asked, "What do you plan to do?" Gu Hongwei didn't answer and went back to his study. When the old man looked at Jiang Shutong again, his face was already smiling, as if he wasn't the one who had just been angry. "Little Jiang, don't worry. We will give you an explanation. Your sister-in-law's actions were too much. Luckily, you're fine. It's also our family's fault for not educating the children well, which led to this." Jiang Shutong is reasonable. She thought that Wang Na and Gu Zhenbei did this, and it had nothing to do with the old man's family. So she quickly shook her head. "Grandpa, don't say that. They made a mistake, but it has nothing to do with the Gu family. Luckily, I wasn't pregnant and wasn't hurt. It's a pity about that little life. It didn't get to see the world before it disappeared." She couldn't finish her words because she felt a bit sad. She wasn't pretending to be kind. She genuinely felt sorry. No matter how bad adults are, children are innocent. That little life could have been born and seen the world, but it disappeared before it even realized it. It's quite sad. Old Mr. Gu silently nodded. At first, he thought his eldest granddaughter-in-law was more sensible, as she was educated and from a good family. But in the end, she was not as good as the second granddaughter-in-law. Their outlooks and characters were very different. He thought his grandson had good judgment. Even if he was a bit confused about being a father, the woman he chose wasn't bad. You have a kind heart. This time, it's also a blessing from heaven. I really wish our family could have more little lives, but since this child is gone, I don't feel sad. They brought this on themselves. After speaking, the old man went back to his room and took out a stack of money, handing it to Jiang Shutong. "Don't worry if you're not pregnant. Take your time. It also depends on luck. Keep this money and buy some tonic to strengthen your body." Jiang Shutong looked at the money and felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that she couldn't get pregnant. She simply couldn't conceive at all. They had been married for so long, and they hadn't even shared a room. How could she get pregnant? It's not like a rooster or hen. A quick peck on the head won't do anything. "Grandpa, you don't need it anymore. We have money now, so please put it away." Jiang Shutong refused to take it and handed it back. Unexpectedly, the old man glared and said, "If I give it to you, you'll take it. Do you think it's too little? I really like you, my granddaughter-in-law. Hurry up and take it." Jiang Shutong was surprised but still accepted the money. Gu Zhengnan, standing nearby, couldn't help but thank the old man. Soon after, Gu Zhengbei helped Wang Na back home. One looked very angry, like a judge, and the other looked pale, like a ghost. They argued all the way, blaming each other but not reaching a clear conclusion. The old man saw them return and snorted loudly, turning his head away on purpose to avoid looking at them. Wang Na still felt wronged. She had just thought carefully with Gu Zhengbei and was sure someone saw her drugging the food. That person deliberately swapped the tomato soup to harm her. How could that person be so mean? Not saying anything at the time, just trying to hurt her and her unborn child. It's really unfair. So, when they entered the living room, before the old man and others could scold her, Wang Na spoke first. "Dad, Mom, I know I was wrong. I was confused, and because of a small argument with Shutong today, I acted impulsively. But that person saw what I did and didn't say anything. Instead, they deliberately swapped the 2 bowls of soup to harm my baby. You can't ignore this. Our eldest grandson is gone because of this. Someone doesn't want me and Zhengbei to be together, afraid I'll have the baby." Wang Na cried, tears streaming down her face, her cheeks pale like paper. To outsiders, she looked very pitiful. The family listened in silence because they already knew it was the 3rd child who did it. But he was only 5 years old. How could he understand all this? It must be fate. Old Gu was so angry he laughed. He had never seen such shamelessness, doing bad things and then blaming others. Gu Hongwei also looked speechless. This is classic villain behavior, accusing others first. He cleared his throat and pointed to the sofa nearby, signaling them to sit down first. Gu Zhengbei supported Wang Na, both looking very serious. Wang Na sat on the sofa, tilting her head to the side, looking almost unable to hold on. Jiang Shudong rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking that woman was quite good at pretending. Gu Zhengbei stood straight, patted Wang Na's back, and spoke seriously. Dad, Nana is right. Although her idea was wrong, everyone knows her personality is a bit impulsive. She made a mistake, and everyone can criticize her, but she shouldn't have caused the death of a little life. Deliberately swapping the soup bowls, such behavior is really terrible and must be strongly condemned. We finally managed to have a child, and I don't know when we'll be able to have another. As he spoke, Gu Zhengbei's eyes turned red, and his expression looked very tragic. Gu Zhengnan couldn't bear it anymore. Before Jiang Shutong could speak, he spoke up. Big brother, I always thought the unreasonable one was sister-in-law. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Sister-in-law bought abortion pills to harm others. Do you still have the nerve to say these things? Do you really think everyone is fools? Gu Zhengnan usually didn't interfere much, but he understood clearly now. Now that they had crossed the line, he had to stand up for Jiang Shadong. You're saying that, but my wife isn't pregnant, so how could she harm anyone? Now our child is gone. Are we not allowed to talk about it? Zhengnan, don't forget I'm your older brother. We're family. You're turning your back on us for this person. Have you thought it through? Gu Zhengbei still wanted to act like the older brother in front of Gu Zhengnan, but he didn't realize Gu Zhengnan wasn't buying it. Your child is gone, and it's your fault, not anyone else's. Jiang Shutong, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Excuse me, I'd like to interrupt. What do you mean by that person? What did I do to offend you? I married Zhengnan, not you. As an older uncle, you have no right to criticize your sister-in-law, right? Gu Zhengbei's words sounded just as unpleasant as Wang Na's. It was clear they weren't from the same family. Gu Zhengbei didn't expect his brother and Jiang Shudong to be united now. For a moment, he could only look at their father. Dad, you're the head of the family. You decide this. You need to give me and Nana justice. Gu Zhengbei thought others were fools, believing that his parents would side with them because of the shame of the miscarriage. Little did he know he was overthinking. Gu Hongwei had not spoken for a long time. After a moment he said, I've thought about this carefully. You two should separate. Our family won't allow anyone to poison others. Losing the baby makes everyone sad, but no one is to blame. You two should move back to the old house or go live in the company dormitory. This family can't hold you anymore. Gu Hongwei didn't spoil them. After all, the elders were here. If this matter wasn't handled well, he would be looked down on by his father. Since the couple caused such a big scene at home, they definitely couldn't stay. Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na didn't expect that Gu Hongwei would not only refuse to support them, but also want to kick them out. They hadn't even officially separated yet. How could they just move back to the old house? The house there was very old and unlivable. Moreover, if only the two of them moved out, others would surely gossip. Dad, what do you mean? Not only are you not supporting us, but you're also kicking us out. Gu Zhengbei looked at Gu Hongwei in disbelief, stunned. I'll ask you a few questions. Did you buy the abortion pills? Gu Zhengbei pressed his lips together and then nodded. Then I ask you again, did you buy the pills because you thought Xiao Jiang was pregnant and wanted her to have an abortion? Gu Zhengbei remained silent. After a long while, he nodded reluctantly. Gu Hongwei's face grew darker. Wang Na is pregnant and you two didn't know about it, right? Gu Zhengbei still nodded. Gu Hongwei sighed. No one saw her put medicine in the bowl. It was just Xiao Hao who accidentally swapped 2 bowls of soup in the kitchen. Completely unintentional. What is this show? Doing bad things will bring consequences. We're a big family. If one suffers, everyone suffers. Now you two have teamed up to poison the family. Can this family still tolerate you? Gu Hongwei's gaze was sharp, and his words were firm. He made Wang Na and Gu Zhengbei so afraid they didn't dare to speak. Everyone understands the truth, but they just don't want to lose out. They deliberately cause trouble, thinking they can shift the blame onto Jiang Shudong and others. But no one is fooling anyone. Wang Na was very upset. She had a miscarriage and now she was being asked to leave. How could she live like this in the future? Dad, we won't move out. Let's just forget about this. From now on, Nana and I won't mention it again. This child was unlucky for us, and we won't do such things again. Gu Zhengbei felt he had no other choice and had to compromise. No, if we do that, our family's reputation will be ruined. If anyone holds a grudge, they might poison the food. Then who would want to stay alive? Gu Hongwei was very firm. Gu Zhengbei looked even more upset and said sadly, Dad, Nana just had a miscarriage. Now you want her to move out? Who will take care of her? If her postpartum recovery is affected, it will be harder for her to have children in the future. We know we were wrong, and we won't do this again. Please be understanding. Gu Zhengbei begged, but inside he hated it. He felt that his younger brother could do anything, and the family would forgive him, but their family was always ignored. There were so many people here, but no one spoke up for them. It was very sad. Li Wenxiu looked at her eldest son with some sympathy, but when she thought about Wang Na often helping her family, her sympathy disappeared quickly. She gives money to her family every day. Does she think her family won't take care of her? I'm just a mother-in-law. Even Li Wenxiu's words were harsh, and Gu Zhengbei and his family felt hopeless. They had no choice but to look at old Master Gu. He knew deep down that Gu Hongwei couldn't make the final decision. If old Master Gu was willing to give them a chance, they could stay. Living at home was definitely better. Food, no expenses, a spacious house, and a yard. If they moved out, they would have to spend more money. Although the family was wealthy, they wouldn't give them money for nothing. The couple still had to tighten their belts. Grandpa, please help persuade Dad. We really don't want to move out or be laughed at. Old Master Gu looked at his grandson and sighed heavily. Don't ask me. I already divided the family. Your dad is now the head of the family. If he decides something, what can I say? Gu Zhengbei looked very sad, showing that old Master Gu didn't want to help them either, sharing the same opinion as Gu Hongwei. Wang Na heard the conversation and started crying loudly, feeling overwhelmed with sadness and frustration. She thought she was already so pitiful, but her family still wanted to kick them out. She felt they didn't take her seriously. Okay, is it not okay if we leave? We'll leave right now. I'd rather die outside. I deserve it after all. I can't have children, and even now I've had a miscarriage because of others, but you don't want to help. I'm not a shameless person. We're leaving now. Wang Na said this while crying, and then went back to the bedroom. Soon, she came out with a few pieces of clothing. Zhengbei, let's go. We won't go to the old house. Come back to my parents' place. My mom and dad won't ignore us. Wang Na thought that since she had married and helped her family many times and sometimes stayed at her parents' house, they wouldn't say anything. Gu Zhengbei also got angry. He thought, after all, they are family. Even if they are broken, they are still connected. Could they really be kicked out? At this moment, the couple needed to show their stance. Okay, we'll leave now. They said this with sad faces, looked at everyone angrily, then turned around and left. Li Wenxiu saw this and felt a bit worried. Although she was also talking about her eldest son, he was still part of her family. Seeing everything turn out like this made her uncomfortable. Gu Hongwei also felt unhappy but believed that if someone did wrong, they should be punished. They weren't children anymore and should understand their parents' intentions. They needed a solution. Otherwise, how could they explain to everyone? Later, when the couple realized their mistakes and changed, they could come back and live together again. Xiao Jiang, don't worry. Our Gu family treats everyone fairly. Whoever does wrong will be punished. Even our own children. If they try to trap you, I'll send them away. Don't keep thinking about this. It's bad for your mood. Zhang Shedong was quite satisfied. The father-in-law's approach was very reasonable. Sending them away was a good way to avoid trouble. In the future, they wouldn't have to see Wang Na all the time, and there would be no more petty arguments. Dad, don't worry. I understand. They had handled everything, and no one was favored. Zhang Shedong had nothing more to say. After everything was settled, it was getting late. Everyone exchanged a few words, and then went back to rest. Back in the bedroom, the couple naturally talked for a while. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. Never put myself in danger. Your body is naturally fertile, which probably makes others jealous. If you plan to have a second child, you must be very cautious. Zhang Shedong also feels sad. No matter how much you try to prevent it, family members can still surprise you, especially when they are so foolish. Who would have thought your older brother and sister-in-law would be so harsh? Sending them away was the right choice. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened later. Gu Zhengnan reached out and held Jiang Shutong's small hand gently. It's okay, don't worry. I told you last time, if things get too difficult, we can move to the company dormitory. I can arrange a place for us there. Jiang Shutong looked at Gu Zhengnan and nodded again, feeling a bit more reassured. But thinking about today's events still makes her a little scared. She needs to be more careful from now on. This conflict is definitely not over. At this moment, Wang Na and Gu Jingbei were dragging their luggage, finally arriving at Wang's house. It was late, and someone knocking on the door surprised Wang's parents. When they opened it, they saw it was the two of them. Daughter, why are you coming so late? Wang Na entered the house. Before putting down her things, she started complaining and quickly told her parents what happened today. When Wang Na mentioned she was pregnant, her parents' eyes lit up. In the Gu family, pregnancy meant they could get some of the inheritance. Their daughter hadn't been able to get pregnant for years, and they were very worried. But now she was pregnant, which was good news. However, when they heard she had just lost the baby, their smiles disappeared instantly. Was this some kind of joke? You're so careless. You finally got pregnant, and now you lost it? If you're that clueless, don't do anything stupid. Seeing that they had entered the living room with their luggage, the parents exchanged a look. They understood everything now. Did they kick you out of the Gu family?
Wang Na nodded.
Yes, my in-laws are unreasonable. They even blamed us for everything. I'm a person with some backbone, so I won't beg them. Mom and Dad, I'll stay at our house for now. When things settle down, we'll move back. Hearing this, Wang's parents felt a bit upset. Once a girl gets married, she's like water spilled out. She doesn't usually come back home. And now she's living with her husband again, which might make the neighbors laugh at her. However, they had already received many benefits from their daughter. If they were completely unreasonable, would they still help them financially in the future? After thinking it over, the couple happily agreed. All right, then you can stay here for now. But remember, they are your in-laws.
Don't argue with them.
In a few days, say some kind words and move back home. Wang Na felt relieved. Her parents were kind enough to take them in. After washing up, she went to bed. Lying on the bed, Wang Na felt both sad and proud. She was sad because her child was gone, but proud because her family treated her well. Without her in-laws, she still had someone who cared. Jingbei, you saw it, right? I spent some money on the family before, and you weren't happy. You said my parents were taking advantage of you. Now, when we're in trouble, who's helping us? You shouldn't forget this kindness. Gu Jingbei didn't answer. He was thinking that with so much money, they could stay in a guest house for a year. All right, go to sleep early. I understand everything now. Gu Jingbei was upset and didn't want to argue. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Wang Na wanted to say more, but seeing Gu Jingbei's attitude, she lost her desire. She turned over and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Shutong rode her bike to work. As soon as she entered the office, Zhongli assigned her a lot of tasks. Jiang Shutong had rested the day before, so she was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. After finishing her work, she went to eat lunch. When she stepped out of the office, she saw Zhang Xiaomai waiting there. Shutong, let's go. We'll eat together today. I'll treat you to a meal in the cafeteria. Walking with Zhang Xiaomai, Zhang Shutong looked at her and couldn't help but want to say something. What's wrong? Did something happen? Zhang Shutong asked.